Title: Empowered by Demonic Encounters. The unstoppable journey of the enigmatic guardian. In a fantastical realm plagued by malevolent creatures, Qingfeng finds himself transmigrated into a position as a jailer within the notorious Demon-Suppression Division of the Dynasty.
From that moment, the once dreaded demon prison, known for its eerie reputation, became a site of perplexing occurrences. Why do the demons confined within the prison wail and torment each night?
What compels these spectral beauties to don alluring attire and masquerade as foot massage therapists? How does a soul-stealing illusionist transform into a VR headset? And why does a seductive vixen engage in the latest dance crazes? Is this a manifestation of twisted demonhood or a reflection of moral decay? As the layers of intrigue are peeled away, all evidence points towards a solitary jailer named Qingfeng. Qingfeng muses, why dear demons, whose fate shall be decided today. Chapter 1. The allure of beauty in the face of seduction. Some say that beauty is a woman's greatest weapon. Upon first hearing this adage, Qingfeng scoffed, yet in this moment, standing before a captivating woman imprisoned before him, he began to believe. What an extraordinary woman she was. Her beauty transcended mere words. As if she were graced by divine favor, a woman possessing such allure could wield a power more fearsome than any weapon known to man. With such beauty, there existed nothing unattainable, no one beyond her reach. Errors would never be attributed to her, for none could fathom her being in the wrong. To behold her visage was to witness a wonder worth a lifetime of admiration. Men often proclaim that conversing about life with such a beauty would render any sacrifice worthwhile. Yet with her, the sentiment should be altered. If one could merely witness her smile, that alone would justify the end of existence. This very moment. Qingfeng was indeed graced with her smile. "Sir, might you allow me to step outside?" she implored, her smile radiating an enchanting power that seemed to weave an invisible thread into Qingfeng's mind. He opened his mouth, yearning to utter a refusal, but inexplicably, under her gaze, his throat dried, and the word no remained unspoken. "I assure you, I am no demon."
It is a grave error made by your division. I beg you to show mercy and release me. Suddenly, her expression morphed into one of sorrow. Qingfeng felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy, a strong desire to release her. However, he resisted.
After all, Qingfeng was a transmigrator, well versed in the artifice of digital sirens. While none could rival the beauty of the woman before him, his experience fortified his resistance against her enchanting allure. He quickly regained his composure, aware that this stunning figure was, in fact, a malevolent demon, her appearance merely a deceptive facade crafted to ensnare him. Many of his colleagues within the Demon-Suppression Division had fallen prey to similar temptations, having opened their cells only to meet a tragic end. He could not follow in their misguided footsteps. Resolving to maintain his clarity, Qingfeng bit down hard on his tongue, swiftly regaining his focus, and sternly declared, "How dare you, demon? I see through your ruse. Your beguiling charms are but a facade." In the face of his reprimand, the woman remained silent, executing a graceful turn, and upon facing him again, her appearance had transformed entirely. She now embodied an equally breathtaking figure, yet one radiating an aura of icy elegance. A true queen. With an imperious tilt of her neck, she commanded, "Man, I order you to open the door at once." Qingfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Was she resorting to coercion? Her words held a strange power, compelling him to consider compliance. An urge to unlock the door surged within him. No, I cannot succumb." Qingfeng remained calm. "Think, where are you?" "This is the Demon-Suppression Division, home to vile creatures, not humans. She seeks to deceive you. Opening that door would mean death." He continued to murmur to himself, urging his resolve. "You are a transmigrator. Your destiny lies beyond this place. Turn away. Do not look back at her." With a deep breath, he turned his back to her. Phew. He exhaled heavily, the weight of his surroundings pressing upon him. Damn it. How can merely observing a cell be so perilous? This world is truly terrifying. Qingfeng had traversed into this realm merely 3 days prior, awakening in the body of a boy sharing his name. This realm bore resemblance to ancient China, yet here, demons and warriors roamed freely. The malevolent demons feasted on human flesh, with only the warriors capable of standing against them. Qingfeng's current role as a jailer in the Demon-Suppression Division tasked him with overseeing these creatures. The woman who had attempted to seduce him was undoubtedly one of those imprisoned demons. Man, you dare defy my command? I shall punish you severely. Her voice echoed from behind him. In a daze, Qingfeng thought he heard the sound of a whip cracking. It reverberated in his mind like a dark melody, flooding his senses. His heart raced uncontrollably. This was exhilarating. He felt an overwhelming urge to glance back, yet reason cautioned against it. To turn would mean succumbing to her seduction. Yet, a voice within him whispered, "What harm is there in a mere glance? The prison is fortified with enchantments. As long as I do not unlock the door, I am safe. Besides, there are guards outside ready to assist if trouble arises." This rationale momentarily swayed Qingfeng, and he decided to indulge his curiosity. With a sudden twist, he turned to face her. His senses surged, consumed by a singular thought: to unlock the door and step inside. Trembling, he retrieved the key from his waist, positioning it at the door, ready to turn. The woman's eyes glinted with a predatory hunger. But just as the key approached the lock, clarity struck him like a bolt of lightning, compelling him to resist her seduction through sheer willpower, beads of sweat forming on his brow. That was close. I almost fell in her trap. Thankfully, she is not my type. Otherwise, I might have lost control. Disappointment flickered in her eyes, yet upon hearing his words, a cold smirk curled her lips. Not your type? Sister can transform into any form that suits your fancy. With a flourish, she shifted once more, this time into an enchanting, youthful figure with twin ponytails, radiating an innocent charm. Brother, will you let me out? Please, pretty please. Her pouty lips and playful demeanor melted Qingfeng's resolve. Oh my heart. Qingfeng felt as if it might leap from his chest. Her calling him brother nearly disarmed him. He sensed his hands moving of their own accord, the key slipping into the lock, ready to turn. Yet, he held on with the last vestiges of his willpower. Do not open it. This little girl can be easily dealt with. What's so appealing about her? Qingfeng remained steadfast. Stockings are the true eternal idol. Brother, what is high silk? The little girl asked with wide, curious eyes. Qingfeng swallowed hard. Initially reluctant to respond, he found himself unable to resist the allure of those sparkling eyes and began to elaborate on the concept of high silk for the little girl. Upon hearing his explanation, her eyes sparkled with understanding, as she adorably nodded. Brother, is it like this? With that, the little girl transformed into a captivating beauty clad in high silk, her long legs accentuating her allure. My lord, do you find me beautiful? The enchanting figure in high silk teased. Boom! Qingfeng felt an explosion in his mind, followed by a sudden void. That moment. One thought echoed in his mind. In the face of sensuality, cuteness holds no value. Click! Qingfeng turned the key, and the prison door swung open. After all, who could resist a girl capable of such transformations? Chapter 2. Strengthened by demonic assault, Qingfeng trembled as he cautiously stepped into the cell. Inside, the woman's smile grew increasingly enchanting yet perilous. At that moment, Qingfeng appeared as a marionette, seemingly devoid of reason, moving closer to her side. The woman, gazing at Qingfeng, revealed a savage, bloodthirsty grin. In the blink of an eye, her alluring visage transformed drastically, unveiling a grotesque face with sharp fangs, a gaping maw that glimmered ominously as she lunged for his neck. Suddenly, a voice resonated deep within Qingfeng's soul. Detection of imminent demonic assault on host. The demonic assault strengthening system is now activated. Ding. You have been attacked by a corpse demon. Defense 1. The corpse demon paused, feeling as though it had bitten into stone, unable to pierce flesh. Qingfeng regained a flicker of clarity, faintly hearing a voice. Was it a system? Could it be that he possessed a system too? No matter. The allure of beauty outweighed any system. With that thought, the last vestige of clarity in his eyes faded. The corpse demon, undeterred, lunged again for Qingfeng's neck. Ding. You have been attacked by a corpse demon. Defense 1. What is that noise? Why does it keep interrupting me? Qingfeng seethed, abruptly lifting his head to locate the source of the sound. To his horror, he was met with the menacing visage of the corpse demon. Ah, a ghost. Qingfeng leaped as if electrified, finally snapping back to reality, realizing he had fallen for the demon's trap. Seeing Qingfeng escape its grasp, the corpse demon let out a furious roar and lunged at him. Qingfeng felt a blur before he was knocked to the ground, the demon's icy fangs sinking into his neck. This is it. Despair washed over him as he shut his eyes. Ding. You have been attacked by a corpse demon. Defense 1. Qingfeng's eyes flew open, filled with unbridled joy. It wasn't an illusion. There truly was a system. System, are you there? Affirmative, came the cold response. What functions do you offer? This system is known as the Demonic Assault Strengthening System. Its singular function is as the name implies. Please interpret it accordingly. Qingfeng pondered. Will I be killed by demons while growing stronger? No. As long as it is a demon, none can harm the host. It will only enhance your strength. With the system's affirmative reply, joy surged within Qingfeng. He glanced at the corpse demon still clinging to him, its large fangs gnawing at his neck. A chill ran down his spine. How grotesque. It nearly induced a panic. Smack. Qingfeng slapped the corpse demon across the face, exclaiming, transform back. Return the lady to me. Stunned, the corpse demon, having failed to bite through, was enraged by the audacity of this lowly human, seizing Qingfeng and lifting him high before slamming him down. Bang! A loud crash reverberated through the dungeon floor, which, fortified by a protective array, remained intact. Ding! You have been attacked by a corpse demon. Defense 2. Oh, how amusing. Qingfeng chuckled. A defensive 2? Is the corpse demon becoming desperate? It seems I must continue to provoke her. Haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. Oh right, I suppose I am your meal. My apologies for misjudging you. Roar. The corpse demon howled, raising her fists and hammering down on Qingfeng's chest like a relentless storm. Ding. You have been attacked by a corpse demon. Defense 3. It increased again. Qingfeng rejoiced, feeling warm currents reshaping his body, his muscles, skin, and bones growing tauter. The corpse demon did not relent after the initial blow, continuing to rain down strikes upon Qingfeng's chest. The alert sounds in Qingfeng's mind echoed incessantly. Ding ding ding. Yes, yes, hit harder, just like that, 80. 80. Qingfeng shouted encouragement, even rolling over to request a back rub, lamenting the aches from prolonged sitting. Ding ding ding. Hey, what's wrong? Are you slacking off? Hurry and exert your utmost strength, or I'll smack you. Roar. Thud thud thud. Ding ding ding. 050505. What is happening? The numbers are dwindling. As the host's defenses strengthen, the damage inflicted by the corpse demon diminishes, hence the reduction in bonuses. Does that mean I can't rely on this one demon to achieve invincibility? I need to seek a stronger foe? Indeed. Qingfeng frowned, then turned to deliver another slap to the corpse demon. Useless creature. He then adjusted his position, requesting, rub my legs. You vile human, how dare you strike me? I shall end your life. The corpse demon furiously hammered at Qingfeng's legs. Ding. Congratulations, host. Defense has reached its limit, acquiring the talent, bronze skin, iron bones. As the system's notification echoed, a powerful warmth coursed through Qingfeng, and a fleeting bronze glow shimmered across his skin. When the corpse demon's fist struck his legs, they produced metallic clangs, as though forging iron. The defense enhancement notification ceased, indicating that Qingfeng's defenses were now fully immune to the corpse demon's assaults, and further increases were no longer possible. Ah, you are ineffective now, Qingfeng remarked nonchalantly, rising amidst her blows. Breathless, the corpse demon halted, staring in disbelief at Qingfeng, who remained unscathed. Human, how are you so resilient? Qingfeng smirked. As a man, one must be strong. He then inquired, why haven't you transformed back? Is my speech ineffective? Seeing the corpse demon still dazed, his anger flared, and he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. With the newfound strength granted by bronze skin iron bones, Qingfeng found his power remarkably enhanced, beating the corpse demon into submission until it reluctantly reverted to the form of a human woman. Qingfeng gazed at the now vulnerable corpse demon, captivated by her beauty, especially with the bruises adorning her body, which somehow heightened her allure. Though he had no lascivious thoughts after witnessing her true form, he still indulged in the visual treat. Since you can no longer bolster my defenses, how about a dance? Something refreshing, perhaps? After a fragrant incense stick's duration, Qingfeng emerged from the corpse demon's cell, content, and locked the door behind him. Before leaving, he advised her, remember the postures I taught you, practice them well, and I shall return for another visit. Chapter 3. Mastery of the Iron Cloth. Stepping out of the corpse demon's cell, Qingfeng was eager to explore the next cell. Invigorated by the presence of the system, this place was truly a treasure trove for strengthening one's prowess. The Demon-Suppression Prison was divided into 3 levels. The first level contained low-tier demons and malevolent spirits. The second housed mid-tier entities, while the third was reserved for high-tier beings. As a junior demon hunter, Qingfeng was permitted to patrol only the first level. He lacked the rank to ascend to the second or third levels. To access the second level, one needed to be at least a yellow-tier demon hunter, and only those of mystical tier or higher could enter the third level. In the Dynasty, Officials within the Demon-Suppression Department were referred to as demon hunters. The exorcists are categorized into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with the Heaven rank being the highest and most powerful, while the Yellow rank stands in stark contrast. Qingfeng, a novice exorcist, occupies the lowest tier within the Demon-Suppression Department, akin to a temporary worker, and only upon formal recognition can he ascend to the Yellow rank, thereby gaining a permanent position and official status. Although he cannot access the 2nd and 3rd levels for now, the 1st level of the Demon Suppression Prison contains enough demons for Qingfeng to gradually hone his skills. Thus, he strides towards the next cell. At that moment, distant footsteps echoed, followed by a voice. Qingfeng, it's time to switch shifts. Cursing softly under his breath, Qingfeng felt a pang of frustration. Normally, he would welcome such a proclamation, but now, what did it mean to change shifts? The Demon Suppression Prison feels like home to me. I want to reside here daily. I refuse to leave. All right, I'm coming, Qingfeng replied reluctantly, turning to depart. He yearned to stay, yet the regulations of the Demon Suppression Department forbade it. Forcing the issue would only invite suspicion, as if he were being seduced by the demons. Qingfeng was acutely aware that his strength derived from being attacked by demons, not from mere resistance to them. A mere 2 characters made a world of difference in meaning. His future conduct would have to be governed by the principle. In public, I remain meek and benevolent. When facing demons, I strike with unyielding ferocity. Soon, Qingfeng completed the shift change and exited the Demon Suppression Prison. To his surprise, dawn had broken, and he realized he had unwittingly spent the entire night there. Indeed, joyful moments are fleeting. Under normal circumstances, he would have returned home by now to sleep soundly. However, the relentless enhancement of his defenses had fortified his constitution, leaving him wide awake despite the sleepless night. He hurried towards the scripture repository of the Demon Suppression Department to validate a hypothesis. Upon arriving at the repository, Qingfeng found it nearly deserted in the early morning. After presenting his identification token and confirming his identity, he made his way to the 1st level. Currently, as a novice exorcist, he was only permitted entry to this initial tier, which housed low-tier martial arts techniques, demon catalogs, and miscellaneous historical records. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of bookshelves, overwhelming to the senses. Fortunately, having visited the repository several times, Qingfeng felt somewhat familiar with the layout. He navigated to the external martial arts section and began his search according to the catalog. After a while, he emerged with a book titled Iron Cloth Shirt. This particular martial art, renowned for its widespread popularity, is recorded across various factions within the martial world, from esteemed sects to lesser sects, each harboring their own copies. Its prevalence stems from the fact that Iron Cloth Shirt is a straightforward technique, requiring no special talent. Anyone can practice it, and it is easily accessible. However, those truly gifted would seldom choose to pursue the Iron Cloth Shirt, for while initiation is simple, achieving mastery demands relentless dedication. Years of arduous effort are essential for significant progress. Its low cost-effectiveness discourages many, who would rather glean methods from it to strengthen their bodies without fully committing. Why then did Qingfeng select this book? Naturally, it was to test his hypothesis. The Iron Cloth Shirt is designed to condition the sinews, bones, and skin, rendering its practitioner impervious to blades and spears, truly a marvel of martial prowess. His innate talent for copper skin and iron bones fortuitously enhances the same attributes, creating an ideal synergy. Thus, Qingfeng speculated that with his copper skin and iron bones, he might be a prodigy in practicing the Iron Cloth Shirt, or perhaps a genius in external martial arts. After all, borrowing a low-tier external technique like the Iron Cloth Shirt incurs no cost. Upon exiting the repository, Qingfeng hastened to the training room. This space is where exorcists of the Demon Suppression Department practice, providing tranquility and safeguarded by arrays to prevent disturbances. Selecting a training room, he eagerly began to peruse the Iron Cloth Shirt manual. After a brief period, he closed the book, having memorized its myriad techniques and principles. His rapid comprehension was attributed to 2 factors: the simplicity of the Iron Cloth Shirt as a training method and his enhanced soul from having traversed worlds, endowing him with superior perception. After a moment of introspection, Qingfeng commenced his training according to the techniques outlined in the book. The manual indicated that ordinary individuals require 3 days to grasp the basics, while those with exceptional talent might achieve it in a single day. He pondered how much of an advantage his copper skin and iron bones would confer. Thus, the training began. A short while later, he was astonished to realize he had already grasped the fundamentals. This is astonishingly quick, Qingfeng exclaimed, his face alight with disbelief. He had anticipated some enhancement from his copper skin and iron bones in practicing the iron cloth shirt, but he had not expected such an extreme result. Mastery in mere moments? Could I have practiced a false iron cloth shirt? Summoning his strength, his muscles tensed and bulged, while a layer of iron blue hue enveloped his skin. Witnessing this transformation, Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The iron-like color was indeed the hallmark of having entered the iron cloth shirt's basic level. He had truly succeeded. Continue. Copper skin and iron bones. Let me discover your limits. Gu Qingfeng immersed himself in his training once more. An hour later, he marveled at his progress. Noting the black iron sheen on his skin, such rapid advancement suggested that he could achieve mastery of the iron cloth shirt by the end of the day. While others might toil for over a decade, he might accomplish it within a single day. I am indeed a genius in external martial arts. It seemed his hypothesis had been validated. His copper skin and iron bones talent harmonized perfectly with the iron cloth shirt, potentially aligning with all external martial techniques. As his proficiency in the iron cloth shirt deepened, Gu Qingfeng gained further insight into external martial training. He began to understand why he could advance so swiftly. For an ordinary person, mastering the iron cloth shirt is akin to forging a fine sword, requiring the repeated heating and hammering of raw iron to purify it, then shaping and sharpening it. Conversely, Gu Qingfeng, blessed with copper skin and iron bones, resembled a sword that is already formed but yet to be unveiled. He merely needed to sharpen it to reveal its brilliance. Glancing at the hourglass, he noted that 4 hours remained until his shift change, ample time to achieve mastery of the iron cloth shirt. Chapter 4. Whose card will be turned today? Time passes unnoticed in training, and 4 hours slipped away quietly. As the sun bid farewell to its final rays, Gu Qingfeng abruptly opened his eyes, which now gleamed brightly, sparkling like stars. The iron cloth shirt. Mastered. Exhaling a deep breath, joy flickered across his face. In the next moment, he sprang to his feet, his arms swinging wide, stretching his entire body. Suddenly, the bones throughout his body cracked audibly, akin to popping beans. Simultaneously, his skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, and his muscles appeared as if forged from steel. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng's defensive capabilities had doubled. With copper skin and iron bones, he resembled an unrefined natural jade. And the process of mastering the iron cloth shirt was akin to the meticulous sculpting of that jade, purifying it from its raw state. Now, the sculpting was complete, and he radiated brilliance. The mastery of the iron cloth shirt effectively concealed the prominence of his copper skin and iron bones talent, preventing it from being overly conspicuous. The training has concluded, and it's time for the night shift at the Demon-Suppression Prison. Let's proceed. What surprises might the demons within the prison hold for me today? Filled with joy and anticipation, Gu Qingfeng exited the training room and hurried towards the prison, eager not to waste a single moment. Before long, the ominous and terrifying Demon-Suppression Prison loomed before him. Gu Qingfeng navigated through layers of heavily armed guards and intricate formations, finally entering the depths of the prison. Zhang Zheng, I'm here to take over, he called out. Shortly after, a novice demon slayer named Zhang Zheng emerged hastily from within the prison, seemingly afraid to linger even a moment longer. Upon glancing at the sky, Zhang Zheng expressed his confusion. Why have you arrived so early today? You usually show up half an hour late. I'm merely a reformed rogue, determined to work diligently now, to show my appreciation for your hard work covering my shifts. I'll come an hour earlier every day from now on. How does that sound? Really? Zhang Zheng regarded Gu Qingfeng with skepticism, his inner doubts apparent. The Demon-Suppression Prison was a dreadful place, unfit for the living. Not only did one have to contend with the various demonic whispers, but a moment's carelessness could result in being afflicted by malevolent energies, potentially leading to severe illness or even the loss of one's cultivation, rendering one a mere shell of their former self. Only a fool would willingly spend an extra hour there daily. Absolutely true, Gu Qingfeng affirmed, eliciting joy from Zhang Zheng. Good brother, that's incredibly generous of you. I'll treat you to drinks in the future. I must take my leave now. Go ahead, Gu Qingfeng replied, watching Zhang Zheng retreat until he vanished from sight before turning to enter the prison. He gazed at the desolate and shadowy cells, a silent smile gracing his lips. The darkness enveloped Gu Qingfeng's face, lending his smile an eerie quality. Today, whose fate shall I decide? He chuckled uncontrollably. But first, let me check on my adorable little corpse spirit. I wonder if she has mastered her dance yet. Little corpse spirit, I'm here, Gu Qingfeng sang out, opening the door to her cell. Then bang, the door slammed shut. Damn human, what do you want again? The green-faced corpse spirit exclaimed, pressed against the corner in anger. Little corpse spirit, you've been naughty. Have you forgotten how to address me in just a day? Do you wish for punishment? Gu Qingfeng replied with a wicked grin. At the mention of punishment, the corpse spirit seemed to recall something dreadful, reluctantly uttering, Master. Ah, such a good girl. That is more like it. Now come on. Today I wish to see your dance. Quickly transform and show me how well you've practiced. Reluctantly, the corpse spirit transformed into an adorable little girl. Her delicate face marked with grievance and reluctance, yet she began to dance. Very good, very good. This is the feeling. Keep playing the music and continue dancing. Half an hour later, Gu Qingfeng left the little corpse spirit cell, his expression one of unfulfilled desire as he turned towards the next cell. The cells in the demon-suppression prison were widely spaced apart, designed to prevent communication among the demons. After a brief walk, he arrived at the next cell, which was securely locked with an iron door. Above the door was a small window, intended for observing the demons inside. However, most of the time, this window remained closed to prevent the demons from casting illusions. The little corpse spirit cell was no different, though Gu Qingfeng had succumbed to temptation yesterday. Drawn in by the inappropriate sounds emanating from within, and had taken a peek, leading to his current predicament. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Qingfeng politely tapped on the door instead of directly opening the small window. Is there a demon inside? Not every cell in the demon-suppression prison housed a demon. Many were empty, which is why Gu Qingfeng knocked. After waiting for a moment, silence reigned within the cell. No demons? Perhaps they're sleeping? Gu Qingfeng murmured, pressing his face against the small window in the iron door. Click. The small window was opened by Gu Qingfeng. Suddenly, a massive eyeball, comparable in size to an adult's fist and laced with spiderweb-like red veins, appeared in the opening. As Gu Qingfeng was close to the window, their eyes nearly met. Whoa! Gu Qingfeng was startled by the sudden appearance of the large eyeball, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. What the hell? He cursed, but before he could finish, the eerie bloodshot eyeball emitted a peculiar wave. This intangible and strange wave coursed through Gu Qingfeng's eyes like an electric current. In the next moment, his words ceased, his previously alarmed and enraged expression turning blank, as if he had become a simpleton. A glint of satisfaction flickered within the bloodshot eyeball. Then, a raspy voice emanated from the eye. You, my wretched servant, obey my command and open the prison door. Upon receiving the command, Gu Qingfeng's body became stiff, akin to a marionette, as he retrieved the key from his waist and slowly approached the door. Just then, a chime rang out. Ding! You have been attacked by the eye demon. Soul power -1. With the system's notification sounding, Gu Qingfeng felt a chill wash over his mind, followed by a return to clarity. Was that an ocular technique attack? He mused, a sense of horror creeping in. The earlier sensation had left him terrified, as if his consciousness had been stripped away, rendering him completely devoid of control over his own body. Inside the cell, the eye demon observed Gu Qingfeng standing before the door, yet he remained motionless, causing the demon's gaze to grow cold. At this moment, he was unaware that Gu Qingfeng had broken free from his control. Chapter 5. Ocular Technique Illusion. The blood-red eyeball of the eye demon released another strange wave. You, my wretched servant, I command you to open the prison door, the eye demon urged. Ding! You have been attacked by the eye demon. Soul power -1. Another icy current flowed through Gu Qingfeng's mind, bringing unprecedented clarity. He concealed the fact that he had regained control, feigning ignorance as he shakily pulled out the key and pretended to unlock the door. The joy in the eye demon's gaze was nearly overflowing, and he continued to urge, wretched servant, hurry, open the door. Finally, I can leave the demon-suppression prison. Those worthless fools from the demon-suppression office will feel my wrath when I escape. Wretched servant, indeed? Gu Qingfeng silently chuckled, his right hand at the door's base forming a fist before extending his index and middle fingers, a flash of azure gold shimmering atop them. I shall pierce your eyeball. Gu Qingfeng suddenly bellowed, his fingers darting upward like a striking serpent, aimed directly at the eye demon. The eye demon, lost in the joy of imminent escape, failed to react in time. When he finally registered what was happening, he only saw 2 azure gold fingers enlarging in his view. As Gu Qingfeng's fingers forcefully pierced into the large eyeball, the eye demon let out a chilling, heart-wrenching scream. My eye! My eye! The eyeball screeched. Retreating to the corner of the cell, Gu Qingfeng finally beheld the full form of the eye demon. It was composed entirely of a single eyeball and 2 bat wings. In simpler terms, it was a winged eye. At that moment, the eye demon's solitary eye was bleeding, its wings shielding it, while it wailed incessantly. Wretched human! I shall kill you! I shall kill you! The eye demon cried out repeatedly. Gu Qingfeng smiled. Click! That was the sound of the prison door unlocking. Gu Qingfeng stepped into the cell. Bang! That was the sound of the door slamming shut. How dare a mere eyeless creature speak so arrogantly? I have now entered. Dare you to kill me? You actually had the audacity to come in. The eye demon felt insulted. I shall make you regret ever coming into this world. With a snap, his pair of bat wings unfurled violently, revealing the blood-soaked, enormous orbs of his eyes. Those eyes suddenly began to glow with an exceedingly malevolent crimson light, illuminating the entire prison cell in an instant. Qingfeng could only feel a flash before the scene transformed. The prison cell had turned into an endless mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with a blood moon hanging high above and countless skeletons forming a path beneath. At the end of that path stood a grand throne made of flesh and bone, and upon that throne sat the eye demon. With a disdainful expression, the eye demon surveyed the world from his throne, behind which loomed an innumerable horde of grotesque demons, fervently shouting and bowing to their king. In such a setting, the eye demon appeared as an exalted deity, looking down upon Qingfeng as if he were but an insignificant ant. Kneel, contemptible human. The eye demon commanded with a voice like thunder, as though issuing a decree from the heavenly emperor. Simultaneously, the countless demons behind him rose in unison, bellowing, "Kneel." Their voices merged into a cacophony, akin to a tidal wave sweeping over the world. Feeling an overwhelming pressure akin to that of an ant, Qingfeng was compelled to kneel. Just then, a notification chimed. You have been attacked by the eye demon. Soul power, 10. In an instant, Qingfeng felt as if he had applied a cooling balm to his head, a refreshing clarity washing over him. Ding. Soul power has exceeded its limit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the eye technique. Illusion vision. Illusion vision. Qingfeng was elated. Had he obtained a skill? Suddenly, a chill surged into his eyes. How refreshing. A wave of coolness coursed through his gaze, and once the sensation subsided, he felt as though his eyesight had improved. Eager to test the illusion vision skill, Qingfeng unleashed a flash of crimson light from his eyes. In an instant, the illusion of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood was reversed. The same landscape remained. Mountains of corpses, a path of skeletons, a throne of flesh and bone. Yet now, it was Qingfeng who occupied the throne, while the eye demon was reduced to the status of an ant below. Qingfeng's sudden reversal of roles left the eye demon in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? The eye demon's eyes reflected incredulity, as if the very foundation of his worldview was crumbling. You have broken my eye technique. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Yes, yes. It is merely the illusion of the eye technique. The eye demon began to babble incoherently. Seated upon the throne with one leg crossed over the other, Qingfeng coldly declared, "Kneel." Behind him, millions of demons roared in unison, "Kneel. Kneel." Under the terrified gaze of the eye demon, an overwhelming force bore down upon him. No, no, no. The eye demon shrieked in terror, but to no avail. Lacking legs, he could only prostrate himself on the ground. Come here, Qingfeng commanded again, his voice resonating with authority as if the heavens themselves were obeying his command. The eye demon, completely unable to control his form, curled his tiny wings into a ball and rolled to Qingfeng's feet. Qingfeng leaned down, extending a finger while a sinister smile crept across his lips. Realizing Qingfeng's intent, the eye demon cried out in fear, "No, don't, please." Qingfeng's smile grew more pronounced as he thrust his two azure fingers towards the eye demon, exclaiming, "So you wish to kill me?" With each jab, the eye demon's screams grew more desperate. "You want me to regret entering this world, do you? Jab. Spare me. Spare me." The eye demon had now covered his eyes with his wings. "Unfurl your wings," Qingfeng commanded, and the eye demon's wings opened uncontrollably, exposing his glistening eyes, which darted in panic. "Weren't you just commanding me to kneel?" This time, Qingfeng did not use his finger but raised his fist, striking down upon the large eye. A high-pitched, hoarse scream escaped the eye demon before he fell silent, barely clinging to life. With a snap of his fingers, Qingfeng dispelled the illusion, returning the prison cell to its original state. The eye demon lay motionless on the ground, akin to a dead bat. Qingfeng stretched lazily, saying, "Since you provided me with a skill, I shall spare you. Rest well, I shall return." Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, the eye demon involuntarily twitched. Chapter 6. Young man. Come here. Qingfeng turned and exited the eye demon's prison. However, he did not proceed to the next cell immediately. Instead, he began to study the illusion vision skill. Having only hastily utilized it moments ago, he had yet to grasp its specifics. Thus, he immersed himself in the information about illusion vision in his mind. After a short while, Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with surprise. This illusion vision was indeed a formidable skill. It possessed the dual capabilities of control and illusion creation. Control allowed the caster to dictate the actions of the target, as Qingfeng had just compelled the eye demon to kneel without resistance. Illusion creation enabled the caster to immerse the target in any illusion of their choosing, with the nature of the illusion entirely dependent on the caster's design. However, the drawback of illusion vision was that it required direct eye contact to activate, and the target's soul power must not exceed that of the caster, or the effect would diminish significantly or even fail. In other words, the effectiveness of illusion vision hinged on the disparity between the caster's and target's soul power. The greater the difference, the stronger the illusion. Despite its evident flaws, Qingfeng was quite satisfied. After all, it was a skill with growth potential. Unlike the copper skin iron bones, which lacked adaptability, its defensive capabilities remained static. Illusion vision would enhance alongside the caster's soul power. Qingfeng estimated that with his current soul power, he could effectively use illusion vision against martial artists at the Gathering Chi stage, but against those at the Inner Chi stage, he could not be certain. At present, Qingfeng was merely a third-layer martial artist at the Gathering Chi stage, far from advancing to the Inner Chi stage, making it impossible to gauge the strength of Inner Chi martial artists. As far as Qingfeng knew, martial arts were divided into 5 major realms: Gathering Chi, Inner Chi, True Chi, Gang Chi, and Innate Master. These 5 realms corresponded to the 5 levels of demon slayers in the Demon-Subduing Division: Apprentice Demon Slayer, Yellow Rank Demon Slayer, Mysterious Rank Demon Slayer, Earth Rank Demon Slayer, and Heaven Rank Demon Slayer. Each martial arts realm further divided into 9 minor realms, from the 1st to the 9th layer, with 9 representing the pinnacle. Only upon reaching the 9th layer of the current realm could one break through to the next. As it stood, Qingfeng, a mere third-layer martial artist at the Gathering Chi stage, was still several realms away from the Inner Chi stage. The realm of Chi gathering, as its name implies, is the process of condensing the essence of heaven and earth within the body. If we liken the human form to a sponge, then the essence of heaven and earth is akin to the moisture in the air. As a sponge absorbs this moisture, it gradually becomes damp when it is completely saturated. It signifies that the physical body is brimming with vital energy, marking the peak of Chi gathering. Although Qingfeng's cultivation level is modest, he boldly asserts that even a martial artist at the pinnacle of Chi gathering would not stand as his equal in combat. Firstly, with his copper skin and iron bones, coupled with the perfected iron cloth technique, he possesses defenses that a mere Chi gathering practitioner cannot breach. At this stage, there are no extraordinary abilities. It merely involves the continuous accumulation of heaven and earth's essence, passively strengthening the body and enhancing attributes such as power and endurance. However, regardless of how formidable one's strength, they remain within the realm of mortals. Can a fist shatter steel? Clearly, it cannot. Thus, Qingfeng is already in an invulnerable position based on this fact alone. Furthermore, the illusion technique serves as a formidable weapon, which requires no further elaboration. Of course, these considerations are secondary. The primary factor is the system. In merely 2 days, it has rendered Qingfeng, a mere trifling practitioner of the 3rd layer of Chi gathering, invincible within his cohort. What might transpire in a few more days? If he were to sweep through the entire 3rd level of the Demon-Suppression Prison, who can say what the outcome would be against a heavenly tier demon exorcist? The future certainly holds promise. With a hopeful heart, Qingfeng approaches the next cell. He halts, raising his hand to politely knock on the door. Yet, before he can do so, an aged voice unexpectedly emanates from within the prison. "Young man, come here." "Oh, how forward." Qingfeng grinned, promptly opening the small window. This time, he was prepared, cautious of any sudden surprises. However, nothing alarming appeared. Peering inside, he beheld an elderly man, frail and white-haired, exuding a gentle demeanor. "Young man, have you come to collect materials for the talismans?" "Materials for talismans?" Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the implication. The old man continued to speak slowly. "It seems that the recent battles have put a strain on your Demon-Suppression Division. I recall the last time I provided materials was half a month ago. I did not expect you to run out so soon." Upon finishing, the old man reached into his voluminous robe, seemingly exerting effort to pull something forth, a hint of pain flickering across his kindly visage. "Here you go, young man." The old man produced a dark object, preparing to toss it through the small window. Qingfeng, still bewildered by the situation, receiving a gift upon first meeting, exhibited his audacity and extended his hand through the window to accept the offering. The old man was taken aback by this reckless act. Is this newcomer a fool? Having lived for over a century, He prided himself on his vast experiences, but had never encountered such a brazen exorcist. Extending a hand into the cell of monsters was akin to feeding a tiger at the zoo, not merely tossing food in, but reaching in with the meal. It was as if he feared the tiger would not be adequately fed. Hey, are you going to give it or not? Gu Qingfeng's patience wore thin as he held his hand out for an extended period. Only then did the old man react, eyeing Gu Qingfeng's robust arm and swallowing hard. Yet he made no unusual movements, simply handing over the item. Gu Qingfeng accepted it and brought it closer to inspect. What? This is merely a piece of bark? Suddenly, recalling the old man's mention of talismans and the tearing motion he had made, Gu Qingfeng's thoughts aligned. The old man must be a tree spirit. The bark he bore could be utilized for crafting talismans. It appears that the Demon-Suppression Division frequently sought out his bark. What a clever strategy. No wonder they established the Demon-Suppression Prison. It serves as an entirely renewable resource. However, with demons like the Corpse Charm and I-Demon, what resources could they possibly provide? Could it be that the higher-ups of the Demon-Suppression Division, like himself, also have a penchant for performance? Gu Qingfeng did not dwell on this thought for too long, as it was a matter that could lead to unsettling conclusions, perhaps involving the secrets of certain powerful figures. Since the bark could craft talismans, it must hold some monetary value, so Gu Qingfeng accepted it. Yet, upon receiving it, Gu Qingfeng found himself in a quandary. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's bowl must not strike. Having accepted the gift, it would be improper to resort to violence afterward. Just as he pondered whether to move to another cell, the old man spoke again. Young man, are you in a hurry to report back? If not, would you mind keeping an old man company? I have been confined in this demon-suppression prison for 10 years, and in that time, I have scarcely spoken to anyone. As my life draws to a close, I yearn for some company to alleviate my troubled heart. Sure, what shall we talk about? Gu Qingfeng replied readily. To be honest, he was quite curious about demons. Typically, martial artists and demons engage in mutual slaughter, belonging to different races with nearly zero communication. The old man, delighted by Gu Qingfeng's willingness, felt a surge of joy. Ah, how easy it is to deceive a fool. Let me share my tale with you, the old man began, his expression turning pensive. Great. I love stories. Gu Qingfeng exclaimed with enthusiasm. A century ago, in Jixing County, there was a small village named Zhangjia Village, known for its simple folk and isolation. A boy named Zhang Heng inadvertently planted a small sephora tree. The old man observed Gu Qingfeng's earnest attention, secretly reveling in his fortune. Today he had encountered a rare fool. He would slowly coax the young man into opening the door. Click! The prison door swung open. The old man, still narrating, abruptly halted, staring at Gu Qingfeng, who had stepped inside, his eyes widening in shock. What is happening? Why is this not following the script? My story is not yet complete, and I have not disclosed the secret treasure. How did you enter? The old man exclaimed, astonished. I am a demon. Do you not fear that I shall devour you? Gu Qingfeng plopped down beside the old man, patting his shoulder. I can see you are a good demon. Besides, listening to a story through a door lacks the same feeling. This remark left the old man utterly speechless. What should he do next? Continue with the storytelling or resort to violence? The old man gazed at Gu Qingfeng, who was now within arm's reach, and contemplated these two options. Please continue. I wish to hear more. What happened to the sephora tree? Gu Qingfeng inquired with sincere curiosity. The sephora grew large and became a demon, subsequently devouring all the villagers of Zhangjia Village. As he spoke, the benevolent expression on the old man's face vanished, replaced by a visage of savage malevolence. Gu Qingfeng blinked. Is that the end of the story? The old man glared menacingly at Gu Qingfeng, his voice twisted and cold. Indeed, it is finished. In that instant, numerous thick branches erupted from his body, swiftly enveloping the entire cell, his aged visage transforming into one resembling dry bark. Furiously, Gu Qingfeng retorted, What the hell? What kind of story is that? With a resounding slap, he struck the old man's bark-like face, leaving the old man momentarily dazed. Could you not exhibit a bit of professionalism? Can you not finish the story before attacking? Do you realize that your actions are no different from those who interrupt tales? Human, to dare strike me at the brink of death. I shall make you my sustenance. The old man seethed with rage. In the next moment, countless vines and branches, like serpents, surged toward Gu Qingfeng, swiftly ensnaring him entirely, leaving only his head exposed. Then, the vines constricted violently, applying overwhelming pressure across Gu Qingfeng's body. This force, unlike the punch of the corpse charm, was a compressive power acting upon him entirely. Ding! You have been attacked by the century-old sephora demon. Strength 5. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through Gu Qingfeng's body, and he felt as if his strength had exploded, filling him with an inexhaustible vigor. This sensation of newfound power exhilarated him. Please, exert a bit more force. I can handle it, he thought. Even in the face of death, you dare to be obstinate. I shall see whether your bones are as resilient as your tongue. The old man barked angrily. The vines tightened their grip relentlessly. Ding. You are under attack by the century-old Sephora tree demon. Strength, 55-55. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has surpassed its limits. And you have acquired the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. The strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. 1 bull's strength is equivalent to 1,000 pounds. Thus, 9 bulls amount to 9,000 pounds, and 1 tiger's strength is 8,000 pounds, making 2 tigers a total of 16,000 pounds. Altogether, the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers is 25,000 pounds. 25,000 pounds of immense power. Chapter 8, Spiritual Weapon. Qingfeng was ecstatic. Before he could even reflect on this, he felt a tremendous force erupt from deep within him, flooding his entire being, compelling him to roar at the heavens. Ah! Qingfeng bellowed, unleashing all his strength as the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers activated instantly. In an instant, the vines binding him snapped and flew apart, leaving the prison strewn with remnants of branches and vines. The Sephora tree demon looked on in shock, disbelief etched across its face. Wonderful, Qingfeng exclaimed, desperate to unleash the torrent of power within him. But the prison contained only himself and the Sephora tree demon. Thus, he could only cast a fiery gaze and a sinister smile in the direction of the demon. Don't come near me, the Sephora tree demon cried, sensing impending doom. Shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your rescue, Qingfeng sneered. An hour later, a bruised old man, covered in vines, cautiously massaged a young man. Indeed, it was the Sephora tree demon and Qingfeng. After an hour of stern instruction, the Sephora tree demon had completely reformed its ways. While massaging, it continued narrating the unfinished story. So, your transformation from an ordinary Sephora tree into a demon was due to that spiritual weapon? Qingfeng inquired casually. The bruised Sephora tree demon replied cautiously, yes, master. The spot where I was planted happened to conceal a wood-attribute spiritual weapon. I was nurtured day and night by that weapon, allowing me to take form. What sort of spiritual weapon is so formidable? It must be at least a mysterious grade spiritual weapon, right? Qingfeng asked in astonishment. Spiritual weapons are powerful weapons endowed with spirit, classified into 4 grades: earth, heaven, mysterious, and yellow. Master, your insight is remarkable. That weapon is called the Wood King's Sword, a superior grade earth-level spiritual weapon from a century ago. However, it appears to be damaged, and its spirit has waned over the years, reducing its grade to a low-grade mysterious weapon. Huh, I suspect it is more than just damaged. Over the past century, you must have absorbed quite a bit of its spirit to transform, hence the significant drop in its grade, Qingfeng remarked. Master, your insight is indeed remarkable. Enough flattery. Where is the Wood King sword hidden? Qingfeng demanded. When the demon exterminators from the Demon-Suppression Division came to capture me, I knew I was no match for them, so I specifically concealed the Wood King's sword in a very secret location, known only to me. Smack. Qingfeng delivered a sharp slap. I absolutely detest when people beat around the bush. Get to the point. Yes, master. The Wood King's sword is hidden beneath the mountain god temple at the back of Zhangjia village in Jixian, the Sephora tree demon stammered. If you had said so sooner, it would have been fine. Must you be beaten to be straightforward? Truly a troublesome creature. Now stop with the massage. I have to move on to the next place. I will return tomorrow. Yes, master, please take care. We welcome your next visit, the Sephora tree demon hurriedly said, opening the prison door and bowing as it watched Qingfeng depart. Qingfeng patted his backside as he left. He glanced at the time and cursed under his breath. Damn, it's all this Sephora tree demon's fault for being so verbose. A simple story took so long. It's almost dawn. There's no time to visit the next one. By the time I get there, the shift will probably change. Qingfeng thought helplessly, resigning himself to the situation. He certainly did not wish to engage in friendly conversation with a demon when Zhang Zheng might unexpectedly appear. Thus, he returned to the cell of the little corpse demon for a brief rest, awaiting the shift change. Corpse demon, loosen my muscles, no lowly for me. Bring me a mature lady in professional attire. Yes, just like that. However, moments later, Qingfeng suddenly stood up. The corpse demon, who had been massaging, quickly crouched down, covering its head with its hands, fearing it had pressed too hard and angered Qingfeng. But Qingfeng declared, no, something feels amiss. He surveyed the surroundings and realized what was lacking. The prison's environment was too harsh and oppressive. Stay here, I will be right back. After a stick of incense, Qingfeng returned, holding a despondent-eyed demon, its large eyes still oozing blood. The corpse demon stared in confusion, unsure why Qingfeng had brought another demon. Qingfeng quickly slapped the eye demon. Hurry, according to my instructions, create an illusion for me. The eye demon begrudgingly complied. Its blood-red eyes emitted a beam of crimson light, and as the light faded, the corpse demon's cell was transformed. It became infused with modern aesthetics, hot springs, baths, tea tables, steam rooms, marble floors, dazzling chandeliers, and a lavish bed. Qingfeng was overjoyed. Just like that. Perfect. Now it feels right. I'm tempted to get a membership card. Come on, little corpse demon, continue. Half an hour later, Qingfeng reluctantly left the little corpse demon's cell. As Zhang Jing had arrived for the shift change. This time, Zhang Jing appeared exuberant. What is you in such high spirits today? Did you step in dog poop? Qingfeng teased. Zhang Jing shot him an annoyed glance before excitedly declaring, something big has happened at the Demon-Suppression Division. What kind of big event? Qingfeng asked. Intrigued. I just heard the news. A few days ago, Lord Yang, the mysterious grade demon exterminator, led a team to the Withered Bone Forest to slay demons. And the entire army was annihilated. Annihilated? Qingfeng looked at Zhang Jing with curiosity. Why are you so excited about the entire army being wiped out? Do you have enemies among them? Not that. Think about it. Our branch of the Demon-Suppression Division has always been fully staffed. And now with 4 yellow-grade demon exterminators and 1 mysterious-grade demon exterminator dead, there are plenty of vacancies. Qingfeng suddenly understood Zhang Jing's excitement regarding job opportunities. In the workplace, how many people await their superiors to retire or pass away so they can ascend the ranks? Wait, even if there are vacancies for yellow-grade demon exterminators, what does that have to do with you? If I recall correctly, you're only at the 4th level of the Qi gathering stage, aren't you? There's no way it could be your turn. Qingfeng queried. I know it won't be my turn, Zhang Jing replied, annoyed. Yellow-grade demon exterminators are typically only held by martial artists at the inner Qi stage. Among our apprentice demon exterminators, there are 4 who have already reached the inner Qi stage, but unfortunately, there have been no vacancies, so they could not be promoted. Now that 4 yellow-grade demon exterminators are dead, those 4 will be the happiest, directly promoted to full positions. That leaves 1 vacancy. Wait, didn't 4 yellow-grade demon exterminators die? That makes 5 vacancies. Zhang Jing looked at Qingfeng as if he were foolish. And with Lord Yang, the mysterious grade demon exterminator, also dead, that position will naturally be filled by one of the yellow-grade demon exterminators, making a total of 5 yellow-grade vacancies. Qingfeng finally understood. So what about the remaining vacancy? All the apprentice demon exterminators at the inner Qi stage have been promoted. What to do? Naturally, there will be a competition. In the realm of inner energy, there are only 4 apprentice demon slayers, yet 5 vacancies remain. The last vacancy can only be filled by an apprentice from the Gathering Qi realm. However, there are dozens of practitioners at the 9th level of Gathering Qi. To whom shall the position be granted? The only solution is to hold a competition, set to take place in 3 days. When I first arrived, I was struck by the throngs of people gathering in the hall to register, and many others were simply there to spectate. 3 days hence, a thought flickered in Qingfeng's mind. Is the competition limited solely to apprentice demon slayers at the 9th level of Gathering Qi? Certainly not. Registration has no restrictions, and several practitioners at the 8th level have signed up. However, those at the 8th level are mostly indulging in fanciful dreams of competing beyond their means. After all, overcoming a higher tier is no trivial feat. It is certain that the ultimate victor will emerge from the ranks of those at the 9th level. Let me tell you, the most outrageous part is that even an apprentice at the 7th level has registered. One must be quite ignorant of their own limitations to dare to sign up. To challenge 2 levels higher is akin to chasing after the wind. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng fell into deep contemplation. This appears to be an opportunity, the chance to ascend to the rank of yellow-tier demon slayer. Qingfeng has longed for access to the 2nd and 3rd layers of the demon suppression prison. To enter the 2nd layer, one must become a yellow-tier demon slayer. If he were to follow the conventional path to achieve this rank, he would be waiting an eternity, yet here lies a chance to leap to greatness in one bound. However, participating in the competition may expose his true strength, potentially inviting unwarranted troubles. While demons cannot harm him, practitioners certainly can. Engaging in a high-profile competition is at odds with his inherently low-key disposition. Qingfeng found himself in a quandary. He had never contemplated the possibility of defeat, for losing seemed a daunting prospect. With his ironclad physique, mastery of the iron cloth technique, illusionary vision, and immense strength. One of these abilities alone could easily overpower those at the 9th level of gathering Qi, not to mention Qingfeng possesses 4 of them. To discuss strength alone, the maximum force achievable at the 9th level is merely 9 bulls, equating to 9,000 pounds. Yet, he wields a staggering 25,000 pounds of might. The disparity is glaringly evident. After a moment of reflection, Qingfeng resolved to participate in the competition. Fortune favors the bold. Zhang Jing, observing Qingfeng lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, why are you asking about this? You don't mean to enter the competition, do you?" Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. Zhang Jing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Huh? How did I never notice your sense of humor before? You competing? You're at the 3rd level of gathering Qi. Even lower than I am." Qingfeng, uninterested in his mockery, inquired, "Where do I sign up?" Zhang Jing was stunned. "You can't be serious. Enough chatter. Registration is about to close." "Brother Gu, you truly dare to dream. Do you know what others will call that apprentice at the 7th level after he registers? They'll call him a fool, utterly unaware of his own limitations. If they view a 7th level practitioner this way, how do you think they'll regard you? At the 3rd level? They'll surely think you've lost your mind, an outright lunatic." Qingfeng remained unfazed. "As long as I win, they will all fall silent. Now tell me, where is the registration location?" Zhang Jing, seeing Qingfeng's determination, recalled something and shot him a complex glance. "At the Jingqi Hall." With a nod, Qingfeng turned and departed. After he left, Zhang Jing hastily retrieved the Demon-Suppression manual from his belongings, flipping to the section on how to deal with being bewitched by demons. At that moment, Jingqi Hall was bustling with activity, alive with excitement. Only a small fraction of attendees were there to register for the competition. The majority were merely spectators, as the apprentice demon slayers at the 8th and 9th levels were relatively few, totaling only a few hundred, yet the crowd exceeded 1,000. In the central theme of slaying demons, such a lively competition was a rare occurrence, thus drawing many onlookers. At the entrance of Jingqi Hall, a table was set up where a low-ranking steward sat, registering participants. Name, cultivation level, position. "I am Hu Banqing, at the 9th level of gathering Qi. An apprentice demon slayer of the 7th squad." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Is that Hu Banqing? I heard he single-handedly slayed an armored zombie." "What? He managed to kill an armored corpse? Though those creatures are slow and cumbersome, they are impervious to blades, typically only slain by those of the inner energy realm. How can he be so formidable at just the 9th level? Ah, but you forget about Bai Ma Ming." "What? The heir of Bai Ma Liang Yinchang. Bai Ma Ming. He is competing too?" "Of course. I saw him register not long ago. He had just returned from slaying a demon. His silver spear still stained with blood, truly menacing. This competition promises to be a spectacle, a true clash of titans. By the way, brotherly, didn't you just advance to the 8th level of gathering Qi? Why not give it a shot? Try? Are you mad? Just look at who's entering the competition. The 8th level is mere cannon fodder. If overcoming tears were so easy, why would we toil to advance?" "Next," the steward called, not lifting his head as he registered the next participant. At that moment, a youth with sharp eyebrows and a frosty demeanor stepped forth, cradling a sword. Yi Xian, 7th level of gathering Qi, apprentice demon slayer of the 12th squad. The steward looked up in surprise. "You wish to register?" "Indeed," Yi Xian replied succinctly. The surrounding crowd erupted in disbelief. "Did I hear correctly? A mere 7th level dares to compete? Has this kid even woken up? Ha! Another dreamer has emerged. I wouldn't dare register at the 8th level, and here he is at the 7th, truly oblivious." Hearing the mockery, Yi Xian frowned and retorted, "Humph. A bunch of frogs in a well. If victories were solely determined by cultivation, what use would there be for martial skill? Why not simply reveal our levels and have done with it?" Lacking the courage to challenge, yet daring to scoff at others. How ignorant. The crowd, incensed by Yi Xian's words, began to shout angrily. Had the steward not been present, a brawl may have ensued. I call this self-awareness, unlike some who know not their place. Exactly. Take a good look at yourself before you speak. Just as tensions rose, a voice broke through the clamor. "Brother Yi speaks wisely. If victories were determined by levels alone, what would be the point of martial arts?" "I wholeheartedly agree." The unexpected voice drew countless gazes, filled with ire. A youth with a charming visage and a smile emerged from the throng. It was Qingfeng. Unfazed by the hostile glances directed at him, Qingfeng smiled. "Brother Yi, your courage is admirable and inspires me greatly. I had hesitated to register due to my low cultivation, but now, inspired by you, I too shall join the fray." Yi Xian did not know Qingfeng, but feeling supported, his heart warmed slightly. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Your words of righteousness are commendable. What of low cultivation? As martial practitioners, we must possess the heart to brave dangers and confront formidable foes. If we shy away from those stronger than ourselves today, tomorrow will be no different. There will always be those with greater prowess. Does that mean we should never draw our swords? Yi Xian's fervent words ignited a passionate response among the onlookers, many of whom were at the 7th level of body refinement, feeling inspired to the point of applause. Well said. I too am at the 7th level of Qi gathering, and I wish to enlist. What does it matter if my cultivation is low? Who does not yearn to take a chance? If one does not aspire to become a yellow-grade demon slayer's apprentice, are they truly a worthy apprentice? I wish to join as well. And I. Madness ensued, as a throng of 7th level Qi gatherers seemed to revel in chaos. At that moment, Qingfeng interjected, Brother Yi, your words resonate deeply, yet I find myself somewhat hesitant. My cultivation is, after all, rather modest. Yi Xian promptly interrupted, My friend, I too possess humble cultivation, yet I have chosen to enlist. And look at these comrades. They have all chosen to join. Indeed. We are all at the 7th level of Qi gathering. What is there to fear? Let us enlist together. Someone encouraged Qingfeng. Feeling embarrassed, Qingfeng scratched his head. I am not quite like you. My cultivation is even lower. Upon hearing this, the lively crowd fell into stunned silence. Even lower? Are you at the 6th level of Qi gathering? You have not even reached the late stage? Yi Xian was taken aback, thinking, what business does a 6th level Qi gatherer have in this gathering? It is essential to note that levels 1 through 3 of Qi gathering are considered early stages, 4 through 6 are mid stages, and 7 through 9 are late stages. The disparity between each stage is immense. The gap between the 6th and 7th levels is far greater than that between the 7th and 8th levels. However, recognizing that Qingfeng was the first to support him, Yi Xian refrained from discouraging him and continued, Excellent. Your courage is commendable. To participate at the 6th level of Qi gathering is truly admirable. As the saying goes, it is the experience that matters. Yes, indeed. Many echoed in agreement. Qingfeng, feeling awkward, scratched his head again. Actually, I am not at the 6th level. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. All comforting remarks vanished. Suddenly, someone blurted out, You. At the 5th level of Qi gathering, what do you think you are doing here? In fact, I am not even at the 5th level. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yi Xian, at a loss for words, directly asked, My friend, what is your actual cultivation level? The crowd leaned in, curiosity etched upon their faces. I am at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Silence. A strange, eerie stillness. Chapter 10, Challenge Beyond 6 Levels. The 3rd level of Qi gathering. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. They could hardly comprehend how someone at the 3rd level would dare to compete with those at the 9th level. Typically, one would only challenge an opponent 1 or 2 levels above their own. This was unprecedented. The murmurs of astonishment crescendoed. Heavens! Did I hear that correctly? A 3rd level Qi gatherer dares to sign up? Surely this person has lost their mind. To challenge 6 levels above? This is not merely a case of eggs against stones. This is akin to a person throwing themselves against a boulder. Yi Xian's lips twitched. My friend, you cannot be serious. I assure you, I am truly at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. If you do not believe me, look. As Qingfeng spoke, he unabashedly unleashed his aura, and indeed, a faint, distinct presence of a 3rd level Qi gatherer emanated from him. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Yi Xian, his stoic demeanor shattered, could only express his shock. Brother, I must advise you to return and cultivate further. Return. Qingfeng's voice rose an octave. But you just said, what does it matter if one's cultivation is low? If victories are solely determined by cultivation, why not simply reveal one's level? Brother, Yi Xian hastily interrupted. The crux of the matter is that your cultivation is exceedingly low. Qingfeng retorted. So what if my cultivation is low? Can you guarantee that every opponent you face will be of lesser cultivation? Will you surrender upon encountering someone stronger? If you do not dare to draw your sword today, will you dare tomorrow? That would mean a lifetime of inaction. Furthermore, he who does not aspire to be a yellow-grade demon slayer's apprentice is not a commendable apprentice. Participation is what truly matters. Yi Xian and the surrounding crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the familiarity of his words. Qingfeng, amidst their silence, calmly approached the attendant and submitted his details. My name is Qingfeng. My cultivation is at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, and I serve as a jailer in the Demon-Suppression prison. With that, he waved his hand and departed, leaving the crowd and the attendant in a state of stunned disbelief. After Qingfeng's departure, the crowd erupted into chaos. He truly signed up. A 3rd level Qi gatherer dared to enlist? Madness. Absolute madness. The sensation was akin to a primary school student declaring their intent to top the National College entrance examination. It was overwhelmingly shocking. Gu Qingfeng had become a sensation. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. It would not be long before Gu Qingfeng's name echoed throughout the Demon-Suppression Division. However, Gu Qingfeng was unbothered by such fame, for he was destined to become the champion of the tournament and ascend to the rank of a yellow-grade demon slayer, at which point he would be renowned regardless. Having resolved to be audacious, he chose to be utterly so. Fame must be seized early. After registering, Gu Qingfeng turned towards the Demon-Suppression Prison. But this time he did not head into the prison cells. Instead, he sought out the warden on the first floor to request a few days off, fabricating an excuse of family matters. The jailers at the Demon-Suppression Prison receive a day off each month, which can be accumulated. Gu Qingfeng's previous self had not taken a break for several months, amassing several days just for this occasion. After securing his leave, Gu Qingfeng proceeded to the horse market in Wutong County, where he spent his entire fortune, 2 taels of silver, to purchase a steed of inferior quality. And then he set off from the city. His destination was Zhangjia village in Jixing County. Indeed, Gu Qingfeng aimed to retrieve the Wooden King's Sword, a low-grade mysterious weapon. As mentioned by the Locust Tree Spirit, such a weapon is invaluable and scarce. Even a yellow-grade demon slayer might not possess one, underscoring its worth. To avoid any unforeseen delays, Gu Qingfeng needed to acquire the Wooden King's Sword promptly. After all, his system does not provide for weapons or medicinal items. Jixing County is a part of Wudong County, not too far away. With a swift horse, it could be reached in a single day. Clippity-clop. With the help of the inferior steed, Gu Qingfeng quickly found himself on the official road. The official road, constructed by the government, serves as the main thoroughfare, typically safe for travelers and less prone to encounters with demons. However, Gu Qingfeng did not take the official road. Instead, he pulled the reins and turned his steed onto a remote, uninhabited path. The shortcut was expedient but perilous, as it wound through wooded trails, the natural habitat of demons. While daytime was manageable, encountering a demon at night was a matter of luck. Therefore, a sensible individual would avoid such paths unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Gu Qingfeng was no ordinary individual. He relished the prospect of encountering demons in the wild, as it would add an element of excitement to his journey. On the secluded path, Gu Qingfeng galloped, flanked by dense trees that seemed to retreat in his wake, while the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Save for the occasional chirping of birds, the environment of this world was truly magnificent. Observing the lush greenery and towering trees, Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of joy. In such a picturesque setting, he longed to compose a poem, but lacking any literary prowess, he could only press on. Time slipped away, and soon darkness enveloped the land. As the sun sank, night descended like a terrifying beast, opening its gaping maw to devour the entire realm. In light of the circumstances, Gu Qingfeng had long been prepared. He casually severed a nearby branch, gathered some dry grass and kerosene, and wrapped them with special cloth. After lighting a small fire, a makeshift torch emerged. The manual of the Demon-Suppression Department had cautioned against lighting fires in the wilderness at night. Although flames could ward off wild beasts, they also attracted the attention of lurking demons hidden in the darkness. Gu Qingfeng, however, was unconcerned. He was growing weary of the lack of demon encounters. After walking with the torch for some time, he suddenly beheld a cluster of glowing, spherical objects in the dense forest ahead. They floated in the air, resembling a multitude of watchful eyes, all fixated upon him. Gu Qingfeng was overjoyed. Finally, his wait had borne fruit. With a wild cry, he dismounted and charged toward the radiant entities. But, to his dismay, they turned out to be fireflies. Cursed be it, these fireflies from another world appeared more like ghastly eyes, fooling no one. Frustrated, Gu Qingfeng continued his journey, unperturbed. Eventually, he arrived at the dilapidated temple of the mountain god behind Zhangjia village. Gazing at the crumbling structure, he sighed, pondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Remarkably, he hadn't encountered a single demon along the way. His luck seemed akin to a day spent racing on a highway without being struck by a vehicle. Deciding to retrieve the Wood King's Sword, Gu Qingfeng trudged to the designated spot indicated by the Locust Tree Spirit and began to dig. The Tree Spirit had buried it deeply, but Gu Qingfeng possessed immense strength, making the task effortless. After an incense stick's worth of time, he had excavated 5 meters and finally struck something solid. Elated, he hurriedly unearthed the object, revealing a sword. Chapter 11. The Wood King's Sword. It was a uniquely crafted wooden sword. Its distinctive design reminded Gu Qingfeng of his childhood when his father, unwilling to buy him toys, would fashion a sword from a branch with a few deft strokes of his knife, creating a plaything for his son. Was this the Wood King's sword? Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened. He resolved to test the sword. Should the locust tree spirit have deceived him, he would return to carve it into a weapon. With a clang, Gu Qingfeng unsheathed his long blade and summoned all his might to strike the Wood King's sword fiercely. A sharp crack echoed. The sword shattered. Not the long blade, but the Wood King's sword. The locust tree spirit was doomed. Enraged, Gu Qingfeng couldn't believe he had been outwitted by a mere tree. As he raged, he suddenly froze mid-sentence, staring in disbelief at the broken sword in his hand, which had inexplicably reformed. Moreover, the other half of the blade, lying on the ground, seemed to come to life, burrowing into the earth. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. From the spot where the blade had plunged into the ground, numerous vines, as thick as a man's arm, erupted, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, thrashing toward Gu Qingfeng. Startled, he instinctively raised the Wood King's sword. The vines halted, as if recognizing their master. Intrigued, Gu Qingfeng began to grasp the sword's purpose. He pointed it at a nearby stone over a meter high, and the vines obeyed his command, swiftly wrapping around the stone and crushing it to dust. Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized the true potential of the Wood King's sword. What a treasure! He needed to perform a blood oath to claim it as his own. He gently traced the sword's edge against his finger, but it did not break the skin, leaving only a faint white mark. Suddenly, it dawned on him that, despite his formidable physique, the Wood King's sword, although classified as a mystical weapon, was not particularly sharp. Its edge was comparable to that of an ordinary blade. Frustrated, Gu Qingfeng pondered how to proceed with the blood oath. At that moment, the sword seemed to sense his dilemma, sprouting delicate vines that pierced into his arm. Ouch! Damn it! That hurts! He exclaimed, recalling the fear of having blood drawn during medical checkups. As his blood flowed, he felt an overwhelming connection to the Wood King's sword, a sensation akin to an extension of his own limbs. Was this what it meant to wield a spiritual weapon? Indeed, it possessed a consciousness. Yet, it continued to siphon his blood. Before long, Gu Qingfeng felt dizzy and shouted, "Stop! Stop now, or I will bury you again." At his command, the Wood King's sword ceased its thirst. Breathing heavily, he was astonished by its malevolence. What Gu Qingfeng didn't realize was that spiritual weapons did not simply accept any master. They required a wielder with sufficient strength to handle them. Otherwise, the bonding process could prove fatal. Typically, spiritual weapons required at least a practitioner of the inner Qi realm to wield them, as only those with inner Qi could sustain the weapon's hunger. Gu Qingfeng, being at the gathering Qi realm with only a modicum of energy, was exceptionally robust, allowing him to endure the process without succumbing. After a while, Gu Qingfeng regained his composure, his eyes now filled with joy. During the bonding, he gleaned insights about the Wood King's sword's capabilities. This sword, once a high-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon, retained considerable power and versatility, even if its abilities had diminished. Notably, the Wood King's sword could regenerate, much like a tree sprouting new branches if provided with ample nourishment. The locust tree spirit had proven reliable, it had not deceived him, and the Wood King's sword was indeed formidable. Gu Qingfeng contemplated rewarding the spirit by liberating it, for being confined in the demon-suppression prison was a torment. After all, it had once drawn upon the sword's essence. Ending its life could restore much of the sword's former glory. Little did the poor locust tree spirit know that it believed its gift of the Wood King's sword would endear it to Gu Qingfeng, granting it a more favorable existence in the prison. Instead, Gu Qingfeng intended to turn against it. As he secured the Wood King's sword and prepared to leave the temple, he suddenly felt a chill overhead. Looking up, he realized it was raining. Chapter 12. Additional costs. Cursed be the misfortune, Gu Qingfeng muttered under his breath. Despite the blood loss, his robust constitution would protect him from falling ill, even in the heaviest rain. However, he had no intention of traveling in the downpour, as he only wore this outfit. If it became soaked, he would have to return in uncomfortable, damp clothing, and the thought of soggy attire clinging to him was unbearable. Thus, Gu Qingfeng turned and entered the mountain god's temple to seek refuge from the rain. The rain intensified, showing no signs of abating anytime soon. It appeared that tonight would have to be spent in the dilapidated mountain temple. Pushing open the creaking, worn door, I was greeted by a sight of overgrown weeds enveloping the ancient structure. At the center stood a towering statue of the mountain deity, once majestic and imposing, now grotesquely distorted, the colors of its paint faded and melting like a disarrayed palette. Most alarming of all was the absence of its head, a gaping wound at the neck resembling the result of a ferocious beast's bite. Ignoring the eerie presence of the statue, I tethered my horse in a corner and settled down in a vacant space. According to the records in the Demon-Suppression Manual, the mountain deity, revered and worshipped by the people, harnessed the collective will of the masses to possess certain powers of exorcism and protection. Thus, the shattering of its statue indicated the presence of a formidable demon that could disregard the deity's influence, a sign of dire misfortune. Caution was advised. However, what spelled calamity for the average person signified immense fortune for me. I gathered some dry grass and twigs, igniting a small fire, and retrieved a simple flatbread from my pack to roast. Out in the wilderness, one had to make do with limited resources. As I tended to the fire, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. My spirits lifted. Could it be demons seeking me out? How delightful. Then, I heard voices. Miss, the rain is quite heavy tonight. There happens to be a mountain temple here. It would be wise to take shelter for the night, said a robust middle-aged man's voice. Indeed, let us stay here for the night, replied a melodious and gentle feminine voice. My heart sank. To my disappointment, they were not demons, but rather travelers. Judging by the tone, it seemed a young lady from a noble family was in transit. I couldn't help but wonder about her beauty. As I pondered, the temple door swung open with a thud, and 7 figures entered. Leading them was the middle-aged man dressed as a guard, the same one who had spoken earlier. Following him was a young woman clad in a light green dress, her face veiled, obscuring her features, yet her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled with allure. Her figure was exquisite, slender yet not frail, elongated yet graceful, with a dignified demeanor that exuded the essence of a refined lady. Accompanying her was an elderly man in splendid attire, meticulously groomed, resembling a devoted steward who followed her closely. The remaining 4 were guards armed with swords and bows, positioned strategically to shield the lady at the center. Upon noticing me seated on the ground, all but the lady exhibited no signs of surprise. Clearly, they were astute martial artists who had sensed my presence well before entering. Curiosity piqued, I observed them, particularly the young woman whose veiled visage stirred intrigue, evoking a desire to uncover the mystery behind her delicate facade. However, I was not one to gawk indiscriminately at women, thus I averted my gaze after a few glances. Clad too conservatively, I mused, a certain specter was more appealing. The head guard scrutinized me, then frowned. Young man, this temple is cramped. Here's 2 taels of silver. You should seek accommodation elsewhere. His condescending tone irked me. In this desolate place, with the rain pouring outside, he expected me to leave for a mere month's wages? Dream on. I needed more, much more. Not enough. The price must be higher, I replied coolly. The guard was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such boldness. Name your price, he challenged. After some contemplation, I declared, 24 taels. The guard's face darkened. That amount was nearly his monthly salary. Don't be greedy, he retorted, a glint of martial prowess flickering in his eyes. I was taken aback. Was that true chi? I was not intimidated by an ordinary inner chi practitioner, as I had my own trump cards, but a true chi master? Suddenly, 22 taels seemed reasonable, indeed. Before I could speak, the young lady interjected, Li Shu. It was he who arrived first. How can we ask him to leave? She turned to me, her voice soft with an apology. My family tends to act impulsively. I hope you won't take offense. I regarded her, a picture of grace and refinement, and nodded. No offense taken. But might we reconsider those 24 taels? Perhaps 20 would be negotiable? She paused, her lovely eyes fixed on mine, then burst into a soft giggle, clearly amused by my persistence. You jest, sir. It's dark. The rain is fierce, and there may be demons lurking. It would be best for you to remain here. With that, she turned to another part of the temple, while her guards began gathering wood for a fire. I sighed inwardly. What was there to fear from demons? Had the rain not fallen, I would have been sleeping outdoors, waiting for them to arrive. Now, it seemed I would leave without even 2 taels. Chapter 13. The Blood Demon Cult. I was utterly destitute. My entire fortune spent on purchasing a horse, awaiting next month's wages. Soon, the group's fire blazed to life, and like magic, they produced an array of dried meats, game, and an assortment of spices to roast. Miss, out here, conditions are limited. I hope you can bear with us, the elderly man said, handing the young lady a skewer of golden brown meat, the aroma wafting through the air. My mouth watered. Those wretched wealthy folk. Was this called hardship? I too wished to experience such hardship. Glancing at my dry flatbread, my appetite vanished. Noticing my longing gaze, the young lady addressed me. Sir, since our paths cross, would you care to join us for a meal, provided you don't mind? Her invitation greatly enhanced my admiration for her. She was a gentle and kind-hearted noblewoman, raised with excellent manners. Yet her guards were less accommodating. Miss, Our provisions are limited. The head guard shot me a glare, as if to say, try taking even a single bite. My temper flared. I hadn't planned on eating, but his glare pushed me over the edge. I boldly sat beside their fire, unabashedly accepting the skewer from the young lady's hand, our fingers brushing momentarily. I devoured the meat heartily, dismissing any concerns of poison, with a true Qi master present. If they wished to harm me, they wouldn't resort to such tactics. Delicious. Fair maiden, your beauty is matched only by your kind heart. This meal shall be remembered, I proclaimed. By the way, may I inquire your name? Ignoring the head guard's impending fury, I continued to engage her in conversation. I am Siwei. And you, sir? She asked, her curious eyes wide with interest, clearly intrigued by my presence. Well-bred and sheltered, she was unaccustomed to many encounters with men outside her circle, thus eager for conversation with a traveler like me. A lovely name. I am Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng chewed on roasted meat, speaking somewhat indistinctly. Gu Qingfeng. A name as refreshing as the breeze and moonlight, a fitting title for a gentleman. Siwei smiled. By the way, where are you headed? Gu Qingfeng casually inquired. My father was recently reassigned to Wudong County, and now that he has settled in, he has requested my presence, Siwei replied. Upon hearing the term reassigned, Gu Qingfeng understood immediately. It was evident that Siwei hailed from a noble family. Such a refined young lady surely could not be the offspring of a mere minor official, especially since her father was assigned to Wudong County. What a coincidence. At that moment, an elderly man nearby suddenly coughed twice. Siwei paused, quickly realizing the implication, and nodded awkwardly towards the elder. Wudong County, you say? How fortuitous. For I too am from Wudong County. Siwei's beautiful eyes lit up. Is that so? What a coincidence indeed. I had no idea that Gu Gongzi was from Wudong County. Might I inquire about the local customs and interesting tales of Wudong County? You have certainly come to the right person. Gu Qingfeng was about to elaborate when the elder abruptly interrupted him. Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow and turned to the elder, only to find him gazing intently at the door, his expression grave as if he were facing a formidable foe. The other guards, noticing the elder's reaction, sprang to their feet, drawing their swords and aiming them at the entrance. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from outside, as if hundreds were racing towards them, the sound growing louder by the moment. The elder's complexion shifted, and he urged, protect the young lady. I must go investigate. Without waiting for the guards to respond, he vanished in a flash. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, marveling at the elder's astonishing speed, so swift that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. The aura he had briefly exuded was that of a formidable martial artist, on the brink of becoming a master, a practitioner of the formidable realm. That was equivalent to a high-ranking demon slayer. This revelation prompted Gu Qingfeng to reassess Siwei's background. Her father was undoubtedly a prominent official in Wudong County. Simultaneously, Gu Qingfeng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he had unwittingly become embroiled in a significant event. The elder's anxiety suggested that a formidable presence was approaching, one that was at least equal in strength. Gu Qingfeng now regretted having sought refuge in the mountain shrine. He should have simply continued on his way. Ha, Xing Laogui, you have proven difficult to track down. I can't believe you chose this perilous path over the main road. A raspy, sinister laugh echoed from outside the mountain shrine, sending chills down one's spine. Are you the Bone Master of the Blood Demon sect? The elder's voice trembled with fear. You have some knowledge, it seems. Today, I am in a good mood. If you surrender the daughter of Si Qingyun, I shall spare your life. Humph, I would rather die than let you lay a finger on the young lady. The Blood Demon sect? The Bone Master? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Having previously been a lowly jailer, he had no familiarity with such matters at the level of formidable martial artists. Thankfully, Siwei, too, seemed oblivious. Li Shu, what is the Blood Demon sect? Who is the Bone Master? Why does it seem that Xing Laogui fears him? Siwei asked, her tone tinged with nervousness. The head guard looked grave. Miss, the Blood Demon sect is a cult of martial artists who worship demons. These individuals are lunatics, seeking immense power and longevity through the dark arts, transforming themselves into something inhuman. Most members of the Blood Demon sect are neither human nor demon, committing heinous acts akin to those of demons. The Bone Master is a high-ranking member of this sect, a practitioner of the arts of corpse manipulation, devouring humans. Siwei gasped, her delicate face paling instantly. As a fragile young lady, she had never encountered such horrifying tales, leaving her dizzy and weak. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng was quick to catch her, preventing her from collapsing. The proximity to a stranger caused Siwei's cheeks to redden, though her veil concealed it well. She hastily extricated herself from his grasp. understanding his good intentions and saying nothing further. As the guards stood vigilant, no one noticed the subtle exchange between the two. Li Shu, why does the Blood Demon sect want to capture me? Is it because of my father? Indeed, Mississippi. Your father's recent appointment as the governor of Wudong County is linked to his success in dismantling a significant case involving the Blood Demon sect. They likely intend to use you as leverage against him. Chapter 14. Manifesting power before others. Gu Qingfeng absorbed this information, astonished to learn that Si Wei's father was the governor of Wudong County, the highest official in the region. However, his primary concern lay elsewhere. Were the members of the Blood Demon sect human or demonic? If they sought to transform themselves through dark arts, had they succeeded? If they had truly become demons, he could single-handedly confront the Blood Demon sect. May I interject? Gu Qingfeng suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of all present. I wish to inquire, are the members of the Blood Demon sect classified as human or demon? The head guard frowned. Why do you ask? Dealing with demons is my specialty. Thus I require clarification. Your specialty? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Gu Qingfeng, a trainee demon slayer from the Demon-Suppression Office of Wudong County. The room fell silent. The head guard regarded Gu Qingfeng with an expression of disbelief. Only Si Wei, with innocent delight, exclaimed, How wonderful, Gu Gongzi. I had no idea you were affiliated with the Demon-Suppression Office. I have heard that demon slayers are proficient in vanquishing demons. Surely you have a way to confront the Bone Master outside. Miss, he is merely a trainee demon slayer, the lowest rank, with cultivation limited to the Gathering Qi realm. What could he possibly do? Oh, I see. In that case, Gu Gongzi, it would be best if you remained here. Li Shu and the others will protect you. Si Wei replied, disappointment evident in her tone. Gu Qingfeng was disinclined to engage in further debate. You need not concern yourselves. I merely wish to ascertain whether the Bone Master is human or demon. Members of the Blood Demon sect are generally classified as half-demon. Although they practice dark arts and implant demonic organs, transitioning from human to demon is no simple feat, as humans and demons belong to different races. Hence, they are collectively termed half-demons. Half-demons? Gu Qingfeng pondered. Outside the mountain shrine, a fierce clash erupted, indicating that Xing Laogui had engaged the Bone Master in combat. System. Can these half-demons harm me? Gu Qingfeng queried silently. The system's cold voice reverberated in his mind. This system is designed to strengthen you when attacked by true demons, not by half-demons. Understand? Damn it. A worthless system. Gu Qingfeng cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of dread. If Xing Laogui were to falter against the Bone Master, he too would be in jeopardy. What to do? Suddenly, a series of violent knocks resounded, shattering Gu Qingfeng's thoughts. As everyone gazed at the shaking door frame, their expressions grew grave. In the next instant, boom. The door of the mountain shrine was shattered. Before them stood hundreds of ragged, green-faced, fanged humanoid creatures. The earlier sounds of rushing footsteps had originated from these beings. Gu Qingfeng observed them and couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, I am quite familiar with this. They resemble little corpses. They must be the zombies created by the Bone Master. While I may not be able to confront the Bone Master, dealing with these zombies should be straightforward. It seems I might find an opportunity to break out after all. Roar. A multitude of zombies roared in unison, clamoring to rush into the mountain god temple. The head of the guards reacted swiftly, bellowing, Quick, protect the young lady. With a sudden movement, he dashed to the entrance, his energy surging, brandishing his long knife to strike fiercely at the nearest zombie. The creature was sent flying by the sharp blade's gleam, but suffered minimal damage, merely swaying before regaining its footing. The guard leader's expression changed dramatically. A copper-armored corpse. Zombies were categorized into ordinary, iron-armored, copper-armored, silver-armored, and gold-armored corpses. The copper-armored variety was already within the realm of true energy practitioners. Fortunately, most of the zombies were iron-armored, with only a few copper-armored ones present. And given the narrow entrance, coupled with the zombies' lack of intelligence to dismantle walls or crawl through windows, the guard leader could temporarily hold the doorway alone. Occasionally, a couple of iron-armored corpses slipped through, but the remaining 4 guards, all practitioners of inner energy, were more than capable of handling the sporadic intrusions. The situation reached a stalemate. The zombies wished to invade, but the guards blocked their path, while the guards sought to escape, hindered by the zombies. The true turning point of this battle, however, lay not with them, but outside, where Elder Xing and the Bone Man were locked in fierce combat. Gu Qingfeng seized a moment to observe their struggle. Elder Xing was engaged in a brutal clash with a man in a black robe, his features obscured. The more he watched, the more alarmed he became. Practitioners of the energy realm were truly on another level. The two figures resembled towering giants. each collision sending shockwaves that could easily topple the surrounding trees. A gust of wind they casually conjured could lift the earth 3 feet. In such a level of combat, even with skin as tough as copper and bones as strong as iron, Qingfeng would be unable to withstand a single blow. Die! Elder Xing suddenly roared, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles rippling as he unleashed a tremendous force. With a tearing sound, his garments were shredded to pieces, revealing a physique of gnarled muscles resembling ancient tree roots, covered in countless scars, exuding a fierce aura. Elder Xing charged at the Bone Man, enveloped in a violent energy. You wish to fight to the death? Just you? The Bone Man sneered, his own energy surging as he met Elder Xing head-on, without flinching. Boom. The two figures collided with a thunderous crash, producing a deafening sound. They were locked in a standoff for a moment until a loud bang resounded. One figure was sent hurtling backward, carving a gaping trench in the ground for dozens of meters before crashing into numerous towering trees, finally coming to a halt. The other figure, however, remained standing, unscathed. Elder Xing, Siwei gasped, as if losing her anchor in an instant. The figure that had been flung away was indeed Elder Xing, who now bore a pale complexion, blood oozing from his mouth, and was unaware of how many bones he had broken. Staring in shock at the Bone Man, he exclaimed, "No, it's impossible." The Bone Man, with a condescending smirk, replied, "What is impossible?" At that moment, while the Bone Man was unharmed, his black robe had long since been shredded to pieces by the residual energy of their clash, revealing a body that gleamed with a dark, metallic silver hue. Elder Xing's face changed dramatically at this sight. You have transformed yourself into a silver-armored corpse." The Bone Man chuckled, "You possess a keen eye. Now you understand why your full-force strike could not harm me in the slightest, right? This is the strength of the undead. What a perfect creature, impervious to blades and infinitely powerful, sustained by the consumption of fresh blood." Ha ha ha. At this, Elder Xing fell into utter despair. He had thought that both parties were energy realm practitioners. Even if he was defeated, he could at least inflict damage. Little did he know. "Quick, take the young lady and flee." Elder Xing shouted anxiously. "Ha ha ha. None of you shall escape." The head of the guards also wished to flee, but the horde of zombies blocked their exit. Witnessing Elder Xing's defeat, despair crept into their hearts. Siwei, being a delicate woman, felt tears welling in her beautiful eyes at the sight of Elder Xing's injury, overwhelmed by the impending doom. Just as despair enveloped them, Qingfeng smiled, genuinely delighted. "System, do zombies count as monsters?" Qingfeng inquired in his mind. "Affirmative," the system replied coldly with a single word. Qingfeng's smile broadened. At the moment Elder Xing fell, he had thought himself doomed, for his system was ineffective against half-demon entities. Yet who would have thought that the Bone Man had transformed himself into a true undead? "Today shall be my moment of revelation," Qingfeng murmured. Chapter 15. Might I request your self-destruction? Siwei, closest to Qingfeng, caught a few words and instinctively turned to face the smiling Qingfeng. "What did you say, young Master Gu? What revelation?" Qingfeng grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Oh, nothing. I merely wish to express my gratitude for the delicious roasted meat. In return, I shall assist you in dealing with the Bone Man." Siwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qingfeng. "Young Master Gu, can you truly, miss? Do not listen to this boy's nonsense. He is clearly out of his wits." The head of the guards interjected suddenly. Qingfeng did not refute him. Instead, he stepped forward calmly and patted the guard leader's shoulder, saying lightly, "Step aside, you little rascal," before the guard leader could finish his protest. Qingfeng had already strolled leisurely past him. He stepped out of the defensive circle, unhurriedly approaching the swarm of zombies. Everyone was left dumbfounded, their words caught in their throats, staring at Qingfeng in confusion over his intentions. Can you imagine such a scene? A solitary figure, facing 100 fierce and menacing zombies, walking step by step, unfazed by their presence. The onlookers could already envision Qingfeng torn apart and shredded by the horde. The next moment, Qingfeng plunged into the throng, enveloped by the relentless swarm of zombies. "Ah!" Siwei exclaimed in shock. The guards stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Qingfeng's calm acceptance of death. A second later, Qingfeng disappeared from view, swallowed by the mass of zombies. Yet within the horde, Qingfeng stood joyfully, the sound of notifications ringing in his mind like the most exquisite music. "Ding! You have been attacked by an iron-armored corpse. Defense, 20, 202, 020. Ding! You have been attacked by a copper-armored corpse. Defense, 30, 303, 030. In mere moments, Qingfeng felt his body being infused with countless warm currents. His muscles, skin, and bones grew increasingly firm and robust. The original azure golden hue of his copper skin and iron bones shone even brighter. The blue was gradually receding, while the golden light surged, as if undergoing a transformation of sorts. At last, ding! Congratulations, host. Defense has surpassed its limits, evolving from copper skin iron bones to diamond body. At this, the azure golden hue of Gu Qingfeng's body completely transformed into gold, with his muscles appearing as if cast from gold itself. Meanwhile, the notifications in his mind ceased. He continued to walk forward, the zombies now seemingly mere accessories, incessantly gnashing their teeth and following his lead. From a distance, it appeared as though a massive sphere composed of zombies was slowly writhing. Wei and the others were left in stunned silence. It moved. The head of the guards exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be young Master Gu? Wei recalled Gu Qingfeng's confident smile and felt that this handsome young man did not seem mad, but rather composed and assured. No time for questions now. We must escape. The head of the guards urged as he hastily led his subordinates, shielding Wei as they dashed out of the mountain god temple. What is happening? The white bone master cast his gaze here, furrowing his brow in confusion as to why his horde of zombies had spared these individuals. What followed was even more astonishing. A figure radiating golden light slowly emerged from the throng of zombies. He moved with an unhurried grace, completely disregarding the ravenous bites of the undead. Stepping forward with an almost serene composure, countless zombies lunged at him in a frenzy, yet they were continually repelled by the protective golden aura surrounding him. This figure was none other than Gu Qingfeng. The guards were taken aback. The scene before them surpassed all comprehension. How could this be possible? The head of the guards stared in disbelief at Gu Qingfeng, who shone like a celestial being. The expression on his face was one of utter incredulity. Wei's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she closely observed Gu Qingfeng. The injured elder Xing, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but gasp in astonishment. As a master of the Qi condensation realm, he had confidence in dealing with these zombies, yet he could never have achieved such an effortless demeanor, allowing the undead to attack him while remaining entirely unscathed. In that moment, even a fool could discern Gu Qingfeng's extraordinary nature. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited within Elder Xing. He had always believed Gu Qingfeng to be merely a practitioner of the third level of Qi gathering. But it seemed he had misjudged. The third level of Qi gathering could not possibly achieve such feats. What did this imply? It suggested that the third level was merely a facade, one that even he, a master of the Qi condensation realm, had failed to see through. Did this mean that Gu Qingfeng's cultivation was far beyond his own? Or perhaps he possessed secret techniques? Who are you, young man? The white bone master fixated on Gu Qingfeng, his attention drawn inexorably to the dazzling golden light that enveloped him. Gu Qingfeng resembled an emperor walking among mortals, while the zombies behind him seemed to serve as mere attendants. He lifted his gaze to meet that of the white bone master, speaking calmly. I am but an ordinary traveler. I was graciously treated to roasted meat by this lady, and as a token of gratitude, I have come to invite you to your demise. Might I inquire if you would consider taking your own life? It would spare me some trouble. A hush fell over the crowd. The authoritative declaration, delivered in a calm tone, sent tremors through the hearts of all present. What kind of confidence and strength must one possess to utter such words to a formidable opponent, a master of the Qi condensation realm and a silver-armored corpse? The onlookers found themselves at a loss for thoughts, their minds blank. Particularly the head of the guards, who had previously underestimated Gu Qingfeng, now found his emotions fluctuating wildly. Could it be that this young man was truly an extraordinary figure? Only Wei's sentiments differed from the rest, perhaps as a woman. Her focus was not on the dominance of Gu Qingfeng's words, but rather on the phrase regarding the lady's hospitality, which stirred something within her heart. Throughout history, beautiful women have been drawn to heroes, especially those who stand up for them. Is this all you can muster? You wish for me to take my own life? The white bone master laughed in anger. Do you truly believe you are speaking to whom? I am the foremost of the 4 protectors of the blood demon sect, the strongest beneath the innate masters. What do you amount to? His words dripped with disdain, as if there were a limit to ignorance. With that, the white bone master unleashed his fury. He extended his right palm, condensing his qi, and the air within a radius of 30 feet seemed to be instantaneously sucked dry. A terrifying vortex of energy swirled within his palm, oppressive and fierce. Then he struck. The force of this blow was cataclysmic. It was as if a ferocious wave erupted from thin air, crashing down with the might of an earth-shattering earthquake, sending shockwaves in all directions. The sheer power of this attack turned the faces of all present pale, as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. This was the first time they had witnessed the White Bone Master unleash his full strength. The pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm was no mere boast. Elder Qing, sharing the same realm, felt his heart race at the sight of this strike, realizing it was dangerously close to the level of an innate master. He had previously battled the White Bone Master without knowing that the latter had not fought at full strength, but had merely toyed with him. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, how would Qingfeng respond? Could he truly withstand it? In that moment, every heart hung in suspense. For Qingfeng represented the hope of them all. Should he fall, they would perish. Enveloped in the tempest of the blow, Qingfeng's expression remained tranquil. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exhibited not the slightest sign of movement, as if he were entirely indifferent to the impending strike. The White Bone Master's eyes grew increasingly ferocious. He could not discern Qingfeng's true capabilities, but with such grandiose claims, it was clear he had some sort of confidence. Thus, he unleashed his full power without reservation. Having reached this level, one understands that even a hawk must exert itself to catch a rabbit. Seeing Qingfeng's audacity in facing the attack head-on without flinching, the White Bone Master could not suppress a sneer of derision. With decades of cultivation, can you withstand this? Even innate masters would not dare to receive such a blow without defense. In the next moment, the fearsome wave of qi struck Qingfeng like a missile. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, shattering the night sky. Like the detonation of a cannonball, the earth around Qingfeng erupted, dust rising several meters high. His figure was completely buried beneath the debris. The chilling laughter of the White Bone Master echoed through the air. No one could possibly withstand such a blow without any form of defense. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from the dust. The White Bone Master's laughter ceased abruptly, as if a duck had its throat seized. His expression shifted wildly, disbelief washing over his face as he stared ahead, as if he had seen a ghost. The gentle breeze swept through the mountains, dispersing the dust, revealing a figure radiating a near-solid golden light, standing unwaveringly. With a calm smile, Qingfeng regarded the White Bone Master. Surrounding him, the ground had collapsed nearly 10 meters deep, littered with the remains of the dead. A sea of bones, the very zombies of the White Bone Master. Emerging from the skeletal remains, Qingfeng slowly spoke. Is this truly all you can offer? His tone was serene, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Impossible. The White Bone Master roared in madness. For the sight before him was a profound challenge to his worldview. Decades of relentless cultivation, even sacrificing his humanity for power. He had believed himself to have attained formidable strength, yet his full-powered strike had become a mere jest before this youth. Who exactly are you? The White Bone Master shouted in a frenzy. Unbeknownst to him, fear had crept into his voice. Me? Qingfeng smiled gently. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qingfeng, a novice demon slayer from the Demon-Suppression Office of Wudong County. Silence descended once more, enveloping the scene in an eerie stillness. This was the second time Qingfeng had uttered those words, yet the impact was entirely different. The first had garnered scoffs and derision, while now, no one dared to belittle the title of novice demon slayer. Siwei glanced questioningly at the head of the guards, her eyes silently asking, "Didn't you say novice demon slayers were weak?" The head of the guards, now speechless in shock, could only stare in disbelief. How could such strength possibly belong to a novice demon slayer? This was clearly the prowess of a heavenly ranked demon slayer. Do you think you have already won? The White Bone Master roared once more, convinced that Qingfeng was mocking him. What of innate masters? Today, I shall annihilate them. At this moment, the White Bone Master had already considered Qingfeng to be an innate master. Otherwise, he could not fathom how Qingfeng had withstood his full-force blow unscathed. In his view, Qingfeng was undoubtedly an ancient monster with the appearance of a youthful visage, likely a congenital master, and certainly one of the finest among masters. Otherwise, it simply did not make sense. In fact, not only the Bone Master thought this way, all present, except for Siwei, who was oblivious to martial arts, shared the same sentiment. Upon hearing the Bone Master's words, Qingfeng felt a surge of joy, realizing he had a hidden card. The Bone Master's recent overwhelming strike had drastically reduced Qingfeng's defense, but now he distinctly sensed that his defenses had seemingly reached a new threshold. Much like when he first broke through to gain his ironclad physique, or when he was attacked by a zombie and achieved the indestructible body. He now felt on the verge of yet another breakthrough, needing just a slight push to elevate his defenses further. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the Bone Master's hidden card. Feel free to unleash any technique. I hope it brings me even greater delight. Very well. You have forced my hand. The Bone Master suddenly bellowed, Bone Demon Fire. At his command, A ball of bone-white flame materialized in his hand, an eerie and sinister fire, pale as bone, with a skull grinning maniacally within its flames. As this fire appeared, everyone felt a wave of heat wash over them, and the temperature around them surged by dozens of degrees. The Bone Master's figure appeared to distort under the illumination of the flames. Embrace your demise. The Bone Master fiercely propelled the bone demon fire, which surged towards Qingfeng like a living entity. Qingfeng, filled with anticipation, stood his ground, unflinching. However, Elder Xing's face changed dramatically, as he seemed to recognize the bone demon fire. This is bad. Quickly evade. Yet, it was too late. The bone demon fire enveloped Qingfeng, obscuring him completely in its pale embrace. Ha ha ha. The Bone Master laughed maniacally. How audacious it is to face the bone demon fire without flinching. No matter how high your cultivation or how strong your body, what does it matter? This bone demon fire, forged from the bones of thousands and the remains of countless fierce demons over decades, is a malevolent force that taints both body and soul. Even if you are a congenital master, so warm. Suddenly, a comfortable sigh emanated from within the bone demon fire. Ding! You have been attacked by bone demon fire. Fire attribute 100. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the innate ability, fire control. Ding! You have been attacked by bone demon fire. Fire attribute 100. Congratulations, host. Your innate ability, fire control, has evolved into fire mastery. Impossible. How can you still be alive? This must be an illusion. It is inconceivable that anyone could survive the bone demon fire. The Bone Master screamed in despair. At this moment, Qingfeng emerged from the flames. His appearance reminiscent of a super scion, but clad in white. Is there more? Qingfeng inquired eagerly. However, the Bone Master remained silent, lost in a frenzy. Muttering impossible repeatedly, Qingfeng sighed. In that case, you shall perish. The fire mastery ability activated instantly, severing the mental connection between the bone demon fire and the Bone Master. With a sudden gasp, the Bone Master, suffering mental damage, spat out a mouthful of blood. His spirit wilting. No, my bone demon fire, which I painstakingly forged for decades. You cannot take it from me. Return it. Very well, I shall return it to you. Qingfeng, ever accommodating, activated his fire mastery ability, and the bone demon fire swiftly shot back towards the Bone Master. In an instant, the Bone Master's silver-armored corpse began to disintegrate, as if made of paper, melting away without a sound. Not even a trace of him remained. And what of the bone demon fire? Qingfeng, utilizing his fire mastery, opened his mouth wide, and the fire surged into his belly. Thus, Qingfeng gained yet another hidden card, one capable of threatening even a congenital master. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. The Bone Master had not allowed his defenses to break through the limit. How he wished to see what lay beyond the indestructible body. Qingfeng felt a pang of disappointment, but then a new thought struck him, deepening his dismay. There would be no more plundering of corpses. A peak expert in the Qi realm surely possessed countless treasures, spirit weapons, elixirs, and scriptures within their storage ring. Now, with the bone demon fire's blaze, all had been lost. In an instant, Qingfeng felt as if he had lost a fortune. With the Bone Master defeated, and the zombies all perished. Siwei and the others stared blankly at Qingfeng, who sighed repeatedly, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Eventually, it was Siwei who broke the silence. Gu Gongzi, are you alright? Hearing her soft and gentle voice, Qingfeng regained his composure. I am fine. Miss Siwei, you were not harmed, I hope? And no, Siwei stammered. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, but fortunately, her veil concealed her embarrassment. Good, since all is well. Let us continue our feast. That roast meat was quite delectable, we mustn't waste it. Everyone was taken aback. He had just annihilated a peak expert in the Qi realm. Yet he was still preoccupied with eating roasted meat. His tone was as casual as if he had merely crushed an ant. As if the Bone Master held no significance compared to the roast. Cough. Elder Xing suddenly cleared his throat, and with great effort, approached Qingfeng, bowing respectfully. Thank you, esteemed one, for saving my life. I must confess, I was blind to the greatness of a master and treated you with disrespect. Please forgive my ignorance. Qingfeng lifted Elder Xing gently. There is no need for such formalities. I am merely a probationary demon slayer from the Demon-Suppression Office. As for saving you, it is merely my duty. Moreover, Miss Siwei's roasted meat is indeed quite delicious. He winked at Siwei. Flushing with embarrassment, Siwei lowered her head. Unable to meet Qingfeng's gaze, Elder Xing, wise and perceptive, noted this exchange, secretly marveling that his young mistress had likely developed feelings. Indeed, who could resist a dashing, powerful and witty man? Furthermore, Gu Qingfeng repeatedly referred to himself as a probationary demon slayer, likely to conceal his true identity. And Elder Xing was astute enough not to expose him. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, and I thank you, Gu Gongzi. To be honest, I am the steward of Lord Si Qingyun, the newly appointed governor of Wudong County. This is my young mistress. Your life-saving grace today will not go unacknowledged. Please accept this token. In the future, should you encounter any trivial matters in Wudong County, you may present this token to avoid trouble. My lord's influence still holds some weight there. A token? A promise of reward? Gu Qingfeng maintained an impassive facade, yet internally he was elated. Surely, the governor's gratitude would be substantial. He accepted the token, noticing intricate carvings upon it, with 3 bold characters at its center. Governor's token. This token carries significant weight. Gu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Let us proceed inside and continue our feast." As he turned to enter the mountain temple for more roasted meat, unexpectedly, someone stepped in front of him. Gu Qingfeng focused his gaze and found it was none other than the previously disrespectful head of the guards. Now, that guard wore an expression of deep shame. Suddenly, he knelt before Gu Qingfeng. Thud! A resounding bow echoed. "Young Master Gu, please forgive my transgressions. I was previously blinded by ignorance and spoke out of turn, offending you on multiple occasions. Yet you, despite my past indiscretions, chose to spare our lives. I am truly ashamed and humbly request your punishment." Observing the shamefaced captain of the guards, Gu Qingfeng felt little anger. After all, the matter stemmed from mere verbal misunderstandings, and the man had already bowed in apology. Thus, it seemed prudent to let the incident pass. Moreover, Siwei addressed him as Uncle Li, which warranted some consideration. "You should indeed be punished," Gu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. Siwei, standing nearby, grew anxious, seemingly wishing to intercede, but was halted by Elder Xing. He understood well the weight of a master's authority and knew that one should never lightly insult such a formidable presence. To offend a master for the sake of a mere captain was hardly worth the risk, especially since the initial offense lay with their side. Even though his lord held the title of county magistrate, he would not dare to provoke a master lightly. The captain, feeling the tension, resolutely insisted, "Please, young master, impose your punishment." "Very well, I shall fine you 24 taels," Gu Qingfeng declared. At this pronouncement, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere lightened considerably, eliciting smiles from the onlookers. The captain's face flushed crimson. "Young master, it was my fault from the beginning. Not to mention 24 taels. I would willingly submit to a fine of 200. Preposterous." Elder Xing interjected sternly. "What status does young Master Gu hold that he would concern himself with your silver? He has already shown you remarkable leniency. Do you not quickly express your gratitude?" The captain suddenly came to his senses, regretting his earlier words as he nearly chastised himself for his folly. Young Master Gu was a master. Would such a powerful figure lack for silver? To mention money in his presence was a blatant insult. "I thank you, young master," he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. He then retrieved 24 taels from his person, presenting them with both hands raised above his head. Gu Qingfeng regarded the 24 taels, then glanced at Elder Xing, feeling somewhat speechless. He thought to himself, "Of course I value it. That's 240 taels, equivalent to a decade's worth of my salary." Ultimately, Gu Qingfeng refrained from voicing his thoughts and accepted the silver. This exchange signified that the matter had been settled, and everyone felt a sense of relief. Thus, the group respectfully escorted Gu Qingfeng to the mountain god temple, where they began to prepare a feast, grilling meat and seasoning it generously. The captain even produced a bottle of fine wine, offering it to Gu Qingfeng. As they feasted, Gu Qingfeng, feeling famished, joined in without pretense, consuming meat and wine with relish. The others observed his humble demeanor, especially given his status as a master, and were filled with admiration, showering him with compliments. In that moment, a celebration unfolded, highlighting a profound truth. The approachable nature of the weak is often perceived as a sign of weakness, while the strong command genuine respect. After the banquet, while the others rested, Gu Qingfeng took a moment to reflect on his recent gains. During the previous battle, he had not had the opportunity to thoroughly examine his newly acquired skills. Now that the dust had settled, it was time for a closer inspection. First, there was the diamond body, which, as its name suggests, provided a defense akin to that of diamond, far surpassing ordinary protection. Gu Qingfeng estimated that those below the level of qi condensation would struggle to breach his defenses, though concrete data awaited practical testing. Next was the fire manipulation talent, which held equal weight to the diamond body. In essence, it allowed him to command the flames, much like the Flame Emperor, subjugating all fire to his will. Should he encounter foes who wield fire, he could stand unscathed. even seized control of their flames. This made him a formidable opponent against fire-wielding warriors or demons. Aside from the benefits provided by the system, he also received the Bone Demon Fire, a gift from a friend. This fire, forged from the bones of countless beings, was extraordinarily sinister, capable of incinerating anything in its path, even posing a threat to innate masters. The Bone Demon Fire significantly compensated for Qingfeng's previously limited offensive capabilities. Once he had taken stock of his acquisitions, Qingfeng succumbed to a deep and contented sleep. The following morning, the group set out together towards Wudong County. As their destination aligned, although all were martial artists, Si Wei, being a delicate lady, traveled in a palanquin, moving at a leisurely pace. What should have been a day's journey took 2. However, Qingfeng felt no urgency. Time was on their side, especially in the delightful company of Si Wei. Notably, during this time, Si Wei removed her veil, perhaps due to growing familiarity with Qingfeng, or perhaps for other reasons. Regardless, her unveiled beauty was truly remarkable. To what extent? It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was merely a shade less captivating than the little corpse charm. The little corpse charm could alter her appearance at will, embodying an ideal of beauty limited only by her imagination. Si Wei's beauty could rival such transformations. While she might not reach the pinnacle, she was certainly among the top tier of beauty. Yet, Si Wei held an advantage over the little corpse charm, her demeanor. No matter how the little corpse charm transformed, her inherent charm as a specter was innate. In contrast, Si Wei radiated a gentle grace, embodying the softness of a Jiangnan woman and the dignified elegance of a refined lady, truly a vision of earthly perfection. 2 days slipped by unnoticed, and the group arrived safely at Wudong County. Qingfeng, needing to return to the Demon-Suppression Division for the competition, parted ways with Si Wei and her companions, who were also on their way to meet Si Qingyan. At the Demon-Suppression Division, the training grounds were bustling with activity, teeming with spectators. As the competition had clearly commenced, the majority present were apprentice demon slayers, for the season ones were occupied with official duties and would not be so leisurely. A steward stood at the forefront, announcing the rules of the competition. Behind him lay a long table seating 10, the head of which was occupied by a master demon slayer of the Xian rank, with 4 others of the Huang rank serving as judges for the event. The matches began in earnest, the first being Yi Xian, at the 7th level of Qi condensation, facing He Yi, at the 9th level. As the steward's voice resonated, both participants entered the arena. The audience murmured, speculating about the match. He Yi is truly fortunate to face a 7th level opponent right away. He should advance easily. I remember Yi Xian. He boasted that cultivation levels don't matter, only strength counts. Today, I shall see how he begs for mercy. As the competition commenced, the steward's command initiated the battle without further ado. After 3 exchanges, He Yi's blade rested coldly against Yi Xian's neck. You have lost. A mere 7th level practitioner managing to withstand 3 of my strikes is commendable, but if you wish to defeat me, you need at least another 2 years of training. Yi Xian's face contorted with indignation. Cursed fate. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate me. Silence, and step down quickly. Do not waste time, He Yi retorted, pressing his blade to compel Yi Xian to retreat. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Haha, I told you. Today's youth truly lacks awareness. They think they can challenge those 2 levels above them. Do they believe training is a mere formality? Yi Xian is hilarious. He must have read a few martial arts novels and thought he could challenge the odds. What a joke. The next match featured Ma Ji at the 9th level, facing Yang Dong, also at the 9th level. Finally, we shall witness a true contest. As time slipped by, the matches unfolded rapidly, as they were merely competitions among practitioners of the Qi condensation stage, devoid of any drawn-out battles. The enigmatic judges at the competition's dais stifled a yawn, finding the proceedings rather dull. The upcoming match featured Qingfeng, a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, facing off against Lin Xiao, who stood at the 9th level. As the steward's words echoed through the arena, a wave of murmurs erupted among the spectators. Ha ha ha, a mere 3rd level of Qi gathering? Who is this madman Qingfeng? Lin Xiao must be thrilled. He can advance effortlessly now. Did I miss here, or did the steward make a mistake? A 3rd level is competing for the position of yellow-tier demon exorcist? Surely this is a jest. No, you heard correctly. The steward did not err. Qingfeng truly is at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. I was present when he registered. That lad, influenced by Yi Xian's fanciful talk, claimed that if battles were merely a matter of realm, there would be no need for contests. We might as well just reveal our cultivation levels. And so he signed up. Ha ha, our Demon-Suppression Division has such a naive youth? A 3rd level against a 9th level? This isn't just a case of a head being squeezed by a door. This is outright foolishness. Soon, amidst the watchful gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao gracefully descended onto the stage. His expression was icy, yet his heart danced with joy. While he knew his strength was not particularly formidable among the 9th levels, and that the position of yellow-tier demon exorcist was out of reach, one could not help but feel a sense of unrest without taking the risk. However, he never anticipated that his first opponent would be a mere 3rd level. It felt as if fate was conspiring in his favor. It was akin to receiving a gift. Defeating a 3rd level would leave him unscathed, allowing him to face the next day's battles in peak form, while his competitors would be exhausted from their fierce skirmishes. Thus, victory seemed plausible. With this in mind, the question of who would ultimately claim the position of yellow-tier demon exorcist remained uncertain. Qingfeng, the naive fool, was indeed his lucky star. After a moment's wait, when Qingfeng still had not appeared, Lin Xiao pondered. Could he have forfeited? That would certainly save time. The crowd began to murmur. Is that Qingfeng afraid to come onto the stage? Perhaps he, a 3rd level, witnessed a few matches and realized the disparity in strength. Ah, what a bore. I was hoping for some entertainment. The steward frowned, his voice cutting through the chatter. Qingfeng, get on stage. Yet, no response came. After waiting a while longer, Lin Xiao, unable to contain his impatience, interjected, Steward, just announce the result. It makes no difference if he shows up or not. He would lose regardless. So let us not waste any more time. The steward, agreeing with this sentiment, began to declare the results. Contestant Qingfeng has failed to participate in the match and is thus considered to have forfeited. I hereby declare Lin Xiao the victor. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the steward's proclamation. I'm here. Apologies for the delay. There was a bit of a traffic jam. This voice seized the attention of the entire arena as everyone turned to see a young man jogging towards them, an apologetic smile gracing his face. It was indeed Qingfeng. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, this kid really dares to show up. Truly, a young bull is not afraid of a tiger. He was quite handsome, yet it seemed he was rather foolish. How many moves do you think he can last on stage? Excuse me, everyone, please make way. I need to compete. Qingfeng squeezed through the throng and ascended the stage. The steward regarded him with evident impatience. Qingfeng, hurry up. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qingfeng leaped onto the platform and glanced at Lin Xiao, who stood there imperiously. I apologize for the wait. Lin Xiao smirked coldly. What a needless formality. Why are you even here? The outcome is predetermined. Qingfeng, unfazed, replied, My good fellow, that is a grave misjudgment. Until we engage in battle, the victor remains uncertain. Humph, how naive. Lin Xiao shook his head. Do not accuse me of bullying the weak. I will grant you an opportunity. Draw your weapon. With that, Lin Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from drawing the sword at his waist, clearly deeming it unnecessary against a 3rd level opponent. He reasoned that using a weapon against such a lowly practitioner would only invite ridicule, so he opted to fight unarmed, confident he would still triumph. You won't use a weapon? Qingfeng inquired. Against you, it is unnecessary, Lin Xiao replied coldly. Qingfeng objected. That is unacceptable. I am a person of principle and never take advantage of the unarmed. If I were to win using a weapon, you would surely claim my victory was unworthy. Lin Xiao was taken aback by the absurdity of Qingfeng's words, unable to fathom the audacity of a 3rd level claiming victory over him. Rest assured, use whatever weapon you wish. Not only will you not win, but if you even manage to make me budge an inch, I will consider it a loss. That is your promise, Qingfeng smiled, as this was precisely what he had been waiting for. With utmost seriousness, Qingfeng drew a wooden sword from behind his back. The moment this sword was revealed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Wait, did I see that correctly? His weapon is a wooden sword? A wooden sword? Can it even be called a sword? It's plainly just a chunk of wood. Ah, the mystery is solved. No wonder this lad at the 3rd level dared to compete. He must be insane. The judges, both the mystic tier and the yellow tier demon exorcists, were suddenly wide awake. They had never witnessed anyone wielding a wooden sword in battle before. Lin Xiao, as Qingfeng's opponent, wore a look of disbelief, staring at the wooden sword in his opponent's hand. Amidst the chaos of laughter and skepticism, Qingfeng spoke with utmost seriousness. This sword measures 3 feet and 3 inches in length, 1 inch and 8/10 in width, weighing 4 taels and 5 coins. Entirely crafted from wood, it is forged from the heart of a millennium-old imperial willow from the far north, and took 18 years to create. This sword is named the Wooden King's Sword, a low-grade mystic weapon. I invite you to appraise it. As Qingfeng concluded his introduction, an eerie silence engulfed the arena. only to be shattered moments later by a resounding wave of laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid truly is a talent. Wielding a wooden sword and calling it a mystic weapon. By his logic, my iron sword must be a heavenly tier weapon. This match is certainly the highlight of the day. Lin Xiao, standing on the stage, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although he was not the target of the ridicule, he inexplicably felt the urge to dig his heels into the ground. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng added, "My good fellow, since I wield a mystic weapon, you wouldn't dare claim my victory is unworthy, would you?" Lin Xiao's lips twitched. "No, not at all. Feel free. Excellent. You are indeed magnanimous. Now, I shall make my move. Brace yourself." Gu Qingfeng raised the wooden king's sword and, in a swift motion, lunged directly at Lin Xiao. As Lin Xiao watched the wooden sword approach, he pondered, should I make a move or not? Forget it. It's not worth it. The wooden sword will break on its own. Just as Lin Xiao thought this, the wooden sword struck his chest. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Chapter 20. Could it truly be a mystic weapon? As the wooden sword made contact with Lin Xiao's chest, it came alive, unleashing a barrage of vines as thick as a man's arm, wrapping around him like a constrictor. The speed was so rapid that Lin Xiao had no time to react, and he found himself ensnared, bound tightly like a rice dumpling. The arena erupted into a frenzy of shock, as every spectator wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths agape as they gazed at the wooden weapon in Gu Qingfeng's grasp. Even the judge seated in the arena, a distinguished exorcist of the Xian rank, rose abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed upon the Wood King's sword. He exclaimed, "Xian-level spiritual weapon." The sudden surge of power emanating from the Wood King's sword was palpable, and upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of disbelief. Was it truly the case that they had spoken the truth? Had the fool been none other than themselves? Could this wooden object genuinely be a Xian-level spiritual weapon? What absurdity! Lin Xiao, who was bound, now reacted with a look of shock plastered across his face. He struggled desperately against the vines that confined him. But how could a mere cultivator of the 9th layer of body refinement hope to escape from a Xian-level spiritual weapon? Gu Qingfeng glanced at the restrained Lin Xiao, then gently placed the sword against his neck. As he had done earlier, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I appreciate your understanding." Lin Xiao's face shifted through shades of green and white as he roared, "Gu Qingfeng, you have won through underhanded means." Gu Qingfeng replied, "Oh dear brother, your words are misguided. Did we not agree beforehand? You insisted I use a Xian-level spiritual weapon. How can you claim I have won unfairly? You are talking nonsense. Who could have imagined that a wooden sword would be a Xian-level spiritual weapon?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, flustered. Gu Qingfeng retorted, "I clearly introduced the Wood King's sword before our duel and stated it was a Xian-level spiritual weapon. Everyone present can attest to this. You cannot backtrack. I refuse to accept it. Gu Qingfeng, you rely on your weapon. You have not truly triumphed. Let us compete again without spiritual weapons." Gu Qingfeng shook his head and turned to the steward. "My dear steward, might I ask for your judgment? Is there a rule against using spiritual weapons in a duel?" The steward's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, there is no such rule. Yet in his heart, he mused, how precious are spiritual weapons. I do not possess even one. Who in their right mind would impose restrictions on apprentice exorcists using spiritual weapons? This was akin to a primary school teacher telling students they could not drive to school. Absurd. "Very well, esteemed steward, please announce the results of the match," Gu Qingfeng urged. "Ahem, in this duel, the victor is Gu Qingfeng." Elated, Gu Qingfeng released Lin Xiao, who immediately pointed an accusing finger at him and shouted, "Gu Qingfeng, do not leave. We must battle again." Before Gu Qingfeng could respond, the Xian-level exorcist interjected, "Enough. Lin Xiao, a loss is a loss, step down." Despite his anger, Lin Xiao dared not defy the authority of the Xian-level exorcist and complied. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng prepared to exit the stage when he was suddenly called back by the Xian-level exorcist. "Gu Qingfeng, I am He Fenghua, and I wish to propose a transaction." He spoke kindly to Gu Qingfeng. A flicker of realization sparked within Gu Qingfeng. It was clear that He Fenghua sought to purchase his Wood King's sword. "Indeed, your current cultivation is too low to harness the true power of a Xian-level spiritual weapon. It would be wiser to sell it to me. I am willing to offer 2,000 taels of gold. I hope you will consider this carefully. A typical Xian-level inferior spiritual weapon is worth no more than 1,000 taels." Gu Qingfeng smirked internally. While He Fenghua's assessment of the market price for inferior Xian-level spiritual weapons was accurate, such items were rarely available for purchase, and many would pay 3,000 taels or more. To think he could acquire the Wood King's sword for merely 2,000 taels was laughable. Moreover, the Wood King's sword had once been an earth-level spiritual weapon, making it invaluable. Gu Qingfeng would be foolish to part with it. To be frank, esteemed he, the Wood King's sword is a treasured heirloom. No amount of gold would persuade me to sell it. Oh, in that case, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Let us consider this matter closed, Qingfeng replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the rejection, though a shadow flickered in his gaze. Gu Qingfeng had long anticipated the implications surrounding the Wood King's sword. He understood that once it was revealed, many would covet it. Nevertheless, he chose to display it openly in this official setting of the Demon-Suppression Department, adhering to protocol. By showcasing the Wood King's sword in plain sight, he effectively communicated to all that it belonged to him, thus deterring potential thieves. Even a Shin-level exorcist would have to resort to negotiation rather than theft. The consequences of attacking a colleague in the Demon-Suppression Department were dire, resulting in a death sentence. Additionally, anyone who dared to steal it would find themselves unable to flaunt their ill-gotten gains. The more one attempted to conceal such treasures, the riskier it became, inviting those who might resort to violence for their acquisition. Most importantly, Gu Qingfeng now felt confident. Should anyone attempt to strike from the shadows, they would first have to contend with the Bone Demon Fire. After the match, Gu Qingfeng did not linger to watch further. Instead, he returned to his quarters. It was time to begin his cultivation. Since arriving in this world, he had scarcely engaged in serious practice. After all, with the system at his disposal, who needed to cultivate diligently? Just a jest. Cultivation was indeed essential. Although Gu Qingfeng's true strength did not hinge on rigorous training, attaining higher realms could extend one's lifespan. Who wouldn't desire immortality? Warriors at the Qi-nourishing stage could typically expect to live for a century, while innate masters could add another 100 years to their lives. For the sake of longevity, cultivation was imperative. Gu Qingfeng's chosen method of cultivation was the pure yang technique, the foundational practice of the Demon-Suppression Department, upon which all exorcists built their skills. Since most demons possessed yin attributes, exorcists naturally trained in yang attributes to better counter their foes. Seated in meditation, Gu Qingfeng directed his focus upward, aligning his heart and spirit, and began to circulate the pure yang technique, absorbing the vital energies of heaven and earth. Gradually, a gentle warmth emanated from his dantian, flowing through his body and circulating through his limbs and bones before returning to his dantian in a complete cycle. During this process, Gu Qingfeng could distinctly feel a subtle warmth enveloping his body, a sensation of the energies integrating within him. Chapter 21. The renowned Wood King's sword time passed unremarkably during cultivation, and soon a day had slipped by. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling like the stars, momentarily reflecting a sense of bewilderment akin to a student abruptly awakened by an alarm clock. Wait, did I fall asleep? Gu Qingfeng realized he had dozed off while practicing. Feeling the faint energy within him, he noted it had increased just slightly since before his training. Sighing, he mused, it's not that I lack effort. It's just that cultivation is dreadfully monotonous. As a modern individual, sitting idle for an entire night, unable to do anything but breathe, felt exceedingly tedious. Particularly when the results were so minimal, it rendered the experience even more tiresome. Gu Qingfeng's talent was rather poor, otherwise he would not still be at the Qi gathering third layer at his age. System, why can't you enhance my cultivation? He grumbled. You only ever increase these peculiar attributes, defense or strength. Are you trying to turn me into a muscle-bound brute? Due to the host's lack of cultivation, this system cannot enhance your abilities. The system's cold voice echoed in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of indignation. Who do you think you are looking down upon? So what if I am only at the third layer of Qi gathering? Does it matter if my cultivation is low? You cannot deny my abilities. I do have cultivation. The Qi gathering stage merely involves the physical storage of the vital energies of heaven and earth. It does not constitute true cultivation. Only when the host reaches the inner Qi stage, refining the stored energies into a unique inner Qi, will they possess genuine cultivation. At that point, this system will be able to enhance your abilities, the system explained. Is there no room for negotiation? No. How dull. Gu Qingfeng felt somewhat disheartened. Inner Qi stage? It felt so distant. Given his talent, relying solely on hard work to reach that stage seemed like a far-off dream. Oh well. One step at a time. After all, my strength does not correlate too closely with my cultivation level. He sighed. Time to head to the second match. Gu Qingfeng stood, stretched his limbs, and made his way to the arena. The arena remained densely populated, with an even larger crowd than the previous day, including several formal yellow-ranked exorcists who had come to observe. As Gu Qingfeng surveyed the throng, he was momentarily puzzled when, all of a sudden, someone in the crowd spotted him. Gu Qingfeng has arrived. What? Where? Is that really him? The wooden sword on his back. Could it be the legendary Xian-level spirit weapon? Wow, look at the luster of that wooden sword. Its streamlined design. Can you feel the ancient and profound aura emanating from it? Qingfeng was taken aback. It seemed that these newcomers were all here to see him, or more precisely, to behold the wooden king's sword. Were they all this naive? Just a Xian-level spirit weapon was enough to cause such excitement? What happened to their earlier dismissive remarks, referring to it as a mere chunk of wood? In truth, Qingfeng was not fully aware of the true value of a Xian-level spirit weapon. Such weapons were scarce resources. Ordinary yellow-ranked exorcists typically wielded only conventional arms, while only those at the Xian level might possess a yellow-level spirit weapon. As for the Xian-level weapons, within the Demon-Suppression Division, only the esteemed Earth-ranked exorcists had access to them. There was but one Earth-level spirit weapon in the entire division, held by the division's leader, the Celestial-ranked exorcist Li Qianwan. And the Celestial-level spirit weapons? They existed solely in legends, akin to love, frequently spoken of but never witnessed. As a novice exorcist possessing a Xian-level spirit weapon, Qingfeng felt akin to a primary school student driving a Ferrari to school. It was indeed a spectacle. Brother Gu, I am from the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Wudong County. I wish to purchase the wooden king's sword from you. Name your price. Brother Gu, don't listen to him. Sell it to me. I'll pay double whatever he offers. Brother Gu, I'm not buying. I just want to see it. It's my first time encountering a Xian-level spirit weapon. Can I just touch it? Qingfeng found himself encircled by the crowd, feeling a chill as the men, one by one, reached out to him. It was overwhelming. Just then, fortunately, the steward intervened, allowing Qingfeng to ascend the stage for combat, thus granting him a reprieve. His opponent this time was still a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi Gathering, Li Hu. Upon Qingfeng's arrival on stage, Li Hu regarded him with a grave expression, as if facing a formidable foe. His gaze was particularly wary of the wooden king sword on Qingfeng's back. Li Hu understood that the power of a Xian-level spirit weapon was not something he could withstand. Thus, his only chance lay in defeating Qingfeng before he could draw the sword. The match commenced. As the steward issued the command, Li Hu sprang into action. He lunged at Qingfeng like a ferocious tiger, with no words wasted, akin to a runner reacting to the starting gun. He raised his long knife and charged at Qingfeng. Qingfeng was momentarily stunned by Li Hu's speed, failing to react in time or even reach for the wooden king's sword. In the next instant, Li Hu was upon him, a confident smile gracing his face. Victory was within his grasp. He swung the long knife at Qingfeng's chest. However, within the confines of the Demon-Suppression Division, lethal strikes were prohibited, so Li Hu aimed away from vital areas. Just as his long knife was about to make contact with Qingfeng, a sudden and astonishing transformation occurred. The wooden king's sword, still sheathed on Qingfeng's back, seemed to come alive, with countless vines surging forth, swiftly weaving themselves into a wooden shield before Qingfeng's chest. Clang! The long knife struck the wooden shield, producing a shower of sparks, yet the shield remained unscathed. Li Hu was taken aback and attempted to strike again, only to find that he could not withdraw his blade. Upon closer inspection, he saw numerous slender, sprouting branches emerging from the wooden shield, ensnaring his long knife. Li Hu exerted more force, yet he could not free himself from the grasp of those branches, which slithered along the blade like serpents, inching towards the hilt. In a moment of clarity, Li Hu decisively abandoned his knife and swiftly retreated to evade the onslaught of the vines. Swish! The wooden shield dissipated, revealing Qingfeng's amiable and bashful smile as he offered the long knife back to Li Hu. Brotherly, your knife. Li Hu, gazing at Qingfeng's smile, felt an unbidden surge of anger. This is too much. He roared and charged forward with a clenched fist. Qingfeng remained steadfast, the vines behind him growing wildly, lunging at Li Hu as if he were a creature from a myth. Dozens of vines lashed out at Li Hu, who, despite his recklessness, recognized that he could not withstand this attack and could only cower defensively. Qingfeng, unhurried, controlled the vines, gradually compressing Li Hu's space until he was cornered against the edge of the arena. Brotherly, will you step down on your own, or shall I assist you? Li Hu glanced at the edge of the arena behind him and at the overwhelming vines before him. Ultimately, with a reluctant glare at Qingfeng, he leapt down from the stage. Qingfeng chuckled, finding Li Hu far more perceptive than Lin Xiao from the previous day. Hey, brotherly, your knife, Qingfeng called, tossing the long knife down to Li Hu, who caught it with a bow before departing. The victor is Qingfeng, announced the steward, his tone lacking energy, clearly having anticipated the outcome. Chapter 22. The cancellation of spirit weapon qualification. After the match, Qingfeng returned to his lodging to resume his training. Since he was still on break, he had not returned to the demon prison and felt no urgency to do so. Truth be told, after encountering the White Bone Elder, Gu Qingfeng found it hard to regard the demons on the first level of the demon prison with any seriousness, aside from a slight yearning for the little corpse spirit. His Vajra body had reached a critical point, merely a step away from advancing again. However, with his current physical defenses, Gu Qingfeng did not believe any demon from the first level could breach his defenses, making it more prudent to wait until he became a yellow-ranked exorcist to explore the second level. Moreover, the system explicitly stated that upon reaching the internal Qi realm, he could enhance his internal energy cultivation by allowing demons to attack him. Thus, Gu Qingfeng felt invigorated. Gathering Qi, third level. Climb for me, no break for me. In the realm of cultivation, time is irrelevant, and before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. Feeling the surge of internal energy akin to a strand of hair thickening within him, Gu Qingfeng fell into contemplation. He recalled the story shared by a senior who had guided him upon joining the Demon-Suppression Division. Long ago, there were twins who began their martial arts training simultaneously, taught by the same master. By all accounts, their talents, techniques, and mentors were identical, so their training speeds should have been comparable. Yet, the truth was otherwise. The elder brother trained for 8 hours each day, while the younger brother only trained for 7. Surprisingly, the younger brother's progress outpaced that of his sibling. Perplexed, the elder brother approached their master for clarification, who explained, "You train for 8 hours daily, but aside from eating and sleeping, you do nothing else. Remember, cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Excessive strain can lead to fatigue, thus diminishing efficiency. Meanwhile, your brother dedicates his remaining hour to relaxation, playing chess, tending to flowers, and the like. This hour of rest allows him to rejuvenate, ensuring his training remains effective, which is why he surpasses you." This is the well-known story that illustrates the principle of leisure being greater than toil. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingfeng promptly fell asleep. Scientific cultivation begins with me. The following day, Gu Qingfeng participated in the match once more. Gu Qingfeng, how about you forego your spirit weapon? What skill is it to depend on the advantage of a weapon? Gu Qingfeng regarded the boastful opponent and slowly drew the wooden king's sword. This assertion is erroneous. Weaponry is indeed a facet of strength. Will you face demons in the future unarmed, solely relying on bare hands? Such nonsense. Is the competition comparable to confronting demons? How can it not be? The purpose of the contest is to identify the strongest individual to serve as a yellow-ranked demon hunter, thereby enhancing our ability to combat demons. Today, I have graciously allowed you to win without weapons. What will you do when you encounter a demon in the future? Will the demon extend you the same courtesy? You are merely grasping at straws. My dear fellow, heed my counsel. This competition is fraught with peril, one you cannot navigate. It would be wise for you to withdraw gracefully. Gu Qingfeng, you are no match for me. Await your reckoning. The individual grumbled as he exited the stage. The victor is Gu Qingfeng, the attendant stated with an impassive expression. The following day, Gu Qingfeng, let us negotiate. You shall not use spiritual weapons, and I will not exploit my cultivation to overpower you. I will suppress my cultivation to the 3rd level of Qi gathering, and we shall engage in a fair duel. What say you? Not at all. Very well. You shameless scoundrel. I curse you. The man stormed off the stage in a huff. Congratulations, Gu Qingfeng. You have advanced to the top 4. The finals are tomorrow, the attendant remarked without emotion. Ha ha ha, congratulations indeed. On the next day, prior to the commencement of the match, a group approached the Xian-ranked demon hunter, Qingfeng. Master He, please intervene regarding Gu Qingfeng. Master He, that brazen individual is openly cheating. Indeed, relying on spiritual weapons for victory diminishes the very essence of this contest. With a Xian-ranked spiritual weapon in hand, even a mere dog could triumph. Qingfeng observed the group thoughtfully and remarked, Gu Qingfeng has indeed crossed the line. I shall seek the opinions of the judges on this matter and provide you with a response. Thank you, Master He. We appreciate your commitment to justice. After dismissing the group, Qingfeng summoned his trusted aide and whispered a few words in his ear. Do you comprehend what must be done? Yes, I understand. Soon. The aide approached Gu Qingfeng, relaying the concerns of the collective. Brother Gu, let us speak plainly. Master He wishes to express that you have indeed incited public outrage. However, if you are willing to sell the Wood King's sword to Master He will permit you to continue wielding it. Once you secure the position of yellow-ranked demon hunter, you may then transfer ownership of the Wood King's sword to him. Consider this carefully, as agreeing to sell the sword will not only yield you substantial wealth, but also the coveted title and perhaps even Master He's favor. Should you decline, you will be barred from using the Wood King's sword during the match, thus halting your progress in the top 4, forfeiting your chance at the yellow-rank Demon Hunter title, and incurring Master He's displeasure. Weigh your options, dear brother. This overt coercion was indeed tempting. If Gu Qingfeng's strength were genuinely at the 3rd level of Qi gathering, he might have acquiesced. Alas, Gu Qingfeng was not so easily swayed. Even without the Wood King's sword, he could effortlessly secure 1st place. Moreover, the Wood King's sword was no ordinary low-grade Xian-rank spiritual weapon. Kindly inform Master He that the Wood King's sword is a family heirloom and is not for sale. The man regarded Gu Qingfeng with a look of disdain, as though he were an insensible fool, before departing. In the next match, Gu Qingfeng at the 3rd level of Qi gathering faced Hu Banqing at the 9th level. As they took to the stage, the audience buzzed with speculation. Alas, it is a shame for Hu Banqing. He was once a prime contender for 1st place. With his 9th level of Qi gathering, he possesses the strength to cleave through iron-armored corpses, an ability that nearly approaches the internal energy realm. Indeed. Yet who could have predicted his encounter with Gu Qingfeng? The competition commenced. The attendant issued the command. Wait. Hu Banqing suddenly interjected, capturing the attention of all present. He boldly declared, Master He, esteemed judges, I have something to say. Speak. He Fenghua regarded Hu Banqing with an impassive expression, revealing no trace of emotion. Thank you, Master. Upon receiving permission, Hu Banqing turned to point at Gu Qingfeng, stating, I wish to assert that Gu Qingfeng exploits the advantage of spiritual weapons to blatantly exploit loopholes in the rules, engaging in open cheating, which is utterly disgraceful. This contest is intended to identify the strongest and most capable individual to serve as a yellow-rank demon hunter. Yet, Gu Qingfeng possesses no strength without his spiritual weapon and is, in fact, shamelessly arrogant, rendering him unworthy of such a title. Therefore, I request Master He and the esteemed judges to revoke Gu Qingfeng's right to use his spiritual weapon and restore fairness to the competition. At this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in uproar. Among them, a prearranged instigator shouted, Yes. Well said. I support you. Indeed, it was about time someone called out Gu Qingfeng. Revoke his qualification. Revoke it. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Gu Qingfeng observed the tumult with serene composure, his heart untouched by the chaos around him. He understood human nature well. While some harbored ulterior motives, the majority simply resented his success. Their jealousy stemmed from his possession of a spiritual weapon, coveting the opportunity to attain the yellow-rank Demon Hunter title through it. They believed Gu Qingfeng was nothing without his weapon. Enough. He Fenghua silenced the crowd. Gu Qingfeng, do you have anything to say? His expression remained calm, yet his gaze bore a condescending disdain, seemingly mocking Gu Qingfeng for his initial arrogance in rejecting him. Gu Qingfeng smiled and replied, You all believe that I can only win through the use of a spiritual weapon. Yet you are unaware that I merely wish to avoid overly shattering your confidence. After all, with a spiritual weapon in hand, should I defeat you, you could still comfort yourselves with the notion that you lost to the weapon. However, if I were to win against a 3rd-level Qi gathering opponent without a weapon, I fear the blow to your pride would be unbearable. As the audience absorbed Gu Qingfeng's audacious words, their initial reaction was disbelief. A 3rd-level Qi gathering individual defeating one at the 9th level? Absurd. Ha ha ha. Am I hearing correctly? Is this young man suggesting he could win without a spiritual weapon? Has he become so deluded by his previous victories over 9th-level opponents that he believes he can triumph solely on ability? Without a spiritual weapon? Who do you think you are? Such arrogance. Oh. Gu Qingfeng sighed softly, remarking, I had hoped to engage with you as an ordinary person, but in return, all I received was indifference and mockery. Very well, I shall no longer feign modesty. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am already invincible within the Qi gathering realm. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did he just claim to be invincible in the Qi gathering realm? How utterly ridiculous. A mere 3rd-level Qi gathering individual dares to boast such nonsense? What a farce. Gu Qingfeng, are you suggesting you agree to compete without a spiritual weapon? He Fenghua suddenly challenged. Gu Qingfeng nodded and replied nonchalantly. To speak frankly, all of you present are merely rubbish. I shall win even without a spiritual weapon. All are rubbish. Win without a weapon. Gu Qingfeng's outrageous declarations echoed in the minds of the onlookers, inciting a torrent of furious outbursts. How could a 3rd-level Qi gathering individual dare to insult everyone as worthless? Their ire was palpable, with some even calling for Hu Banqing to deliver a harsh lesson to Gu Qingfeng. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the attendant stepped forward to restore order. Silence. Enough. The match is about to begin. Who? My brother, teach him a lesson. Beat this conceited fool to a pulp. Yes, strike him hard. Hu Banqing observed the enraged crowd and couldn't suppress a smirk. Gu Qingfeng, it seems your arrogance has stirred the wrath of the masses. Arrogance? I merely state the truth. A flicker of anger crossed Hu Banqing's face. Stating the truth? Does that not imply you consider me among the rubbish? Very well. Today, I shall witness whether your words are as resilient as my fists. Hu Banqing's fury twisted into a mocking grin. Oh, I have heard that you excel in the art of the blade. Why resort to fists now? Gu Qingfeng replied with an air of indifference. To engage with you. I fear my blade may become sullied. Prepare yourself. Hu Banqing, unwilling to engage in further banter, drew back his arm, coiling it like a spring compressed to its utmost. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch, his arm snapping straight with tremendous force, accompanied by a sound that cleaved the air. The wind from his punch arrived before the strike itself. The power behind this blow was akin to that which could shatter stone. Hu Banqing was evidently serious, determined to bring Gu Qingfeng to the brink of death. Confronted by such overwhelming might, a smirk curled at the corner of Gu Qingfeng's lips. He did not flinch or evade, but instead thrust out his chest. Seeking death, are we? A glint of cold malice flashed in Hu Banqing's eyes. He disregarded any tricks Gu Qingfeng might possess that would embolden such audacity. He knew all too well that within the body refinement realm, no one could withstand a blow from him without defense. No one. The onlookers could almost envision Gu Qingfeng being sent flying, blood splattering in the aftermath. In the next moment, Hu Banqing's fist struck fiercely against Gu Qingfeng's chest. Bang! A resounding crash shook the arena, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones and anguished cries. Ah! A shrill scream escaped Hu Banqing's lips. My hand! My hand! This scene stunned the crowd into silence. All were left gaping, as if ensnared by an illusion. That formidable punch, and yet, Gu Qingfeng had absorbed it with his chest, standing unscathed and unmoving. In stark contrast, Hu Banqing writhed in agony, clutching his injured hand. How could this be possible? Qingfeng abruptly rose from the judge's bench, his expression one of shock as he beheld the azure golden light emanating from Gu Qingfeng's chest, his form trembling. He blurted out, the iron cloth technique has reached perfection. At that moment, Qingfeng felt his understanding of the world being challenged. He was well aware of the iron cloth technique, a practice so common that he had even trained in it during his youth. It was precisely because of this familiarity that he understood the arduous nature of the technique. Without decades of laborious training, one could not hope to master it. The hallmark of its perfection was that azure golden glow. Yet, how could a youth in his teens, barely past his mother's womb for 10 months, have achieved such mastery? Could there truly be a prodigy in external martial arts? The audience below erupted as if boiling water had reached its peak. The sight before them was a profound challenge to their perceptions. How could this be? Gu Qingfeng was merely at the 3rd level of qi gathering. How could he withstand a punch from someone at the 9th level, and even shatter his fist? An illusion? It must be an illusion. Oh heavens, who is truly at the 3rd level of qi gathering, and who at the 9th? Is there some mistake? Those closest to the judge's bench heard Qingfeng's words, and, upon glimpsing the azure light upon Gu Qingfeng's chest, came to a realization. Gu Qingfeng had indeed perfected the iron cloth technique. It was utterly astonishing. What? The iron cloth technique perfected? No wonder he could withstand Hu Banqing's punch. It was the perfected iron cloth technique. Is it truly so powerful that one can challenge 6 levels above? This won't do. I must train as well. Strong my foot. I have practiced the iron cloth technique. It is merely arduous labor, a painstaking process that cannot be mastered without decades of dedication. But how then did Gu Qingfeng achieve it? This question stumped them all. On the stage, Gu Qingfeng paid no heed to the astonished crowd below, instead focusing calmly on the howling Hu Banqing, saying lightly, Are you in despair? Hu Banqing's face had gone pale, sweat pouring down his brow as he stammered, Impossible. Impossible. You are merely at the 3rd level of qi gathering. How can you be so resilient? Just the perfected iron cloth technique. Would you like to learn? I could teach you. Gu Qingfeng had not even invoked his diamond body, for it was unnecessary. Merely the perfected iron cloth technique rendered him impervious to any attack from the qi gathering realm. Damn it, you bastard. I will slay you. Hu Banqing gritted his teeth against the pain and, with his left hand, drew a long knife from his waist. Chapter 24. Should I let him use a spiritual weapon instead? No matter how hard you are, can you withstand my blade? Hu Banqing roared, Prepare to die? 5 Tiger breaking the gate blade. He howled, emitting a sound akin to a tiger's roar, as he wielded the long knife with a force that stirred the air. Clearly having grasped 3 aspects of the 5 Tiger breaking the gate blade, Gu Qingfeng regarded the cornered Hu Banqing and shook his head. You overestimate yourself. With that, he extended his fair hand, intending to catch the five-tiger breaking the gate blade barehanded. In truth, Gu Qingfeng feared his clothing might be torn, prompting him to receive the attack with his hand. His slender, pale hand met the ferocious blade. The sound of metal grinding against metal rang out. Hu Banqing's long knife was met with Gu Qingfeng's palm, creating a shower of sparks. Then, Gu Qingfeng exerted a single-handed force, and with a gentle twist, clang. Hu Banqing's long knife shattered with a resounding crack. Hu Banqing stared dumbfounded at the two segments of his broken knife, so overwhelmed that he momentarily forgot the pain in his right hand. Not only was Hu Banqing stunned, but the audience below was equally astonished, each mouth agape, eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed upon Gu Qingfeng, who stood triumphantly. For a moment, the square, filled with hundreds, fell into a profound silence. One could hear a pin drop. Do you now perceive the disparity? Gu Qingfeng's calm voice resonated throughout the arena. Hu Banqing stared blankly at Gu Qingfeng, his mouth opening in an attempt to retort, but his mind was blank, and no words emerged. I had no intention of showcasing my true strength, fearing it would shatter your confidence. Yet, here we are. You have been defeated by a third-level Qi-gathering warrior, and with bare hands at that. What excuse could you possibly muster to console yourself? Now, will you descend on your own accord, or shall I assist you? Hu Banqing's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, growing increasingly grotesque. I have not lost. You are merely physically resilient. To defeat me, you still fall short. But Hu Banqing's words were abruptly cut off as Gu Qingfeng swiftly appeared before him, a large hand grasping his face. Through the gaps between his fingers, Hu Banqing gazed into Gu Qingfeng's serene eyes, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. He seemed to want to say something more, yet in the next moment, Gu Qingfeng's palm exerted force. Hu Banqing's body lost all balance. Bang! He was forcefully slammed to the ground by Gu Qingfeng. Do you concede? No. Boom. Gu Qingfeng exerted force once more, Hu Banqing's head crashing violently against the ground, his face contorting, the earth beneath them yielding to the impact, creating a shallow crater. Do you concede? At this point, Hu Banqing's consciousness was fading. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth as he listened to Gu Qingfeng's emotionless words, fear enveloping him. I concede. His words were cut short as his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Gu Qingfeng released his grip and slowly rose to his feet. The arena enveloped in silence. He turned to the astonished steward, stating calmly, "Steward, please announce the result." Only then did the steward snap back to reality. Hastily climbing onto the stage to assess Hu Banqing's condition, relieved to find he was merely unconscious. The victor is Gu Qingfeng. There was no cheer, no applause. Only gazes filled with reverence and complexity. This time, no one dared to claim that Gu Qingfeng's victory was unearned. In fact, after witnessing Hu Banqing's plight and Gu Qingfeng's ferocity, they began to entertain a ludicrous thought. Perhaps he should wield a spiritual weapon instead? Gu Qingfeng descended the arena slowly. And as he passed, the audience instinctively parted, creating a path for him. They regarded Gu Qingfeng as if he were a fearsome beast in human form. Once Gu Qingfeng had distanced himself, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. He is extraordinarily powerful. Is he truly at the third level of Qi gathering? I can't help but wonder if my harsh words have left a grudge in his heart. Only He Fenghua gazed gloomily at the departing figure of Gu Qingfeng. Lost in thought, after a brief period of calm, the steward finally commenced the next match. The combatants this time included the renowned Bema Ming, who stood on equal footing with Hu Banqing, and a lesser-known practitioner at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Their battle was rather unremarkable, yet the audience seemed uninterested, even engaging in discussions about the previous contest. As expected, the outcome was that Bema Ming emerged victorious. In fact, it was anticipated that the top contenders for first place would be Hu Banqing and Bema Ming, both of whom were on the verge of entering the internal Qi realm. In terms of strength, neither was inferior to the new internal Qi experts. However, an unexpected variable had emerged in the form of Gu Qingfeng. Despite his win, Bema Ming could not find joy in his victory, for he had witnessed Gu Qingfeng's prowess in battle. Deep within, he felt a profound despair as he glanced at his weapon, the Bema Liang silver spear, and questioned whether it could even pierce Gu Qingfeng's formidable defense. That night, He Fenghua approached Bema Ming. Do you have confidence in defeating Gu Qingfeng in tomorrow's match? Bema Ming shook his head, clearly despondent. A spear wielder must possess unwavering spirit, for hesitation and fear can spell doom. Yet now, Bema Ming's resolve had waned. He understood that he could not breach Gu Qingfeng's iron cloth shirt. At the perfected level, The iron cloth shirt could withstand the attacks of ordinary internal Qi warriors. Although Beima Ming stood at the cusp of that realm, he was still a step away. Suddenly, He Fenghua produced a long spear and handed it to Beima Ming. What if you wield this? Upon examining the spear, Beima Ming gasped in astonishment. Is this a spirit weapon? He Fenghua stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, this spear, named Qingfeng, is a low-grade yellow spirit weapon I acquired through fortunate circumstances in my youth. And I have never used it publicly. What is your intention, my lord? Beima Ming inquired. Gu Qingfeng is known for his capricious and violent nature. Should he become a yellow-grade demon slayer and attain an official position, it would not bode well for the common folk. Thus, I have come to lend you my support. He was confident in his own defense, but how could a mere perfected iron cloth shirt withstand the advantages of a spirit weapon? Tomorrow, simply wield this spear, and Gu Qingfeng will likely rely solely on his physical prowess, just as he did today. In that moment of surprise, you shall surely defeat him with one decisive strike. At these words, Beima Ming felt a surge of excitement. Having been on the brink of despair, he now saw a glimmer of hope. Not only could he attain the status of a yellow-grade demon slayer, but he might also earn the favor of He Fenghua. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated. My lord, hasn't the use of spirit weapons been prohibited in this competition? Wouldn't that mean I would be openly breaking the rules? He Fenghua shook his head, who said that spirit weapons are banned. It is only Gu Qingfeng who is prohibited from using them. Furthermore, he has personally assured that he would not employ a spirit weapon. This has nothing to do with you, Beima Ming. Beima Ming was taken aback, his expression shifting between pale and flushed as he wrestled with his inner turmoil. He comprehended He Fenghua's intent. He was being urged to resort to trickery. After all, as the referee, He Fenghua's approval would ensure the match proceeded smoothly, albeit with Beima Ming bearing the weight of public scorn. Thus, he found himself torn between his reputation and the prospect of becoming a yellow-grade demon slayer. After a moment of contemplation, a fierce determination ignited in Beima Ming's gaze. What is reputation worth? The next day, the finals commenced. The spacious arena was filled to capacity, far exceeding any previous gathering. Most had come to witness Gu Qingfeng. Last night, he had gained fame by effortlessly overpowering Hu Banqing, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi gathering, sending shockwaves through the Demon-Suppression Division. Although Gu Qingfeng had previously garnered notoriety for his victories with the Wooden King's sword, last night's performance had fundamentally altered perceptions of him. It became evident that even without a mysterious great spirit weapon, he could still triumph. This was rather terrifying for an ordinary martial artist. To challenge an opponent of a higher level is already deemed talented, and to surpass 2 levels is regarded as extraordinary genius. But to overcome 6 levels? Such prowess transcends mere genius. It is nothing short of monstrous, an unequivocal prodigy. Throughout the history of the Demon-Suppression Division, and indeed the entire Dynasty, no one had ever achieved such astounding feats. Many spectators, having witnessed Gu Qingfeng's battle, re-evaluated their understanding of the iron cloth shirt, igniting a fervor for its cultivation within the Demon-Suppression Division. The library was now devoid of any copies of the iron cloth shirt manual, all having been snatched up. Some even resorted to paying exorbitant prices for external manuals to practice it. Here he comes. Gu Qingfeng has arrived. A voice rang out from the crowd, and everyone turned to see a radiant youth, smiling as he walked toward the stage. It was none other than Gu Qingfeng. As he strolled toward the arena, the crowd parted, instinctively creating a path for him. Their gazes were filled with awe, reflecting their perception of a formidable figure. Clearly, Gu Qingfeng's brutal display against Hu Banqing the previous day had made a significant impression. At that moment, Beima Ming also appeared on stage. But the attention that had once been his was now entirely captured by Gu Qingfeng. A flicker of jealousy crossed Beima Ming's eyes. Yet as he glanced at the spear in his hand, his confidence surged anew. Let him bask in this moment. We shall see who ultimately claims victory. As both competitors took their positions, the steward wasted no time and promptly announced the commencement of the match. Gu Qingfeng stood still, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Beima Ming. Brother Bai, do you wish to follow the formalities before conceding, or shall you surrender outright? A glint of coldness flashed in Beima Ming's eyes as he retorted, Gu Qingfeng, do not be so arrogant. I am aware of your reputed invulnerability, yet I, Beima Ming, am no mere prey. I have devised a unique spear technique, powerful enough to pierce anything. If you can withstand my strike, I shall concede. Gu Qingfeng shrugged nonchalantly. It appears you prefer to go through the motions. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Gu Qingfeng opened his shirt, revealing his toned, fair chest, causing some female demon slayers to shyly cover their eyes, peeking through their fingers. Aim here. I fear you might tear my clothing, he jested. Beima Ming, incensed by Gu Qingfeng's bravado, felt humiliated yet inwardly elated. Everything was unfolding as he Fenghua had anticipated. Gu Qingfeng, brimming with confidence in his iron cloth shirt, would not retaliate, allowing Beima Ming to strike unhindered. Once the moment was ripe, he would unleash the low-grade spirit weapon, Qiaofeng, effortlessly breaching Gu Qingfeng's prideful defense, thus securing the position of yellow-grade demon slayer and ascending to the pinnacle of his existence. The more Beima Ming contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Sensing victory was within his grasp. Hey, do you possess some peculiar obsession? You've been staring at my chest for ages without attacking, and yet you seem so thrilled. Gu Qingfeng felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly perceiving himself as sullied. You're talking nonsense. Beima Ming snapped back to reality, his face shifting in hue as he noticed the peculiar gazes of the audience, igniting a fresh wave of fury within him, especially among the female spectators, who appeared utterly captivated. Feeling the weight of his pride slipping away, Beima Ming swiftly drew the spear, executing a graceful flourish before directing it toward Gu Qingfeng's exposed chest. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Receive my thunderstrike." The sound of the spear slicing through the air was sharp and piercing. This strike was swift, precise, and fierce. It was indeed a harbinger of cold brilliance, followed by a spear that surged forth like a dragon. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Although they did not believe Beima Ming could win, they admired his spear technique nonetheless. Gu Qingfeng observed with a subtle nod, acknowledging the prowess of the successor of the white horse's gleaming silver spear. Trained from a young age, Beima Ming indeed possessed remarkable skills, yet he was merely on par with Hu Banqing. To aspire to breach the iron cloth shirt? Such aspirations were mere folly. Many discerning spectators recognized this discrepancy. Although Beima Ming's spear technique was formidable, it paled in comparison to Hu Banqing's blade, proving ineffective against Gu Qingfeng. The distance of a mere 10 paces between Gu Qingfeng and Beima Ming evaporated in an instant, as the spear lunged toward Gu Qingfeng. Suddenly, Beima Ming's spear quivered violently, emanating a dazzling brilliance. A resplendent crimson aura erupted from the spear, shocking the onlookers. Spirit weapon. Despicable. The audience erupted in uproar, astonished that Beima Ming had resorted to using a spirit weapon despite the restrictions placed on Gu Qingfeng. Some judges seated at the platform, their brows furrowed, seemed poised to intervene, but the spear was already upon them, leaving no time to act. The brilliant red light from the spear coalesced into the vague shape of a colossal firebird, its tip resembling a beak, fiercely lunging toward Gu Qingfeng's chest. In the next moment, Gu Qingfeng's figure was entirely engulfed by the fiery giant bird. Beima Ming's malicious grin was evident. Ultimately, I shall emerge victorious. Clang. A sharp, resonant clang echoed throughout the arena. Beima Ming felt his spear halt abruptly, his expression frozen in disbelief. As the flames dissipated, Gu Qingfeng emerged unscathed, wearing a faint, enigmatic smile. Beima Ming stared incredulously at Gu Qingfeng's chest, his spear resting against it, having failed to pierce even the skin. Impossible. Beima Ming's face contorted with disbelief. This is a spirit weapon. How could your body be more resilient than a spirit weapon? Simultaneously, Qingfeng, who could no longer maintain his composure, was equally incredulous, his mind racing. Even as a formidable Xiantier demon slayer, he could not withstand a blow from a spirit weapon with mere flesh, relying instead on his true energy for protection. Yet, Gu Qingfeng was capable of enduring the spirit weapon's assault with sheer physical strength? What manner of being is this? This unexpected turn of events left the spectators astounded. Initially, they had intended to condemn Beima Ming's underhanded tactics, but they were left speechless by the astonishing reality of Gu Qingfeng's resilience against a spirit weapon. Such a sensation in modern society would be akin to witnessing someone shot, yet emerging unscathed. A spirit weapon, wielded by a martial artist, is akin to a modern individual facing a firearm. So this is your self-created spear technique? Claiming to have devised it, even while wielding a spirit weapon. Truly, you are a remarkable individual, Gu Qingfeng remarked with a smile, though a hint of coldness laced his laughter. Chapter 26. Xiantier Demon Slayer, I refuse to believe it. Beima Ming suddenly bellowed, fiercely raising his spear once more. The illusion of the fiery giant bird coalesced anew, surging toward Gu Qingfeng's chest with the ferocity of a raging inferno. Clang. The metallic clash resounded again. The spear remained immovable. During the first unexpected incident, the crowd had not observed closely, but during this second assault, they watched intently. As the spear struck Gu Qingfeng's chest, radiant golden light erupted from the point of impact, starkly contrasting the previous azure hue. Some martial artists among the crowd, knowledgeable in external techniques, gasped in astonishment. It's the Golden Bell Shield. That golden light. The Golden Bell Shield has reached perfection. At this revelation, the audience erupted in chaos. What? Not only had he perfected the iron cloth shirt, but he had also mastered the Golden Bell Shield? No wonder he could withstand a spirit weapon. The perfected Golden Bell Shield combined with the perfected iron cloth shirt rendered his physique comparable to a low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon. Such a genius in the realm of external martial arts truly exists. The Golden Bell Shield is indeed an advanced external technique, superior to the commonplace iron cloth shirt. However, in the martial arts world, where true energy reigns supreme, the Golden Bell Shield, despite its merits, is often viewed as a lesser path, seldom pursued by practitioners. The hallmark of a perfected Golden Bell Shield is the blinding golden light. Listening to the crowd's exclamations, Qingfeng felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that his Vajra body would be mistaken for the Golden Bell Shield, freeing him from the need to conceal it. Although the two bore similarities, the defensive power of the Vajra body far surpassed that of the Golden Bell Shield. If the perfected iron cloth shirt could withstand attacks from true energy realm warriors, then the Golden Bell Shield corresponded to true energy realm practitioners, while the Vajra body aligned with the Ganchi realm. The Vajra body, an innate quality acquired through the system, eludes explanation, unlike the Golden Bell Shield, which anyone can practice. As for why you cannot master it, that is your own predicament. Fool, Bai Ma Ming raged. This is a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon. In a frenzy, he thrust repeatedly at Gu Qingfeng's chest, the clang of metal echoing incessantly. Yet with each thrust, Bai Ma Ming's complexion paled, for Gu Qingfeng's chest remained unblemished, not a single mark left behind. Is it satisfying to stab me? Gu Qingfeng remarked calmly. Though a sense of something awry crept in, Bai Ma Ming, realizing the grip of victory was slipping, suddenly had an epiphany. It must be your chest, that is the issue. I'll stab somewhere else. With that, Bai Ma Ming raised his spear and aimed for Gu Qingfeng's abdomen. The fiery giant bird materialized once more, screeching as it lunged toward Gu Qingfeng's midsection. Seizing the moment, Gu Qingfeng's fury ignited. Having refrained from striking until now, he finally acted. A golden glowing right hand shot forth, grasping the neck of the fiery giant bird with a vice-like grip. The illusion dissipated instantly, revealing the true form of the spear, with Gu Qingfeng's hand clutching its tip. As the spear was seized, rendering it immovable, Bai Ma Ming's face lit up with a frenzied joy. I knew it. I knew there was something wrong with your chest. No wonder you wanted me to stab your chest, and not your abdomen. Gu Qingfeng's anger intensified at the implication, and he delivered a resounding slap. Crack! A sharp sound reverberated through the arena as Bai Ma Ming was sent sprawling, losing 2 teeth in the process. What issue could you possibly be referring to? Did I not warn you before the match not to tear my clothes? What were you thinking? My clothes are quite expensive, you know. In that moment, Bai Ma Ming's world crumbled. The reason Gu Qingfeng had forbidden him from stabbing his abdomen was merely to protect his garments? Even with a spirit weapon, he could not pierce Gu Qingfeng's skin. What, then, had he sacrificed his reputation for? Get lost. Gu Qingfeng delivered a powerful kick to Bai Ma Ming's abdomen. Bang! Under Gu Qingfeng's immense strength, Bai Ma Ming was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth like a jet engine. After this display, Gu Qingfeng retained the spirit weapon spear in his grasp. Truth be told, he had contemplated claiming it for himself. But openly seizing another's property was strictly forbidden by the Demon-Suppression Division. Thus, Gu Qingfeng held the spear aloft, mimicking a javelin throw, and hurled it into the distance. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, vanishing from sight. Unable to claim it for himself, he decided to toss it away, leaving Bai Ma Ming to retrieve it. However, Bai Ma Ming was now unconscious and unable to do so. Witnessing this scene, Qingfeng, the Xiantier demon slayer, could no longer remain seated. For that spirit weapon belonged to him. Yet he dared not retrieve it. Doing so would expose the truth. Elder Huang, please hurry and announce the results of the match. Qingfeng urged anxiously. Only then did Elder Huang realize and hurriedly ascended the stage to declare the outcome. The victor of this match is Gu Qingfeng. Applause erupted from the audience, clearly pleased that Gu Qingfeng had triumphed over the despicable Bai Ma Ming. Although Gu Qingfeng was initially met with disdain and ridicule, and employed spiritual weapons, his approach differed fundamentally from that of Bai Ma Ming. Gu Qingfeng wielded his powers with integrity, rather than through ambush. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng's prowess did not rely on spiritual weapons for victory. The essence of their methods was entirely dissimilar. Steward Huang, in a moment, you shall issue the token and official title to Gu Qingfeng. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Qingfeng instructed before turning away. Despite his inner resentment, the procedure was clear. Qingfeng had triumphed, and regardless of his personal feelings, he was obliged to allow Qingfeng to assume the role of a yellow-rank demon slayer. What concerned him most was his own spiritual weapon, the Qingfeng. Having already failed to acquire the Wood King's sword, he feared that if someone else were to claim the Qingfeng, it would be a devastating loss. Qingfeng cast a puzzled glance at Qingfeng, wondering if he was in a hurry. According to protocol, Qingfeng should have presided over the final procedures. Thus, Steward Huang would have to step in. After navigating several intricate formalities, Steward Huang, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, presented Qingfeng with the Xuanyu robe, the Yinling blade, and the Demon Slayer token. With this, Qingfeng officially acquired his title, becoming a yellow-rank demon slayer. The Xuanyu robe, a garment of the official demon slayers, was entirely black, crafted from soft and smooth fabric. It featured an illustration of a Xian fish, symbolizing the warding off of evil, along with enigmatic patterns that comprised minor defensive arrays and dust-evading formations. Although its defensive capabilities were modest, it significantly enhanced the garment's quality and, thanks to the dust-evading formation, eliminated the need for washing, which was exceedingly convenient. The Yinling blade was also a standard weapon for official demon slayers. Though it was not a spiritual weapon, its quality was unquestionable, forged from refined steel and inscribed with minor arrays, granting it a certain lethality against demons. The Demon Slayer token appeared to be merely an emblem of status. However, it contained internal arrays capable of capturing the aura of a demon's demise. Each time the bearer vanquished a demon, the token would record the information, serving as a merit recorder. Chapter 27. Martial Techniques. As the competition concluded, Steward Huang escorted Qingfeng to register and catalog his information, a necessary process. As a yellow-rank demon slayer, he belonged to the Dayan Dynasty and required formal registration, which would be reported to the imperial court, far more complex than a mere verbal appointment. An hour later, the process was complete. Congratulations, Master Gu, Steward Huang said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Being affiliated with Qingfeng, he understood the underlying tensions and did not conceal his discontent. It was Qingfeng's first time holding an official title, being addressed as master, and he was too elated to concern himself with Steward Huang's sentiments. Thank you, thank you. By the way, Steward Huang, I've heard that yellow-rank demon slayers are entitled to various benefits. Am I correct? Indeed, as a yellow-rank demon slayer, you may receive a pei-yuan pill and choose a martial technique from the library. Please follow me, Steward Huang replied, adhering to the regulations despite any personal misgivings. Steward Huang first led Qingfeng to the alchemy chamber to collect a pei-yuan pill before proceeding to the library. Previously, Qingfeng had only accessed the first floor of the library and had never had the opportunity to ascend to the second. However, this time, he was granted access to select a martial technique. The second floor differed from the first, housing significantly fewer books, as those contained therein were exceedingly precious. Primarily martial technique manuals. Such techniques were typically reserved for martial artists at the inner Qi stage, thus inaccessible to those at the gathering Qi stage. Qingfeng, having attained the yellow rank title at the gathering Qi third level, was fortunate to have the opportunity to study martial techniques. Master Gu, you have 1 hour to select a martial technique. You must exit once the hour is up. It is the rule, Steward Huang stated. Understood, Qingfeng nodded, ready to begin his selection, but Steward Huang called out to him again. In my opinion, Master Gu, you might as well choose casually, as you lack inner Qi at this stage and cannot execute martial techniques anyway. No matter how much effort you put into selecting, it may be a long time before you can utilize them. Steward Huang clearly wished to expedite the process, and while his words bore truth, Qingfeng was determined to select the finest technique available, regardless of its immediate applicability. Qingfeng began his search on the second floor, swiftly picking up a volume to peruse. Yellow rank lower grade martial technique, Bahuang Palm. With the intent of traversing the 8 realms, this palm technique is expansive and formidable, capable of shattering mountains and stones when mastered to perfection. Weak. Qingfeng dismissed it after a brief glance. Proceeding further, he picked up another volume. Yellow rank middle grade martial technique, Demon Slaying Fist, specifically designed for combating demons. Its explosive power is said to obliterate all evil. What an exaggeration. One would think it was a celestial grade technique. Furthermore, if it could slay demons with a single punch, who would provide me with attributes? He continued flipping through various techniques. Yellow rank middle grade martial technique, Shadowless Sword. Yellow rank upper grade martial technique, Blazing Sun Slash. Yellow rank upper grade martial technique, Demon-breaking finger. After an exhaustive search, Gu Qingfeng found no satisfactory volumes. Finally, he reached the innermost bookshelf, which held only 3 martial techniques. A small wooden plaque beside it bore the inscription Xian Grade Martial Techniques. Elated, Gu Qingfeng began to examine them. All 3 techniques were of Xian grade, the only ones of their kind on the second floor. Xian rank lower grade martial technique, Falling Star Fist, inspired by the descent of shooting stars. This fist technique strikes with the force of a celestial event, swift as thunder. Xian rank lower grade martial technique, Swastika Seal, a creation of the Buddhist sect. It exudes grandeur and solemnity, repelling all evils and serving as a bane to demons. Xian rank middle grade martial technique, 1 character burning sun sword, crafted by an unnamed swordsman. It gathers solar fire, igniting the user's bloodline to incinerate all foes. Gu Qingfeng found himself enraptured by each technique, yearning to claim them all. Yet he could select only one. Future selections would require accumulating merits through tasks. He meticulously evaluated the 3 techniques. First, he dismissed Swastika Seal. While it could be employed against both humans and demons, its primary focus was on demon slaying, which was the least of Gu Qingfeng's concerns. Next, he ruled out Falling Star Fist. Although its power was commendable, the rigorous training requirements, particularly the need to observe a meteorite for insight, were daunting. As such, celestial bodies were not easily found. Ultimately, Gu Qingfeng decided upon 1 character burning sun sword. This technique was an extreme sword art that absorbed solar fire energy to concentrate its power against adversaries. It was a double-edged sword, as it could harm the wielder if not handled with care. However, for someone like Gu Qingfeng, who possessed a robust physique and a talent for fire manipulation, this technique was perfectly suited to him, given his innate affinity for fire. Selecting a fire-based martial technique not only provided him with training bonuses, but also significantly amplified its potency. Moreover, among the 3 techniques, 1 character burning sun sword was the most powerful, being a middle-grade Xian technique. In truth, the presence of Xian-grade martial techniques on the second floor was unusual, as those below the requisite cultivation stage could face adverse effects from forcibly practicing higher-tier techniques. The inclusion of these 3 volumes was intentional. The Swastika Seal was deliberately placed by the higher-ups of the Demon-Suppression Division to equip lower-ranking demon slayers with powerful means to combat demons. And although it was challenging to master, being a Buddhist technique, it posed minimal risk of leading to obsession for lower-ranked demon slayers. Falling Star Fist was deemed less valuable due to its demanding requirements, thus it could not advance to the 3rd floor. The 1 character burning sun sword hardly requires further elaboration. Despite being classified as a mid-grade martial technique of the mysterious tier, its cultivation is fraught with challenges, demanding stringent conditions and posing a risk of self-immolation. While its potency is undeniable, its cost-effectiveness is lamentably low, which relegates it to the 2nd tier, much to the advantage of Gu Qingfeng. However, it is premature to discuss this, as one must first achieve the internal Qi realm. Without internal Qi, the martial techniques remain beyond one's reach. It is akin to being handed a handgun devoid of ammunition. The martial technique is the handgun, while internal Qi serves as the ammunition. Yet, after perusing the 1 character burning sun sword, Gu Qingfeng conceived a bold notion. Although devoid of internal Qi, he possesses an innate talent for fire manipulation, complemented by the white-bone demon fire. The emergence of this idea exhilarated him. Should it materialize, he would gain an additional formidable trump card. Glancing at the time, he noted that less than a stick of incense remained, and while he initially intended to depart, a sudden thought prompted him to venture to the 1st tier. There, he found the Golden Bell Shield in the external skills section, leaving him satisfied. If others claim he has mastered the Golden Bell Shield, then let him indeed master it. His primary concern was to avoid detection by astute observers. Hence his decision to practice the Golden Bell Shield for some cover. Chapter 28. Sword Practice 2 Books? Elder Huang furrowed his brows. Did I not inform you that you could only select 1 technique? Gu Qingfeng waved the books in front of Elder Huang. I selected the 1 character burning sun sword from the 2nd tier, and this one, the Golden Bell Shield, was taken from the 1st tier. There should be no restrictions for the 1st tier, correct? Indeed, the 1st tier imposes no restrictions. However, Elder Huang queried, did you not claim to have mastered the Golden Bell Shield? Why do you still wish to acquire it? Gu Qingfeng smirked. Do you understand the concept of revisiting the old to learn the new? Otherwise, how do you think I achieved mastery? Revisiting the old to learn the new. Elder Huang's eyes brightened, recognizing the phrase from Confucius. He had heard it before, and the brevity of those words concealed profound philosophy that he found increasingly resonant. For a moment, He was so entranced that he lost track of Gu Qingfeng's departure. After a considerable pause, Elder Huang regained his composure and hurried back into the library, seeking out his own practice of the 8 Desolations Palm, which he began to review from the beginning. This time, he unearthed numerous new meanings within the technique that had previously been second nature to him. The 8 Desolations Palm had reached a new level. In that instant, Elder Huang's initial hostility towards Gu Qingfeng dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated admiration. He began to understand why Gu Qingfeng could perfect both the Iron Shirt and the Golden Bell Shield. It was likely due to his talent and the principle of revisiting the old to learn the new. Such a straightforward yet profound martial principle, casually imparted by Gu Qingfeng, was indeed worthy of reverence. The truth was, Elder Huang's animosity towards Gu Qingfeng had never been significant. It stemmed primarily from his superior, Qingfeng, who disdained Gu Qingfeng, compelling him to align his stance accordingly. Yet now, he found himself subtly swayed by Gu Qingfeng's insights. What technique did Gu Qingfeng claim to select? Elder Huang pondered. Oh no, he chose the one-character Burning Sun Sword. Surely, he picked it for its high grade, but it is an imprudent choice, difficult to master and perilous. Elder Huang intended to warn Gu Qingfeng, but then hesitated. A person who could articulate the principle of revisiting the old to learn the new would surely recognize the dangers of the one-character Burning Sun Sword. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng was only at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. He could not cultivate martial techniques yet. It could very well be that he merely wished to study it. So perhaps it was best not to meddle. Thus, Elder Huang returned to report to Qingfeng. Upon entering Qingfeng's quarters, he was almost overwhelmed by a foul odor permeating the room. What is that stench? Elder Huang exclaimed, nearly retching. Qingfeng scowled. The person who poured the night fragrance earlier accidentally spilled it. What? Who would do such a thing? What an abomination. Fear not. I have already dealt with the culprit. Qingfeng replied, also on the verge of sickness. In truth, he was lying. Who would spill night fragrance in broad daylight? The real reason was that Gu Qingfeng had unwittingly tossed a spirit weapon into a cesspit, where its sharpness had embedded it deep within the filth. Qingfeng dared not enlist anyone to retrieve it, fearing damage to his reputation, and thus was compelled to take matters into his own hands. What brings you here? Qingfeng inquired. Reporting back, my lord, I have completed the necessary formalities for Gu Qingfeng, and he has selected his martial technique from the library. What technique did he choose? The one-character Burning Sun Sword. At this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Qingfeng's eyes. He mused, the one-character Burning Sun Sword? Huh. Out of 10 practitioners, 9 self-immolate, and the one who survives often ruins their meridians. He is courting disaster. Alas, he is yet to reach the internal Qi realm, so he cannot cultivate it. Good. You have done well. You may leave now. Qingfeng quickly dismissed Elder Huang, who fled the room as if escaping a plague. Once alone, Qingfeng returned to the bath, yet the lingering slickness on his skin felt impossible to wash away. In the training room, Gu Qingfeng commenced his practice of the Golden Bell Shield. The reason he did not first attempt the one-character Burning Sun Sword to test his hypothesis was due to the inability to effectively execute it. One misstep could ignite the room. He planned to practice outdoors later that night. Opening the Golden Bell Shield manual, he spent the duration of 2 sticks of incense memorizing its key concepts before beginning his cultivation. After 4 hours, the Golden Bell Shield reached perfection. With the foundation of his diamond body, practicing external skills proved to be remarkably effortless. Emerging from the training room, Gu Qingfeng noticed it was deep into the night. With an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings, only the patrolling guards of the Demon-Suppression Division could be seen. Under the cover of darkness, he made his way to the outskirts of Wudong County, where the rugged terrain offered ample concealment. Wudong County was expansive, and given the current turmoil with demons wreaking havoc, the area felt desolate, with only the bustling center remaining vibrant. After selecting a suitable location, Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes and began recalling the various nuances of the one-character Burning Sun Sword, which he had already committed to memory during his time in the training room. For safety, he reviewed the steps once more. The initial step in cultivating the one-character Burning Sun Sword entails prolonged exposure to sunlight, utilizing specific methods to absorb solar fire energy, thereby infusing it into one's internal Qi and altering its nature. This first step alone is enough to deter many, as the process of transforming internal Qi with solar fire energy is quite painful, subjecting the meridians to the searing agony of the sun. However, Gu Qingfeng could bypass this step, as he lacked internal Qi. The second step involves refining, compressing, and nurturing the internal Qi imbued with solar fire energy until it bursts forth with fiery intensity. This step is even more perilous. For the power of the sun is not easily harnessed by mere mortals. Achieving a potent explosion of internal qi is fraught with danger. Akin to a barrel of explosives beside a flame, one miscalculation could lead to catastrophe. This step, too, could be omitted. The third step requires the practitioner to gather the explosive internal qi upon the sword and unleash it through a specific technique to ignite and detonate. Without exceptional control, one might ignite themselves before even executing the strike. What Qingfeng aimed to practice was precisely this third step. Although he lacked explosive internal qi, he possessed the more formidable white bone demon fire. Qingfeng intended to experiment with substituting the white bone demon fire for internal qi, executing the one-character burning sun sword technique. Should he succeed, the power of this technique would surely surpass a mere projection of the white bone demon fire, and do so with remarkable speed. After a stick of incense, Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, drew the wooden king's sword, and executed a strike following the method outlined in the manual. Swish! The sword sliced through the air, producing a sound of breaking silence, yet nothing else transpired. Qingfeng felt no surprise, for he had neither absorbed the solar fire energy nor refined and condensed it, nor had he summoned the white bone demon fire. How could he possibly wield the one-character burning sun sword? He was merely testing the techniques in the manual, seeking to achieve mastery through repetition and avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Thus, Qingfeng swung his sword repeatedly, each motion accompanied by a mental simulation of the sun's fiery flow, mimicking the sensation of compression and ignition. Chapter 29. Night as bright as day. After an hour, at last, Qingfeng sensed that the moment had nearly arrived. He uttered a low shout and swung his sword once more, this time slowly and steadily, as if expending every ounce of strength in this singular stroke. Concurrently, he summoned the skeletal demon fire within him. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the sword blade. Whoosh! Qingfeng accelerated abruptly, slashing forth. Boom! The skeletal demon fire detonated explosively. In an instant, Qingfeng was engulfed by the pale flames. The next moment, the skeletal demon fire returned to his body, revealing a handsome face marred by a bitter smile. He had failed. Qingfeng was not surprised. After all, this was a mid-grade martial technique of the profound level. How could it be so easily mastered? Even with his innate talent for fire manipulation, mastery was not instantaneous. It also required an aptitude for swordsmanship. However, thanks to his fire manipulation talent, his training was at least dozens of times easier. Moreover, failure in his training would not result in a backlash from the flames. His talent rendered him impervious to the myriad fires of the world. Again, Qingfeng swung his sword once more. Boom! He was once again consumed by flames. Again. Thus, Qingfeng swung his sword time and again, facing failure over 100 times, to the point where the skeletal demon fire seemed somewhat dispirited. One last attempt, if he were to fail again, it would mean that the one-character sun-burning sword could not coexist with the skeletal demon fire. On his final swing, perhaps due to the accumulation of experience, this time he felt an extraordinary connection, as if a flash of inspiration had struck him. With a single swing, the skeletal demon fire once again coalesced upon the blade, illuminating it brilliantly. An invisible yet terrifying wave emanated from the blade, distorting the surrounding air as it was scorched. Qingfeng's eyes brightened. This was the feeling. The one-character sun-burning sword. With a stroke, a slender, highly concentrated beam of pale, sword light suddenly manifested. It was as though a white line had abruptly appeared in the darkened world, a line imbued with terrifying, explosive energy. In that instant, a dazzling white light erupted from the line, illuminating the entire night as if it were day, the dreadful heat radiating outward, causing the verdant grass below to twist and wither. This strike resembled the dawn breaking, akin to the sun rising in the east, or like the horizon dividing heaven and earth. Whoosh! The white line of the sun-burning sword spread forth, akin to a divine being wielding a brush upon the canvas of the universe, inscribing a single character. Wherever it passed, flowers, trees, and even the intangible air seemed to be cleaved in two, as if swept by a laser. A small mountain stood before the white line. As it gently grazed the peak, the mountain was cleaved in half, the upper portion sliding down with a thunderous roar. Fortunately, Qingfeng's angle was inclined upward, allowing the white line to soar higher and higher until it disappeared from sight. Otherwise, it would have wreaked untold havoc on the environment. Qingfeng gazed at the collapsing mountain, its severed edge remarkably smooth, like a polished mirror. He couldn't help but gasp in awe. This power. Before Qingfeng could finish his thought, an enormous boom resonated from the distant sky, echoing throughout Wutong County like a thunderclap. In In that moment, countless individuals were jolted from their slumber, some even tumbling from their beds, and before they could gather their wits, something even more astonishing occurred. A blinding fireball erupted in the sky. It was as if the sun had risen in the nocturnal heavens, illuminating Wudong County, as if it were day. Qingfeng stared in astonishment at the distant sky, realizing that the white skeletal sun-burning sword energy that had soared upward had ultimately exploded. And he had not anticipated such a tremendous commotion. This was the nature of the one character's sun-burning sword, intensely compressed energy culminating in an explosive release. After a prolonged moment, as the daylight-like brilliance gradually dissipated, Qingfeng regained his senses. Oh no! Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as a thought struck him. Without a backward glance, he dashed into the depths of the night. Not long after Qingfeng had departed, a mysterious figure suddenly materialized in the very spot he had occupied, seemingly appearing out of thin air. The newcomer was a man clad in black, exuding an imposing aura, his shadowy eyes fixed intently on the severed mountain, his face etched with a grave expression. Had Qingfeng seen the man's visage, he would have gasped in surprise. This was none other than his superior. Indeed, the visitor was Li Qianduo, the sole heavenly ranked demon exterminator of the Demon-Suppression Division in Wudong County, and also a congenital master. Li Qianduo meticulously examined the scene, refraining from searching for the culprit behind this upheaval, for he was a shrewd individual. He understood that someone capable of such a ruckus could undoubtedly be a congenital master, and by the time he arrived, that person had likely fled dozens of miles away. Not long after his arrival, swish, 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 several more figures suddenly appeared. Cloaked in the night, their faces were obscured, yet the terrifying aura emanating from them declared their status as masters. In an instant, several congenital masters of Wudong County had gathered together. The masters surveyed the scene before them, their expressions grave and contemplative. What an impressive demonic aura! This is undoubtedly the work of a congenital-level demon. Suddenly, one master remarked gravely. No, Li Qianduo interjected, this is not a demon. It is a demonic human, a member of the blood demon sect. The aura of the skeletal demon fire is unmistakable. The method of its creation is unique to the blood demon sect. Skeletal demon fire. Blood demon sect. Upon hearing this, the others recalled that the skeletal demon fire was the hallmark of the Bone Elder. Yet, given such power, could it be that the Bone Elder had ascended to mastery? Damn it, the blood demon sect has gained another master. This situation is dire for us. It is not the Bone Elder, Li Qianduo replied coldly. This is the result of the skeletal demon fire combined with swordsmanship. The Bone Elder lacks sword skills. Combining skeletal demon fire with swordsmanship. A master exclaimed in shock. The skeletal demon fire is notorious for its malevolence and bizarre nature. How could it possibly blend with sword techniques? What kind of terrifying control over flames would that require? Is there truly someone capable of such mastery? My judgment is infallible, Li Qianduo continued. This person must be a master of both swordsmanship and fire control from the blood demon sect. Listening to Li Qianduo's assessment, the others chose to trust him, given his expertise as a heavenly ranked demon exterminator. Furthermore, this sword technique, if he was not mistaken, was likely the one-character sun-burning sword of the Demon-Suppression Division. What? Does this not imply that the individual has infiltrated the Demon-Suppression Division? Or that there may be a spy within our ranks? Li Qianduo nodded, succinctly affirming, precisely. Then, brotherly, what do you believe is the intention of this blood demon sect master, coming to Wudong County under the cover of night? A cold smile crept onto Li Qianduo's lips. I can roughly surmise his intentions. What intentions? A master inquired, curiosity piqued. I cannot disclose that. After uttering this, Li Qianduo vanished into the night, leaving behind a group of silent masters. After a long moment, one of them finally chuckled helplessly. Brother Li's disposition remains unchanged. Ultimately, the man left the final words unspoken, perhaps out of concern that Li Qianduo had not strayed far. Chapter 30. Heavenly Level Martial Techniques upon returning to the Demon-Suppression Division. Li Qianduo stood alone at the window, deep in thought. He had not spoken without reason. He had indeed surmised the intentions of the individual. But matters concerning the Demon-Suppression Division could not be divulged. A congenital master wielding a sword in the outskirts of Wudong County in the dead of night. Without injuring anyone but rather destroying a mountain. What could this signify? Was it merely for sword practice? Certainly not. He was undoubtedly conveying a signal. But what signal? And to whom? Li Qianren, without a moment's hesitation, knew the answer. For a dark sect like the Blood Demon Cult, their greatest adversary was the Demon-Suppression Division. So the signal was undoubtedly directed at them. More precisely, it was intended for this innate master among them. Was it a show of force? Certainly. There was an element of intimidation, but behind it lay a deeper significance. Li Qianren soon comprehended the underlying meaning. The crux lay in the one-character Burning Sun sword. As a member of the Blood Demon cult, the fact that he chose to wield a technique exclusive to the Demon-Suppression Division was a clear indication that he had spies within their ranks. Typically, such espionage remains concealed. Who would openly acknowledge it? Yet, he had done just that. Moreover, the Demon-Suppression Division possessed numerous unique techniques. Why did he opt for the one-character Burning Sun sword instead of another? It was astonishing that the Blood Demon cult was even aware of the secrets behind the one-character Burning Sun sword, Li Qianren mused. The one-character Burning Sun sword was not merely a simple mid-grade mystic technique. It was merely a fragment, accompanied by another sword style known as the one-character Candle Shadow sword, which was also incomplete. The one-character Candle Shadow sword was a mid-grade earth technique. Li Qianren had learned from ancient texts that both the one-character Burning Sun sword and the one-character Candle Shadow sword originated from a heavenly grade technique, the Cross of Nether Flame sword. It was said that with these two sword styles, one could recreate the heavenly grade technique. Both styles were currently held by the Demon-Suppression Division, and Li Qianren had long since perused them and even practiced them. However, he was acutely aware that these two techniques alone could not replicate the Cross of Nether Flame sword due to their significant incompleteness. Even when combined, they still lacked a portion. The deliberate use of the one-character Burning Sun sword clearly indicated that the opponent was aware of the secrets of the Cross of Nether Flame sword and surely possessed the final missing part. After all, only a legendary heavenly grade technique would hold such allure for an innate master. Thus, the opponent's objective was undoubtedly the one-character Candle Shadow sword. Since the one-character Candle Shadow sword was an earth grade technique, such a level of martial skill was exceedingly precious, typically mastered by the demon exorcists of successive generations. The opponent would certainly lack it. Therefore, the actions taken tonight were a clear message. He intended to seize the one-character Candle Shadow sword. How audacious! A cold smile crept across Li Qianren's lips. On the surface, the opponent appeared brazen, but in reality, if it were so easy to take, why announce it so ostentatiously? Li Qianren felt he had unraveled the opponent's scheme. Imagine a thief boldly declaring, "I intend to steal your treasure." What would your first reaction be? You would certainly check to ensure the treasure remained, and then bolster your defenses for round-the-clock vigilance. However, once you looked, you fell into their trap. Initially, the thief wouldn't know where the treasure was, but your actions would inadvertently reveal its location. That was the essence of the opponent's conspiracy. He chuckled coldly. You wish for me to inspect the hiding place of the one-character Candle Shadow sword? I shall not comply. By employing such a method, you have only assured me that the hiding place is secure and requires no relocation. Gradually, Li Qianren's thoughts expanded. He even contemplated turning the tables, using the one-character Candle Shadow sword as bait, and then laying a trap to ensnare the opponent. This way, he could eliminate a master from the Blood Demon cult while also obtaining their fragment, thus perfecting the heavenly grade technique. A twofold gain. However, recalling the formidable power of the sword wielded by the opponent that night made him wary. This matter required careful deliberation and meticulous planning. Qingfeng, who had returned to the Demon-Suppression Division, was blissfully unaware that his sword practice had led his superior to engage in a battle of wits with the air for quite some time. He felt like a child who had caused a ruckus, still shaken by the events. Yet, more than that, he was overwhelmed with elation. The combination of the one-character Burning Sun sword and the Bone Demon Fire was immensely powerful. It surpassed the singular power of the Bone Demon Fire by far. The experiment was a resounding success. The Bone Demon Fire was akin to a cannonball. Previously, Qingfeng had used it as if tossing a shot put. The one-character Burning Sun sword acted like a cannon. The combination of the two was not simply additive. Nevertheless, Qingfeng also felt some distress. He knew that the final strike had been a moment of inspiration, a stroke of luck that he could not easily replicate. It was akin to practicing basketball. If you miss 99 shots but make the 100th, can you claim to have mastered the technique? Certainly not. Extensive practice is required to achieve consistent performance and mastery. However, this strike was too potent, too loud. Where could he practice? There was no way to train in secrecy. Qingfeng pondered his predicament for a while when suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not substitute the Bone Demon Fire with ordinary flames? In essence, he was merely practicing the integration of his fire manipulation ability with the one-character Burning Sun sword. With the assistance of his fire manipulation, controlling any flame was second nature to him, thus making no distinction between ordinary flames and the Bone Demon Fire. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Feeling like a genius, Ordinary flames would create minimal disturbance and could be practiced freely. However, Qingfeng did not immediately commence training, as he had already returned to his dormitory. Although it was a single room, there were still numerous neighbors nearby. If he were to ignite a blaze at night, onlookers might mistakenly assume he was starting a fire. Consequently, Qingfeng could only lie in bed to sleep, but excitement kept him tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Ultimately, he suddenly remembered he still had a refining essence pill untouched. Considering his woefully low cultivation level, he wasted no time and swiftly retrieved the pill from his pocket. The refining essence pill was a medicinal concoction required by warriors at the inner Qi realm, as it would be a waste for those at the gathering Qi realm to consume it, as they could not absorb much. Hence, the Demon-Suppression Division did not distribute it to those at the gathering Qi realm. However, Qingfeng was an anomaly and had acquired the refining essence pill early on. He disregarded the notion of waste. Given his innate aptitude, if he did not consume some medicinal pills, he might never advance to the inner Qi realm in his lifetime. Speaking of medicinal pills, Qingfeng recalled the stories his senior, who had introduced him to the Demon-Suppression Division, had shared about them. There was a tale about a pair of twins, both with identical talents, techniques, and masters. Yet the brother who practiced for 8 hours a day could not surpass the brother who practiced for 7 hours daily. What was the reason? It turned out that the younger brother always took an hour from his practice to play chess with their master or water the plants, resulting in the younger brother being favored by the master. Consequently, the master would secretly provide the younger brother with medicinal pills. Through the aid of these pills, the younger brother, despite practicing for less time, managed to surpass his sibling. This story conveyed the significance of medicinal pills. Chapter 31. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Qingfeng glanced at the translucent refining essence pill in his hand, inhaled its fragrant aroma, and then swallowed it whole. Bitter. Qingfeng's handsome features contorted in an instant. The refining essence pill indeed smelled delightful, but tasted bitter. After all, it was a medicinal pill, and medicine could hardly be palatable. Once the bitterness in his mouth subsided, Qingfeng felt an immense surge of pure energy flow through his dantian, akin to drinking an entire kettle of hot water, all swelling in warmth, as if his dantian might explode. This was because his cultivation level was too low, only at the 3rd stage of gathering Qi, yet he had consumed a pill meant for those at the inner Qi realm, causing his body to be overwhelmed by the medicinal potency. His dantian was filled to capacity, but the energy from the refining essence pill continued to release, causing excess energy to begin overflowing throughout his body. Qingfeng was alarmed. This was unacceptable. Such waste was disgraceful. Thus, he hurriedly activated his pure yang technique, rapidly circulating his energy to absorb the medicinal power with fervor. Under the influence of the medicinal power, the vitality within Qingfeng surged forth like fine strands of hair, accelerating his cultivation efficiency by dozens of times compared to before. After just an hour, Qingfeng felt his body reaching a critical juncture, akin to a balloon inflated to its limit. As he continued to absorb the medicinal energy, a soft pop echoed within him. The barrier shattered instantaneously. His aura escalated dramatically, reaching the 4th level of Qi gathering. He finally broke through. Yet before he could finish his thought, his expression abruptly shifted as the medicinal power surged within him once more. He never anticipated that the elixir consumed by a martial artist in the internal Qi realm could be so potent. He had not perceived the internal Qi martial artists as particularly formidable. They couldn't even breach his defenses. Without further contemplation, Qingfeng fervently activated his pure yang technique, immersing himself in the depths of cultivation. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east, radiating warmth. A beam of golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qingfeng. In that moment, he resembled a statue, remaining motionless as he meditated throughout the night. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. As radiant as the stars, his aura erupted with a thunderous force, nearly reaching the 5th level of Qi gathering. Was this truly the pinnacle of the 4th level? Qingfeng felt momentarily disoriented. If there were a progress bar for cultivation, it would undoubtedly read 99% towards the 4th level of Qi gathering, just a mere 1% away from breaking into the 5th level. If he were to acquire a few more nourishing essence pills, would he not transcend into the internal Qi realm in no time? Pills. I need more pills. Having tasted the sweetness of progress, Qingfeng no longer found the nourishing essence pills bitter. Indeed, good medicine is often bitter to the mouth. The experience of consuming pills for cultivation is entirely distinct from ordinary training. Cultivating in the Qi gathering realm requires absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth into the body. The human body is akin to a sponge, and the elemental energy in the air is like moisture. Placing a sponge in humid air allows it to gradually absorb water. This is the conventional process of qi gathering cultivation. Conversely, consuming pills is akin to directly dripping water onto the sponge. The effects of both methods are not even comparable. Sighing, Gu Qingfeng lamented that the Demon-Suppression Department was rather stingy, only distributing a single nourishing essence pill. For those in the yellow rank of demon exterminators wishing to obtain more, they must continuously complete tasks, earn merits, and exchange those merits for pills. Gu Qingfeng felt that this was a deliberate act by the department, providing one free pill merely to let one experience its effects. After experiencing the benefits, who would continue to toil away in silent training? Naturally, one would yearn for more pills. Thus, they would be relegated to the role of a mere worker, laboring tirelessly day in and day out to earn merits. Speaking of labor, Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered that it was time for him to report for work. As a yellow-rank demon exterminator, he was a legitimate official, and today marked his first day. He could not afford to be late. Hastily, Gu Qingfeng prepared himself, donned his Xianyu attire, secured his Yin Ling sword, and affixed his demon extermination order before stepping out. As he jogged to his destination, Gu Qingfeng was taken aback upon arrival. There stood He Fenghua, addressing several newly appointed yellow-rank demon exterminators. These 4 newly promoted individuals, along with Gu Qingfeng, made a total of 5, filling the vacancies left by previous yellow-rank exterminators. On their first day of duty, the new yellow-rank demon exterminators were naturally expected to report to their superior. However, Gu Qingfeng was astonished to discover that his superior was none other than He Fenghua. According to the structure of the Demon-Suppression Department, a Xian-rank demon exterminator leads 5 yellow-rank exterminators, so as a Xian rank. He Fenghua was indeed the leader of Gu Qingfeng and the others. After a moment of stunned silence, Gu Qingfeng finally understood. No wonder He Fenghua had officiated the recent competition. He had replaced the deceased Xian-rank exterminator, Lord Yang, to select his subordinates. Most other teams of Xian-rank demon exterminators were already at full capacity. Thus all newly appointed yellow-rank exterminators fell under He Fenghua's command. This was troublesome. Having rejected He Fenghua on 2 occasions, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. For a moment, Gu Qingfeng found himself at a standstill at the entrance, unable to decide whether to enter or retreat. At that moment, He Fenghua noticed Gu Qingfeng lingering at the door and coldly remarked, "Gu Qingfeng, you are tardy on your first day of attendance, lacking discipline. I shall deduct a month's salary as punishment. I hope you take heed." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's anger flared. How could he be penalized a full month's wages on his very first day? Was he to work for free for an entire month? If it weren't for the 24 taels he had acquired previously, would he then be left to starve? Just when he had been contemplating whether He Fenghua would indeed harbor a grudge, the first words exchanged were already a penalty. Gu Qingfeng was not one to submit quietly. He immediately considered a sharp retort. However, as his gaze fell upon the sundial in the hall, a sudden sense of calm washed over him. Pointing at the sundial, he declared, "Who says I am late? I am merely a fraction away from the appointed time." He Fenghua furrowed his brow and gazed at the sundial. Noticing that the shadow indeed fell just short of the appointed hour, he fell silent, seemingly at a loss as he stared at the sundial. As if Gu Qingfeng's words had caught him off guard, Gu Qingfeng stood at the entrance, observing the silent He Fenghua with a hint of satisfaction, inwardly rejoicing that he had managed to preserve his wages for the month. However, in the next moment, He Fenghua suddenly raised his head. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Qingfeng as he stated, "It is now the appointed hour, and you have yet to enter. Thus, you are indeed late." Gu Qingfeng's temper flared immediately. He shot a disgruntled look at the sundial, now indicating the time, while glancing back at He Fenghua, his mind rife with curses. "So you were merely biding your time for the moment to arrive? How grand your authority, Lord He." Gu Qingfeng chuckled coldly. The moment he spoke, the expressions of the other newly appointed yellow-rank demon exterminators shifted dramatically, astonished by Gu Qingfeng's audacity to confront his superior on his first day. Though He Fenghua had instigated the conflict, one must bow their head under the eaves. In the face of Gu Qingfeng's derision, He Fenghua maintained his composure, responding with a calm demeanor, "I am simply enforcing the law impartially." Ha ha! Gu Qingfeng suddenly burst into laughter, a fine example of impartial law enforcement. "I see you are merely abusing your power to suppress dissent." Chapter 32. I can't be bothered with you. He Fenghua's brow furrowed slightly. "Gu Qingfeng, do you know the consequences of slandering a superior?" Gu Qingfeng grinned broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth. "He Fenghua, are you aware of the penalties for framing a subordinate, coercing and manipulating the competition?" Despite He Fenghua's cunning, Being called out by Gu Qingfeng in front of so many witnesses left him feeling somewhat humiliated. However, upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, he felt a surge of indignation, knowing that Gu Qingfeng was alluding to his attempts to coerce him into selling the Mu Wang sword. Yet, in front of these subordinates, losing face would undermine his authority. Gu Qingfeng, you are exceedingly bold. Qingfeng's fury erupted. In broad daylight, dare you speak such nonsense? Do you really think I would hesitate to take action against you? Huh? Gu Qingfeng sneered coldly. Emboldened by the results of his recent experiment with the bone demon fire combined with the one-word burning sun sword. It seems, Lord, he has a tendency to forget. Allow me to refresh your memory. The night before the finals, someone suddenly came to find me and Gu Qingfeng. Qingfeng bellowed, cutting him off, his expression livid. He never expected Gu Qingfeng to be so audacious as to voice such matters in public. Such a rebellious spirit was truly unparalleled within the rigid hierarchy of the Demon-Suppression Department. Do not speak foolishly. I am a high-ranking demon slayer, upright in my conduct. And you dare to falsely accuse me, undermining authority. Do not think that your position as a low-ranking demon slayer grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Today, I shall impose a severe punishment upon you. I have heard you hail from the demon prison. Such insubordination must surely be a result of demonic influence. I will send you back to the demon prison, where you shall serve as a jailer for the rest of your days. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. Could this be a stroke of fortune? He had been fretting over how to secure a promotion to the demon prison. And now it seemed as though a pillow had been delivered to him just as he dozed off. With the title of a low-ranking demon slayer, he could directly oversee the second level. The thought of the formidable demons there stirred a sense of excitement within him. His gaze towards Qingfeng softened. He appeared quite agreeable, a good person indeed. Qingfeng, sensing the shift in Gu Qingfeng's demeanor, presumed he was intimidated. After all, anyone newly appointed would be reluctant to return to the dark abyss of the demon prison. In truth, Qingfeng was merely trying to intimidate Gu Qingfeng. He had only just ascended to the rank of high-ranking demon slayer and lacked the authority to command personnel changes, especially since he was in dire need of manpower. With only 5 newly appointed low-ranking demon slayers under his command, he could not afford to lose Gu Qingfeng to the demon prison, as it would deprive him of a valuable position. Consequently, Qingfeng resolved to merely intimidate Gu Qingfeng. What? Are you afraid? Humph, I am not devoid of compassion. Considering this is your first offense, I shall let you off this time. However, should there be a repeat, no, please. I don't need your mercy. Just send me to the demon prison at once. Gu Qingfeng interjected. The prospect of being spared was unbearable. Qingfeng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Gu Qingfeng to be so audacious, refusing to yield even when offered an escape route, and audaciously requesting to be dispatched to the demon prison. His face turned a shade of anger. In that moment, Qingfeng would have preferred to see his team weakened than to retain Gu Qingfeng. But it was beyond his capability to do so. Enough of your madness. I shall not entertain your nonsense. Steward Huang, take them to select their subordinates. I have official documents to attend to. With that, he swept away in a flurry. Hey, don't leave. Gu Qingfeng lamented, watching Qingfeng's retreating figure with great frustration. Cough, cough. Just then, Steward Huang appeared to break the stalemate. Stop dawdling, follow me. He then led the group away, and Gu Qingfeng realized his hopes had been dashed. So he followed along reluctantly. Before long, Steward Huang brought Gu Qingfeng and the 5 low-ranking demon slayers to a square. The square was sparsely populated with several individuals, all apprentice demon slayers at the 7th level of energy gathering and beyond. The Demon Control Bureau mandated that only those who had reached the late stage of energy gathering could serve under a low-ranking demon slayer and embark on missions to vanquish demons. As such, only those at the late stage possessed any semblance of self-defense against demons. Steward Huang had brought Gu Qingfeng and the others here to select their subordinates. After all, despite being a low-ranking demon slayer, one could not operate without a team. Typically, this process was unproblematic, as newly promoted low-ranking demon slayers would already have subordinates from their former teams. However, Gu Qingfeng's situation was different. He became a low-ranking demon slayer only because all members of his original team had perished, leaving him without any followers. Silence, Steward Huang commanded, bringing the chatter to an end. These individuals will be your future superiors. Allow me to introduce them. This is Wang Shu, a newly appointed low-ranking demon slayer, with a cultivation level of 2 levels of inner energy. As soon as Huang finished speaking, the apprentice demon slayers respectfully greeted. Greetings, Lord Wang. Wang Shu, a young man in his 20s, though not exceptionally handsome, bore a kind demeanor and always wore a smile, exuding an air of approachability. This is Cui Zimo, a newly appointed low-ranking demon slayer, with a cultivation level of 3 levels of inner energy. Greetings, Lord Chui. Chui Zimo, with an aloof expression, merely nodded. Yet, no one seemed displeased. After all, Chui Zimo had the right to his pride, being only 20 and already at 3 levels of inner energy, surpassing Wang Shu. This is Li Xingnan, a newly appointed low-ranking demon slayer, with a cultivation level of 2 levels of inner energy. Greetings, Lord Li Xingnan. The sole female among the group appeared youthful, seemingly under 20, with an attractive face. Unfortunately, her skin was somewhat tanned from long hours of training in the sun, but her beauty was undeniable, even with the tan. This is Zhou Xiong, a newly appointed low-ranking demon slayer, with a cultivation level of 1 level of inner energy. Greetings, Lord Zhou. Zhou Xiong, true to his name, was burly and resembled a bear. In his 20s, he appeared somewhat simple-minded. Though his cultivation was low, his imposing stature commanded respect. This is Qingfeng, a newly appointed low-ranking demon slayer. Steward Huang began as he hesitated to mention Qingfeng's cultivation level, as if finding it difficult to articulate. His cultivation level is 3 levels of energy gathering. As Huang's words echoed through the square, the apprentice demon slayers erupted in chatter. So this is Qingfeng? I heard he won the competition relying on magic weapons and perfected techniques. Can someone at 3 levels of energy gathering truly be a low-ranking demon slayer? I thought my 7 levels were the lowest. How could he? Don't underestimate him. Despite only being at 3 levels of energy gathering, he defeated both Hu Banqing and Bai Meiming, who were at half a level of inner energy, with ease. But can he defeat a true inner energy master? Inner energy cultivators possess abilities far beyond those of energy gatherers. Fists cannot breach their defenses. Does he really think he can harm them? Indeed, while external techniques are easier to master, their potential is limited. They may only succeed when facing weaker opponents. But once the adversary's cultivation rises, external practitioners become mere targets. In my view, Qingfeng is undoubtedly the weakest among us. Let us not choose him. Listening to the discussions, Qingfeng thought to himself, a group of blind fools. After a night of arduous training, I have already reached 4 levels of energy gathering. But I remain humble and refrain from boasting. The game is to feign weakness while hiding my true strength. To the untrained eye, I may seem merely at 3 levels. But beneath lies the prowess of a 4-level cultivator, a truly formidable force. Enough. Silence. Steward Huang's sharp voice cut through the chatter, restoring order. Everyone fell silent, feigning attentiveness while their eyes darted towards the low-ranking demon slayers, calculating whom to choose. You all know the procedure. I shall not elaborate. Each low-ranking demon slayer can have a maximum of 5 subordinates, with no minimum. Once you have made your selections, stand before the respective demon slayer in an orderly line. Now let us commence. With Huang's command, the apprentice demon slayers sprang into action, most of them converging towards Chui Zimo, the one with the highest cultivation level. Fearful of missing their chance, in no time, a long line formed before Chui Zimo, counting more than 10 individuals. At this moment, Steward Huang spoke again. In a team exceeding the limit, the yellow-tier demon slayers could autonomously select 5 members. Chui Zimo coldly declared, I do not want useless individuals in my team. Those below the 8th level of Qi gathering may leave. Upon hearing this, some among the 10 or so individuals displayed joy, while others darkened in countenance. Soon, several 7th-level Qi gathering apprentice demon slayers left the group in dismay. Some sought refuge with Li Xingnan, while others approached Wang Shu. Seeing that a few remained, Chui Zimo eliminated a couple more 8th-level apprentice demon slayers, thereby filling his team first. Onlookers, including Qingfeng, felt a wave of jealousy. How could this pretentious individual be so sought after? Upon glancing at his own empty space, Qingfeng donned a mask of despair. He could comprehend the reason behind Chui Zimo's popularity. Despite his dark demeanor and sharp tongue, his considerable prowess and youth were undeniable. The apprentice demon slayers were not foolish. Recognizing such a talented individual, they naturally desired to align themselves with him. Moreover, the demon-slaying missions were often perilous, and having a powerful superior significantly increased their chances of survival. Once Chui Zimo's team was complete, the remaining apprentice demon slayers began to eye Wang Shu and Li Xingnan. Undoubtedly, Li Xingnan was the second most popular choice after Chui Zimo, as women in the Demon-Suppression Division were scarce, and beautiful ones even more so. Though Li Xingnan had a dark complexion, her striking appearance and commendable skills, being at the 2nd level of inner energy, rendered her quite appealing. Who should we choose between Li Xingnan and Wang Shu? Li Xingnan, of course. Despite her being a bit darker, those long legs are quite alluring. Besides, when the lights are off, who can tell the difference? Who knows, maybe love will blossom over time. The two lecherous men whispered to each other as they approached Li Shengnan. However, to their surprise, Li Shengnan seemed to possess extraordinary hearing and immediately admonished, "You two. Get lost. This lady will not have lecherous individuals in her team." Startled, the two quickly retreated. At this moment, the affable young Wang Shu began to recruit. His soft-spoken demeanor and amiable presence drew attention as he pitched the idea of camaraderie in his team, promising that everyone would share in the sustenance. He assured them that, as their superior, he would safeguard them from demonic threats during their missions. Many were swayed by Wang Shu's persuasive words and flocked to him. Qingfeng, observing from the sidelines, felt a twinge of discontent, for he had no one before him. The crucial point was that the number of apprentice demon slayers was limited, with 5 slots per yellow-tier demon slayer, which inevitably meant some teams would be left short-staffed or without members altogether. Although he feared no demon and could single-handedly confront them, having subordinates was a matter of prestige. Who wouldn't want to stride forth surrounded by loyal followers, exuding authority? After all, having traversed into this world, was he not entitled to revel in the sensation of being a leader? Despite his growing anxiety, Qingfeng found some solace upon noticing Zhou Xiong, who also stood alone. For Zhou Xiong was clumsy and of lower cultivation, merely at the first level of inner energy. However, his relief was short-lived, as Zhou Xiong soon attracted attention from 2 of the lecherous men who had just been dismissed by Li Shengnan. With their lack of ability and unfortunate appearances, they were unwelcome everywhere else, and thus gravitated towards Zhou Xiong's team. Zhou Xiong, being accommodating, accepted all who approached. Qingfeng's despair deepened as he realized that among the 21 apprentice demon slayers, if each yellow-tier demon slayer could only take 5, he would ultimately have just 1, specifically, the least desirable member from all groups. In an instant, his mind raced, strategizing how to recruit members. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and his eyes gleamed with inspiration. "Everyone, please lend me your ears," Qingfeng called out, capturing considerable attention. He continued, "I understand that you perceive my low cultivation as a reason not to choose me. After all, our primary task as demon slayers is to combat demons, and aligning with a powerful leader would seem safer. However, have you considered that during missions, we may encounter formidable demons? It is unrealistic to always face demons weaker than our leader. What then will you do?" His question momentarily stunned the crowd. "What will we do? Die perhaps?" Someone chimed in. "If we face a demon stronger than our leader, we would obviously flee." Qingfeng nodded, "Indeed. But let me ask you, in such a scenario, who stands the greatest chance of survival in your team?" "Naturally, it would be the strongest leader." "Correct. The leader has the highest chance of survival. However, should you join my team, I assure you, your chances of survival will far exceed mine." At this, some scoffed. "Lord Gu, you don't mean to say you would sacrifice yourself for us in danger, do you?" Anyone can spout pretty words, but when faced with peril, who knows how they would act? Qingfeng smiled faintly at their skepticism. "You are right, anyone can speak sweetly. I could easily say I would protect you. But consider this simple logic." "What logic, you ask?" Seeing that he had piqued their interest, Qingfeng's smile widened. "It is simply that I am only at the 4th level of Qi gathering." The crowd was taken aback. What does being at the 4th level have to do with anything? "You all know that I have mastered the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt. And in terms of defense, none here can surpass me, correct?" No one contradicted him. Even those with far higher cultivation than Qingfeng did not argue. For it was indeed a fact. Qingfeng continued, "Though my defense is strong, do not forget that I am only at the 4th level of Qi gathering. Those who have practiced external techniques understand that the higher the realm of external techniques, the heavier the body becomes. What does this imply? You should understand." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a plump man in the crowd's eyes lit up as he grasped the connection. "Lord Gu, I wish to join your team." The crowd stared in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. Qingfeng smiled, recognizing a perceptive individual. "What do you mean, my lord?" someone asked, puzzled. The plump man replied first, "You are all foolish. It's so obvious. Lord Gu's low cultivation and heavy body mean that in the face of danger, he will be the slowest to run." With this explanation, a wave of realization swept through the crowd. Qingfeng seized the moment, saying, "When encountering powerful demons, you don't need to run faster than the demon, you only need to run faster than me. As I mentioned, no matter how eloquently I speak, it is all empty words. There aren't many selfless individuals willing to sacrifice themselves. We must rely on facts. The fact is that if you join my team, with your later stages of Qi gathering, you cannot possibly outrun a 4th-level martial artist like me, thus greatly increasing your safety. Furthermore, with my mastery of the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt, Even against formidable demons, it is unlikely they could defeat me instantaneously, allowing me to buy time for everyone to escape. This, my friends, is the simplest logic. Therefore, in conclusion, my team is the safest choice. I welcome all to join. With these words, a wave of enlightenment washed over the apprentice demon slayers, their eyes gleaming with understanding. Because this is indeed a fact. Can one truly believe when others profess they would sacrifice their lives for you? Certainly not. However, one can always place their faith in a captain with formidable defenses yet lacking in speed. He would genuinely put himself at risk for others. For he simply cannot outrun you. At this moment, many gazes turned eagerly towards Gu Qingfeng's team, with even some apprentices already aligned with other teams contemplating a switch. Gu Qingfeng felt a secret sense of pride. In truth, he had told a fib. His speed was anything but slow. In fact, it was remarkably swift, surpassing that of most practitioners in the inner chi realm. His defenses were not derived from external cultivation, but rather from his innate constitution, his diamond body. Unlike external techniques that merely bolster defense, the enhancement provided by the diamond body is comprehensive, significantly amplifying strength, durability, and swiftness alike. While defense is the most conspicuous enhancement, the other attributes also see a notable increase. Furthermore, he possessed innate divine strength, which, although it may seem to solely augment power, should not be underestimated. When a person's muscular strength is formidable, their speed cannot be lacking. The passive speed enhancement from the combination of the diamond body and innate strength was sufficient for Gu Qingfeng to outpace most inner chi practitioners. Although Gu Qingfeng had exaggerated his swiftness, he did not lie about one thing. His team was undoubtedly the safest. When confronted with formidable demons, others might flee. Yet Gu Qingfeng would not retreat, even insisting on holding the rear. At this point, the expressions of several yellow-tier demon slayers shifted as they regarded Gu Qingfeng. Their astonishment palpable. They had never witnessed someone so shamelessly courting subordinates, uttering such words, while others spoke of vanquishing demons and upholding justice to protect the populace. He boldly suggested retreating first. The irony was that his reasoning was both logical and convincing. Wang Shu's countenance turned awkward, for he had just delivered a plethora of eloquent remarks to attract subordinates, and Gu Qingfeng's statements had effectively slapped him in the face. Cui Zimo's expression, too, soured as he noticed some individuals from his own team considering a shift to Gu Qingfeng's. Immediately, Cui Zimo interjected, "Humph, as demon slayers of the Demon-Suppression Division. Instead of striving to vanquish demons and achieve merit, you think only of fleeing. Such cowardice." Upon his declaration, the crowd ceased its movement, no one daring to approach Gu Qingfeng. People possess a sense of pride. Heading to Gu Qingfeng's team would imply admitting one's cowardice. Moreover, the notion of achieving merit sparked a reminder in some ambitious apprentices that while joining Gu Qingfeng's team might ensure safety, it would not yield much in the way of accomplishments. Gu Qingfeng observed his team, which had been on the verge of filling up, begin to disperse, leaving only the first recruit, a portly fellow. He felt a surge of frustration. After much effort to recruit a few team members, why was this chaos unfolding? Chapter 35. My close relationship with Lord He. Indeed, achieving merit is crucial, but life takes precedence. Once lost, nothing remains. As long as one survives, opportunities for future accomplishments will arise as one's cultivation deepens. Gu Qingfeng endeavored to retain his recruits, yet ultimately, he managed to enlist merely 2 individuals. One was the initial recruit, an unabashedly thick-skinned individual unperturbed by the label of cowardice. The other was a seemingly dull-witted, bookish-looking youth. Upon seeing these two, Gu Qingfeng mused. What a peculiar duo. The portly one was named Wang Shan, aptly resembling a mountain of flesh, weighing an estimated 300 pounds. The lanky one was called Su Fan, whose name reflected his ordinary appearance. Once all teams had gathered their subordinates, Elder Huang led everyone back to the garrison to meet He Fenghua. He Fenghua, asserting his authority, delivered a lengthy and uninspiring address before commencing the division of responsibilities. According to the regulations of the Demon-Suppression Division, each yellow-tier demon slayer was to oversee a designated area, managing the demon-related incidents therein, akin to a responsibility system from Gu Qingfeng's previous life. During the allocation, Gu Qingfeng overheard Wang Shan murmuring behind him, heaven bless, please not be Heishui village, please not be Heishui village." Intrigued, Gu Qingfeng inquired, "What is wrong with Heishui village?" Wang Shan was taken aback. "Lord Gu, you don't know about this? I have only just taken office. How would I? My lord, you may be unfamiliar with many matters, but you must know this one. Not long ago, the Xian-tier demon slayer Lord Yang met his demise in Heishui village. Gu Qingfeng was instantly alarmed. He was aware of Lord Yang's death. After all, if Lord Yang had not suffered such a total loss, he would not have ascended to the position of yellow-tier demon slayer. Wasn't Lord Yang killed in the Bone Forest? How had this become Heishui Village? The Bone Forest was merely a grove behind Heishui Village, once a graveyard, now transformed into a forest, known for the withered bones scattered throughout. Thus, Heishui Village was undoubtedly a perilous location. As a Xian-tier demon slayer, a strong practitioner of true Qi, Lord Yang had perished there along with 4 yellow-tier demon slayers. One could only fathom the level of danger present. Lord He Fenghua, succeeding Lord Yang, was now responsible for Inxian County, with Heishui Village falling under its jurisdiction. Therefore, we must avoid being assigned to Heishui Village at all costs. Gu Qingfeng's curiosity deepened. With so many lives lost, has the Demon-Suppression Division taken no action? Surely they must dispatch stronger demon slayers to eradicate the demons in Heishui Village. Of course they did. Upon hearing of Lord Yang's death, our heavenly-tier demon slayer, Lord Li Qianduan, was furious and immediately dispatched a ground-tier demon slayer along with 3 Xian-tier demon slayers to Heishui Village. With a ground-tier demon slayer involved, what is there to fear? Were the demons not eradicated? While the ground-tier demon slayer did indeed go, they lingered in Heishui Village for several days without uncovering any trace of demons. As he spoke, Wang Shan's face filled with terror, his flesh trembling. Ground-tier demon slayers cannot monitor a village indefinitely, so they withdrew, concluding that the demons responsible were likely transient, not local, and perhaps had already departed. Why fear if the demons have left? Gu Qingfeng questioned. My lord, do you truly believe such comforting words? Wang Shan's face twisted into a semblance of a smile, more sorrowful than tears. Demons are akin to dogs. They possess territories, rarely straying far. Especially in a place as ominous as the Bone Forest, they are likely to linger, unwilling to abandon it. In my view, these demons must possess high intelligence. Upon sensing the arrival of the ground-tier demon slayer, they concealed themselves, and once the slayers departed, they would undoubtedly resume their misdeeds. Gu Qingfeng was perplexed. If even an apprentice demon slayer can discern this, do the ground-tier demon slayers not recognize that the demons would continue their rampage? Why not maintain their watch? Because it is deemed unnecessary. Unnecessary? Indeed. Pray tell, my lord, which holds greater importance, the impoverished populace of a village or the esteemed officials within a city? Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, grasping the implications of Wang Shan's words. Ground-tier demon slayers are tasked with guarding cities, where numerous dignitaries reside. Should any demons wreak havoc within the city, causing a stir among the officials? Yet the ground-tier demon slayers were absent. Those officials would surely petition the court. Conversely, the villagers would not, for they lack the means to reach the ears of the powerful. Even if they were to be wiped out, it would be easily suppressed. This revelation sent a chill through Gu Qingfeng, for it was a stark reality, an undeniable truth. Even if no demons were causing chaos within the city, and even if Heishui Village harbored existing demons, the ground-tier demon slayers still opted to guard the city rather than stake out Heishui Village. For the demise of that village would hold no consequence for them. However, once a noble official encounters misfortune, an impeachment for dereliction of duty is undoubtedly inevitable. This was the first time Gu Qingfeng felt the darkness of this world, leading him to ponder a profound question. What is the true purpose of the Demon-Suppression Division? Is it to safeguard the common people, or is it simply a tool for the rulers to maintain their dominion? Master Gu, do you understand? One of his colleagues interjected. Therefore, you must avoid Blackwater Village at all costs. Speaking of which, how is your relationship with Lord He? If possible, could you leverage your connection? We implore Lord He not to assign us Blackwater Village. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng smiled. My relationship with Lord He is excellent. He will undoubtedly give me special consideration. He emphasized the word special. Wang Pengzi, seemingly oblivious, sighed in relief. That is good news. It seems I have made a wise choice in becoming your subordinate. Gu Qingfeng merely smiled in silence. However, his mind was already racing. A demon capable of slaying and Xian-tier demon slayer must possess formidable power, undoubtedly surpassing the first level of the demon suppression prison. Moreover, given his rapport with Lord He, such a fortunate event would surely come his way. Perfect indeed. At that moment, the allocation of responsibilities fell to Gu Qingfeng. He heard He Fenghua's calm voice. Gu Qingfeng, you will be in charge of Blackwater Village from now on. Gu Qingfeng glanced at He Fenghua, whose eyes held a hint of mockery, and then at his colleagues, who wore expressions of schadenfreude. He could not help but smile silently. This matter was settled. Unfortunately, Wang Pengzi appeared despondent, his face ashen. Master Gu, did you not claim that your relationship with Lord He was excellent? After the tasks were assigned, Qingfeng delivered a few words of inspiration before concluding the meeting. Rest for 3 days. All Huang-tier demon slayers must report to their assigned villages thereafter. That will be all for today. You may disperse. Yes, Lord He. The crowd responded in unison, departing. Qingfeng observed Gu Qingfeng's retreating figure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Assigning Gu Qingfeng to the most perilous area was a deliberate act. He had never been one to show magnanimity. When Gu Qingfeng refused to sell the Wood King's sword, Qingfeng had harbored resentment, and today, being publicly humiliated only intensified his desire for vengeance. Bound by the regulations of the Demon-Suppression Division, he could not crush Gu Qingfeng himself. So he resolved to use another's hand to achieve his ends. The demons of Blackwater Village would serve as his instrument. On the way back, Wang Pengzi anxiously urged Gu Qingfeng. Master Gu, given the circumstances, I hope you will heed my advice. Gu Qingfeng regarded him with curiosity. What do you wish to say? Master Gu, perhaps you could appeal to Lord He to switch villages? If it requires silver, I still have some savings. Gu Qingfeng cut him off. To speak frankly, Qingfeng holds a grudge against me. No amount of money would sway him. Wang Pengzi's face turned pale. He thought to himself, it's over. I've been led astray. He had chosen Gu Qingfeng for safety, only to discover that Gu Qingfeng had offended a superior and was starting his career on a precarious footing. What would life be like following Gu Qingfeng from here on out? Wang Pengzi's small eyes darted around. Master Gu, since we must go to Blackwater Village, how about we pretend to survey the outskirts for 3 days? We want to enter the village, and it will suffice for our report. Gu Qingfeng looked at Wang Pengzi's anxious and hopeful demeanor, secretly amused, but maintained an air of righteousness. How could that be acceptable? As demon slayers, our duty is to eradicate demons and protect the populace. Knowing that Blackwater Village suffers greatly from demons, how can we feign ignorance and engage in such deceit? What face would we have before the world? Wang Pengzi was left speechless, utterly bewildered. He could hardly believe that this was the same person who had just spoken of fleeing from demons. In a state of panic, Wang Pengzi turned to Su Fan, who had been silent like a wooden statue. Su, don't just stand there. Say something. Quickly persuade Master Gu. Huh. Oh. Su Fan snapped back to reality. His expression dull. What the master says is correct. Gu Qingfeng chuckled inwardly, patting Su Fan on the shoulder in encouragement. Wang Pengzi stared at the two of them in disbelief, his anger causing his flesh to tremble. He pointed at Su Fan. Su, I asked you to persuade Master Gu. Not to echo him, but I believe Master Gu is right. As demon slayers in the Demon-Suppression Division, it is our responsibility to eradicate demons. We cannot neglect our duty. Su Fan stated with an air of conviction. Wang Pengzi was fuming, his face turning white with anger. Su, if you are so brave, why did you join Master Gu's team after hearing his speech? Su Fan scratched his head. The book says, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. And Master Gu's team is the safest. If a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, why must you go to Blackwater Village? The book states, to see death and not save is not the act of a gentleman. Wang Pengzi was so incensed he nearly rolled his eyes, rendered speechless. Gu Qingfeng observed the duo with amusement, realizing he had made the right choice in recruiting them. At least it would not be boring. To reassure his companions, Gu Qingfeng declared, rest assured, with me around, these mere demons are nothing to fear. But upon hearing those words, Wang Pengzi completely broke down. What kind of team had he joined? The captain was already wildly powerful at the 4th level of Qi condensation, and his only ally was a bumbling fool. How could a normal person possibly survive this? After parting ways with Wang and Su, Gu Qingfeng sought out a training room to begin his practice. With 3 days left before heading to Blackwater Village, he figured it would be wise to refine his skills in the one-character Burning Sun Sword. This time, he planned to train using mundane fire. Its power would not be overwhelming, and the training chamber was secure due to its protective formations. Before beginning his practice, Gu Qingfeng retrieved a fire starter he had prepared in advance, striking it with a flint to ignite it before commencing his fire manipulation. As he lit the fire, he became aware of the inconvenience. If he were to engage in battle with the one-character Burning Sun Sword using mundane fire, he would have to ignite it each time. After all, his fire manipulation talent only allowed him to transport flames, not produce them. In a real fight, who would grant him the opportunity to light a fire? Using Bone Demon Fire would be excessively powerful and too conspicuous. He couldn't afford to always use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A solution was imperative to address the issue of mundane fire. Mundane fire is simply ordinary flame, which requires combustible material and air. Even if he stored it within his body using his fire manipulation talent, it would extinguish naturally after a while. Thus, a new approach was necessary. If he could not store it, He should simplify the ignition process so that the moment he drew his sword, it would ignite. An epiphany struck him. Why not design the sword as a lighter? The sword blade could be crafted from a specialized flint material, while the scabbard would be filled with a unique fire oil. By incorporating a latch in the scabbard, drawing the sword would create friction against the latch, igniting the fire oil, resulting in a flaming sword. The remaining fire oil in the scabbard wouldn't pose a risk of combustion, as his fire manipulation talent could extinguish it. Perfect. Gu Qingfeng clapped his hands in excitement. The more he contemplated the idea, the more feasible it became. Haha, as a modern individual, my thought process is truly unique. With this revelation, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain his enthusiasm for training. He dashed out of the training room and headed to the weapons division. The Demon-Suppression Division is a vital department of the Great Yin Dynasty, and even its branches are fully equipped with everything from the weapons division to the talisman division and the alchemy division. Upon arriving at the armory department, Gu Qingfeng produced the waste token of a yellow-rank demon slayer, allowing him unobstructed passage until he found a highly regarded old blacksmith. After sharing his ideas with the blacksmith, the old man was left speechless. After a lifetime of forging iron, it was the first time he had encountered such a request. Master Gu, may I speak candidly? The blacksmith hesitated. Please, speak your mind, Gu Qingfeng encouraged. According to your concept, it is indeed possible to forge such a fire sword. However, it would be crafted from flint, rendering it extremely fragile and unsuitable for combat, as it would shatter upon impact. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Simply forge it as I instructed. He cared little for the sword's durability, for he had no intention of using the fire sword in battle. His sole desire was to wield it for the one-word burning sun sword technique. Very well, I shall give it a try. You may return in 5 days to collect the sword. 5 days. Gu Qingfeng frowned. He was scheduled to depart for Heishui village in 3 days. Deeming 5 days excessively long. No, it must be completed in 3 days. The old blacksmith appeared troubled, yet upon seeing Gu Qingfeng produce several pieces of silver, he swiftly acquiesced. No problem, Master Gu, you may collect it in 3 days. Content. Gu Qingfeng nodded and left the armory department. In truth, blacksmiths serving the Demon-Suppression Department typically did not charge for forging weapons. They received a fixed salary each month. Gu Qingfeng's silver was merely a token of appreciation, which delighted the old blacksmith. Upon returning to the training room, Gu Qingfeng resorted to practicing the one-word burning sun sword using a fire taper. He ignited the taper, activating his fire manipulation talent, watching as the small flame surged exponentially. Under his control, it detached from the taper and landed on the wooden king's sword. Instantly, the sword ignited, transforming into a fire sword. Having used the wooden king sword multiple times, Gu Qingfeng had gleaned insights. He discovered that the sword could alter its hardness and material according to its master's will. This meant it could shift between an ordinary wooden sword and one as formidable as a metallic blade. Moreover, it possessed the ability to regenerate endlessly, allowing Gu Qingfeng to easily modify its material to render it highly flammable, ensuring the flames would persist. With the emergence of the fire sword, the temperature in the training room gradually increased. Gu Qingfeng assumed the stance for the one-word burning sun sword, commencing his practice. With a swing, a fiery crescent sword chi coalesced, extending a meter before dissipating into the air, a failed attempt. Nonetheless, Gu Qingfeng remained undeterred. He had succeeded once before and believed that with diligent practice, he would surely succeed again. Thus, he immersed himself in swordplay. 3 days swiftly passed, and Gu Qingfeng finally exited the training room. He had made significant progress with the one-word burning sun sword, achieving a success rate of 8 out of 10 attempts. To reach this level, he had expended countless fire tapers, further straining his meager finances. Fortunately, his expenditures were not in vain. During these 3 days, Gu Qingfeng had also taken the opportunity to practice the Golden Bell Shield. In contrast to the arduous nature of mastering the one-word burning sun sword, the Golden Bell Shield was remarkably simple, requiring little time for him to refine it. The culmination of the Golden Bell Shield allowed one to enter a defensive state, conjuring an invisible golden barrier, resembling a translucent bell encasing the body, aptly named. After a brief rest, Gu Qingfeng proceeded to the armory department to collect his sword. The old blacksmith had delivered, successfully crafting the fire sword. Delighted, Gu Qingfeng beheld the weapon. It came with a scabbard, entirely black, with a slender blade of an ancient design that exuded quality. When he shook it, the sound of fire oil rolling within the scabbard resonated. With a swift motion, he drew the fire sword, producing a sharp sound as the blade scraped against the scabbard's latch. In an instant, the special fire oil coating the blade ignited. roaring to life as if the sword had been ablaze within the scabbard all along. Qingfeng gazed at the fire sword with satisfaction and promptly named it Yama, a name of grandeur befitting its essence. Securing the Yama sword, Qingfeng sought out Wang Fatty and Su Daisy to rejoin them. Upon seeing Wang Fatty, Qingfeng was taken aback. He could not fathom how someone could gain so much weight in just 3 days. Previously appearing to weigh around 300 pounds, he now seemed to approach 400. Wang Fatty, even if you consumed lard daily, it shouldn't be possible to gain weight so rapidly. Master Gu, please do not jest. I am wearing an inner armor, Wang Fatty replied, pulling aside his clothing to reveal a thick layer of chain mail across his chest. Qingfeng was at a loss for words. Wang Fatty was truly a unique character, wearing such heavy armor and still managing to move. My lord, did you not collect an inner armor for yourself? It is a benefit provided by our Demon-Suppression Department for demon slayers on missions, and there is no cost involved. Qingfeng had no desire to wear such cumbersome armor, and besides, nothing could compare to his own diamond body. I shall pass. Unexpectedly, Wang Fatty's eyes lit up. Master Gu, since you have no need, I shall collect it for you. I can wear 2 sets. You intend to wear 2 sets? How absurd. Qingfeng was left speechless. Suit yourself. By the way, Master Gu, if you did not collect the inner armor, what about the other supplies? Other supplies? Qingfeng was astonished. You mean to say I am entitled to more? My lord, surely you must know this. As a yellow-rank demon slayer, you are eligible each month to receive a bottle of Qi nourishing pills, a Zhusha sword, 5 exorcism talismans, and 2 Yang fire talismans, all free of charge. Qingfeng was taken aback, feeling as though he had nearly lost a fortune. Where do I collect such treasures? Having spent most of his time in the lowest ranks of the Demon Suppression Department as a jailer, he seldom interacted with the outside world. Coupled with having offended He Fenghua, no one had informed him of these common practices, leaving him blissfully ignorant. Oh dear, Master Gu. You must not become so engrossed in your training. It is essential to understand the rules of the Demon Suppression Department. Come, I shall take you to collect your supplies. Your yellow-rank Demon Slayer token is sufficient for retrieval. Before our expedition to Heishui village, we must be fully equipped. With that, Wang Fatty led Qingfeng and Su Fan to gather their supplies. Half an hour later, Qingfeng was adorned with 3 swords, a dagger, 7 talismans, and a bottle of Qi nourishing pills, joining He Fenghua's large contingent en route to Inxian County. The sheer number of weapons he carried drew the attention of many colleagues, who cast curious glances his way. The 3 swords included a low-grade Xian-ranked spiritual weapon, the wooden king sword, the fire sword Yama, and the Zhusha sword, which was essentially a copper coin sword inscribed with demonic symbols. The dagger was a specially designed goose feather blade for yellow-rank demon slayers, crafted from refined steel and engraved with small arrays, possessing a degree of exorcising power. Chapter 38. A serene Heishui village upon arrival in Inxian County. He Fenghua and his entourage took a moment to rest before the yellow-rank demon slayers were dispatched to patrol their designated areas and familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Qingfeng, accompanied by Wang Fatty and Su Daisy, made his way directly to Heishui village. On the journey, Qingfeng rode ahead on horseback, with Wang Fatty and Su Daisy following closely behind. Observing Qingfeng, whose weapons clinked and clanked at his waist, Wang Fatty felt a sense of confusion. Master Gu, is it not cumbersome to carry 4 weapons? Without turning his head, Qingfeng replied, And you, does wearing 2 sets of armor not weigh you down? Wang Fatty was left speechless, and in an attempt to break the silence, he suggested, My lord, we are nearing the outskirts of Blackwater village. Shall we take a brief tour around here before returning to report? With a dismissive tone, he added, Enough of the chatter. If you are unwilling to proceed, you may leave first. This remark left Wang Fatty momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was not particularly concerned about his image, he could not bring himself to retreat in the face of danger, especially without having encountered any monsters yet. Such an act would surely jeopardize his standing at the Demon Suppression Bureau. Thus, he steeled himself and continued to follow Qingfeng. After approximately 2 hours of travel, dusk approached, casting a dim light over the surroundings. The shadows in the forest grew deeper, and the leaves rustled gently in the breeze, creating an eerie atmosphere as if some unseen creature lurked within. Wang Fatty's demeanor grew increasingly tense, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, despite the 2 layers of armor he wore. Finally, as they emerged from the woods, Blackwater village came into view. Contrary to their earlier expectations of a desolate and foreboding place, the village appeared vibrant and lively from a distance, with houses arranged harmoniously, smoke curling from chimneys, and children frolicking in the fields. The faint sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking added to the idyllic scene. Qingfeng widened his eyes in astonishment, taking a moment before asking, "Is there truly a monster in Blackwater Village?" Wang Fatty, now slightly relieved, mused, "Perhaps the Earth-level exorcist was right. The monster may have been transient in its attacks. Let us go investigate," Qingfeng declared, striding ahead with purpose. The children playing in the fields cast curious glances in their direction. Upon entering the village, they soon encountered a few villagers, who regarded Qingfeng and his companions with awe, recognizing the official attire he wore. Qingfeng casually approached one villager and inquired, "Where can I find the village chief of Blackwater Village?" "My lord, you seek the village chief? Please wait a moment. I will fetch him," the villager replied before hurrying away. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached with a slow gait. Old man Hu Liang greets the three esteemed officials of the Demon-Suppression Bureau. The elder did not require any formalities. "I am Qingfeng, an Earth-level exorcist of the Demon-Suppression Bureau. From this day forth, I shall handle matters concerning the monsters in Blackwater Village." He displayed his badge and official documents to confirm his identity. The village chief, Hu Liang, showed increasing respect, saying, "It is indeed a fortune for Blackwater Village to have a young talent like you, Sir Gu, serving as our protector." Qingfeng did not linger on pleasantries. He promptly shifted the conversation to the matter of the monsters. Hu Liang, naturally forthcoming, shared the details as they walked through the village. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Qingfeng finally grasped the situation. A month prior, children in Blackwater Village had begun to go missing. Initially, the villagers dismissed it as being taken by wild beasts. However, as days passed, more children disappeared, with some vanishing from their own homes. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a gust of black wind that left them unable to open their eyes, and when they regained their sight, the children had vanished. The village chief, having traveled extensively in his youth and witnessed the methods of monsters, quickly deduced that it was indeed the work of such creatures. He promptly reported the incidents to the Earth-level exorcist responsible for Blackwater Village. After the Earth-level exorcist investigated, the matter was escalated to Lord Yang of the Heaven-level exorcists. Eventually, the story of Lord Yang's ill-fated expedition to eradicate the monsters emerged. According to the village chief, Lord Yang had tracked the monsters to the bone forest behind Blackwater Village. But subsequently, he and his team perished. Following Lord Yang's demise, another Earth-level exorcist arrived, spending several days in the bone forest, but returned empty-handed, failing to locate either the monsters or the bodies of Lord Yang's team. Strangely, since Lord Yang's team was lost, no further children had gone missing from the village, as if the monsters had indeed moved on, as suggested by the Earth-level exorcist. Having comprehended the situation, Qingfeng instructed Chief Hu Liang to return home for dinner, as he intended to investigate the bone forest, a place heavy with ominous energy that was unsuitable for the elderly. At this point, Wang Fatty, having absorbed the village chief's account, felt a wave of relief wash over him, even shedding a layer of his armor. "That's wonderful, Sir Gu. With no monster disturbances for several days, it seems they have truly left. Shall we report back?" "Silence. If you wish to leave, do so on your own. I intend to stay in Blackwater Village tonight," Qingfeng retorted sharply. For him, the true fear lay not in encountering monsters, but in failing to find them. Monsters thrived in the darkness of night, and thus he decided to remain for the evening. Wang Fatty, sensing Qingfeng's irritation, refrained from further protest. He held a measure of respect for the official, especially considering Qingfeng's reputation for defeating formidable foes despite being at a lower cultivation level. The trio wandered through the village, their destination being the bone forest. Qingfeng meticulously scanned every corner, yet he observed nothing amiss. Candied hawthorn. Affordable and delicious candied hawthorn. Suddenly, the call of a vendor caught Qingfeng's attention. The vendor, silhouetted against the setting sun, was obscured in shadow, rendering his features indistinct. Nearby, a few children aged 5 or 6 played and frolicked. A sound of swallowing echoed beside Qingfeng. It was Wang Fatty, now visibly tempted. The large, round candied hawthorn, glistening in golden hues under the sunset, appeared quite appetizing. "My lord, would you like to try a skewer?" Qingfeng felt a twinge of desire and nodded in agreement. Wang Fatty then turned to Su Fan, asking, "What about you?" "The book says to eat sweets." All right, forget I asked." Wang Fatty then hurried towards the candied hawthorn vendor. The vendor, seemingly preparing to close up and return home for dinner, had not noticed Qingfeng and his companions due to the distance. As he began to pack up, he turned to leave, overcome by his craving. Wang Fatty hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait a moment, candied hawthorn seller." It was unclear if the vendor was hard of hearing, as he did not respond but instead turned down a narrow alley. Though Wang Fatty was stout, he was a seasoned cultivator at the 8th level of body refinement. With a burst of energy, he dashed to the mouth of the alley, just as the vendor disappeared around the corner. Gu Qingfeng shook his head in exasperation. I never imagined this glutton would run after food. Before he could finish his thought, a piercing scream echoed from the alley. Wang Fatty's cry. Ah! Chapter 39. The peculiar Wang Fatty's scream was high-pitched and frantic. Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted instantly, and excitement coursed through him. He swiftly darted into the alley. Su Fan, still processing the unfolding events, watched as Gu Qingfeng vanished into the narrow passage. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. Did not Sir Gu say that his speed was rather slow? Was it not the case that when encountering monsters, one only needed to outrun him? Yet, Gu Qingfeng's speed seemed astonishingly swift. Without time for further contemplation, Su Fan hurriedly followed into the alley. Inside, Gu Qingfeng spotted Wang Fatty collapsed on the ground, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. What happened? Gu Qingfeng inquired urgently. Wang Fatty trembled, pointing toward the end of the alley, stammering, the candied hawthorn cellar has vanished. This is a dead end. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, scanning the alley and confirming it was indeed a dead end. It was empty, save for himself and Wang Fatty. How intriguing, Gu Qingfeng mused inwardly, feeling a surge of excitement. He noted the alleyway through which both Wang Fatty and the vendor had entered, yet the vendor had mysteriously disappeared. He began to meticulously investigate the dead end. The alley measures less than 10 meters in length, flanked by the gray-black walls of houses, with a dilapidated wall blocking its end. There are no hidden mechanisms or secret doors. This leaves only two possibilities. Either the vendor is an expert who vanished in the blink of an eye, or he is a demon. Gu Qingfeng leans towards the latter, as Wang Fatty is a martial artist at the 8th layer of Qi gathering. He and the vendor entered the alley in quick succession, yet the vendor disappeared right before his eyes. If the vendor were also a martial artist, he would need to be at least one major realm above Wang Fatty to possess such speed. It is improbable that a small village like Blackwater Village would harbor a true Qi realm expert who sells candied hawthorn. However, Gu Qingfeng cannot dismiss the possibility outright. What if he is a reclusive master with a penchant for selling candied hawthorn? Thus, he decides to investigate the vendor's identity. Gu Qingfeng's peripheral vision catches 3 children playing nearby. These children have been at this spot, aligned with the alley, allowing them to directly observe its happenings. He approaches the trio, noting their rosy cheeks, and smiles. Little ones, did you see where that candied hawthorn vendor went? The children seem a bit shy and hesitate. After a moment, one boy with a top knot speaks up. Do you have money? Gu Qingfeng is taken aback. What a pragmatic child. Naturally, he cannot be petty with a child, and promptly produces 2 copper coins for the boy. The boy's eyes light up at the sight of money, and he replies, I didn't see the vendor. Little brother, telling lies is not a good habit. Gu Qingfeng gently admonishes. The vendor was right next to you selling candied hawthorn. And then he turned and entered this alley. Speak the truth, and I shall reward you handsomely. As he speaks, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy approach, though Wang Fatty still appears shaken. Yes, little one, we are from the Demon-Suppression office. If you lie, we shall spank you, Wang Fatty threatens. To his surprise, the boy does not seem intimidated. Perhaps he does not understand what the Demon-Suppression office is. Instead, he puffs up indignantly. I'm not lying. My name is Dog Sheng, and I never tell lies. The boy's sincerity and irate demeanor do not seem feigned. He truly appears to have not seen any vendor. At this moment, a younger girl beside the boy speaks up, her focus entirely on the candied hawthorn. Whereas the candied hawthorn? Nini wants to eat candied hawthorn. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng suddenly realizes something he had previously overlooked. Children are notoriously weak against the allure of candied hawthorn. The vendor had been selling it right next to them. Had they truly seen it, there would have been no way they wouldn't have reacted, rushing over to it. Therefore, it confirms that the boy is not lying. A grin spreads across Gu Qingfeng's face. The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. It seems this demon possesses some skill. At this point, Gu Qingfeng is convinced that it is indeed a demon. It cannot be a reclusive master, for how could a hidden figure evade the notice of children? Wang Fatty and Su Daisy, not foolish, also begin to grasp the implications. In that moment, Wang Fatty feels a chill run down his spine. It must be a demon. Sir, we should leave quickly while it's still light. Before he can finish, the last rays of the setting sun disappear. The sky has darkened. We must flee. There is still time. Wang Fatty exclaims, hastily donning his armor again. Sir Gu's voice suddenly calls from behind them. The group turns to see the village chief, Hu Liang, approaching with a lantern. The dim light casts shadows across his wrinkled face, flickering with his steps. Old man has prepared a meal at home. I hope you esteemed gentlemen will not refuse, he says. Gu Qingfeng smiles. Very well, I shall not be rude. Wang Fatty, however, is thoroughly displeased. Sir, we shouldn't eat here. This village feels sinister. It's best we leave at once. Once again, if you wish to leave, do so at your own discretion. I shall not stop you. Wang Fatty glances at the ominously dark sky, realizing he lacks the courage to flee alone, and begrudgingly agrees. Gu Qingfeng, having said this, turns to bid farewell to the children. Yet, as he turns back, his expression shifts to one of grave concern. The 3 children have vanished. Ah! A shrill scream erupts. Evidently from Wang Fatty, who has also turned around and noticed the absence of the children. Silence. Gu Qingfeng barks. His mood darkens. He realizes he seems to have been toyed with by a demon. The vendor is suspicious, and the disappearance of the 3 children is equally troubling. As a martial artist, his hearing is naturally superior. If they were indeed skilled, it would be impossible for 3 children to vanish without a sound. The silence surrounding their disappearance is deafening. At this moment, Chief Hu Liang approaches, a look of concern on his face. Sir Gu, what troubles you? He seems startled by Wang Fatty's scream. Gu Qingfeng regards the chief steadily and inquires. Chief Hu, did you see the 3 children behind us just now? The chief appears perplexed. Children? I see only 3 gentlemen here. Gu Qingfeng's eyes narrow, a peculiar intensity in his gaze as he addresses Hu Liang. Chief Hu, I detest being deceived. The chief's face pales in alarm, panic overtaking him. Sir, how could I dare deceive you? Moreover, it is dark now, and after the recent troubles with demons, what parent would let their children play outside at this hour? Gu Qingfeng silently scrutinizes Hu Liang, not uttering a word. Beside him, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy feel an icy chill envelop them, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. If the chief speaks truthfully, then it implies that both the vendor and the children are demons. The 2 dare not ponder further. They even begin to suspect that the chief himself, or perhaps the entire village, harbors something sinister. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng bursts into laughter. How amusing. Your village is truly captivating. First, the vendor vanishes in an instant. And now the 3 children disappear the moment I turn my back. I am curious. Chief Hu, if I turn away from you now and then look back, will you also have vanished? Hu Liang grows increasingly anxious. Sir, what are you saying? I don't understand. Gu Qingfeng grins malevolently. No matter if you don't understand. Let us conduct a small experiment. He turns to Wang Fatty and Su Daisy. You 2, stand behind me and then turn away. Gu Qingfeng leads by example. Turning his back first, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy hesitate, unsure of Gu Qingfeng's intentions. Quickly do as I say, he urges impatiently. Soon, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy position themselves behind Gu Qingfeng and turn around, leaving Gu Qingfeng with their backs facing him, while behind him stands Chief Hu Liang. 1, 2, 3, turn. Gu Qingfeng counts, then instructs everyone to look back together. As they do so, they find nothing but emptiness behind them. No one is there. The chief has vanished. Ah! Wang Fatty screams, collapsing to the ground in shock, his weight shaking the earth beneath him. Where's the village chief? He has gone. His voice distorts with fear. Su Daisy, did you see where the chief went? Wang Fatty tugged at Su Fan's pant leg, yet Su Fan paid him no heed. As Wang Fatty gazed at Su Fan's face, he noted its pallor, lips tightly clenched, body trembling, cold sweat pouring forth, and eyes rolling back as if on the verge of fainting. Clearly, he was terrified. In that moment, Wang Fatty set aside any mockery of Su Fan's cowardice and urgently looked to Gu Qingfeng, seeking a pillar of strength. However, Gu Qingfeng was bowed, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his features indiscernible. A pang of unease struck Wang Fatty. My lord Gu, are you all right? Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng shot his head up. His expression twisted like that of a malevolent spirit, his face shrouded in dark clouds, radiating an oppressive intensity akin to the ominous calm before a volcanic eruption. This visage startled Wang Fatty, who briefly feared Gu Qingfeng had been possessed by a demon. My lord Gu. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from Gu Qingfeng. I curse you all, you old fool. I have stated before, I detest being deceived. So, you all think you can toy with me? Do not let me catch you, or I shall ensure your remains are scattered to the winds. This furious outburst jolted both Wang Fatty and Su Fan, momentarily erasing their fear as they stared agape at Gu Qingfeng. They were filled with confusion. Was this truly the time to express concern over being deceived? In such a terrifying atmosphere, how could he be enraged rather than frightened? His temper seemed excessively volatile. After unleashing his fury, Gu Qingfeng's anger intensified, simmering within him. All he had desired was a simple candied hawthorn, yet the vendor had vanished mysteriously. When questioning 3 rascally children, they claimed ignorance, and they had audaciously swindled him of 2 copper coins. These 3 little scamps acted so convincingly, even proclaiming, "I, Dog Shung, never lie." How absurd. The village chief performed even better, feigning innocence as if he had 100 lives to spare. Their expressions, their body language, their delivery, good heavens, there must be a conspiracy behind the Oscars. You treacherous scoundrels, you dare deceive me time and again, employing the same tricks. Gu Qingfeng bellowed. Wang Fatty, Su Fan, let us search every household. We must find that old fool, those 3 urchins, and that middle-aged swindler. With that, he unsheathed his sword of evil slaying and charged into the darkness. Wang Shan and Su Fan, unperturbed by anything else, hurriedly followed in Gu Qingfeng's wake. At that moment, Blackwater Village was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of even a dog-esque bark. The darkness was palpable, as if every household had extinguished their lights, leaving no glimmer of illumination. The trio brandished torches, breaching one dwelling after another. Bang! Gu Qingfeng kicked open a door, only to find it empty. Onward he pressed. Bang! Still no one. From the village's entrance to its end, Blackwater Village was desolate, not a soul in sight. The stark contrast between this deathly silence and the serene harmony of daytime was jarring. My lord, this village is too malevolent. Perhaps we should retreat for assistance? Wang Fatty suggested, trembling. Gu Qingfeng ignored him, silently invoking the system in his mind. He felt he might have fallen victim to an illusion. System. Why am I ensnared in an illusion but have received no feedback of becoming stronger? The system's icy voice resonated in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Let me reiterate. This system is named the strengthening system upon demonic attack. Please comprehend, host. Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened further. According to the system, there were 2 possibilities. First, this was not the illusion of a demon but rather a human trick. Second, it was indeed a demonic illusion, yet akin to an optical illusion, causing no harm to himself, hence the system's silence. Previously, when ensnared by the I-Demon's illusion in the Demon-Suppression Prison, it had attempted to invade his mind and control his body, a true attack that elicited a system response. However, this time, he had not sustained any injury, psychological harm notwithstanding, so the system remained unresponsive. Regardless of the scenario, Gu Qingfeng was resolute. Even if it were humanly orchestrated, he would demand retribution. With the Burning Sun sword as his trump card, he would not shy away even from a congenital master. Let us proceed to the Bone Forest. My lord, venturing into the Bone Forest at night is unwise. Even the esteemed demon exterminator Yang perished there. Are we not courting death? Wang Fatty quaked in fear. Wang Fatty, are you perpetually tiresome? If you do not wish to go, remain in Blackwater Village, Gu Qingfeng retorted, not glancing back as he forged ahead toward the Bone Forest. Wang Shan and Su Fan, witnessing this, had no choice but to follow. After all, among the 3, Gu Qingfeng's strength was paramount, and in this peculiar Blackwater Village, he was their sole bastion of hope. The Bone Forest lay just behind Blackwater Village, and within a span of 2 incense sticks' time, Gu Qingfeng and his companions arrived. The sky was shrouded in darkness, thick clouds eclipsing the moonlight. The Bone Forest was a pitch-black expanse, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, as if a fierce beast lurked within the shadows. Gu Qingfeng, torch in hand, strode confidently at the forefront. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows of the trees, amplifying the foreboding atmosphere. Wang Fatty swallowed nervously, closely trailing Gu Qingfeng, his gaze unwilling to stray to the ominous woods on either side. Fearful of encountering a face leaping forth. Hu Liang, Gu Qingfeng bellowed, startling both Wang Fatty and Su Fan with a jolt. Show yourself. Yet, only the rustling of leaves in the wind responded. After a brief silence, Gu Qingfeng suddenly chuckled sinisterly. Hu Liang, and those 3 little brats. Do you think I cannot find you just because you remain silent? Engaging in a game of hide and seek, are we? You better hide well. For once I locate you. Gu Qingfeng's tone was chilling and malevolent, rendering him all the more terrifying amidst the Bone Forest shadows. Wang Shan and Su Fan exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and disbelief. At that moment, they felt a peculiar sensation. Who truly was the demon? Why did it seem that Gu Qingfeng now resembled a demon more than the demons themselves? In the past, when dispatched on missions by the Demon-Suppression Division, every team exercised utmost caution, fearing a misstep in the treacherous game of cat and mouse with demons. Yet, in Gu Qingfeng's presence, the situation was entirely reversed. Faced with demons that had once decimated a team of esteemed exterminators, Gu Qingfeng exhibited neither fear nor retreat, but rather an insatiable quest to hunt down the deceivers. Thus, Wang Shan and Su Fan silently vowed to themselves. Henceforth, they must never deceive Gu Qingfeng, for his temper was exceedingly formidable. Deep within the bone forest, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated intently on the seemingly demonic Gu Qingfeng, a profound bewilderment brewing within. Was this fellow truly human? Why did he lack all sense of fear? The intent had been to frighten Gu Qingfeng and his companions, compelling them to retreat and report the situation, thereby drawing in the newly appointed esteemed demon exterminator. After all, these three mere ants of the Qi-gathering realm were hardly a threat. Yet, to their astonishment, Gu Qingfeng did not conform to the expected script. Instead of trembling in terror, he was incensed. This was beyond belief. Such fury rendered him utterly irrational, akin to a wild beast. Any normal demon exterminator encountering such bizarre circumstances would surely feel fear, especially knowing that a formidable demon had previously claimed the life of an esteemed exterminator. Logically, one would expect a hasty retreat. However, Gu Qingfeng not only pressed forward but also ventured into the bone forest, determined to unearth the identity of his deceivers. Absurd. The master of the blood-red eyes was tempted to eliminate the fool before him. Yet he feared that such an act of violence would deter the newly appointed Xian-level demon slayer from investigating, prompting a direct report to the Demon-Suppression Department and summoning a lower-level demon slayer, leading to a prolonged period of silence for himself. The crux of the matter was that while he could afford to wait, the blood godchild could not. Ultimately, he opted to disregard the fool, believing that once the latter vented his frustrations in vain, he would depart of his own accord. As Gu Qingfeng and his companions ventured deeper into the withered bone forest, they stumbled upon a clearing densely populated with tombstones. The eerie atmosphere and the sight of these ominous markers sent shivers down the spines of Wang Shan and Su Fan. However, Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he dashed into the graveyard. It was not unusual for a place like this, once a mass grave, to have tombstones. Wang, being an adult, was adept at self-comfort. As Gu Qingfeng meandered among the tombstones, seemingly attempting to trigger a plot event, his gaming experience suggested that such locations often led to boss battles. Yet, after circling several times, with little more than a dance atop a grave, he found no reaction. Wang Shan and Su Fan, relieved to see Gu Qingfeng and scathed after his antics, cautiously entered the graveyard themselves. Perhaps due to their lack of encounters with any supernatural beings along the way, Wang's courage had grown, and his small eyes began to scan the tombstones carelessly. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on one tombstone, his eyes widening in terror. In that instant, his body froze, pupils constricting sharply as panic enveloped him. A piercing scream shattered the night, startling Gu Qingfeng. Infuriated, he turned to Wang Shan, scolding him for his cowardice, demanding that he act like a man and refrain from such alarming outbursts. However, it seemed Wang was oblivious to Gu Qingfeng's anger, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at a tombstone, stammering about its significance. Impatiently, Gu Qingfeng approached, pushing Wang aside to get a better look. His expression shifted dramatically upon reading the inscription, Tomb of Hu Liang, village chief of Heishui village. Shocked, he questioned Su Fan. Is it possible that the Hu we spoke with today is dead? Wang, trembling, hastily retreated behind Gu Qingfeng. Surely, the Hu we encountered was his spirit. Su Fan's face paled further. Could these tombstones belong to all the villagers of Heishui? No wonder none are left. They must have perished long ago. With each word, Su Fan's complexion drained of color, his voice trembling with fear, oblivious to his own fading vitality. Wang, unnerved by Su Fan's deductions, implored Gu Qingfeng, "Let us leave. I beg you." Yet, before he could finish, Gu Qingfeng thundered, "You insolent fool. How dare you play dead when it's so easy to find you?" With that, Gu Qingfeng raised his foot, a size 40 shoe still caked with fresh mud, and brought it crashing down upon Hu Liang's tombstone. A resounding crash echoed as the tombstone shattered into dust. In the depths of the withered bone forest, the blood-red eyes widened in astonishment before darkening with rage. "This won't do. I must regain control." A strange ripple surged from his eyes, silently spreading underground, as if to suppress the very essence of the graveyard. Once he accomplished this, he relaxed, though a glint of fury flickered in his gaze directed at Gu Qingfeng. He had no intention of killing them. Yet this reckless youth was courting death. Patience was essential. He was on the verge of a significant achievement, and he could not allow a mere rat to spoil his plans. But just as he resolved to endure, Gu Qingfeng's voice rang out again. "You turtle-faced cur. I'll dismantle your tombstone, and you won't dare to show yourself, will you?" Wang Shan, Su Fan dig. The blood-red eyes shifted uncertainly, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng ordered Wang and Su to commence digging. Enough. Let the deceased rest in peace. Wang pleaded, but Gu Qingfeng firmly rejected this notion. I gave him a chance. Yet he dared to deceive me. If I don't tear him limb from limb today, I shall no longer bear the name Gu. Alas, my lord. If it comes to that, I can apologize on his behalf. Gu Qingfeng shot him a fierce glare, brandishing his sword menacingly. Will you dig or not? Of course. I shall dig. Wang and Su hurriedly set to work unearthing Hu Liang's grave. Before long, their labor bore fruit, revealing a wooden coffin. Stand back, Gu Qingfeng ordered, kicking the coffin open with a forceful bang. The lid splintered, revealing a decaying body, partially rotting and infested with maggots. Yet Gu Qingfeng recognized it instantly as Hu Liang. How dare you deceive me? Even in death, I know you. Before Gu Qingfeng could strike, Hu Liang's corpse abruptly sat upright, blood-red eyes snapping open. Filled with a primal rage and murderous intent, fixating on Gu Qingfeng and his companions. He has risen. Wang yelped, scrambling behind Gu Qingfeng. Though Gu Qingfeng's slender form offered little protection against his bulk, Su Fan's puzzled voice broke through. Strange, this corpse appears to have died recently. Yet the aura is so potent. Has he transformed into a zombie? Are you still wondering? This is a zombie. Wang exclaimed nervously. Su Fan shook his head. Though Hu Liang has become a zombie, his transformation is recent, and he was not a martial artist in life. He is merely a low-level zombie, roughly equivalent to a 4th-tier Qi gathering practitioner. There is no need for concern. 4th-tier Qi gathering. Wang perked up, no longer hiding behind Gu Qingfeng, disregarding their banter. Gu Qingfeng grinned wickedly at Hu Liang. You made it easy for me to find you. Yet the now zombified Hu Liang seemed devoid of intellect. A bloodthirsty beast that lunged at Gu Qingfeng without acknowledgement. Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow and swiftly kicked the creature away. Su Fan, what is happening? He was coherent when he deceived me, but now he seems utterly mindless. Having spent time with Su Fan, Gu Qingfeng recognized his intellect. This young man was well-read and possessed a wealth of peculiar knowledge, prompting his inquiry. My lord, if I am not mistaken, the one who deceived you earlier was Hu Liang's spirit, a manifestation of his soul after death. The creature before you is his body transformed into a zombie, devoid of reason. Upon hearing this explanation, Gu Qingfeng grew displeased. So he is not the real deal after all. At this moment, the zombie, Hu Liang, had risen from the ground, devoid of any fear, and charged once more towards Gu Qingfeng. Previously, Gu Qingfeng had refrained from exerting his full strength, intending to torment the creature slowly. However, upon realizing that the zombie lacked any semblance of intellect, he extinguished this thought and resolved to eliminate it swiftly before seeking the true culprit. Just as Gu Qingfeng prepared to strike, the rotund Wang stepped forward, exclaiming, My lord, this mere 4th-tier Qi gathering trash is hardly worthy of your effort. Allow your subordinate to handle it. Ever since Wang learned that this zombie was equivalent to a 4th-tier martial artist, he trembled with anticipation, eager to showcase his prowess in front of Gu Qingfeng, seeking to curry favor. Unbeknownst to him, however, his attempt at flattery had landed squarely on the wrong side. Who are you calling trash? Gu Qingfeng replied, his expression darkening ominously. Wang's heart sank as realization struck him. He had forgotten that Gu Qingfeng was also a 4th-tier practitioner. Recalling Gu Qingfeng's petty nature, having been deceived by a demon and still holding a grudge, Wang feared that his careless mockery might lead to dire consequences. My lord, please calm your anger. I was referring to Hu Liang, not you. He hastily attempted to clarify, but Hu Liang was already upon them. Wang's eyes widened in alarm, cursing under his breath. If it weren't for you, would I have misspoken? Fueled by anger, he retaliated, lifting a leg as thick as a man's waist and delivering a powerful kick to Hu Liang. This strike unleashed the full might of his 8th-tier Qi gathering and his 300-pound weight. Hu Liang was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a cluster of tombstones, the once sturdy zombie body nearly disintegrating. Still alive, Wang observed as Hu Liang struggled to rise, and he approached with a swagger. Indifferent. To his surprise, Hu Liang did not attack immediately, but instead let out a deafening roar. The echoing cry reverberated through the mountains. Wang, unperturbed, merely dug at his ear, only to find his fingers too thick to fit inside. He feigned to blow away the imaginary debris, preparing to boast further. The ground began to tremble. Then, to Wang's horror, the tombstones around them began to crack and decayed. Withered arms emerged from the earth. Soon, one zombie, 2, then 100, 200, erupted from the soil. The graveyard became densely populated with the undead. And this was just the beginning. Many more zombies continued to claw their way out, each possessing blood-red eyes filled with a frenzied thirst for carnage. With a collective roar, the multitude of zombies seemed to disperse the clouds above, casting a chilling moonlight upon the earth. Once their cries subsided, their crimson gazes fixated on the nearest target, Wang. In an instant, Wang felt his blood run cold, his body stiffening as he collapsed onto the ground. A sharp stone punctured his flesh, the pain jolting him back to reality. He scrambled back, using hands and feet to retreat with remarkable speed, quicker than Gu Qingfeng himself could run. Wang found himself behind Gu Qingfeng, trembling. Perhaps it would be best if you took over, my lord. Wang was not foolish. Although he could handle dozens of these low-tier zombies alone, facing hundreds was a different story. Gu Qingfeng surveyed the throng of undead before him, a sinister grin creeping onto his face. With pent-up frustration seeking release, this was a perfect opportunity to vent. He turned to the pale-faced Su Fan. How many villagers reside in Blackwater Village? Su Fan stammered. There should be over 500. Not bad, just enough to satisfy my need for release. Gu Qingfeng rotated his neck and summoned his strength. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath him shattered as he propelled himself like a cannonball into the horde of zombies. In that moment, it felt akin to bowling. Gu Qingfeng charged into the mass of corpses, a human tank wreaking havoc, and with each blow, zombies fell lifelessly before him. A powerful punch, augmented by his indomitable physique and immense strength, produced explosive sounds as he obliterated a zombie's head with ease. Delightful. Gu Qingfeng laughed heartily. The sensation of dispatching these creatures with a single punch was invigorating. The zombies, undeterred by the demise of their companions, continued their assault, quickly surrounding him. Countless arms and fangs reached for him, but he stood firm, muscles tensing as a translucent golden bell materialized around him, the golden bell shield. With a resonating clang, the nearby zombies were sent flying by the rebound force, as if in a cinematic spectacle, soaring high before crashing down. Gu Qingfeng grew increasingly exhilarated, executing a swift kick that sent the zombies around him into disarray. With a powerful grip, he seized one zombie's head, swinging it like a club amidst the throng, smashing it into the others. After 3 revolutions, the zombie was left limbless, its head contorted into an irregular shape. Su Fan and Wang, initially intent on assisting, stood frozen in awe, paralyzed by Gu Qingfeng's ferocity, as they contributed to the global warming of this otherworldly realm with their gasps of astonishment. As the slaughter continued, Gu Qingfeng grew more emboldened, even employing techniques from his past gaming exploits. Dragon Rising Fist, a powerful uppercut, imbued with fierce wind, struck a zombie squarely on the chin. Gu Qingfeng envisioned sending the creature sprawling, only to have its head separate from its body, grotesquely trailing skin and muscle, soaring into the sky before disappearing from view. Scratching his head, Gu Qingfeng realized he needed a new approach. By this point, he had already dispatched over 200 zombies, leaving just over 200 remaining. And the graveyard was no longer congested. Noticing the dwindling numbers, he caught sight of 3 diminutive figures struggling to join the fray, unable to penetrate the encirclement due to their small stature. Amused, Gu Qingfeng charged through the sea of zombies, trampling over severed limbs until he stood before the trio of little zombies. With a swift motion, he seized one by its unruly tuft and prepared to launch it. With a powerful kick, he sent the little zombie flying like a soccer ball into the horde, where it collided with its brethren, causing chaos and carnage. One by one, he kicked the remaining 2 into the fray, leaving only 100 zombies still standing. The remaining zombies were not to be dealt with violently by Gu Qingfeng. He had already savored the thrill and decided to experiment with the treasures bestowed by the demon-subduing department. He retrieved a talisman for exorcism from his pocket and activated it, hurling it at the nearest zombie. Instantly, the talisman erupted in a blinding white light, striking the zombie and utterly obliterating it. This power was rather disappointing. A single talisman could only vanquish one zombie? Gu Qingfeng muttered in dissatisfaction, subsequently producing a Yang Fire talisman, which was evidently more precious given that he possessed only 2. Employing the same tactic, he cast the Yang Fire talisman. In midair, it erupted into a brilliant blaze, resembling a miniature sun rising at night. In the next moment, boom, the small sun detonated, its flames mercilessly consuming the remaining zombies. This strike annihilated over 50 zombies in an instant. Now that was more like it. He decided to test the exorcising sword next. The copper coin sword was raised and slashed at the nearest zombie. Upon contact, the sword shimmered with light, and the zombie was struck as if by lightning, instantly carbonizing and succumbing to death. That was somewhat satisfactory. After testing his weapons, Gu Qingfeng wasted no further time and engaged directly, delivering a punch to each remaining zombie. Within just 2 breaths, all the remaining zombies had perished. At that moment, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy hurried over, their faces painted with shock. Lord Gu, you are truly formidable. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. Enough with the flattery. We've merely dealt with the corpses. We have yet to locate the restless spirits. Huh. Wang Fatty's face immediately fell. My lord, do we still need to search? Why don't we return and report? Over 500 zombies is a monumental feat. If we can't find the deceiver, we won't return today. As the 3 conversed, Nun noticed the pair of blood-red eyes deep within the bone forest, gazing at Gu Qingfeng with an unusual delight. Such a powerful physique. Coupled with the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, his blood quality likely surpasses that of an average Qi realm warrior. He will undoubtedly satisfy the blood goddess requirements. There's no need to exert effort to summon the Xian-level demon exterminator. This lad is sufficient. As the blood-red eyes flashed with a peculiar wave, Gu Qingfeng and his companions continued their discourse when suddenly, he sensed a sound, furrowing his brow. Wang Fatty and Su Daisy listened intently, trying to discern the source of the noise. Suddenly, Wang Fatty turned to look behind Gu Qingfeng, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 44. Let the sword Qi soar. For a moment at the sight of Wang Fatty's expression, Gu Qingfeng instinctively turned to look, only to be startled by the bizarre scene before him. The severed limbs and shattered skulls in the graveyard were slowly gathering under some strange force, as if animated, crawling rapidly towards a central point. Gradually, they amassed in greater numbers, piling higher and higher, forming a mountain of corpses. As the aggregation continued, the corpse mountain expanded to a height of 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, even 10 meters. Over 500 corpses were melded together by a mysterious force, forming a colossal creature 10 meters tall. This monstrous entity, the size of a building, was grotesquely twisted, supported by hundreds of legs, covered in arms, with over 500 heads irregularly embedded in its surface, while the rest of its body was filled with various writhing bits of flesh. Gu Qingfeng even recognized a familiar face among the creature's mass, Hu Liang. Hu Liang's head was prominently situated at the center. With a swish, 500 eyes opened simultaneously. From afar, the creature was a mass of eyes, each with a blood-red hue, filled with a thirst for blood and murderous intent. Roaring, the creature emitted a deafening bellow, exuding a terrifying aura. This pressure caused Wang Fatty and Su Daisy to pale, their bodies stiffening as if they were being targeted by a top predator. Suddenly, the corpse mountain stirred. Hundreds of legs surged with power, shaking the earth as countless small stones and dust were lifted half a meter into the air. It charged at Gu Qingfeng and his companions like a frenzied wild dog. Wang Fatty and Su Daisy, terrified, stood frozen. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of them, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded the creature. It was indeed frightening in appearance, but how strong could it be? Come to test it, Gu Qingfeng mused, pulling out his last Yang Fire Talisman, activating it, and throwing it forth. The small sun reappeared, crashing into the corpse mountain. However, compared to the mountain, the small sun was but a fraction of its size. In the next second, the small sun collided with the corpse mountain. Boom! The small sun erupted, its scorching flames consuming a tenth of the mountain's body, creating a large hole. A burnt, meaty aroma wafted through the air. Gu Qingfeng grimaced in displeasure. What a letdown. This creature is too weak, reduced to such a state by a single Yang Fire Talisman. He had hoped to evolve his diamond body through this mountain of corpses, but since his last battle with the Bone Master, his diamond body had been at a critical threshold, needing just a nudge to break through. However, due to its high defense, ordinary demons could not provide any enhancement. Thus he had yet to make a breakthrough. Now, he finally encountered a seemingly fearsome demon, only to find it as flimsy as paper. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to express his dissatisfaction, the hundreds of human mouths on the corpse mountain opened simultaneously, emitting a chorus of furious roars. Then, a miraculous event occurred. The dark red flesh of the mountain began to writhe, and the large hole gradually healed. In merely 2 seconds, the hole vanished, and the corpse mountain returned to its original state. Gu Qingfeng's eyes brightened, realizing there was something intriguing about this. At that moment, Su Daisy suddenly interjected urgently, Lord Gu, I've read in books that creatures composed of aggregated bodies usually have a core. Only by destroying the core can they be defeated. Otherwise, no matter the attack, they will continue to heal. A core? Gu Qingfeng surveyed the 10-meter-tall corpse mountain, pondering where to find such a core at this size. My lord, since it is a creature made of zombies, its core must be one of the heads. Among those over 500 heads, one must be the core. Su Daisy spoke rapidly. Over 500 heads? Gu Qingfeng looked up, feeling a wave of confusion. How on earth could he distinguish among them? I suspect. Enough. Gu Qingfeng interrupted impatiently. This is getting tedious. I don't have the time to differentiate. It's simply a matter of a sword strike. You two step back. Gu Qingfeng commanded the two, then selected Yanma from his 4 weapons at his waist. He grasped the sword sheath with his left hand and the hilt with his right, holding Yanma horizontally across his chest, awaiting the approach of the corpse mountain. Wang Fati and Su Daisy, witnessing Gu Qingfeng's stance, assumed he had lost his senses. A sword over a meter long against such a colossal creature was akin to wielding a toothpick. What good would it do? Pick its teeth. My lord, run. What are you doing with that sword now? Wang Fati exclaimed in panic. Su Daisy also looked anxious. Lord Gu, without locating the core, any attack is futile. Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. The core is merely hidden within its body. As long as I can obliterate its entire form with one strike, won't that suffice? One strike? Wang Fati's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at the sword in Gu Qingfeng's hand, then at the 10-meter-high corpse mountain. His mind racing with a single thought. Gu Qingfeng had truly lost his mind. Finally, the corpse mountain drew near. In the next moment, a cold glint flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes as he coldly uttered 5 words. One word: burning sun sword. As his voice faded, with a sudden surge of power from his right hand, accompanied by a sharp sound of metal grinding, Yin Mo was instantly unsheathed. A brilliant flash of fire illuminating the world. Wang Shan and Su Fan felt the temperature around them rise abruptly, followed by an overwhelming blaze that filled their vision. A sword chi, slender as a fine thread, sliced horizontally from Gu Qingfeng's front, resembling a stroke drawn across the heavens with a brush. Whoosh! That stroke of characters flashed like lightning across the body of the corpse mountain. Gradually, the flames subsided. The night enveloped the scene once more, and everything reverted to its original state, as if it had all been a mere illusion. Wang Shan and Su Fan were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. They glanced at the corpse mountain, which stood unharmed, and then at Gu Qingfeng, who had already sheathed his sword, both appearing dumbfounded. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng turned and approached them slowly, saying calmly, "Do not rush. Let the sword chi linger for a moment." The two looked at Gu Qingfeng as he drew near, seemingly wanting to say something, but before they could utter a word, suddenly, boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A massive fireball erupted from the corpse mountain, and in an instant, it was consumed by the flames. Unable even to emit a scream, it transformed into a colossal fireball towering 10 meters high, akin to the sun plummeting to the earth. The entire bone forest was instantly illuminated, as if day had turned into night, a moment in which the world was aglow. Chapter 45. Each of you take a slice from me. The colossal corpse mountain collapsed with a thunderous crash, witnessed by Su Fan and Wang Shan's astonished eyes. Gu Qingfeng's earlier words echoed in their minds. As long as I shatter its entire corporeal form with a single sword, it shall be done. It turned out he was indeed speaking the truth. It truly only required one sword. From that moment on, their gazes toward Gu Qingfeng were filled with reverence. They had previously perceived him as a brash brute relying on external prowess, yet now they realized how gravely mistaken they were. Could a mere 4th-tier chi gathering martial artist unleash such a sword technique? Not to mention the body refinement realm. Even the other demon exterminators under He Fenghua could not achieve this, yet Gu Qingfeng had done just that. Enough, you two, stop dawdling. The one who deceived me has yet to be found. Continue searching. Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's vengeful words, the awe they had just felt dissipated significantly, replaced by profound speechlessness. The two exchanged glances before promptly following Gu Qingfeng deeper into the bone forest. In truth, Gu Qingfeng was somewhat astonished at the immense power that Yin Mo had demonstrated. He had not anticipated that the potency of the special fire oil would be so formidable. When ignited, the special fire oil could reach temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, far surpassing ordinary fire, and was a secret concoction of the demon-slaying bureau's blacksmith. The three continued their journey into the depths of the bone forest. The owner of the blood-red eyes observed Gu Qingfeng and his companions drawing nearer, a glint of interest flickering in his gaze. He had initially believed that the corpse mountain would suffice to deal with Gu Qingfeng, yet to his surprise, this young man wielded such a powerful sword technique. The stronger Gu Qingfeng became, the more exhilarated he felt, for it signified the higher quality of blood. It seems I must reveal some of my true abilities as well. He murmured, "My lord, we have scoured the bone forest thoroughly. There are no malevolent spirits to be found. Should we not cease?" Gu Qingfeng interrupted Wang Fatty's complaints. By the way, Su Dullard, you read extensively. Do you think the reason we cannot find Hu Liang's malevolent spirit is that there is some hidden mystery within this bone forest? Gu Qingfeng casually inquired as he continued his search. However, after waiting 2 seconds, he received no response from Su Fan. Wang Fatty, thinking Su Fan was simply daydreaming, turned to remind him, "Hey, Su Dullard, my lord is asking you. Where are you?" Gu Qingfeng quickly turned back, only to discover that Su Fan, who had been following closely behind, had inexplicably vanished. Much like the vendor selling candied hawthorns, the 3 children who deceived for money, and the village chief Hu Liang. It was an eerie and inexplicable disappearance. Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed. What sort of demon or monster lurked here? Such methods were indeed horrifying. Though he prided himself on his strength, the fact that the enemy could repeatedly make people vanish right under his nose was unsettling. My lord, could it be that Su Dullard got lost? Should we not turn back to search for him? Wang Fatty stammered in fear. Gu Qingfeng shot him a glance. Do you truly believe what you just said? Wang Fatty's psychological defenses crumbled instantly, his expression resembling one on the verge of tears. My lord, we should remain silent. Su Dullard is my subordinate. If I brought him here, I must take him back. Wang Fatty felt touched by the sentiment. Who wouldn't want to follow a leader who cared for his subordinates? However, Gu Qingfeng's next words completely chilled his heart. Wang Fatty, tell me, if I turn around right now and do not look at you, do you think you would also vanish? Gu Qingfeng said with utmost seriousness. Wang Fatty's heart sank at once, reminiscent of how the village chief, Hu Liang, had met his end. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. My lord, my most esteemed lord, I implore you, please do not turn around. As he spoke, he clutched Gu Qingfeng's arm tightly. Gu Qingfeng smiled gently, patting Wang Fatty's shoulder. Fear not, I have discerned the pattern. I shall turn around briefly and then quickly return. Nothing will happen. This is the only way we can ascertain the whereabouts of Su Fan and the one who deceived me. Wang Fatty, pale-faced with fear, desperately protested. Gu Darren, please, please, do not turn around. I am terrified. With great effort, Gu Qingfeng gently pushed Wang Fatty's hand away and swiftly turned. A miraculous occurrence transpired. Wang Fatty's terrified voice abruptly ceased. Gu Qingfeng focused his mind and turned back with lightning speed. Finally, he beheld the scene. At that moment, Wang Fatty had become semi-transparent. The air behind him shimmered like waves, and Wang Fatty struggled as if drowning, his face a mask of terror. Yet he could not utter a single sound, slowly being engulfed by the wave-like air. Gu Qingfeng, possessing both skill and courage, feared no demon or monster. He took a bold step forward, lunging toward Wang Fatty, plunging into the wave-like air alongside him. Their figures vanished within the bone forest. Upon entering the wave-like air, Gu Qingfeng felt the scenery around him shift, as if traversing through time and space. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had left the bone forest. Observing his surroundings, he found the sun high in the sky, casting radiant light, the scenery picturesque, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Not far off, there lay a village. Its houses arranged in an orderly fashion, smoke curling up from the chimneys, and children playing in the fields. It was a scene of serene harmony, reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mundane. However, everything appeared so familiar. Was this not the very scene he had encountered upon his arrival at Heishui village during the day? Gu Qingfeng stood in a daze, and he spotted Su Dullard and Wang Fatty, who had also reappeared, standing not far away, gazing blankly at the smoke rising from Heishui village. After a moment of pause, the 3 gathered together. Su Dullard, have you been here since you vanished? Gu Qingfeng inquired. Su Fan nodded, preparing to speak, but was interrupted by Wang Fatty, who looked at Su Fan with a face full of apprehension. My lord, be careful. We cannot be sure if he is the real Su Fan. Su Fan was taken aback, pointing incredulously at his own nose. You suspect that I have transformed into a demon? Wang Fatty nodded. You disappeared for quite some time. Who knows what transpired during that interval? The demons of Heishui village possess great powers and cunning methods. We must remain vigilant. You claim I am a demon, yet I could just as easily say you are one. Su Fan retorted indignantly. Wang Pengzi smiled triumphantly, saying, I arrived here at the same time as Lord Gu, and we have never left each other's side. I am not the demon. Lord Gu can attest to that. But I am indeed Su Fan, not a demon. Enough, enough. You two should stop bickering. How about this? Each of you take a knife and strike me once. Gu Qingfeng, unable to listen any longer, stepped forward to mediate. The 2 were taken aback and exclaimed in unison, Strike you? Yes, quickly. Each of you give me a cut. I have my own way to discern whether you are demons or not. Gu Qingfeng rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. His method relied on the system to distinguish truth from falsehood. As long as he was attacked by a demon, even if it could not provide attribute bonuses, the system would still respond. The two hesitated as they looked at Gu Qingfeng's arms. Gu Qingfeng, growing impatient, urged, "I have perfected my golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Do you truly fear you could injure me?" After some contemplation, they drew their long knives from their waists and struck Gu Qingfeng's arm, producing 2 resonant clangs. Gu Qingfeng remained unscathed, with not even a white mark appearing on his arm. "System, were those who just attacked me humans or demons?" Gu Qingfeng inquired within his mind. "Humans." The system replied coldly. Gu Qingfeng felt reassured. "Well, you two are not demons. You can rest easy now." Thus, this farce came to an end. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng turned to Su Fan to inquire about the situation, as he had arrived first, and, being well-read, might know something. Su Fan did not disappoint. "My lord, if I am not mistaken, we are likely in the Yin domain," he said gravely. Yin domain? This unfamiliar term exceeded Gu Qingfeng's knowledge. Certain powerful and extraordinarily gifted demons can distort portions of reality with their strength, forming their own unique domains. This is the Yin domain, an alternate space independent of reality. Is it truly that remarkable? Gu Qingfeng expressed surprise. To possess a self-created domain? Even innate masters cannot achieve that. How powerful must these demons be? Su Fan replied. Demons with a Yin domain need not be stronger than masters. They are merely exceptionally gifted, able to resonate with the laws of nature, thus warping reality to create a Yin domain. This defies logic. How can they resonate with the laws of nature without being stronger than masters? If masters cannot, why can they? Su Fan seemed perplexed by this question for a while, then pondered before responding. Perhaps this realm favors demons more. Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Su Fan's analysis indeed seemed plausible. Could it be that in this world, demons are the main characters? Gu Qingfeng did not delve further into this topic, but continued to inquire about the Yin domain. What purpose does it serve? Is it merely to imprison us here, preventing our escape? Su Fan shook his head. The texts say that different Yin domains have different rules. This place appears similar to the real world, but certain rules have been distorted, creating unique regulations of the Yin domain. To leave, one must first understand the rules of the Yin domain. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement. Isn't this akin to an escape room? Moreover, given the uniqueness of these demons, perhaps they could bestow upon me some remarkable innate skills. It had been a long time since he had played an escape room. Today seemed perfect for a game. With that, Gu Qingfeng strode confidently toward Heishui village. Su Fan and Wang Shan initially wanted to dissuade Gu Qingfeng from acting recklessly, but upon reflection, they realized their lord seemed to be inherently unaware of fear, and thus they said nothing, following him cautiously but anxiously. Upon entering the village, Wang Pengzi nervously asked Su Fan, "Hey, Su Dazi, did the text mention how one escapes the Yin domain?" Su Fan shook his head. Different Yin domains have different rules, so the methods of escape vary as well. However, the texts indicated that the rules of the Yin domain differ from reality, and many unimaginable events may occur. Therefore, the most crucial point in the Yin domain is to never act rashly. Even the smallest actions could trigger severe consequences. Enough. Gu Qingfeng's sudden roar interrupted their conversation. "Old bidding, at last I found you." The two were startled by Gu Qingfeng's outburst, and turned to see an elderly man with a smile standing on the dirt path of the village. It was none other than the village head, Hu Liang. "Lord Gu, it's good to see you," Hu Liang greeted with a smile. Gu Qingfeng's temper flared instantly, and rolling up his sleeves, he charged at Hu Liang. "Laugh at me, will you?" Su Fan and Wang Pengzi were taken aback, having just warned against recklessness. Yet Gu Qingfeng rushed forward. "My lord, no." Wang Pengzi desperately tried to stop him, but it was too late. Gu Qingfeng's fist, as large as a cooking pot, surged with a fierce wind, striking Hu Liang's head before the terrified gazes of Wang Pengzi and Su Fan. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed. Contrary to their expectation of a scene where Hu Liang's head would burst like a watermelon, a bizarre sight unfolded instead. Despite being struck by Gu Qingfeng's punch, Hu Liang maintained his smile, but his body cracked like a shattered mirror, appearing to be breaking apart. Then, with a sharp crack, Hu Liang shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground like a human puzzle. Soon, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the fragments lost their color and transformed into genuine shards of glass. As if Gu Qingfeng had not struck Hu Liang, but rather a mirror. Wang Pengzi and Su Fan rushed over, and Wang Pengzi, staring at the fragments strewn across the ground, exclaimed, "Why did Hu Liang turn into a mirror? Is this the rule of the Yin domain, that when a person dies, they become a mirror?" Su Fan gazed solemnly at the shards, muttering, "Mirror? I feel like I've seen this in some book." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly seemed to recall something, his face turning pale with terror. "I remember now. It's the mirror demon. This cannot be. Wasn't the mirror demon dead 200 years ago?" Before Su Fan could finish his sentence, he froze upon seeing Gu Qingfeng's actions, his expression shifting dramatically. "Lord Gu, do not look." The word "look" barely left his lips when Gu Qingfeng had already picked up a shard of the mirror, examining his handsome reflection, casually asking, "What should I not look at?" As soon as he spoke, the shard in Gu Qingfeng's hand radiated brilliant light. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng was enveloped in the glow and vanished from sight. Watching Gu Qingfeng disappear, Su Fan pounded his chest in despair. "Do not look at the mirror. Lord Gu. It's over. This is the end." With their mainstay gone, Wang Pengzi, frightened, hurriedly hid behind Su Fan. "Su Dazi, what in the world is happening?" Su Fan, with a grim countenance, explained, "I know where we are now. This is the mirror demon's mirror domain. Its unique domain." Mirror domain? Mirror demon? Wang Pengzi, evidently unacquainted with literature, understood none of it. "You don't know the mirror demon, but you must have heard of the 7 demon generals, right?" At the mention of the 7 demon generals, Wang Pengzi trembled violently. The 7 demon generals? The ones under Blood Demon 200 years ago? His voice, sharp and piercing with fear, echoed, but neither paid it any mind, for the name of the 7 demon generals was indeed monumental, capable of calming a child's cries at night. Indeed, it is the 7 demon generals. 200 years ago, the Blood Demon emerged, establishing the Blood Demon cult and gathering all demons under heaven. Among them, the 7 strongest were known as the 7 demon generals, and the mirror demon was one of them, ranking 3rd. Impossible. I have heard tales of the 7 demon generals. 2 centuries ago, although the Blood Demon led the 7 demon generals and the Blood Demon sect to wreak havoc across the land, were they not swiftly eradicated by the Demon-Suppression Department? It is said that countless masters perished in that battle. Su Fan nodded. Indeed, according to legend, they met their demise. However, who can predict the unfathomable methods of such formidable demons? Moreover, we find ourselves in the mirror realm of the mirror demon, and numerous signs align with the descriptions in the chronicles of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect is a formidable adversary of the Demon-Suppression Department. Although they transitioned from overt to covert operations after the Blood Demon's death, their power, cultivated over 200 years, should not be underestimated. Thus, the chronicles of the Blood Demon sect is essential reading for us demon hunters. Did you not attend that class? I dozed off during that lesson. Alas, whether I listened or not is inconsequential. The pressing matter is, where has Lord Gu gone? What shall we do? If I am not mistaken, Lord Gu should have entered the mirror realm. It is a rule of the mirror domain that one must never gaze into a mirror. Doing so will result in being drawn into the mirror realm. What exists within the mirror realm? Yourself. Nonsense, what else? There are 2 of yourself. What? Wang Pengzi exclaimed in shock. The mirror realm duplicates an exact replica of oneself. To emerge from it, one must defeat that doppelganger, which possesses identical abilities, weapons, and even battle experience. Everything is precisely the same. How can one possibly win? It can only result in a stalemate. Su Fan shook his head. You are mistaken. It will not be a stalemate. Ultimately, the doppelganger will prevail. Why? What gives it the advantage? Because the doppelganger knows no fatigue, no fear, possesses no emotions, and is entirely rational, thus it will not err. Humans, on the other hand, are prone to mistakes. 2 centuries ago, the mirror demon famously declared, "The only one who can defeat you is yourself," referring precisely to this mirror realm. In the mirror realm, Gu Qingfeng scrutinized the doppelganger with keen interest. "So, you are my replica?" he stated calmly, observing the man before him who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Moments earlier, he had gazed into a mirror and was subsequently drawn into this vast, white space, where another version of himself stood. Every detail, appearance, height, attire, and even the 4 weapons at their waists, was identical. Although Gu Qingfeng was in the mirror realm, he could still hear the conversation between Wang Pengzi and Su Dazi outside, thus grasping his predicament. Yet, his words were inaudible to them. "So, you are my replica?" The other Gu Qingfeng echoed like a parrot. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. "Are you mimicking my speech?" The doppelganger blinked. "Are you mimicking my speech? Damn, it really is identical." Gu Qingfeng thought. For the first time, he observed himself from this angle and realized he was indeed quite handsome, flawlessly so from every angle. "Could you show some decorum?" "Ah, you can talk?" Gu Qingfeng was stunned. The doppelganger smiled coldly. "I am an independent version of you. Naturally I can speak." Enraged, Gu Qingfeng retorted, "Then why are you mimicking my speech? Are you mocking me?" At that moment, Qingfeng was filled with fury, realizing that this mirror demon was no ordinary foe, but rather malevolent and mischievous. Since arriving in Blackwater Village, he had lost count of how many times he had been toyed with. He resolved that when he captured the mirror demon, he would ensure it could neither live nor die. However, the immediate priority was to deal with this insufferable doppelganger. Yet, before taking action, Qingfeng needed to confirm one thing. System, can this mirror realm replicate you? He inquired silently. This system possesses uniqueness and cannot be replicated. Receiving the affirmative answer, Qingfeng felt reassured. He had nothing to fear. He could stand and let the doppelganger strike him without consequence, and he would only grow stronger. Wait a moment. The doppelganger's strength was on par with his. If it struck him, he would grow stronger, and as he grew stronger, so would the doppelganger, perpetuating an endless cycle. Upon realizing this, Qingfeng was elated. He felt he had discovered a loophole. In that instant, his gaze towards the doppelganger ignited with fervor. The doppelganger shivered, taken aback by such blatant narcissism. Feeling unnerved under Qingfeng's gaze, the doppelganger launched the first strike with full force, showing no mercy. His expression was as cold as winter. His right arm drew back, coiling like a spring compressed to its maximum potential. Boom! He unleashed a punch, straightening his arm with tremendous kinetic energy, producing a sound that sliced through the air. The force of this punch contained the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Qingfeng, undeterred, stood firm, delivering a punch of his own, unleashing his full might. Bang! A resounding metallic clang echoed, and both men staggered back 3 steps, shimmering with a faint golden light, indicative of their indestructible bodies. The indestructible body absorbed all damage, leaving both unharmed. Qingfeng was slightly taken aback, realizing the doppelganger also possessed an indestructible body. But what of the Wood King's sword? He swiftly drew the Wood King's sword from his waist and thrust it into the ground, shouting, 1,000 woods become a forest. 10,000 woods form a grove. All things in nature. With Qingfeng's command, the Wood King's sword vanished, replaced by an infinite expanse of towering trees, thick vines, lush green grass, and carnivorous flowers. Thousands of plant species erupted from the ground, rapidly expanding. In an instant, a forest materialized before them, continuously spreading as if to fill the entire mirror realm. This was the Wood King's sword's ultimate technique, originally its signature move when it was still an Earth-grade spirit weapon. Although its power had diminished, it was still formidable enough to be useful. Qingfeng had known this technique for a long time, but had never had the opportunity to use it, as no one had forced him to exert his full strength, except himself. As the doppelganger was about to be engulfed by the endless trees, he remained unfazed. With a cold smirk, he drew an identical Wood King's sword from his waist, and, like Qingfeng, bellowed, 1,000 woods become a forest. 10,000 woods form a grove. All things in nature. A brilliant green light erupted from the Wood King's sword, and from beneath the doppelganger, boundless trees surged forth, clashing with Qingfeng's creation. The two forces were evenly matched, and soon the entire space was overtaken by trees, transforming into a sea of green. The trees from both sides seemed to partition the space, growing frantically at the center, compressing, shattering, and standing in opposition. The doppelganger's possession of the Wood King's sword surprised Qingfeng. The mirror demon was indeed one of the 7 demon generals, proving to be a formidable foe. If even an Xian-grade spirit weapon could be replicated, what about the master-level bone demon fire? With a violent swing of the Wood King's sword, Qingfeng activated his fire affinity, allowing the bone demon fire within him to cling to the sword like a parasite. The temperature around him soared as the nearby trees ignited spontaneously. The mid-tier, Xian-grade martial technique, one-word sunburning sword. A streak of blindingly bright, scorching light sliced through the space, advancing towards the doppelganger with unstoppable force, incinerating everything in its path. This was Qingfeng's most powerful strike. His own strength combined with the Wood King, sword's one-word sunburning sword, and the bone demon fire. This attack had reached the master level. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The doppelganger mirrored Qingfeng's actions, astonishingly wielding bone demon fire as well. He executed the same one-word sunburning sword. Two pale, slender lines collided in the air, each side locked in a stalemate. The intense heat emanating from their point of intersection warped the surrounding space, as the immensely potent energy pressed against each other, annihilating everything in its wake. After a brief standoff, the sword energies shattered. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire realm as if it had experienced a cataclysmic earthquake. A blinding white fire erupted, reminiscent of an atomic bomb detonation. as the searing waves of heat radiated from the epicenter, instantly igniting everything in their path. The once lush forest was transformed into a sea of flames, reduced to ashes in mere seconds. As the flames subsided, two figures stood unscathed in the remnants, Qingfeng and another identical Qingfeng. You possess the fire manipulation talent as well? Qingfeng remarked, slightly astonished. The clone suddenly erupted with a chilling laughter. Do you sense despair now? Indeed, I do. Qingfeng nodded, resigning to lie down on the ground. Once settled, he cast a sidelong glance at the clone and urged, make your move. The clone hesitated, puzzled by the situation. What trickery are you attempting? Qingfeng closed his eyes, wearing a content expression as he replied, whatever I can do, so can you. What trickery could I possibly employ? Hurry up, don't waste time. The clone furrowed his brow, staring intently at the reclining Qingfeng. Are you giving up? Not even going to try? Try? I'd rather not waste my efforts. Isn't it more delightful to wait and grow stronger? Qingfeng retorted angrily. The clone's frown deepened, but he decided to act. Possessing identical strength to Qingfeng, he believed he had no reason to fear any trickery. However, to be cautious, the clone initiated the Wood King's sword, Greenwood Prison Dragon. Countless black glimmering tendrils ensnared Qingfeng tightly. Seeing that Qingfeng was truly defenseless, allowing himself to be bound, the clone felt somewhat reassured. He then unleashed his formidable strength towards Qingfeng. Clang, clang, clang. Golden light radiated from Qingfeng, completely deflecting the clone's blows without a scratch. Qingfeng, growing impatient, glanced at the clone. Are you brainless? Can't you tell this 1T break my defenses? Use the one-character Burning Sun sword, you foolish pig. Only a strike of that caliber could penetrate his defenses. The clone ceased his hesitation and prepared to unleash his attack. However, at that moment, a sudden blood shadow emerged, enveloping the clone. Instantly, the clone's aura transformed, though he bore an identical visage to Qingfeng. His demeanor shifted to one that was sinister and chilling. His eyes morphed into blood-red orbs. Oh, the true master has arrived? Qingfeng chuckled. The clone coldly smirked. Indeed. I am the Mirror Demon. I see. You're not that third one among the 7 demon generals? This mention of the third seemed to strike a nerve with the Mirror Demon, who immediately retorted furiously. I am the second. The second. Qingfeng was taken aback. The world refers to you as the third. That's because the world is blind. In terms of strength and talent, how could I, the Mirror Demon, possibly be inferior to that fool? I am the second under the Blood Demon Lord. Qingfeng couldn't suppress his laughter, realizing the 7 demon generals had internal strife. So what is a wannabe second doing here? Silence. I am the second. The Mirror Demon roared with indignation. Qingfeng, I offer you a chance at life. At your young age, you possess strength rivaling that of a master. If you pledge allegiance to me and assist in resurrecting the Blood Demon Lord, you shall survive. So, your slaughter of the people of Blackwater Village and your deception of the demon envoy were all for the resurrection of the Blood Demon? Qingfeng deduced astutely, quickly unraveling the situation. The Mirror Demon regarded him with a hint of admiration. Correct, you exhibit a degree of intelligence. I initially intended to use you as a blood sacrifice for the Blood God, but upon witnessing your strength, I have developed an affection for your talents. My Blood Demon sect is in need of capable individuals. Will you submit? Wait, didn't you replicate me? Why do you still need my submission? The Mirror Demon explained. The clone cannot exit the mirror space, much like how a reflection in a mirror cannot escape. Moreover, if the person who looks into the mirror dies, so does the reflection. Qingfeng realized the limitations involved. So will you submit? What if I refuse? The Mirror Demon sneered coldly. You 1T. Qingfeng chuckled. Are you that confident? You acknowledge your inability to defeat the clone, thus you have chosen to concede, indicating you are one who understands your fate. Now, your life lies in my hands. Do you recognize that? Qingfeng's smile widened, realizing his own actions had led to this misunderstanding. Thus, he replied with a grin. I acknowledge your mother. Rogue. The Mirror Demon exploded with rage. You're courting death. Do you think I 1T dare to kill you? Chapter 49, The Ascension of the Diamond Body. Do you know what it means for a villain to perish from over-explanation? I've found you to be quite the chatterbox. I haven't asked anything, yet you immediately divulge your entire plan, as if you fear others 1T realize you wish to resurrect the Blood Demon? Humph. Is there a need to conceal anything from a dead man? Qingfeng shook his head, sighing. Alas, you truly are a simpleton. No wonder they call you the third. This remark struck a nerve, causing the Mirror Demon to lose all composure. I am the second. The second. Die, you despicable ant. The Mirror Demon roared. unleashing the one-character Burning Sun sword, the pale line cleaving fiercely into Qingfeng. Qingfeng's eyes brightened. After so much chatter, he finally made his move. Did he not realize how eagerly he had been waiting? Whether he could break through the limits of the diamond body hinged on this very strike. Qingfeng hastily controlled his fire manipulation talent, refraining from letting it shield him, and took the blow from the sword directly. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from Qingfeng's body. Ding. Host has been attacked by the Mirror Demon, Defense 1000. Ding. Congratulations, Host. Defense has surpassed its limit. The diamond body has evolved into an indestructible diamond body. As the system's cold voice resonated, an intense golden light erupted from Qingfeng's form. He seemed to transform into a golden figure, radiating brilliance and glory. The Mirror Demon stared in shock, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. The one-character Burning Sun sword obliterated the greenwood prison dragon, as Qingfeng stretched his body and yawned. This overwhelming sensation is truly exhilarating. Indestructible diamond body. Qingfeng could distinctly feel the extent of his defensive capabilities. He could confidently assert that beneath the mastery level, all were mere ants. Warriors below the master level could not harm even a hair on him. Only those at the master level might have a chance to breach his defenses with effort. Hey, don't just stand there, strike again. The Mirror Demon hesitated for a moment, momentarily caught off guard. The third? I will kill you. Enraged, the Mirror Demon frantically wielded the Wood King sword. 1 sword chi, 2 sword chis, 3 sword chis. In a frenzy, he unleashed the one-character Burning Sun sword over a dozen times, weaving a complex web of sword energy that ruthlessly descended upon Qingfeng. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in succession, and the blinding fire consumed Qingfeng mercilessly. Ding, ding, ding. Host has been attacked by the Mirror Demon, Defense 1000, 1800, 500. Oh. Having overly strong defenses isn't always a boon. To evolve the indestructible diamond body, one must apply significant pressure. Qingfeng mused silently. I say third. Do you lack any other abilities? Why do you only know how to use my techniques? The Mirror Demon stared at the unscathed Qingfeng, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. However, he did not respond to Qingfeng's inquiry. Instead, he continued to mindlessly wield the one-character Fiery Sun sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that struck Qingfeng, appearing to have exhausted all his options. Qingfeng began to suspect that the Mirror Demon's sole ability was replication, rendering it devoid of any other means to threaten him. Otherwise, it would not have relied solely on the one-character Fiery Sun sword. This meant that defeating his doppelganger would equate to defeating the Mirror Demon itself. Yet, who could confidently claim they could easily vanquish an identical version of themselves? Moreover, the opponent was tireless, functioning like a relentless combat machine, capable of dragging one to their demise. After numerous fruitless assaults, the Mirror Demon finally relinquished its efforts, succumbing to a state of despair. How could this be? The Mirror Demon exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of physique do you possess? Why are my master-level attacks ineffective against you? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. You are my replica, yet you are unaware of my physique? Have you not evolved alongside me? Evolve? What do you mean? At this moment, Qingfeng comprehended the Mirror Demon's weakness. It turned out that the Mirror Demon's replication was fixed at the moment of entering the mirror space. Thus, if one could break through within that space, their doppelganger would not gain strength. This was the key to defeating the replica. No wonder such a formidable ability as the Mirror Demon could be vanquished 2 centuries ago. Breaking through in the heat of battle was its greatest nemesis. Generally, masters faced with the Mirror Demon would meet their doom. But only those exceptional prodigies who could achieve breakthroughs during combat would thoroughly subdue the Mirror Demon. Yes, like me, Qingfeng silently affirmed to himself. With this thought, he rose to his feet, gazing intently at the Mirror Demon. The Mirror Demon, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, stepped back 2 paces. What are you planning to do? Qingfeng replied calmly. I will give you one final opportunity. If you possess any formidable techniques, now is the time to unleash them. Or else the unspoken threat lingered in the air. Kid, I am one of the 7 demon generals. I have a fondness for you and do not wish to kill you. It seems my guess was correct. You are indeed worthless aside from your replication ability. Qingfeng interjected nonchalantly. And what if it is so? If I cannot kill you, do you think you can kill me? Are you not aware of your own body's formidable defenses? Not to mention your ability to wield flames. Your strongest attack, the one-character Fiery Sun sword, is fire elemental and cannot harm me. The Mirror Demon retorted, feigning bravado. In truth, the mirror demon was merely posturing. Although the one-character fiery sun sword was fire elemental, it was also a sword technique, no longer a pure flame. Its power reached the level of a master against such an attack. The talent of fire control could only mitigate damage, not render one unharmed. The mirror demon was uncertain if the one-character fiery sun sword could injure him. As Gu Qingfeng had never used a sword against himself, he merely observed Gu Qingfeng's apparent invulnerability and thus made his claim. Employing the one-character fiery sun sword might not be sufficient to defeat the mirror demon, but it would certainly inflict injury over time. However, Gu Qingfeng did not intend to pursue that route. He wished to test the indestructible body. While the indestructible body may not possess the destructive force of the one-character fiery sun sword, it proved remarkably effective against the indestructible form. The indestructible body's primary characteristic was its rigidity. Yet, rigidity is prone to breakage. The harder an object is, when it encounters something even harder, it shatters upon contact. The indestructible body, however, differed. While it was harder than the indestructible form, it also possessed the trait of being unbreakable, exemplifying a harmonious blend of firmness and flexibility. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as he advanced toward the mirror demon. The mirror demon panicked, as circumstances began to spiral beyond his control. He believed he had a thorough understanding of Gu Qingfeng. However, the sudden changes in Gu Qingfeng left him baffled. This feeling of losing control was unsettling in the past. Even when facing masters, he could maintain a grip on the situation, but now, confronted by this young upstart, he felt utterly lost. The mirror demon would never realize that within Gu Qingfeng lay a system he could never replicate. You activated a replication cheat. Apologies, but I activated a system cheat. Chapter 50. Have we arrived at my favorite plea for mercy? You believe I cannot kill you? I would very much like to test that. As Gu Qingfeng's words fell, his figure vanished from sight. The all-encompassing enhancement from the indestructible body elevated his speed to new heights. Gu Qingfeng appeared before the mirror demon in an instant. The mirror demon's pupils constricted to pinpoints, horrified as he beheld Gu Qingfeng at such close proximity. Instinctively activating the golden bell shield, a translucent, pale gold bell enveloped him entirely. At the moment the golden bell shield took form, Gu Qingfeng unleashed a powerful punch. A deafening sonic boom erupted from his fist, as if a ferocious wave surged forth, akin to the earth collapsing and stones crumbling, the force wreaking havoc in all directions. Boom! The golden bell shield shattered in response. In the mirror demon's incredulous and terrified gaze, the punch's momentum remained unabated, crashing forcefully against his face. The indestructible form activated, a soft golden light enveloping his head, yet it bore no effect. A more potent golden light erupted from Gu Qingfeng's right fist, instantly dispelling the faint golden glow of the indestructible form. Bang! The mirror demon's face caved in at a visible pace, twisting and fracturing. Large cracks reminiscent of a shattered mirror appearing. Propelled by the tremendous kinetic energy, the mirror demon was sent hurtling backward. Yet it was not over. Gu Qingfeng propelled himself forward, resembling an arrow, chasing after the mirror demon's retreating figure. In mere moments, Gu Qingfeng's form materialized behind the mirror demon, and he exerted force through his feet, causing ripples to emanate from the mirror space's ground. The power traveled from his toes to his waist, twisting his torso as he consolidated his strength, gathering it in his right fist as if drawing a bow. The air around Gu Qingfeng's right fist seemed to be instantly drained, and a terrifying vortex of energy swirled rapidly around it, oppressive and formidable. He unleashed a punch. With a thunderous roar, boom, an even more intense sonic boom reverberated. This punch struck the mirror demon's spine with tremendous force. Instantly, his back was riddled with countless cracks. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the mirror demon was propelled into the air like a projectile. Gu Qingfeng employed the same tactic, vanishing and reappearing in midair to deliver another punch. Bang! The mirror demon was sent flying like a football in a different direction. This back and forth continued for dozens of exchanges, the mirror space resonating with the sounds of flesh meeting flesh as Gu Qingfeng moved like a phantom, leaving trails of afterimages in the space. It seemed as though he were playing a game of soccer with himself, continuously kicking in various directions before sprinting to retrieve the ball. The unfortunate mirror demon stood no chance against the superior indestructible body. Finally, Gu Qingfeng grew weary of the play. In the end, he executed an ascending dragon fist, landing a decisive blow to the mirror demon's chin, sending him soaring into the air. Then, Gu Qingfeng bent his legs sharply, instantly harnessing power to straighten them, propelling himself into the sky. Utilizing the strength of his waist and abdomen, he twisted his legs, spinning 720 degrees, merging his entire strength into his right leg, ultimately delivering a powerful downward kick. Bang! The mirror demon's body, suspended in midair, plummeted like a crashing airplane, smashing into the ground with a resounding crash. Boom! The entire mirror space quaked violently. Subsequently, Qingfeng began his free fall, descending from a great height, landing precisely where the mirror demon lay. Under the influence of gravitational acceleration, Qingfeng's feet forcefully struck the mirror demon's waist, causing it to spurt blood instantly. The demon's abdomen caved in, and its head and legs were violently thrust upward, resembling a shrimp curled upon the ground. With a light leap, Qingfeng deftly landed beside the mirror demon, casting a faint glance at it. At that moment, the mirror demon appeared as a shattered porcelain doll, its body riddled with dense cracks, reminiscent of a being resurrected from the earth. Do you have any last words? Qingfeng inquired nonchalantly. Despite the grievous injuries it sustained, the mirror demon remained lucid due to its unique nature as a clone. Its expression twisted with horror. As if its entire worldview had crumbled, it incredulously gazed at Qingfeng, its lips trembling. Why is your original form so much stronger than the clone? If that is your last word, then farewell. Qingfeng raised his right foot, aiming to kick the mirror demon's face. The demon's expression became increasingly desperate. Wait. You cannot kill me. Qingfeng chuckled, squatting down to look down at the prostrate demon. It seems we have reached my favorite part, the begging for mercy. Please, commence your performance. I am the favored subordinate of the Blood Demon Lord. I bear the mark left by him. If you kill me, the mark will be imprinted upon you, and the Blood Demon Lord is immortal. Sooner or later, he will return, and when he does, he will not spare you. Goodness. Is there such a benefit? A buy one get one free deal? Then I must kill you. As Qingfeng's formidable foot loomed over the mirror demon's face, the demon panicked. Don't think that just because you possess strength comparable to that of a master, you can act recklessly. The Blood Demon Lord's power is beyond your imagination. He transcends the masters. Killing you is effortless. Transcending the masters? Qingfeng's excitement grew with each word. He had been lamenting his inability to find formidable demons, yet now, by slaying the mirror demon, the blood demon would come to him unbidden. What a stroke of fortune. Splendid. I await the blood demon's visit. Now, let us dispense with the frivolities. I shall kill you now. Are you certain you can leave a mark on me? You must be reliable. I cannot go seeking retribution from a corpse if you fail to leave a mark. Seeing Qingfeng's exuberance, the mirror demon began to doubt whether it had fallen behind the times, cast aside by the world. Merely 2 centuries had passed, yet the once mighty Blood Demon Lord, capable of silencing the cries of children, had seen his name reduced to such depths? Chapter 51. Blood Goddess Son, are you truly intent on killing me? Indeed, I am. I have made it clear that I despise being deceived, and you have repeatedly misled me by utilizing the souls of the villagers from Blackwater Village. Thus, you must die. I did not deceive you. I merely intended to scare you away. I had no idea you would react so explosively. The mirror demon attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Qingfeng. Yet you ultimately deceived me, and you also swindled 2 copper coins from me. The mirror demon's eyes widened. That is not my fault. That rascal, Dog-Shank-Si, was troublesome even in life. His ghostly actions were guided purely by instinct. Enough. Hurry and die. Wait. I have one last thing to say. Speak. I believe you have made a very astute observation. Which one? Villains perish due to excessive prattling. The mirror demon's face contorted into a snarl, and a burst of white light emanated from its form, rendering its body translucent in that instant. The mirror demon had been uttering those nonsensical words merely to buy time and gather strength. Its nearly transparent body, under Qingfeng's astonished gaze, swiftly pierced through Qingfeng's defenses with a whoosh, entering his body. Simultaneously, the mirror demon's maniacal laughter echoed within Qingfeng. Ha! Qingfeng, your body now belongs to me. Become my mirror slave. Hearing its raucous laughter, Qingfeng could not help but be amused and chuckled in response. It seems you still do not comprehend. The protagonist triumphs over mere words. It is the villain who falls victim to excessive chatter. What unfortunate luck for you. I am the protagonist, thus your demise is inevitable. Ding. You have been attacked by the mirror demon. Mirror clone hatching in progress. Ah. The mirror demon screamed in terror within Qingfeng's body. How can this be? What is this power? My body is dissolving. The mirror demon struggled desperately, yet in the face of the system's might, all efforts were futile. It could only watch helplessly as it melted away piece by piece. Gu Qingfeng remained unhurried, knowing that it would not be long before the mirror demon met its end, and thus he sat down, patiently awaiting the outcome. Outside, within the mirror realm, the disoriented Wang Pengzi and Su Daisy huddled together in a thatched cottage, seeking warmth. Ever since Gu Qingfeng vanished, they had been on the run, pursued by over 500 villagers, each wielding a mirror. They could not retaliate. If they killed a villager, the villager would shatter into mirror fragments, a far greater danger. Fortunately, the villagers, even in death, were not particularly strong, allowing the pair to escape into a small grove, believing they could finally relax. However, to their horror, the leaves of the trees in the grove had transformed into mirrors. Frightened, they turned to flee, and after much effort, reached an open area, only for the sky to suddenly swell with ominous clouds, unveiling a smooth mirror-like surface. The sky itself had morphed into a mirror. Their souls nearly departed as they hurriedly returned to Blackwater Village, seeking refuge in a deserted, thatched cottage. Su Daisy, what should we do now? Does the book say anything? Wang Pengzi whispered. The book states, heavenly actions are vigorous. A gentleman should strive unceasingly. Su Daisy replied, equally quietly. What does that mean? Rely on oneself. Wang Pengzi, infuriated, was about to pinch Su Daisy's flabby waist when a series of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door, unmistakably the villagers searching for them. The two were instantly on high alert, exchanging glances, determined not to sit idly by. They resolved to fight if necessary. They swiftly drew the standard long knives, expertly crafted by the artisans of the Demon-Suppression Division. Though standard issue, they were exceedingly sharp, their blades smooth as mirrors. Within the mirror space, the mirror demon's voice grew weaker, prompting it to seek help, not from Gu Qingfeng, but from the Blood Goddess Sun. Lord Blood Goddess Sun, save me, please. Gu Qingfeng paused momentarily, pondering who the Blood Goddess Sun was. He recalled the mirror demon mentioning it before. However, his curiosity was brief, for soon the Blood Goddess Sun appeared. Useless. To think I must waste power on a wretch like you while my resurrection is imminent. After this, I demand a blood sacrifice of 10,000 souls. A cold, chilling voice filled with authority resonated from within Gu Qingfeng. He was taken aback. Why was there a demon inside him? Yet, he quickly discerned that the Blood Goddess Sun was not within him, but rather within the mirror demon. Good heavens, it's like a nesting doll. Indeed. As long as you can save me, I will offer 10,000 fresh blood sacrifices once the deed is done. Upon hearing the promise of 10,000 souls, the Blood Goddess Sun was instantly appeased. It emerged from the mirror demon, taking the form of a droplet of blood. This droplet gleamed like a ruby, crystalline and transparent, yet emitted an aura of extreme malevolence, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood. The Blood Goddess Sun surveyed Gu Qingfeng with disdain. This lad possesses a decent physique. He is barely adequate to serve as my vessel. As he spoke, the blood droplet shattered explosively, transforming into countless tiny droplets that spread throughout Gu Qingfeng's body, commencing a full-scale erosion of his flesh. Ding! You have been attacked by the Blood Goddess Sun. Bloodline concentration, 101010. A piercing scream echoed within Gu Qingfeng. It was the Blood Goddess Sun. How can this be? What is this power? My body is inexplicably dissolving. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head in bewilderment, pondering, is this fellow here merely for comedic relief? Chapter 52, A Bountiful Harvest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the divine ability, Mirror Clone. The Blood Goddess child was still wailing, while the mirror demon had already perished. Mirror Clone? Gu Qingfeng's face instantly lit up with joy as information regarding the Mirror Clone flooded his mind. Mirror Clone creates a clone identical to the host, possessing equivalent strength, including weapons, with a duration dependent on the host's cultivation level, currently lasting for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Gu Qingfeng was increasingly elated. Was this not the very ability of the mirror demon? Although it could only replicate oneself, it was free from the constraints of the mirror space, which overall was quite satisfactory. The only drawback was the brief duration. However, that mattered little, as he anticipated that with future cultivation, the duration would extend. Just as Gu Qingfeng was reveling in his good fortune, a sudden ding echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bloodline concentration has reached the critical threshold, allowing for bloodline awakening. So the Blood Goddess child has also met his demise. But what exactly is bloodline awakening? As Gu Qingfeng was about to inquire further, a sudden chill enveloped his head, akin to someone pouring a cooling bomb over him. Ding. You have been attacked by the remnant soul of the blood demon. Soul power, 100, 100100. What the heck? What is happening? Are you playing some sort of Mission Impossible within a mission? Or a nesting doll of dolls? Why is there another one? Kid, your body is peculiar. It can actually destroy my original essence blood. I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit. Otherwise, my heart will never be at ease. Once more, that mysterious force surged forth. How could this be? Even my soul power is not spared. I have plotted for 2 centuries. Resurrection is imminent. And I cannot die at the hands of the blood demon's remnant soul. The voice of the blood demon abruptly ceased. Qingfeng stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. Eventually, he cautiously addressed himself. Hello? Is there more? No one responded. The system's voice timely chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has repeatedly surpassed its limits, granting you the talents: keen senses, photographic memory, clear mind, inner vision, spiritual awareness. This series of notifications left Qingfeng stunned, muttering to himself, wow, I've struck the jackpot overnight. As his soul power surged, Qingfeng could distinctly perceive some vague images. These were harmless fragments of souls from the mirror demon and the blood demon's remnant soul, serving as carriers of memories. He quickly utilized his soul power to discern those fragments, finally clarifying the relationships between the characters involved. This tale must be traced back 200 years. 2 centuries ago, the blood demon was besieged by the righteous forces led by the Demon-Suppression Division, ultimately meeting his demise. However, the blood demon was exceptionally gifted, reputed to be immortal, able to resurrect through his blood. Although he had died in a dismembered state, he left behind 36 drops of his original essence blood, which were indestructible and beyond human power to obliterate. Each drop was also imbued with the remnant soul of the blood demon, possessing self-awareness, and thus came to be known as the blood goddess child. In essence, the blood goddess child and the blood demon's remnant soul were one and the same. One referred to the physical form, while the other denoted the essence of the soul. At that time, the righteous forces succeeded in slaying the blood demon, but they suffered countless casualties themselves and were too weakened to continue fighting, helplessly witnessing the 36 blood god children scatter in flight. Thus began a legend. It was said that the day the 36 blood god children reunited would herald the resurrection of the blood demon. However, having glimpsed fragments of the blood demon's memories, Qingfeng knew that this legend was mere nonsense. The blood demon's resurrection was not so simple. He had sustained severe injuries that harmed his essence, and to revive, he first needed to restore that essence. How does one restore it? Naturally, through blood. Each blood god child must absorb enough blood to be deemed completely revived. Once all 36 blood god children are revived and converge, the blood demon would re-emerge in the mortal realm. Although 1 drop was now missing, having been devoured by Qingfeng, the blood demon could still resurrect. Technically, as long as 1 blood god child remained and was revived, he could return. However, with each drop lost, his strength diminished by 1/36. The blood demon aimed to gather all the blood god children for revival to restore his former power. Otherwise, a revival with insufficient strength would merely waste the blood god children. In his prime, he had been capable of being slain. How much more would he be at a disadvantage upon revival in a weakened state? It would be safer to remain in the form of a blood god child, scattered and secretly regaining power. For the past 2 centuries, the blood demon sect has been tirelessly searching for the blood god children, conducting blood sacrifices, reviving the blood demon, and reclaiming ancestral glory. As for the mirror demon, during that battle 2 centuries ago, the Righteous Alliance deliberately selected 10 exceptionally talented individuals, all capable of reaching the master realm, yet they suppressed their levels to combat the mirror demon, aiming to break through within the mirror space. However, fighting one's clone meant that both sides were equally matched. A momentary lapse in focus could lead to death, and breaking through in combat would grant no opportunity from the clone. Of the 10 prodigies, 9 perished, with only 1 fortuitously breaking through at the last moment and defeating the mirror demon, resulting in staggering losses. It is noteworthy that under normal circumstances, all 10 could have become masters. Thus it can be said that to defeat the mirror demon, they paid the price of 9 masters. As for why they needed to employ such semi-master talents against the mirror demon, rather than semi-gong chi, semi-jin chi, or semi-nyai chi, it was because the mirror demon possessed the ability of mirror invasion, the very technique used against Qingfeng. This ability allowed the clone to invade the host, successfully seizing control and turning the host into a mirror slave, a technique that only a master or one who has touched the master realm could withstand. Hence the selection of semi-master talents. In that battle, while 9 human prodigies fell, The mirror demon also met its end. Its essence was a mirror that shattered on the spot, and a broken mirror cannot be mended. The mirror demon's life hung by a thread, leaving only its remnant soul to linger in the world. However, fate had not completely abandoned it. It found a drop of blood god child, allowing it to parasitize within, providing it with vitality, while it offered blood in return, allowing it to survive. Yet, it was exceedingly weak, and after nearly 200 years of recuperation, it finally regained strength, but was unsatisfied with petty thievery and bloodshed, and began to wreak havoc on a large scale, intending to hasten the resurrection of the blood demon, which led to the incident in Heishui village. Though the mirror demon's strength had been restored, it harbored lingering fears from that battle, making it too afraid to strike at the higher-ups of the Demon-Suppression Division, namely the Earth-tier exorcists, for fear of being discovered and targeted by prodigies once more. Thus it chose only the softest targets. Upon clarifying the origins of these events, Qingfeng no longer concerned himself with these trivial matters. What he was most eager about was his own gains. This was indeed a bountiful harvest, and such a plethora of abilities must be meticulously studied. The mirror clone alone could be deemed a divine skill. As for bloodline awakening, he had already inquired with the system. The blood god child's attack had elevated his bloodline concentration, stimulating it to the point of awakening. Just as everyone has some formidable figures among their ancestors, every individual harbors a powerful bloodline within, yet as generations pass, the bloodline becomes increasingly diluted, rendering its capabilities unremarkable. However, under the assault of the blood god child, the bloodline passed down from Qingfeng's ancestors was now on the verge of awakening. The reason it had not awakened immediately was that the power within the bloodline resided within Qingfeng's own body, rather than being provided by the system. Thus it required a self-initiated awakening, with the system having no influence. As for what bloodline Qingfeng's ancestors possessed, he himself was unaware and could only discover it post-awakening. Chapter 53, Blood Rebirth. 13. Bloodline awakening is not a matter suited for this place. Qingfeng planned to return to the Demon-Suppression Division to discuss it further. He continued to tally his gains. Although the remnant soul of the blood demon was merely that, it once was undeniably above the master realm, providing a series of soul talents. Keen senses can be considered an enhancement of perception, significantly augmenting both hearing and vision. The ability known as photographic memory will allow Qingfeng to enjoy the benefits of the Scripture Pavilion in the Demon-Suppression Division without any cost in the future. Clear Mind is a talent that enhances resistance to illusions and wards off external malevolent intrusions, enabling the mind to remain lucid, thus reducing the risk of losing one's sanity and enhancing comprehension. Internal Vision grants the ability to perceive the internal organs, meridians, and dantian. Although it is an auxiliary skill, it proves exceptionally effective for cultivation. During normal practice, when absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the process resembles that of a blind person navigating solely by touch, which is inherently slow. However, with internal vision, one can clearly discern the meridian pathways, allowing for confident and even swift movement. Spiritual awareness is the ability Qingfeng is most pleased with. It is a unique sensation that exists independently of the five senses, akin to a sixth sense or intuition, enabling one to foresee danger, detect malice, and sense the lurking presence of others. While humans often follow their instincts, which can lead to errors, following spiritual awareness is invariably correct. Finally, as Qingfeng completed his inventory, the excitement on his face was palpable. Indestructible body, mirror clone, bloodline awakening, keen senses, photographic memory, clear mind, internal vision, spiritual awareness. He had acquired a total of 8 abilities, marking the most significant gain since his arrival in this world. Qingfeng was elated, but suddenly his smile faded as a thought struck him. He abruptly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot about the abilities sponsored by the blood demon. According to the memories of the blood demon's remnant soul, the 36 drops of blood from the blood god not only contained the hope of the blood demon's resurrection, but also came with 36 abilities from the blood demon's past life, known as the 36 arts of the blood demon. Having vanquished the remnant soul of the blood demon, Qingfeng naturally absorbed the blood god's essence, acquiring one of the 36 arts. He hurriedly examined the blood demon's inheritance within his bloodline, sensing it intently. Moments later, Qingfeng was beside himself with joy. It was indeed this particular technique. Ha ha ha, I am invincible. I must ask, who else remains to challenge me? It is no wonder Qingfeng was so exuberant. This technique was extraordinarily powerful, truly a divine skill. The 36 Arts of the Blood Demon, Blood Drop Resurrection. Indeed, it is Blood Drop Resurrection. The Blood Demon, having been slain for 2 centuries, could still revive as long as a single drop of blood remained. This technique is unparalleled for preserving life. Of course, despite its might, it comes with limitations. Otherwise, the Blood Demon would have resurrected long ago. Limitation 1. The blood drop must be the original essence blood. Each drop of original essence blood is exceedingly precious, and even the Blood Demon possessed merely 36 drops. Limitation 2. The original essence must remain unharmed. The body may be reduced to ashes, but the essence must be intact. The Blood Demon was unable to resurrect for 2 centuries due to the injury to his original essence sustained in that battle. Limitation 3. After resurrection, one is left in a state of extreme weakness and must recover gradually. Despite these restrictions, the power of blood drop resurrection remains undiminished. As long as one secures a drop of original essence blood and hides it away, they need not fear death, for resurrection is guaranteed, effectively granting an additional life. In this world, what could be more invaluable than one's own life? To Qingfeng, this life-preserving technique holds greater worth than any other ability he has acquired. For life is singular, and death means the end of all. With the system at his disposal, reaching the pinnacle is merely a matter of time. Thus, the greatest concern is premature demise. While demons cannot slay him, humans can. Now, with blood drop resurrection, Qingfeng can face human adversaries with newfound confidence. Henceforth, he would no longer be timid or overly accommodating. He would confront demons with force and unabashed audacity. In dealings with humans, he could adopt a strategy of intimidation and favoritism. Just as Qingfeng was lost in delightful reverie, the scenery before him abruptly shifted, transitioning from the mirror space back to the Yin domain. The Yin domain had undergone a dramatic transformation. Countless deep, unfathomable fissures marred the sky and earth, as if the pillars of heaven were collapsing, threatening to shatter the entire world. Qingfeng understood that this chaos was a result of the mirror demon's demise. But where were Wang Fati and Su Daisy? As Qingfeng's thoughts crystallized, Wang Fati and Su Daisy tumbled out of the mirror space. Their clothing was tattered, and they bore signs of struggle, appearing quite disheveled. How did you both end up in the mirror space? Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise, thinking them rather foolish for entering despite knowing the dangers of mirrors. Upon hearing Qingfeng's voice, they turned to see him unharmed, and their faces lit up with joy. Lord Gu, you're alive, Wang Fati exclaimed. Haha, thanks to your good fortune, I have survived, Qingfeng chuckled. Wang Fati quickly responded with an apologetic grin, forgive my clumsy tongue. By the way, what happened? Why has the Yin domain transformed like this? What became of the mirror demon? Did someone come to rescue us? Can't you ask one question at a time? Qingfeng replied. The mirror demon is dead. Dead? Wang Fati gasped. No wonder Su Daisy and I could exit the mirror space. It turns out the mirror demon has fallen. Who came to our rescue? No one came to rescue us. I killed the mirror demon, Qingfeng stated nonchalantly. Wang Fati's eyes bulged in disbelief. You killed the mirror demon? Yes. But that was one of the 7 demon generals. Not even a master would dare claim to have slain the mirror demon. At this moment, Su Fan interjected. The mirror demon is indeed dead. Otherwise, the Yin domain wouldn't be collapsing, and we wouldn't have been expelled from the mirror space. Besides, there are only the 3 of us here. There's no one else. The evidence was clear, yet Wang Fati found it hard to accept. Although Qingfeng was formidable, it was only in relation to the Qi gathering realm. The mirror demon was one of the 7 demon generals, known to have slain multiple masters. The idea of an ant defeating an elephant seemed utterly absurd, yet the truth was undeniable. How could this be? Lord, could it be that you are the legendary hermit master? Your cultivation at the 4th level of Qi gathering is merely a facade, and you are actually a master? Wang Fati suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Qingfeng shook his head, delivering a fabricated explanation he had prepared. The mirror demon's ability is replication. While he can mimic realms, weapons, and combat techniques, he cannot replicate external powers. With my mastery of the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt, defeating a replicated being at the 4th level of Qi gathering is quite effortless. This was Qingfeng's premeditated response. Otherwise, the notion of a Qi gathering practitioner slaying one of the 7 demon generals was too shocking to rationalize, unless he revealed the truth about the system, which he preferred to avoid. As for whether others would believe him, the mirror demon was a figure from 2 centuries past, and with no evidence to contest his claims. He could spin his tale freely. What? So the secret to defeating the mirror demon lies in external powers? Wang Fati exclaimed. He seemed eager to say more. But at that moment, the fissures in the heavens widened, and the shaking grew more violent. Su Fan's expression changed. Run. The Yin domain is collapsing. If we don't leave here quickly, we'll be torn to pieces by the forces of space. Wang Fatty was startled and asked urgently, where do we run to? To the village entrance. That should be the exit of the Yin domain. Now that it is collapsing, the exit must have opened. They said as they made for the village entrance. Suddenly, a host of malevolent spirits surged forth from nearby, their faces twisted in rage. Shrieking as they charged at Qingfeng and his companions. These were the villagers of Heishui village. Su Fan shouted at once, don't mind them. Run. The mirror demon has perished, and as a result, these malevolent spirits have spiraled into chaos. The trio hastily turned to flee. During their escape, Qingfeng suddenly realized that the domain of shadows was a manifestation of the mirror demon's power. Could the destruction wrought by the collapse of this shadow realm be considered an attack from the mirror demon itself? If that were indeed the case, Qingfeng quickly communicated his thoughts to the system, inquiring if such reasoning held validity, and was met with an affirmative response. In an instant, he was filled with joy. The collapse of the shadow realm had caused a distortion in space. Should he remain, he would be subjected to the relentless forces of spatial energy. What immense benefits could this possibly bestow upon him? With this thought in mind, Qingfeng abruptly halted his flight. Wang Pengzi and Su Daisy were momentarily taken aback, then quickly came to a standstill. Wang Pengzi, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Lord Gu, why have you stopped? We must flee quickly, otherwise, it will be too late. Qingfeng shook his head. Do you recall what I said when you joined my team? My lord, this is not the time for conversation. We must hurry. Qingfeng remained resolute. I vowed that in times of peril, I would hold the line to buy you time to escape. You two go ahead. I will confront the spirits. With that, Qingfeng resolutely turned, standing alone against the horde of hundreds of pursuing malevolent spirits, leaving behind a poignant silhouette for Wang Pengzi and Su Daisy. Having accomplished this, Qingfeng silently commended himself for his masterful performance, worthy of an award-winning actor. Surely, Wang Pengzi and Su Daisy would be profoundly moved. Moreover, it was a twofold triumph. He could endure the assault of spatial energy while crafting an image of self-sacrifice before his subordinates. Perfection. Lord Gu. Wang Pengzi called out anxiously. Qingfeng did not look back. Instead, he waved dismissively. There is no need to persuade me. My decision is made. You must leave. This is my duty as captain. Wang Pengzi grew even more frantic, speaking at a rapid pace. But Lord Gu, I meant to say, these spirits were once ordinary people, even in their current forms. They are not formidable. At our speed, they cannot possibly catch up. There is no need for you to hold back. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's hand, which was poised in a dramatic gesture, froze in midair. Chapter 55. The otherworldly space. Qingfeng stood awkwardly for several seconds, then turned to glare at Wang Pengzi, scolding. Is it just you who can talk? Am I not allowed to make my stand? I choose to hold the line. Is that so wrong? But, Wang Pengzi began. You should enough. Get away from me. Qingfeng's furious shout sent them both fleeing. Alone, he remained, panting heavily, cursing under his breath. Damn Wang Pengzi. Just wait until I return. I'll make you regret it. He then turned his gaze toward the oncoming spirits, fuming. It's all your fault. Why are you so weak? With that, Qingfeng unleashed a fierce roar, charging at the mindless spirits, dispatching them one by one to relieve his pent-up frustration. At this point, the shadow realm had become a shattered shell, with endless cracks marring the space. In the farthest reaches, a dark void had formed, a byproduct of complete spatial disintegration. This void silently spread, consuming the houses, trees, sky, and ground of Heishui village, reducing them to fragments as if devoured by an abyssal maw. Suddenly, a rift in the fabric of space appeared before Qingfeng, as though the very air had been violently torn open, revealing a gaping blackness devoid of substance. The rift gradually widened, encroaching upon Qingfeng. He felt an overwhelming sensation of being torn asunder. Ding! You have been attacked by the mirror demon. Spatial attribute 101010 as the system's notification resonated. The sensation of spatial tearing diminished, and Qingfeng's body stabilized. He waited patiently, yet no skills manifested. Only the spatial attribute continued to rise. Growing impatient, he decisively sprinted toward the dark void, plunging into the abyss. Ding! You have been attacked by the mirror demon. Spatial attribute 100100100 ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired otherworldly space. Qingfeng quickly examined the otherworldly space, discovering it to be akin to a personal shadow realm. It could be termed a portable microcosm. Not only could it store items, but it could also house living beings and even cultivate crops. In essence, it functioned similarly to the Mirror Demon's Shadow Realm, serving for habitation, agriculture, and storage. The two primary distinctions were that this microcosm's rules appeared more stable, akin to the real world. Thus, it lacked the ability to replicate others like the Mirror Demon could with mirrors. Additionally, it was somewhat smaller. If the Mirror Demon's Shadow Realm was comparable to the entirety of Heishui Village, Qingfeng's otherworldly space was merely half its size, equivalent to a fraction of the village. Nevertheless, this was of little concern, for the damage inflicted upon Qingfeng by the spatial collapse continued, thereby increasing his spatial attribute. Although it had reached 50-50, it was sufficient for the otherworldly space to expand further. Outside, Wang Pengzi and Su Daisy had successfully escaped, anxiously watching the exit for Qingfeng's return. After a prolonged wait, with no sign of him, their worry deepened. "It's your fault for dragging me along. If only I had been allowed to assist Lord Gu, he would have emerged by now," Wang Pengzi grumbled at Su Daisy. "Though Lord Gu may act recklessly, I perceive that he is no ordinary man. It is no wonder he could vanquish the Mirror Demon and lead us to safety. His actions must hold deeper significance. We need only obey." "Deeper significance? What significance?" "I do not know." The two fell into silence, staring at the exit. After a while, Wang Pengzi suddenly spoke. "I believe I have discerned Lord Gu's deeper significance." "What significance?" Su Daisy inquired, turning to Wang Pengzi. "Revenge." "Revenge? Revenge on whom?" "Revenge on those who deceived him." Su Daisy was taken aback. Wang Pengzi, growing more convinced, declared, "Indeed. Lord Gu previously expressed his disdain for being deceived. He vowed to obliterate those who misled him. Before the Shadow Realm collapsed, that village chief, Hu Liang, though defeated, remained protected by the realm's rules and did not perish. Now that the realm has shattered, he has become a spirit and can be killed. This is why Lord Gu chose not to flee. He seeks to exact his vengeance." Listening to Wang Pengzi's analysis, Su Daisy found it initially implausible, yet upon deeper reflection, it began to resonate as truth. There was no other explanation. Faced with such feeble spirits, there was no need for Qingfeng to hold back, yet he insisted on doing so, further corroborated by his previous harsh words. Qingfeng was indeed seeking retribution. The two exchanged glances, each registering the astonishment in the other's eyes. They both harbored the thought, just how petty is Lord Gu? Is it truly necessary to risk his life for a mere deception? Chapter 56. A bloodbath triggered by deceit. Surely it cannot be that drastic? Su Daisy voiced his uncertainty. Wang Pengzi countered vehemently, "Not drastic? What nonsense. I assert that today's events in Heishui Village are entirely a bloodbath ignited by a single act of deception. Consider this. We were simply conducting our patrol when everything unraveled following the deceit of those three brats and Hu Liang. Lord Gu, furious at not locating the culprits, refused to return, then stormed into the withered bone forest, shattering gravestones, excavating graves, and desecrating remains. He even killed the Mirror Demon, now perilously confronting the spirits. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Daisy pondered for a moment, then replied, "Indeed. You see, you must agree, Lord Gu truly possesses a volatile temper and a narrow mind. It is imperative that one must not deceive such a superior. Others have deceived him with mere words. Look at the outcome. His grave has been disturbed, and he has met a gruesome fate. Now, even his restless spirit is on the verge of vanishing. How terrifying. The blame lies squarely on those three little rascals and the village chief. Why would they, in their right minds, want to deceive Lord Gu? It's akin to searching for filth in a latrine with a lantern." Why are you silent?" After Wang Fatty had spoken for a while and noticed Su Fan's lack of response, he gave him a light pat. Su Fan, regaining his composure, declared with righteous fervor, "Not deceiving our superior is our duty as subordinates. Moreover, I believe Lord Gu does not possess a narrow mind. He merely harbors a deep-seated animosity towards evil and is committed to his duties." Wang Fatty scoffed. "Ha ha ha, have you become foolish from reading too much? You truly are a simpleton. Wang Fatty, who are you calling narrow-minded?" A chilling voice suddenly emanated from behind him, Qingfeng. Wang Fatty's body stiffened instantly, and he shuddered in fright, turning around to face the source of his terror. Cold sweat poured down his face, and his complexion turned pale as he beheld Qingfeng smiling at him. His legs felt weak, nearly causing him to collapse. "Su Simpleton, when did Lord Gu emerge?" Wang Fatty whispered nervously, his lips trembling. Su Fan, equally startled, replied in a hushed tone, "Just when you were calling him narrow-minded." Wang Fatty nearly wept, realizing that Su Fan's earlier righteous indignation had been met with his own foolish insult. The true fool was himself. This young man was anything but simpleton, often exhibiting remarkable wit. Lord Gu, you have safely emerged at last. I feared I would never see you again. Wang Fatty decided to invoke the pity card, rushing forward to cling to Gu Qingfeng's leg, only to be unceremoniously kicked away. Scram. Today, I am in a good mood. We shall settle accounts later. Gu Qingfeng was indeed in high spirits, for his alternate space had expanded to the same dimensions as the Mirror Demon's Shadow Realm, encompassing the entire Blackwater village. No longer would he need to flaunt 4 weapons in public. Even sundry items could now be stored within his alternate space. Moreover, he could raise demon slaves to cultivate the land, and in times of need, summon countless demon minions with a mere wave of his hand. What a magnificent spectacle that would be. Let us return to the Demon-Suppression Division to collect our rewards. Gu Qingfeng declared with enthusiasm. Upon hearing the words collect rewards, both Wang Fatty and Su Simpleton could not suppress their joy. They had vanquished the Mirror Demon. This was a monumental achievement. Although the credit primarily belonged to Lord Gu, even partaking in the spoils would be immensely beneficial. The trio embarked on their journey back. Along the way, in an attempt to curry favor with Gu Qingfeng, Wang Fatty lavished him with compliments, extolling his wisdom and martial prowess. Claiming he had vanquished the 7 demon generals and trampled the blood demon sect, weaving tales that soared to great heights. Gu Qingfeng was elated, deciding then and there to spare Wang Fatty from 10 grievances upon their return. As they chatted along the way, Gu Qingfeng learned of the duo's adventures after entering the mirrored space. It was indeed unfortunate that they had evaded the villagers, the forest, and even the skies, only to ultimately fall victim to their own blade. The quality of their weapon was impeccable, polished to a mirror sheen. Upon drawing it, they were directly sucked into the mirrored realm. Had Gu Qingfeng not resolved the mirror demon promptly, it was conceivable that they would have been slain by their own duplicates. Several hours later, the sun rose brightly, and the 3 finally returned to Inxian County. After reporting their arrival, they sought out Qingfeng. Given Gu Qingfeng's low rank, such matters had to be reported to Qingfeng first. Within the Grand Hall, the trio vividly recounted the events at Blackwater Village, leaving Qingfeng dumbfounded, as if he were listening to an incomprehensible tale. Truth be told, he did not believe a single word. However, when Gu Qingfeng presented his demon-slaying order, Qingfeng's composure shattered. The demon-slaying order not only symbolized status, but also contained formations capable of capturing the deathly aura of demons, serving as a record of merit. The number of demons slain would be reflected within, allowing for assessments of their quantity, type, and strength. As Qingfeng grasped Gu Qingfeng's demon-slaying order, feeling the myriad of demon death auras within, he noted that while their levels were generally low, around the 4th stage of body refinement, their sheer numbers were staggering. Particularly upon sensing the aura of the mirror demon, which bore the unique essence of a significant demon, Qingfeng's expression turned grave. Moments later, he trembled with excitement. His face flushed. You truly killed the 7 demon generals? There was no doubt. The death auras within the demon-slaying order could not be fabricated. Qingfeng became increasingly agitated, pacing back and forth in his chamber, exclaiming, "Wonderful! This is a monumental achievement. I shall keep the demon-slaying order here for now. You 3 should return and recuperate. I will report to the Demon-Suppression Division and seek your rewards." "Thank you, my lord." Wang Fatty and Su Simpleton displayed expressions of sheer elation, while Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, as if deep in thought. "We take our leave." The 3 then exited. In the vast hall, only Qingfeng remained. Once alone, he could no longer contain himself, gazing at Gu Qingfeng's demon-slaying order, bursting into fits of raucous laughter, his grin nearly reaching his ears. "Ha ha ha, it is mine, all mine. Ha ha ha." Qingfeng's laughter was so intense that his body quivered, revealing his current state of glee. "What is it that has you laughing, Lord He?" Startled, Qingfeng spun around, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" He turned to find Gu Qingfeng peering sneakily through the door. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng wore a smile as he regarded him. Chapter 57. What did you think I was doing? Qingfeng paused, quickly managing his expression, forcing a smile. "I am simply delighted for you. Your great achievement brings honor to my position as your superior." Gu Qingfeng returned the smile. "Ah, I see. I was worried you might be attempting to claim my merits." A pang of anxiety struck Qingfeng, but he maintained his composed facade, replying with a smile. "Claim your merits? The demon-slaying order, which records the deathly auras of demons, belongs to you. It is all registered with the Demon-Suppression Division. Even if I wished to claim it, I could not. Rest assured, I uphold righteousness and would never engage in such despicable behavior." "Oh, in that case, I shall feel at ease." Gu Qingfeng responded with a continued smile. Clear his throat. He Fenghua coughed lightly. Do you have any other matters? Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Then you may take your leave. After the long journey, you should rest. Understood, I take my leave. With that, Gu Qingfeng departed. He Fenghua stood in place for a long while, and after what felt like an eternity, he hurried to the door, glancing around to confirm that Gu Qingfeng had indeed left. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief, shutting the door and retreating into the hall, where he resumed his raucous laughter. Ha ha, that fool. He actually believed it. While the demon-slaying order is yours and cannot be taken from you, the auras within are captured by the formation. As long as I find a master of formations, I can transfer those auras to my own demon-slaying order. When that time comes, ha ha ha, all the credit will be mine. The more he Fenghua contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning himself ascending to higher ranks and wealth, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Once I solidify this achievement and seal my fate, no matter how you struggle, your lowly status will render you unconvincing. I am but a step away from becoming the demon-slaying envoy. He Fenghua was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, unable to sit still as he paced back and forth in the grand hall, occasionally bursting into silly laughter, clearly lost in dreams of his imminent promotion to demon-slaying envoy. What are you laughing about again, Lord He? He Fenghua was startled, his body trembling in fear as he turned to see Gu Qingfeng's sneaky figure peering through the window. You, what are you doing back here? He Fenghua felt his heart racing wildly, partly from being frightened by Gu Qingfeng, and partly from the worry that Gu Qingfeng had overheard his earlier muttering. The deathly aura of the demon had yet to dissipate. This was not the time to create further complications. My subordinate forgot something, so I returned specifically, Gu Qingfeng said with his usual smile. What is it? I forgot to take my demon-slaying order. He Fenghua's expression instantly changed, his heart sinking. But he still managed to maintain his composure. If you take my demon-slaying order, how can I commend you? Such matters concerning the 7 demon generals require a direct audience with Lord Li, the Heavenly Order Demon Slayer. At your rank, you cannot even meet Lord Li. No worries. You can take me along to see Lord Li when the time comes, can't you? Nonsense. He Fenghua retorted with a fierce expression. What status do you have to meet Lord Li? Leave immediately. I must report to the Demon-Suppression Division. Can you bear the consequences of delaying me? Lord He, are you sure you won't return my demon-slaying order? He Fenghua's face turned ashen. You heard that? Yes, I heard you say you would become a Heavenly Order Demon Slayer. Congratulations. Gu Qingfeng's smile grew ever brighter. He Fenghua's expression shifted rapidly, finally hardening into a glare as he fixed his gaze on Gu Qingfeng and said menacingly. So what if you heard? I intend to covet your merits. What can you do about it? You are insignificant. No one will heed your words. Is that so? Gu Qingfeng murmured, then took a deep breath and shouted, Help. Someone come. His voice was deafening, nearly shaking the roof. He Fenghua was startled and hurriedly rushed over to cover Gu Qingfeng's mouth, but Gu Qingfeng would not allow He Fenghua's filthy hands to touch him, stepping back swiftly to evade. He was about to shout again. Frightened, He Fenghua conceded, Don't shout. All right, take it. It's all yours. He Fenghua had no choice but to relent. The demon's deathly aura had not yet shifted. If news broke now, it would be irrefutable evidence. Not only would he be unable to become a Heavenly Order Demon Slayer, but he might even lose his current position as a Mystical Order Demon Slayer. Gu Qingfeng cheerfully accepted the demon-slaying order from He Fenghua's hands. If only you had done this sooner. Why must you be so mischievous? Get lost. Hurry and leave. He Fenghua shouted angrily, like a shrew. Gu Qingfeng was unfazed, extending his right hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, a hush money. He Fenghua exploded with rage. His fists clenched tightly, as if he would pounce on Gu Qingfeng at any moment. Yet he restrained himself, knowing the place was filled with people. You dare to ask me for hush money? Dream on. He Fenghua gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng took another deep breath. Help. Someone come. Don't shout. How much do you want? He Fenghua panically stopped him. Gu Qingfeng smiled sweetly, holding up one finger, 100 taels. He Fenghua, suppressing his fury, pulled out a 100-tael silver note and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. However, Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Gold. 100 taels of gold. Why don't you go rob someone? Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. What do you think I'm doing? Chapter 58. He Fenghua faints again. He Fenghua felt as if his lungs would explode. He just wanted Gu Qingfeng to leave immediately. The mere sight of him made him fear for his life. Take your silver and leave. He Fenghua thrust 10 1,000-tael silver notes at Gu Qingfeng. All right, Lord He. You may continue to smile. I shan't disturb you further. With that, Gu Qingfeng sauntered off. He Fenghua watched Gu Qingfeng's departing figure, his eyes nearly blazing with fury, his anger erupting like a volcano. The position of Heavenly Order Demon Slayer was within reach, yet it had been seized by Qingfeng. He longed to chase after and kill Qingfeng, but he dared not. There were too many witnesses. The risk of killing Qingfeng was too great. Ultimately, he could only pound his chest in frustration, his breathing erratic, his face turning as red as liver. He looked around the hall, contemplating smashing the decorative vases and unleashing a torrent of curses. However, he suddenly paused, as if recalling something, and hurried to the door to check if Qingfeng was still there. Finding no one at the entrance, he rushed to the window, but there was no one there either. Still uneasy, he circled the exterior of the hall, finally confirming that Qingfeng had truly left. Alone behind the hall, he began to vent his frustrations against a tree. Ah! Qingfeng yelled furiously, striking the tree with a flurry of punches, sending wood chips flying. Qingfeng, you scoundrel! I will kill you. How dare you take my position as Heavenly Order Demon Slayer? I will have your body shredded. Lord He, what are you doing? A familiar voice rang out. Qingfeng froze, incredulous, and turned to find Qingfeng grinning at him from the rooftop. Why you scoundrel! Qingfeng's rage surged, causing his blood to boil. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and before he knew it, he collapsed, darkness enveloping him. Qingfeng was alarmed, jumping down from the roof. Lord He, don't scare me. Help! Lord He has fainted. Qingfeng shouted as he reached into Qingfeng's coat and took the remaining silver notes. When Qingfeng had given him the money earlier, Qingfeng noted that the amount was quite substantial. He seized the opportunity to profit. Counting the notes, he found they totaled over 20,000 taels. The next day, Qingfeng awoke from his unconsciousness, only to find that all his wealth had vanished, and he fainted again from rage. Subsequently, news spread within the Yin County Demon-Suppression Division. The Yellow Order Demon Slayer Qingfeng had slain one of the 7 demon generals, the Mirror Demon. And Lord He repeatedly fainted from excessive joy. The rumors escalated, quickly reaching the entire Yin County, even alarming the Wutong County Demon-Suppression Division, eventually reaching the ears of Liqianduan. The Demon-Suppression Division had eyes and ears everywhere. Beyond the visible demon slayers, each city had its own network of spies. The division's overt operatives dealt with slaying demons, while the covert operatives gathered intelligence, monitored activities, and ensured the integrity of the overt operatives, preventing spies or demon-swayed slayers from infiltrating. Such a significant event could not go unnoticed by the covert operatives, who promptly reported it to Liqianduan. Upon learning of the matter, Liqianduan immediately dispatched covert operatives to bring Qingfeng and the others for a face-to-face report. Thus, Qingfeng, accompanied by Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi, returned with the covert operatives, leaving no time for Qingfeng to awaken. In truth, Qingfeng had secretly disseminated this information while Qingfeng was unconscious, ensuring the matter was solidified and preventing Qingfeng from employing underhanded tactics to claim the credit. Poor Qingfeng, upon regaining consciousness, immediately inquired of his subordinates, "Where is that scoundrel, Qingfeng?" His subordinates replied, "Qingfeng has been taken by the covert operatives to meet Lord Li." Qingfeng's eyes bulged with rage. What? That little scoundrel intends to claim all the credit for himself? How dare he bypass me? Help me up. I must see Lord Li. As Qingfeng struggled to sit up, he felt dizzy, a sweet taste in his throat again, and darkness overtook him as he fainted once more. His subordinates were alarmed. Help! Lord He has fainted again. In Wutong County, within a dimly lit hall, Liqianduan gazed gravely at the demon-slaying order in his hand, carefully sensing its aura. Lost in thought, surrounding him were several Heavenly Order demon slayers. These individuals are the prominent figures of the Demon Suppression Department, who are usually elusive. Yet now they have all gathered due to Qingfeng. Below them stand 3 men, namely Qingfeng and his companions. Wang the Fat and Su the Fool dare not even breathe in this oppressive room, their heads bowed in reverence. The presence of these influential individuals is overwhelming. Not only are they high-ranking officials, but they also possess formidable strength, with the weakest among them being at the level of the Qi condensation realm, and some even nearing the master level. Among them is Liqianduan, the master-level heavenly demon exorcist, the head of the Demon Suppression Department. Bowing one's head is the most basic form of respect towards Master Li. However, this sentiment applies only to Wang the Fat and Su the Fool, as Qingfeng, unencumbered by such concerns, curiously observes these eminent figures. After all, he has slain many of those at the Qi condensation realm and even defeated several master-level 7 demon generals. So he does not find the masters particularly intimidating, especially after returning from Heishui village with newfound abilities that bolster his confidence. Qingfeng scrutinizes the distinguished figures, particularly focusing on Liqianduan, whom he finds to be rather handsome, only slightly inferior to himself. with sword-like brows and a chiseled face. He appears to be in his 20s despite nearing 40, though his shadowy eyes detract slightly from his attractiveness, lending him an air of somberness akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the underbrush. What are your thoughts on this matter? Li Qianduan suddenly inquires. One of the Earth-level demon exorcists ponders briefly before responding. This aura is undoubtedly that of a mirror demon. Another Earth-level exorcist excitedly adds, indeed, it is the mirror demon. Who would have thought it survived 200 years, only to perish at the hands of our demon-suppression department in Wudong County? This will surely garner us great fame. Fame? Humph, interjects a skeptical Earth-level exorcist with a cold laugh. It seems more like an embarrassment. How will we report this? Inform the court that the mirror demon, one of the 7 demon generals who killed several masters 200 years ago, was defeated by a mere Qi condensation realm warrior? Do you think the court will believe us? Might we not be accused of deceiving the emperor? The truth is indeed as he states. No one could have anticipated that the one who could subdue the mirror demon would be an external martial artist. Do you expect me to believe that? He counters. In that battle 2 centuries ago, several masters who practiced external martial arts fell to the mirror demon. Why then could a Qi condensation realm warrior defeat the mirror demon? Have you considered this? At this, Qingfeng feels a chill run down his spine. Is this the moment when the lie will be exposed? Just then, Li Qianduan raises his hand, silencing the debate among the Earth-level exorcists, his piercing eyes fixed on Qingfeng. Qingfeng, what do you have to say? With the situation at hand, Qingfeng steels himself to continue the deception. What I have said is entirely true. I did indeed rely on external martial arts to defeat the mirror demon. Li Qianduan does not immediately challenge this claim, but instead examines Qingfeng with a calm intensity. As if attempting to see through him, Qingfeng meets his gaze without flinching, having already resolved that if the situation turns against him, he will act decisively. Relying on his indestructible physique and various abilities to ensure his own safety, even against a master. Relate the events from beginning to end, Li Qianduan commands suddenly. Just as Qingfeng is about to speak, Li Qianduan adds, that fat one, you recount it. Wang the Fat is momentarily taken aback, glancing around and realizing he is indeed the largest in the room. He quickly steps forward, both anxious and excited to narrate the events. His nervousness stems from addressing the highest authority, while his excitement is equally due to this rare opportunity. Why would Master Li choose him to speak instead of allowing Qingfeng to do so? Perhaps he sees something exceptional in him? Wang the Fat gathers his thoughts and begins his tale. Li Qianduan internally assesses that among the 3, this fat man appears the most timid. And timid individuals are prone to leaving behind telltale signs when lying. Thus, making him recount the story is the wisest choice. Yesterday, on the first day of Gu's tenure, we were assigned to Heishui village. Wang the Fat begins, slightly stammering at first, but as he continues, he adapts and begins to narrate fluidly. He remains cautious, aware that Qingfeng is somewhat petty, so he refrains from speaking ill of him, instead portraying him in a favorable light. He transforms the narrative of Qingfeng being deceived into annihilating a village and a 7 demon general into a tale of his dedication to the people, his unwavering duty, and his bravery in venturing into Heishui village and confronting the 7 demon general. Our esteemed Gu, upon finding no leads in Heishui village during the day, resolutely chose to remain in the village at night, determined to protect the villagers from demonic harm. As darkness fell, Heishui village indeed exhibited anomalies, with a candied hawker, 3 children, and the village chief mysteriously disappearing before our eyes. Concerned for the safety of the villagers, Qingfeng broke into homes one by one to ensure their security. But who would have expected that the entire village had vanished? At this point, Qingfeng declared that Heishui village fell under his jurisdiction, and he must protect its villagers. He demanded to see the living and the dead, even risking a venture into the Withered Bone Forest. Upon arriving at the Withered Bone Forest, we discovered that the villagers had all transformed into zombies. Under Gu's leadership, we fought fiercely, battling for several hours before finally vanquishing the last of the zombies. Subsequently, we were drawn into the shadow domain by the mirror demon. Wang the Fat pauses, suddenly recalling that the next part of the story involves Qingfeng's reckless act of looking into a mirror, which led to his entry into the mirrored space. He realizes this detail must be omitted to avoid portraying Gu in a foolish light. Thus, he deftly shifts his narrative. Within the shadow domain, over 500 villagers pursued us with mirrors. To protect us, Qingfeng resolutely stood in front of us, only to be ensnared within the mirrored space himself. Afterward, Qingfeng defeated his doppelganger, vanquished the mirror demon, and rescued us. As the shadow domain collapsed, over 500 souls pursued us. At this moment, Qingfeng stepped forward once more, urging us to escape while he held the rear. Naturally, I, Wang Shan, am not one to fear for my life. How could I leave Gu behind? Yet, Gu, in his determination to protect us, resorted to fierce scolding to drive us away. Ultimately, under Gu's valiant leadership, we all escaped unscathed. Qingfeng listens, dumbfounded, feeling a flush creep across his face. Is this truly me? Have I been so noble? It seems I have misjudged Wang the Fat. He is, indeed, a talent worth noting. After Wang the Fat concludes his account, Li Qianduan and the others begin to glance at Qingfeng, pondering that even if this fat man's tale contains a fair share of embellishment, the essence remains. Qingfeng still comes across as a righteous, brave, and competent demon exorcist. They then inquire further about specific details from the three, discovering no significant discrepancies. At this moment, one Earth-level exorcist suddenly interjects, "Humph, no matter how seamless your fabrications are, I cannot believe that a Qi condensation realm warrior could defeat one of the 7 demon generals. The mirror demon, relying solely on external martial arts. If that were the case, wouldn't those masters who practiced external arts 2 centuries ago have died in vain?" The other Earth-level exorcists concur, recognizing the validity of this assertion. After all, it is an undeniable truth that raises questions about why those masters failed to defeat the mirror demon while a mere Qi condensation realm warrior could. Isn't that absurd? With a disdainful huff, one of the officials concludes, "In my view, this may well be a conspiracy between the mirror demon and Qingfeng against our demon-suppression department. I recommend first examining Qingfeng's body to ascertain whether he is indeed a disciple of the blood demon sect." Indeed, I second that. The atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly grew tense. Qingfeng, perceiving the disbelief of these influential figures, was taken aback at the prospect of a physical examination. With so many secrets hidden within him, how could he possibly allow such scrutiny? Sighing inwardly, Qingfeng lamented that his position within the Demon-Suppression Division had become untenable. While his dear little corpse charm remained alone in an empty room, he had already contemplated taking decisive action. At that moment, the previously silent Li Qianduan unexpectedly spoke. What Qingfeng claims should hold some truth. Qingfeng was stunned. Could it be that Li Qianduan was speaking on his behalf? What was the motivation behind this unexpected support? "Lord Li, how can you assert the veracity of such an obvious matter?" An Earth-level exorcist questioned in haste. "My judgment is infallible," Li Qianduan replied coldly. "But how do you explain that a master proficient in external techniques could not slay a mirror demon, while he could?" Li Qianduan responded with conviction. "It is quite simple. The mirror demon cannot replicate external techniques. It must be genuine. The physical body embodies yang, while the soul embodies yin. The external techniques, which are solely focused on physical cultivation, are of utmost yang and rigidity, forging the body into a formidable vessel brimming with yang energy. Furthermore, it is well known that demons dwell in the realm of yin, and thus, the conflict between yin and yang prevents the mirror demon from fully replicating Qingfeng's external cultivation. Hence, he can vanquish the replica and defeat the mirror demon." Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he might have believed Li Qianduan's reasoning was indeed the truth. "But Lord Li, with your logic, shouldn't the masters who have also cultivated external techniques be immune to complete replication by the mirror demon? Why can they not defeat the mirror demon through their external cultivation?" An Earth-level exorcist questioned. Indeed, why can they not? Qingfeng too found himself perplexed and sought to hear Li Qianduan's explanation. Li Qianduan let out a cold snort. "Foolish. You are already a half-step master. Can you not see through such simplicity?" The individual fell silent, intimidated. Li Qianduan continued. "Let me ask you, if you were to master the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, would your strength increase?" The man hesitated before responding. "At my half-step master level, even if I mastered them, my strength would not improve. These 2 external techniques merely enhance defense, inferior to my own Qi shield. Do you understand now?" Li Qianduan's gaze was icy. "If you are limited in such a manner, it is even more pronounced at the innate level. Masters who have dabbled in external techniques merely practice them in their youth. No one ascends to master through external techniques alone. Thus, the enhancement they provide is negligible, rendering any slight advantage against the replica inconsequential." Upon hearing this, the Earth-level exorcist finally grasped the concept. Qingfeng, too, comprehended the implications, feeling his mind numb. Li Qianduan was a true logical genius, capable of crafting such a self-consistent narrative. In modern terms, it was akin to 2 individuals engaged in a gunfight, one clad in a t-shirt and the other in a down jacket. The one wielding a gun represents the master, The t-shirt wearer symbolizes the replica, while the one in the down jacket embodies the entity who has cultivated external techniques. Would the one in the down jacket hold the advantage? The answer is evidently clear. However, when applied to a martial artist of Gu Qingfeng's lower tier, the scenario shifts dramatically. It resembles two individuals brawling barehanded, one completely unprotected, while the other is clad in full protective gear. The advantage is unmistakable. Gu Qingfeng had never anticipated that. Initially contemplating defection from the Demon-Suppression Division, he was saved by Li Qianduan's astute reasoning. Was Li Qianduan foolish? Far from it. Rather, he was exceedingly intelligent, yet the clever often fall prey to their own cleverness. This is known as the knowledge barrier, wherein an attempt to comprehend the unknown through the lens of known knowledge can lead one astray, obscuring their vision. Li Qianduan was simply too knowledgeable, and the information regarding the mirror demon was over 2 centuries old, rife with gaps, compelling him to speculate and subsequently construct a logically coherent yet flawed argument. So, does this imply that Gu Qingfeng truly killed the mirror demon? Li Qianduan shook his head. What I mean to convey is that Gu Qingfeng can defeat his replica, but that does not necessarily mean he killed the mirror demon. Gu Qingfeng was utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, what further speculation are you conjuring? To his knowledge, the mirror demon possessed not only replication abilities but also an attack known as mirror invasion, akin to possession, which could turn an individual into a mirror slave. This technique could only be resisted by masters or those who had encountered the essence of a master, as grasping such an essence would significantly bolster one's soul, enabling them to withstand the invasion. This was precisely why the Demon-Suppression Division had dispatched 10 prodigious half-step masters to confront the mirror demon in the past. Does this mean that Gu Qingfeng has potentially become a mirror slave? An Earth-level exorcist suddenly remarked, his expression grave. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere thickened with tension. As many turned their anxious gazes toward Gu Qingfeng, some even positioning their hands on their weapons. The name of the mirror demon had echoed across the world 2 centuries prior. If Gu Qingfeng had indeed become a mirror slave, it was no wonder they regarded him as an imminent threat. Gu Qingfeng, feeling the hostility directed at him, experienced a tumultuous wave of emotions. Having just moments ago believed he was safe and silently grateful to Li Qianduan, only to find himself in a precarious situation. Gu Qingfeng, how do you explain this? Li Qianduan demanded suddenly. Explain? If you can fabricate such elaborate theories, why can't you explain on my behalf? Gu Qingfeng sighed internally, genuinely at a loss for how to clarify the situation without revealing the existence of the system. Yet, failing to provide an explanation was not an option. They had reached a critical juncture, a life-or-death moment where the fates of those present hinged upon his forthcoming words. Why was this so? Because any failure to articulate a coherent explanation would surely lead to conflict, and should a confrontation arise, Gu Qingfeng, who was not adept at evasion, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. What then could he do? He would have to eliminate them all. Thus, the survival of these esteemed individuals rested entirely upon his next explanation. Do not doubt, Gu Qingfeng possessed the capability, although outnumbered. His indomitable physique rendered him impervious to threats from those beneath the master level. Should a conflict arise, it would mean he need only defeat Li Qianduan. As for how to vanquish Li Qianduan, observing his slight frame, Gu Qingfeng surmised that he would likely struggle to withstand a strike from the one-character Burning Sun sword. If he could endure it, several more strikes would follow, as the consumption would merely be of the bone demon fire. The only challenge lay in the speed of a master, which represented Gu Qingfeng's greatest weakness. The one-character Burning Sun sword might fail to connect with Li Qianduan. Yet, that was a concern of the past. Ever since being assailed by the remnant soul of the blood demon, Gu Qingfeng's soul had significantly strengthened, rivaling that of a master. Harnessing such a formidable soul to execute the eye technique and create illusions, even if he could not ensnare Li Qianduan within a mirage, he could at least momentarily stall him, thus allowing for a lethal strike with the one-character Burning Sun sword. This entire sequence of actions was nothing short of flawless. Gu Qingfeng secretly calculated as the esteemed figures before him remained oblivious, unaware that the yellow-level exorcist had already devised a plan to send them to the afterlife. Wait. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng had a revelation, a soul strength comparable to that of a master. By heavens, was this not the most plausible explanation? In the heavy silence that enveloped the atmosphere, Gu Qingfeng slowly began to speak. Lordly, I am unfamiliar with the concept of mirror invasion. However, before the mirror demon perished, it indeed executed a strange assault against me. It possessed my replica and then transformed into a beam of light that penetrated my body. As he spoke, the tension in the room escalated further, with several Earth-level exorcists subtly gathering their qi, as if poised to strike Qingfeng down on the spot. Qingfeng wholly disregarded these threats and continued, unhurried. However, once it entered my body, it perished, died. Young man, that was a 7-demon general. It simply succumbed to death, just like that? Do you believe what you have just said? The mirror demon attempted to annihilate my soul and seize my body, compelling me to retaliate. In a moment of inadvertent force, I ended the mirror demon's existence with my soul energy. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. After a brief pause, a low-ranking demon exterminator erupted into laughter. Youngster, do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? You claim to have vanquished a mirror demon with your soul energy? Do you take us for fools? While the mirror demon may rely solely on its replication abilities in combat, it remains a genuine, innate-grade demon, its soul strength impervious to anything less than a master. Are you suggesting that a mere practitioner of the 4th level of Qi gathering possesses soul strength comparable to that of a master? The onlookers scoffed, eagerly awaiting Qingfeng's response. To their astonishment, Qingfeng merely replied with a single word, roar. Enraged, the low-ranking demon exterminator turned to Li Qianduan, saying, Lord Li, this brat is spouting nonsense. In my opinion, we should apprehend him for a thorough interrogation. Li Qianduan, frowning as he scrutinized Qingfeng, noted the absence of any trace of fear on his face, stirring his curiosity. Could it be that this young man spoke the truth? Whether it was true or not would soon be revealed, Li Qianduan coldly declared. As his words faded, an overwhelming wave of soul energy erupted from him, surging towards Qingfeng like a tempest. This was the soul pressure belonging to a master, the oppressive aura of a top-tier predator within the food chain. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The weakest among them, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy, collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. Fortunately, Li Qianduan had not targeted anyone else. Otherwise, the pressure would have been even greater. It was easy to imagine the immense burden Qingfeng would bear at the eye of this storm. Yet, in the face of this encroaching soul power, Qingfeng remained unmoving, his expression betraying no change. In the next instant, an equally formidable surge of soul energy erupted from Qingfeng, clashing with Li Qianduan's force. Boom! An invisible wave of soul energy inundated the grand hall, causing everyone to feel a sudden weight pressing down upon them, a manifestation of their souls being suppressed. The terrifying force generated by the confrontation caused the stone floor of the hall to crack audibly. It was remarkable that this intangible soul energy could affect the material realm, indicating that their soul powers had grown potent enough to influence reality itself. The crowd's faces paled in shock as they gazed at the serene Qingfeng. Disbelief etched across their features. A ludicrous thought arose within them. This young man had not been lying. His soul strength truly rivaled that of a master. Chapter 62, Promotion, 1,000 gold, 1,000,000 merits. This young man possessed such formidable soul power. Li Qianduan was taken aback. Even he, perpetually stoic, could not help but be moved, as Qingfeng seemingly cured his expressionless demeanor. If Li Qianduan was astonished, the other low-ranking demon exterminators were even more so. Feeling their perspective shaken, a practitioner of the 4th level of Qi gathering, yet with soul power rivaling that of a master. What kind of monster was this? Was it possible that such a prodigious talent existed in this world? The soul energies of Qingfeng and Li Qianduan remained locked in a stalemate for a moment before. As if by mutual accord, they receded like the tide. After all, Li Qianduan's intent was merely to test, not to engage in combat. Moreover, had they not withdrawn, it could have resulted in fatalities within the chamber. At that moment, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy had already fainted, their souls overwhelmed. Prolonged exposure to such pressure could lead to a catastrophic collapse of their spirits. Once the soul power was retracted, Li Qianduan fixed a penetrating gaze on Qingfeng. Rendered speechless, the room fell into an oppressive silence. After a lengthy pause, Li Qianduan finally spoke. Your soul power is not inferior to mine, and your aura remains calm and devoid of malevolence. Thus, it appears you have not lied. His words served as a definitive conclusion to the matter. The other low-ranking demon exterminators, initially stunned, soon regained their composure, some of them beginning to exhibit expressions of delight, since Qingfeng has not lied. This monumental achievement can be accurately reported to the court, and our demon suppression office in Wudong County can finally hold its head high among our peers. Another low-ranking exterminator chimed in, and that's not all. In addition to the mirror demon incident, we never anticipated that our office would yield such a genius. I've heard tales of individuals with exceptional innate talents, possessing souls far beyond the ordinary, yet none have been reported to equate to a master. This time, Our demon suppression office has struck gold. The remaining low-ranking exterminators nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Gu Qingfeng softening. Who wouldn't appreciate a subordinate who was upright, courageous, dedicated, and extraordinarily gifted? The key factor was Wang Fatty's commendations, which had led the exterminators to initially perceive Gu Qingfeng as a person of good character. Gu Qingfeng, relieved, mused to himself, "You old geezers really change your opinions faster than one can blink." However, he bore them no ill will, as their duty compelled them. With confirmation in hand, it was time to discuss rewards, Li Qianduan stated succinctly. Gu Qingfeng looked on with eager anticipation, curious about the benefits he would receive. Li Qianduan pondered for a moment. "You shall be promoted 1 rank, receive 1,000 gold, and earn 1,000,000 merits." At this proclamation, the nearby low-ranking demon exterminators collectively gasped. Such a reward was astonishingly generous. A promotion and 1,000 gold were already quite standard. But 1,000,000 merits was enough to make even the low-ranking exterminators envious. 1,000,000 merits. Merits could be understood as the currency within the demon suppression office of the Great Yin Dynasty, universally accepted across all branches. Typically, merits were earned through tasks involving the slaying of demons. Once acquired, they could be exchanged for desired resources in the contribution hall of the demon suppression office. As an official institution backed by the Great Yin Dynasty, the demon suppression office boasted abundant resources covering the entire nation. You could say it had everything. If you could imagine it, you could find it. If you couldn't find what you wanted in the Wutong County Demon Suppression Office, it mattered not. As long as you possessed merits, you could even requisition resources from the headquarters, including items not available for purchase with money. In simpler terms, merits were more valuable than money, and 1,000,000 merits was an astronomical figure. Slaying a single innate grade demon would yield 100,000 merits. Thus, 1,000,000 merits equated to slaying 10 innate grade demons. Its worth was beyond comprehension. Such a lavish reward nearly made Gu Qingfeng believe he had misheard. A promotion. This meant he would ascend to the rank of a profound grade demon exterminator. Hadn't he just been appointed as a yellow grade exterminator a few days prior? The speed of this promotion was akin to riding a rocket. 1,000 gold. That was equivalent to 100,000 silver, money that could not be earned in a lifetime through salary. Naturally, the most bountiful reward was the 1,000,000 merits. Its value was immeasurable. Not even a low-ranking demon exterminator possessed such a wealth of merits. Gu Qingfeng could hardly fathom that the mirror demon he had easily dispatched was worth so much. 1 mirror demon equated to 10 innate grade demons. It was only at this moment that Gu Qingfeng grasped just how formidable and valuable the 7 demon generals truly were. He couldn't help but wonder if any others still lived. In truth, each of the 7 demon generals was a top-tier figure among masters, each having a record of slaying masters, particularly with the mirror demon, whose bizarre abilities had claimed the lives of numerous masters. It was no wonder that ordinary masters would meet their doom against the mirror demon. Yet here was Gu Qingfeng, dispatching it as easily as one would slay a chicken. At this point, Gu Qingfeng was on the verge of laughter, yet Li Qianduan's next words sent him into a frenzy of joy. Gu Qingfeng, this is a reward I present on behalf of the internal division of the Demon Suppression Office. Once reported to the court, there will surely be further commendations. What? There's more? Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt as if he had won the lottery. Where were the 7 demon generals? They better come out soon. After a moment of excitement, Gu Qingfeng finally came to his senses and hurriedly said, "I thank you, Lord Li." "You deserve this," Li Qianduan replied calmly. At that moment, someone interjected, "Lord Li, a promotion and a reward of 1,000 gold is acceptable, but isn't 1,000,000 merit points excessive? Gu Qingfeng has only reached the 4th level of Qi gathering. He won't be able to use that many merit points." Gu Qingfeng glared at the speaker, an Earth-level demon slayer, thinking to himself, "What does it matter to you if I cannot use them all?" Li Qianduan cast a cold glance at the person. "If you can slay a demon of the 7th demon general level, your reward will surpass Gu Qingfeng's." The man immediately felt embarrassed and fell silent. As for slaying a 7th demon general, what a joke. He wasn't even a master. Surviving an encounter would be a stroke of luck. In truth, his comment stemmed from jealousy. A Qi gathering level 4 demon slayer obtaining such merit points while he, a strong practitioner of the Gangqi realm, had yet to reach even 100,000. How could he find balance in that? To him, Gu Qingfeng was merely lucky, coincidentally countering a mirror demon. Although the young man possessed external martial talent and soul talent, what did it matter? At such a young age, with only the 4th level of Qi gathering, he could easily be deemed useless. In martial cultivation, the foundation of cultivating Qi is paramount. Without ascending in realm, any other talents are ultimately fleeting. No matter how strong his external skills, they cannot surpass the protection of Gang Qi. Even with a powerful soul, it merely affects reality and might only break a few floor tiles. With such poor qualifications, even with the aid of elixirs, he would forever remain in the internal Qi realm. Chapter 63. The first in alchemy rewards are based solely on results, regardless of cultivation level. Anyone who contributes will receive corresponding rewards, Li Qiandren stated coldly. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but regard Li Qiandren with newfound respect, although he appeared expressionless. He was principled and fair in his judgments. All right, you may all leave. Gu Qingfeng, stay behind. Stay behind. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Li Qiandren's intentions. Soon, the crowd dispersed, with a kind earth-level demon slayer dragging Wang Fatty and Su Days away. Thus, only Li Qiandren and Gu Qingfeng remained in the grand hall. After a brief silence, Li Qiandren addressed Gu Qingfeng. Do you know that after today, you will become renowned throughout the Great Yin Dynasty? Gu Qingfeng nodded. Killing a 7th demon general at the 4th level of Qi gathering is indeed enough to create a stir. However, fame often brings trouble, especially when one is merely at the 4th level of Qi gathering. People will envy and resent you, but respect will be hard to come by. Gu Qingfeng smiled. A genius who isn't envied isn't a true genius. Li Qiandren looked at Gu Qingfeng with slight surprise and continued. Although you possess remarkable physical and soul talents, your Qi cultivation talent is quite lacking. Do you understand what this signifies? Does it mean an uncertain future? Gu Qingfeng replied. Li Qiandren nodded. If you cannot become a master in physical cultivation, even at its pinnacle, it cannot compare to the protection of Gang Qi. Your soul is comparable to a master, but its primary purpose is not combat. With your Qi cultivation talent, even with ample elixirs, you may never break through to the true Qi realm. Do you understand? Oh, so my qualifications are that poor? Gu Qingfeng was initially stunned, then laughed. He was aware of his shortcomings, but hadn't realized he might never reach the true Qi realm. He didn't doubt the master's insight, but had greater faith in the system's power. Once he reached the internal Qi realm, gaining strength from demon attacks, not only would the true Qi realm be within reach, but even masters would be easily subdued. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's untroubled laughter, Li Qiandren found himself increasingly impressed by his temperament, which was exceedingly rare. Indeed, it is quite poor. However, this world offers paths beyond martial arts, such as alchemy, talismans, and formations, all of which require formidable soul power. You possess soul power rivaling that of a master at such a young age. You could very well become a genius in these other fields. My purpose in keeping you here is to ask if you would be willing to pursue these paths. Gu Qingfeng understood, realizing he was being encouraged to take on a supportive role. However, he refrained from rejecting the idea outright, sensing that Li Qiandren had more to say than mere admiration for talent. Which path do you think I should choose, Lord Li? Alchemy, Li Qiandren answered without hesitation. May I ask why? Gu Qingfeng inquired. Among these paths, alchemy is the most esteemed, but my recommendation is not solely based on that reason. Then what is it? A task. A task? Indeed, a task that could elevate you to greatness. If you complete it, even if you never become a master, you will attain wealth and status far surpassing that of a master. What kind of task is that? Gu Qingfeng asked, intrigued. Li Qiandren did not answer immediately, but instead asked, do you know who the foremost alchemist in the Great Yin Dynasty is? Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted as he quickly replied. That would naturally be alchemist Qiu Yulong. Although Gu Qingfeng did not practice alchemy, he had heard of this well-known figure. Indeed, it is Qiu Yulong, widely recognized as the foremost alchemist in the history of the Great Yin Dynasty. But do you know why he holds this title? Why? Is it not because he excels in alchemy? Li Qiandren shook his head. Since ancient times, there has never been a definitive first in alchemy, nor a second in martial arts. Warriors can be ranked through contests, but alchemy cannot be judged in the same way, as each master specializes in different types of elixirs. For instance, one may be adept at creating detoxifying elixirs, while another specializes in enhancing strength. The value of these two types of elixirs is difficult to compare. For one seeking to break through, a strength-enhancing elixir may be paramount, while for someone poisoned, a detoxifying elixir is crucial. Thus, there can be no definitive first in alchemy. Gu Qingfeng grew increasingly curious. Then why is alchemist Qiu Yulong regarded as the best? Because he created an elixir needed by everyone. An elixir needed by everyone? What is it? The elixir of immortality. The elixir of immortality? Does it grant eternal life? Gu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. It does not grant eternal life. That surpasses human capability and belongs to the realm of the divine. However, while it cannot confer immortality, it can defy the heavens and significantly extend one's lifespan, rejuvenating the elderly, Human lifespan is predetermined. Without a breakthrough in realm, one cannot arbitrarily extend their years. Yet, what of innate abilities? Ultimately, it may only amount to 200 years of life, and after that, one returns to the earth. But the elixir of immortality can alter one's fate. As long as one lives, there is opportunity, and who knows, one might even touch the realm beyond masters. Upon finishing, Li Qiandian noticed Gu Qingfeng looking at him with a peculiar expression, remaining silent. Li Qiandian frowned slightly. What is it? Lordly, are you saying you are dying? At this remark, even Li Qiandian, with his profound cultivation, nearly faltered. I am not dying, Li Qiandian retorted irritably. Then why mention the elixir of immortality? Is the task linked to that elixir? But alchemist Qiu Yulong has been dead for over a century. Where would we find it? Could it be, suddenly? Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened as he realized a possibility. Lord Li, you don't mean to say you possess the formula for the elixir of immortality and want me to concoct it, do you? You have too much faith in my abilities. I haven't even begun to learn alchemy. Do not jump to conclusions. Listen to me. Li Qiandian interrupted sternly. All right. You have the authority. I shall listen to you. Gu Qingfeng replied with a pout. Li Qiandian furrowed his brow, thinking, could it be that I have been too approachable? Why does this young man seem to lack respect for me? Chapter 64. The one-word peer king. A century ago, Dan Wang Qiu Yulong, despite being a master alchemist, was not the sole figure of renown. Several contemporaries rivaled his fame. It wasn't until he devoted over a decade to meticulous research, ultimately creating the divine alchemy method, that he forged the ageless elixir, causing a sensation throughout the world and earning him the title of the foremost master. The term divine alchemy method carries an air of arrogance, suggesting a self-proclaimed divinity. The creation of the ageless elixir defies the natural order, belonging to the realm of the divine. Hence the method's lofty designation is both fitting and, indeed, presumptuous. Gu Qingfeng nodded, reminded of the poetic genius Li Bai, whose verses grew increasingly audacious, leaving the world to accept his flamboyance as a matter of course. Would he be Li Bai without such bravado? Qiu Yulong, too, bore a touch of this audacity in his craft. Lord Li, after all this discourse, what is it you wish for me to do? Li Qianduan, eschewing circumlocution, stated plainly, though Qiu Yulong had disciples in his lifetime, none could grasp the divine alchemy method. To prevent its loss, he established the Yulong secret realm, which houses his lifetime's teachings and the divine alchemy method, and perhaps even the ageless elixir. The Yulong secret realm opens once every 5 years, shrouded in intricate formations and layered alchemical trials, forbidding entry to those below the true Qi realm. This serves to select promising young alchemists to inherit his legacy. With just a year until the next opening, your task is to enter the Yulong secret realm, inherit the divine alchemy method, and procure the ageless elixir. Wait, I have several inquiries. Go ahead. First, if Dan Wang Qiu Yulong could concoct the ageless elixir, why did he still perish? Do you believe crafting the ageless elixir is a trivial matter? He scarcely produced a few during his lifetime. And the act of reversing age is fundamentally an act against nature. Repeated consumption diminishes its efficacy. Secondly, over the past century, the Yulong secret realm has opened 20 times. Has no one successfully claimed the inheritance? Li Qianwan shook his head. Not a single individual has passed the trials. Really? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. So you are certain I can succeed? He was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could contend with demons, alchemy was a different beast altogether. One could not assume that a strong soul would guarantee mastery in alchemy. I cannot guarantee it, but you possess potential. With your 4th level of Qi gathering, your soul power rivals that of a master, a rarity in history. This indicates your extraordinary soul talent, which is paramount in alchemy. Talent is innate. Everything else can be cultivated. One last question, Lord Li. You are still quite young. What is your interest in the ageless elixir? It is not for me, but for the emperor. The emperor? Gu Qingfeng was astonished. How did the emperor become entwined in this matter? The current sovereign's time is drawing near. Over the past decade, he has issued edicts thrice, proclaiming that anyone who can present the ageless elixir will be handsomely rewarded. The first decree grants nobility and high office. The second, a title of an allied king. The third, the title of the one-word peer king. The one-word peer king. Gu Qingfeng was truly astonished. What does that title signify? It implies standing shoulder to shoulder with the emperor, equal in rank. To aspire for more would invite rebellion. Through these 3 edicts, Gu Qingfeng sensed the emperor's urgency. His time was indeed limited. Thus, you understand, if you can procure the ageless elixir, even if you do not ascend to mastery, you will attain a status surpassing that of a master. Contemplate this seriously. Li Qianduan gazed intently at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng comprehended Li Qianduan's intentions. Should he succeed, his superior and advocate would undoubtedly reap rewards, surpassing merely slaying a few formidable beasts. Why not become a lord? To be frank, Gu Qingfeng felt a slight temptation. The most crucial aspect was that success or failure bore no consequence. Failure would incur no punishment, while success would elevate him to nobility. Moreover, with the Yulong's secret realm designed to select successors and restricting entry to those above the true Qi realm, he would face no peril given his strength. It could well be a delightful excursion. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng resolved to accept the task, yearning to experience the life of a lord. After all, having traversed into this world, why not relish life instead of solely focusing on cultivation? He had read numerous web novels where protagonists endlessly leveled up and battled monsters, neglecting the joys of life. What was the purpose of leveling up? Ultimately, it was to attain immortality and power, but for what end? To enjoy life. So, if he could save her life, why not indulge? After all, with the system at his disposal, he would eventually achieve immortality and greatness. I accept this task, Gu Qingfeng declared. Li Qianduan nodded in satisfaction. In that case, in a few days, I shall arrange for your alchemical studies. Your remarkable soul talent is your advantage. So there is no need for intensive soul training. Focus on acquiring alchemical knowledge and enhancing your fire affinity. Fire affinity? What does that entail? Alchemy requires not only soul talent, but also the ability to control flames. Enhancing your fire affinity will enable you to wield fire more effectively. Do not worry. Even if your fire affinity is weak, I shall provide you with pills to boost it. Though the enhancement may be modest, your soul advantage will compensate for any shortfall. Thus, your primary task is to learn alchemical knowledge. Gu Qingfeng paused, suddenly recalling his fire manipulation talent and photographic memory. Wait a moment. Am I actually a genius in alchemy? It seemed certain that he was destined for the title of one-word peer king. Lordly, you need not prepare pills to boost my fire affinity. Why not? Li Qianduan asked, puzzled. Gu Qingfeng unsheathed his sword. Yinma, the metallic sound echoing as the blade ignited, transforming into a fiery sword in his grasp. Then, as his fire manipulation talent activated, the flames coalesced into a vivid fire serpent that danced around the sword. My fire affinity is likely at its maximum. Though Li Qianduan could not grasp Gu Qingfeng's words, the sight of the living fire serpent conveyed everything. He stared, speechless, at the mesmerizing display entwined around Gu Qingfeng's sword. Chapter 65. Li Qianduan has concerns. Li Qianduan studied Gu Qingfeng for a long moment before slowly speaking. With your physical talent, soul talent, and fire control talent, I find you quite capable in every regard, save for cultivation. Lordly, your words might tarnish your cool demeanor in my eyes. Li Qianduan gave Gu Qingfeng a deep glance. All right, you may leave. Then, I shall take my leave. By the way, my reward someone will deliver it to you, Li Qianduan replied, turning back to his seat, picking up an ancient tome to read intently. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng chose not to linger, preparing to depart, but suddenly recalled something. Lordly, I have one more thing. Speak. May I acquire the Huai Tree Demon from the first level of the Demon-Suppression Prison? Granted, Li Qianduan answered without looking up from his book. Seemingly unfazed by Gu Qingfeng's request, Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, swallowing his carefully prepared words. He wondered what Li Qianduan pondered all day, feeling an air of mystery about him, yet he was surprisingly agreeable. Thank you, my lord. I take my leave. Gu Qingfeng turned and exited the great hall, leaving Li Qianduan alone. The hall fell silent, save for the rustling of pages being turned. After Gu Qingfeng departed, a voice suddenly emerged from the shadows in the corner of the grand hall, shattering the silence. He has discovered my presence. Indeed, Li Qianren, engrossed in his book, responded softly. His soul is remarkably strong, so it is not surprising he could sense me. However, he did not detect me through his spiritual energy. Had he employed it to scan the entire hall, he undoubtedly would have sensed my presence, yet he refrained from doing so. Oh, Li Qianren's brow furrowed slightly. How did he discern your presence then? I do not know, I replied, while I was observing him from the shadows. There was a fleeting hint of unease in his expression. Although he did not look directly at me, I sensed that he was aware of my presence. It seems he harbors many secrets. Perhaps more than just secrets, it is highly likely that another soul resides within him. I have never heard of anyone possessing such a formidable soul talent. Rather than a natural gift, it feels more akin to him being possessed by a powerful entity. As long as it is not a demon, it poses no issue, Li Qianren stated calmly. When his soul energy was compared to yours, there was indeed no trace of malevolent aura. He must be possessed by a master of the human race. Indeed, Li Qianren appeared increasingly absorbed in his reading, his words diminishing. Are you not concerned that he possesses so many secrets? If he has truly been possessed by a master, the likelihood of his success increases. The rest is inconsequential. I only seek the elixir of immortality. Thus, you would defend him, help him shed suspicion, and gradually entice him to accept this task. The moment you laid eyes on him, you perceived the immense power of his soul. Such a low realm, yet such a powerful soul. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. Correct, though I did not anticipate his exceptional talent for fire control. This adds more to our advantage. The voice from the shadows fell silent for a long while before it spoke again. Is it truly worth it? Li Qianren remained silent. Do you realize that by doing this, you are declaring enmity against the entire world? Is it truly worth it? You have become a master at such a young age. With a bright future ahead, even beyond mastery, you have the opportunity to touch greatness. Yet you... Silence. Li Qianren, who had maintained his composure, suddenly erupted in fury. He slammed the ancient tome on the table, the sound echoing in the room. Rising to his feet, he glared at the shadows, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" A deep sigh emanated from the shadows, and then silence reigned once more, as if the voice had never existed. Li Qianren lost interest in his reading, his demeanor icy as he pushed open the door and exited the grand hall, disappearing from sight. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the doorway, rustling the pages of the books on the table. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, until the cover snapped shut. On the cover, 2 large characters stood out. Elixir scripture. After Qingfeng left the grand hall, he returned to his dwelling, continuously reflecting on the dialogue between the two. He felt an inexplicable oddity, yet could not pinpoint its source. Moreover, the figure hidden in the corner of the grand hall was, astonishingly, also a congenital master. Qingfeng possessed spiritual awareness, allowing him to sense lurking presences. Thus, upon entering the grand hall, he immediately detected the person's existence. Nevertheless, he said nothing. As the head of the Demon-Suppression Division in Wudong County, it was normal for Li Qianren to have someone discreetly protecting him, likely a member of the secret division. Seated on his bed, Qingfeng pondered for a long time, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Everything seemed quite ordinary. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. He realized it was his spiritual awareness. It was a reminder from his spiritual perception. His intuition warned him that something was amiss, akin to a sixth sense. It not only sensed other scrutiny, but also forewarned of potential events. This meant that Li Qianren indeed carried some hidden agenda. With this mindset, Qingfeng meticulously analyzed the situation and finally discerned what felt wrong. Li Qianren had been excessively kind to him, although it was their first meeting. And despite his significant accomplishment of slaying 7 demon generals at the 4th stage of energy gathering, it was indeed too extraordinary. A normal person's first reaction would surely be disbelief, yet amidst the doubts of others, Li Qianren maintained a neutral stance, analyzing the reasons for Qingfeng's victory over the mirror demon. It felt as though he was aware of his own ability to triumph over the mirror demon, deducing the process from the outcome. When others suggested a physical examination, Li Qianren neither confirmed nor denied, instead opting to explain himself, diverting the conversation. From the perspective of the Demon-Suppression Division, the most prudent course of action would undoubtedly be to conduct a physical examination, no matter how well one articulates. Seeing is believing. A simple investigation would clarify everything. Why bother with analysis? Yet, Li Qianren did not allow for an examination and instead provided reasons for his victory over the mirror demon, as if he were deliberately protecting himself. However, after clarifying matters, doubts among the lower-tier demon hunters had dissipated. Yet, Li Qianren posed a question, inquiring why he could withstand the mirror's invasion, leading to a clash of souls. Revealing his soul talent, and subsequently guiding the conversation toward the elixir of immortality. On the surface, it appeared as if he valued talent, yet in reality, he was maneuvering Qingfeng toward the Jade Dragon's secret realm. The more Qingfeng contemplated, the more convinced he became that every word Li Qianren uttered seemed to steer the conversation in the desired direction, shaping events to unfold as he wished. Chapter 66. Returning home, what was Li Qianren's true objective? Was it genuinely for promotion and wealth? Would Qingfeng, upon obtaining the elixir of immortality, merely bring him along for the ride? Qingfeng found this improbable. Li Qianren did not strike him as the type to covet power. Enough. I shall not dwell on this further, Qingfeng murmured to himself. Regardless of his intentions, ultimately, it all leads to the Jade Dragon's secret realm 1 year from now. A year is ample time to alter many circumstances. He was not one to become entangled in thought. If he could not comprehend it, he would simply let it go. In a year, he would be invincible, and Li Qianren could do as he pleased. In less than a month, Gu Qingfeng had advanced from the third stage of energy gathering to a level comparable to a master. If he had another year, the prospects were too beautiful to contemplate, and he felt a tinge of apprehension. Just then, Gu Qingfeng sensed an approaching presence. As expected, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man dressed as an attendant, who entered carrying a large chest. "May I inquire if this is the residence of the esteemed Gu Qingfeng?" The attendant asked, setting down the chest and bowing respectfully. "Indeed, I am he." Gu Qingfeng replied nonchalantly, asserting a semblance of authority befitting his rank as a spiritual tier demon hunter. "I have the honor of presenting you with a reward from Lord Li." The attendant continued, opening the chest to reveal a dazzling array of gold, causing Gu Qingfeng's eyes to widen, tears of joy streaming down his face. "This is a new official uniform, a badge, documents, and 1,000 taels of gold. Your million merit points are all recorded within your badge." "Excellent, excellent." Gu Qingfeng wiped away his tears. "Thank you for your hard work. Please leave it all here." "Ah, one more thing, esteemed Gu. Lord Li instructed me to inform you that although you have now become a spiritual tier demon hunter, our division is currently at full capacity. Thus, you will temporarily hold a nominal position until a vacancy arises, at which point you can transition to a full position. For now, you will remain in Yinxian County as the deputy to Lord He Fenghua. Nominal position? Is the monthly salary the same as that of a full spiritual tier demon hunter? Yes, it is the same. Then that is acceptable. Gu Qingfeng sighed in relief. As long as the salary was equivalent, he had no qualms. As for the inability to transition to a full position, that was easily resolvable. Once He Fenghua departed this world, everything would be straightforward. "Esteemed Gu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Yes, you may go." Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, his eyes fixed upon the gold. Once the attendant departed, Gu Qingfeng let out a strange laugh, throwing himself atop the pile of gold, reveling in its solid texture. "Ha ha, it's all mine. I'm rich." Gu Qingfeng exclaimed with excitement. In his previous life and this one, he had lived as a pauper, and this was the first time he beheld such a vast fortune, which filled him with delight. Gu Qingfeng reveled in his happiness for a while before reluctantly placing the gold into his spatial pocket and changing into his new official attire. The official robe of a mystic-ranked demon slayer was adorned with intricate golden patterns, crafted with golden threads, instantly exuding an air of sophistication. As the saying goes, wealth should not return home. It is like wearing splendid garments under the cover of night. Thus, once properly attired, Gu Qingfeng made his way directly to the Demon-Suppression Prison. Upon arriving at the prison, he spent an hour exchanging banter with his former colleagues, including his past superior, Director Li, who had now become Old Li. Gu Qingfeng then arranged for everyone to gather at the Tianxiang Tower for an evening of revelry, to which they all eagerly agreed. The Tianxiang Tower was the grandest den of indulgence in Wutong County, and the prison guard's annual salary was hardly enough for a single visit. Naturally, with someone treating, they were all eager to attend. Unfortunately, those left on duty that evening were out of luck, as the prison could not be left unattended. After their jovial exchanges, Gu Qingfeng took the official documents provided by Li Qianduan and entered the first level of the demon-suppression prison without hindrance. Upon encountering the familiar, eerie, and dim surroundings, he felt a surge of joy. Ah, this oppressive and terrifying atmosphere, this musty and stagnant scent. Indeed, it felt like home. Gu Qingfeng was lost in bliss. "Little corpse demon, here I come." Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng headed straight to the cell of the corpse demon, whom he had missed dearly over the years. With a click, the cell door swung open. The corpse demon, startled, instinctively transformed into a delicate beauty clad in a maid's outfit upon seeing Gu Qingfeng. "Master, you've returned. Where have you been these past few days?" "I've missed you terribly." She forced a smile and exclaimed. Gu Qingfeng felt his spirits lift. "Yes, dear, I missed you as well. Have you been practicing diligently during my absence?" "I practiced every day. My feet are sore from it." "Stop the nonsense. You're a corpse. What would you feel pain for? Let me assess your progress." "Yes, master." The corpse demon promptly donned her shoes to begin, but Gu Qingfeng stopped her. "Wait a moment. I need to fetch something." Turning, he headed to the cell of the eye demon. Upon seeing Gu Qingfeng once again, the eye demon cowered in the corner, shielding its eyes with its wings. Too frightened to meet his gaze, Gu Qingfeng, unfazed, seized it and prepared to take it away. The eye demon flapped its wings frantically. "Where are you taking me?" Gu Qingfeng did not respond, but instead scrutinized the eye demon closely. "Oh, your eyes have healed. No more bleeding? That's not fitting. As a demon, you ought to be drenched in blood to appear formidable." As he spoke, he brought his right index and middle fingers together and thrust them sharply. Ah, my eyes. My eyes. After a moment, the eye demon, now weeping blood, wore a look of despair, serving as a projector within the corpse demoness cell, complete with sound effects. The cell transformed into a stage, with countless lights shining upon the little corpse demon as she performed an energetic dance. An hour later, Qingfeng stumbled out of the corpse demoness cell, pausing for a moment before suddenly recalling, what was my purpose in coming to the demon-suppression prison today? After a brief contemplation, he clapped his hands in realization. Oh right, I came to slay the Sephora demon. Almost forgetting the task amidst the merriment, he hurried to the cell of the Sephora demon. Opening the door startled the Sephora demon from its feigned slumber. Upon recognizing Qingfeng and the Wood King's sword at his waist, it quickly reacted. Master, you have arrived. Congratulations on acquiring the Wood King's sword. Thank you. I've come to congratulate you as well. Congratulate me? For what? Congratulations on your imminent departure from this wretched place. I shall send you to a better destination. The Sephora demon was momentarily stunned, then elated. Could it be that because of its contribution in presenting the Wood King's sword, it would be set free? Master, are you really going to release me from the demon-suppression prison? Qingfeng smiled and nodded. The Sephora demon, overjoyed, asked excitedly, where will you take me? To the west. With a swift motion, he thrust the sword forward. The look of joy froze on the Sephora demon's face as it stared at Qingfeng's smiling visage, then glanced down at the sword piercing its chest. Terror quickly replacing its expression. Why are you killing me? I've served you, told you stories, even given you massages. You cannot. Before the Sephora demon could finish, the Wood King's sword erupted with a surge of emerald light, generating a powerful force that voraciously devoured the Sephora demon's energy, rendering it speechless. Under this force, the Sephora demon was instantly reverted to its original form, its human skin transforming into bark, its body into a trunk. Qingfeng regarded the now tree-like Sephora demon and remarked indifferently, how can you still claim credit? I retrieved the Wood King's sword myself. It was not a gift from you, thus it does not count as your merit. As for the stories, what nonsense were you spouting? And massages? Do not even get me started. You pale in comparison to the little corpse demon. Therefore, if you are not to die, who will? However, fret not. This does not constitute death. Rather, you will merge with the Wood King's sword in an alternative form, allowing you to remain by my side eternally. Isn't that touching? Qingfeng continued speaking, while the Sephora demon could no longer utter a sound, tacitly accepting its fate. After a moment, the Sephora demon's energy was completely absorbed by the Wood King's sword, which then emanated a formidable wave of power. Mid-grade mystic. The Sephora demon had elevated the Wood King's sword by one rank, from low-grade mystic to mid-grade mystic. With satisfaction, Qingfeng admired the increasingly powerful Wood King's sword in his hand. He then glanced at the now desiccated bark of the Sephora demon and thought it would be a waste. He decided to send the bark to the talisman-making assembly line, where it could yield numerous talismans, and promptly stored it in his spatial pocket. Having completed his tasks, Qingfeng left the demon-suppression prison and headed to the contribution hall. He intended to make use of his considerable fortune of 1 million merit points. Wondering how many elixirs he could exchange for, having been stuck at the peak of the body refining fourth layer for several days, it was time for a breakthrough. And he also needed to prepare some materials for his bloodline awakening. Soon, Qingfeng arrived at the contribution hall. Inside, a steward was idly perusing the account books. Qingfeng approached and stated, I wish to exchange for items. The steward did not look up, merely tossing a catalog on the table after sensing Qingfeng's chi gathering realm cultivation. Here is the catalog for all low-tier items. You may view it yourself. Qingfeng remained silent, placing the mystic-ranked Demon Slayer order, containing 1 million merit points, on the table. The steward, about to reprimand Qingfeng for his lack of decorum, froze as his gaze fell upon the mystic-ranked Demon Slayer order. The mystic-ranked Demon Slayer order? Skeptically, he lifted his head and, upon seeing Qingfeng, clad in the official robes of a mystic-ranked Demon Slayer, began to doubt his own perceptions. Though Qingfeng was a chi-gathering realm martial artist, he wore the attire of a mystic-ranked Demon Slayer. As a steward with inner chi realm cultivation, his status was akin to that of a low-ranked Demon Slayer. Yet here stood a chi-gathering realm individual donning the robes of a mystic-ranked Demon Slayer? Could it be a forgery? Such a ludicrous thought crossed the stewardess' mind. Yet to forge a Demon Slayer order in official robes within the Demon-Suppression Bureau was akin to an old man courting death. The steward was unable to discern the background of Qingfeng, refraining from speaking hastily and instead examining the Xian-level demon extermination order with great attention. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback. 34 million merits. The steward's eyes nearly bulged out. In his many years at the contribution hall, he had never encountered anyone possessing such an immense amount of merit. Surely, this must be a fabrication. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the token was indeed genuine. How could this be possible? The steward asked, somewhat flustered. Qingfeng did not bother to refute him. Instead, he produced an appointment document, which bore the official seal of the Demon-Suppression Division, stamped by Li Qianduan. The steward took the document in a daze, and upon seeing the official seal, he began to believe it. As he read further, his astonishment grew, and his breath quickened. The document stated that Qingfeng had slain 7 demon generals and was thus promoted to the position of Xian-level demon exterminator. You actually killed 7 demon generals? How did you manage that? You are only at the 4th level of Qi gathering. The steward exclaimed, his worldview seemingly collapsing. The document provided a summary but did not elaborate, which is why the steward posed such questions. Well, isn't it just a matter of having the capability? Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. Enough of this chatter. Quickly bring me the high-level item catalog for my exchange. But, esteemed sir, those are 7 demon generals. The steward's curiosity was piqued, akin to a cat scratching at its heart. Hold on, my legend will surely spread in a few days, and then you'll understand. Now, hurry and fetch it. Reluctantly suppressing his curiosity, the steward handed over the high-level item catalog. The catalog consisted of 7 volumes: elixirs, spirit weapons, talismans, formations, materials, techniques, and martial skills. Each volume was quite thin, some containing merely a few pages, primarily because high-level items were inherently rare. Eagerly, Qingfeng opened the elixir catalog, and to his delight, he found it filled with exquisite items. 5th turn recovery elixir, spirit communication elixir, blood condensation elixir, 3 patterned azure spirit elixir, 7 treasures soul recovery elixir, heavenly fragrance life extension elixir, 9th turn return elixir, bone regeneration elixir. With dozens of high-level elixirs listed within just a few pages, Qingfeng was dazzled, unable to take it all in. Esteemed sir, which elixir would you like? The steward inquired respectfully, aware that the Xian-level demon exterminator held a higher rank than himself. With a decisive slam, Qingfeng closed the catalog and tossed it back to the steward with authority. Bring me one of each. One of each. The steward's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering in astonishment. You must be joking. Qingfeng glared. Does it appear that I am jesting? I want them all, now hurry. But your merits are insufficient. What? Qingfeng exclaimed, incredulous. Not even 1,000,000 merits is enough. Esteemed sir, I would never dare to jest. You see, these are high-level elixirs, many of which our Demon-Suppression Division does not possess. They are stored at headquarters, and each is worth a fortune. For instance, the Heavenly Fragrance Life Extension Elixir costs a staggering 100,000 merits. Your 1,000,000 merits are truly insufficient to procure even one. Are you telling me that these elixirs are so exorbitantly priced? Qingfeng had initially assumed his 1,000,000 merits could clear out the contribution hall. But now it was evident that was far from the case. The catalog represented the entirety of the Great Yin Dynasty's Demon-Suppression Division's inventory, not just that of the Wudong County branch. Clearly, a mere 1,000,000 merits would not suffice to deplete the entire treasury of the Great Yin Dynasty's Demon-Suppression Division. Why did you not mention this sooner? Esteemed sir, you never inquired. You simply demanded the high-level item catalog and declared your intent to purchase one. Ugh, are you arguing back? I would never dare, esteemed sir. So, do you still wish to make a purchase? Of course. Why else would I be here? Now give me the intermediate item catalog. The steward promptly nodded and exchanged it for an intermediate elixir catalog. Qingfeng opened it to find Nourishing Elixir, True Essence Elixir, Ascending Elixir, Cleansing Marrow Elixir, Jade Hua Elixir, 5 Elements Elixir, Elephant Power Elixir, Earth Spirit Elixir, Breaking Calamity Elixir. This time, Qingfeng was more cautious and glanced at the prices listed alongside. Nourishing Elixir, 200 merits. True Essence Elixir, 500 merits. Ascending Elixir, 1,000 merits. With this information, Qingfeng was well informed. He slammed the catalog shut and tossed it to the steward, exclaiming, bring me one of each. Another one? The steward was taken aback, having never witnessed such a purchasing style in the contribution hall. Other demon exterminators typically bought items individually or by the bottle, but Qingfeng was requesting an entire catalog. What? Don't tell me 1,000,000 merits can't buy one. Of course it can. But some of the elixirs are temporarily out of stock and may need to be sourced from other demon suppression divisions, so there will be a wait. Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. If it's not available, then don't bother. Just get me what is in stock, 1 or 2 bottles of each. Calculate how many merits that will require. Yes, yes, of course. Please hold on. The steward hurriedly picked up an abacus and began calculating. After a couple of incense sticks had burned, he finally concluded, Esteemed sir, the total comes to 339,800 merits. Round it down to 33,000. The steward quickly smiled apologetically. Esteemed sir, you jest. Our Demon-Suppression Division is not like those outside shops where rounding down is customary. Furthermore, your request would result in a reduction of 9,800, which is quite excessive. Am I to understand that spending this much merit won't allow for a rounding down? Do you think I am someone who is short on funds? I desire face. Do you comprehend? Esteemed sir, that truly cannot be done. Fine, if that won't work. Let us move on to the next catalog. The steward hastily presented the spirit weapon catalog. Qingfeng flipped through it, noting, Yellow grade superior spirit weapon, turtle patterned armor. Yellow grade medium spirit weapon, Qiang sword. Xian grade inferior spirit weapon, purple gold hammer. Xian grade medium spirit weapon, dragon binding rope. Regarding spirit weapons, Qingfeng didn't request an entire catalog, as his physical body served as the finest spirit weapon. Most spirit weapons were simply not applicable to him. For instance, defensive spirit weapons at the Xian grade could not compare to his indestructible body, rendering them utterly useless. Only Earth grade spirit weapons could rival it, but none were available here. Furthermore, many offensive spirit weapons were equally impractical, as none could surpass the former Earth grade Mu Wang sword. With this money, it would be far more beneficial to purchase more Mu attribute materials to aid in restoring the Mu Wang sword's rank. Of course, primarily, he couldn't afford to buy an entire catalog. Spirit weapons were considerably more expensive than elixirs. After a thorough examination, Qingfeng eventually found a spirit weapon worth purchasing. Xian grade inferior spirit weapon, Swift Wind Shoes, a wind attribute auxiliary spirit weapon, capable of lightening weight, increasing speed, and controlling wind, with the added ability to fly briefly. Given that speed is currently my greatest shortcoming, these Swift Wind Shoes are perfectly suited for me. Without hesitation, he decided to buy them. After securing the spirit weapon, Qingfeng also purchased several hundred talismans, similarly avoiding a full catalog, as many were designed specifically for dealing with demons, which he had no need for. Instead, he acquired a selection intended for human use and support. Additionally, he bought numerous formation plates capable of directly casting formations, along with a substantial quantity of Mu attribute materials. He did not purchase any martial skills, as the character one-word Burning Sun sword was sufficient for his needs. For techniques, he procured a volume titled Pure Yang Wujigong. Qingfeng practiced a simplified version of Pure Yang Gong, which is the Pure Yang Wujigong. The cultivation of Pure Yang Wujigong is exceptionally demanding, attainable only by geniuses, as the strength derived from its mastery is extraordinarily high. This, in turn, signifies a significant increase in the consumption of heaven and earth's vital energy. Hypothetically, if an ordinary person can absorb 10 units of heaven and earth's vital energy in a day, those 10 units can be converted into 10 strands of pure Yang True Qi. However, when converted into pure Yang Wujigong True Qi, those 10 units can only yield 1 strand, and both forms require 100 strands to break through to the next realm. This implies that for an ordinary individual, cultivating the Supreme Yang Infinite skill would be tenfold less efficient than practicing the Supreme Yang skill. While the quality of their true energy may improve, one wonders how long it would take to transcend to the next realm. However, for a prodigy, the situation is entirely different, as a genius might absorb 100 units of celestial aura in a single day. The Demon Suppression Department promotes the Supreme Yang skill precisely because of its simplicity and lower requirements for aptitude, making it more suitable for the masses, albeit less so for the exceptionally gifted. Qingfeng, feeling the same way, decided to purchase a tome on the Supreme Yang Infinite skill. Chapter 69. Flipping the cards an hour later, Qingfeng exited the contribution hall, having spent 1,000,000 merit points with less than 100,000 remaining. He felt no regret, for a mere innate demon was worth 10,000. This money was easily earned. The only inconvenience was that innate demons were not easily found. Qingfeng glanced at his Qingfeng ring, satisfied as he returned to his residence. Within, he stowed most of his valuable treasures into the alternate dimension, as the Qingfeng ring carried the risk of loss, while the alternate dimension did not. The Qingfeng ring served to conceal the alternate dimension, otherwise it would be too conspicuous. After completing these tasks, Qingfeng checked the time and realized it was nearly the appointed hour to meet his colleagues at the Tianxiang Tower. He hurriedly changed into his official attire and set off. Before departing, he did not forget his 2 subordinates, Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi. How could the celebration banquet be complete without them? Thus, Gu Qingfeng made his way to their lodgings, only to find them still in a stupor. He swiftly delivered a slap to each, rousing them forcibly, and then led the dazed duo to the Tianxiang Tower. That evening, the Tianxiang Tower was ablaze with lights. Sprawling across a vast area, with a lantern hanging every meter, colorful and vibrant, there were at least 10,000 lanterns illuminating the entire street. Gu Qingfeng, accompanied by Wang Pengzi, Su Daizi, and a group of more than 10 demon-suppression guards, strode confidently into the Tianxiang Tower. The service at Tianxiang Tower was impeccable. Upon entering, a young maiden clad in a strapless dress, holding a fan, approached gracefully, exuding a fragrant breeze, and offered a gentle smile as she bowed slightly to the group. Esteemed guests, would you prefer the main hall or a private room? Without lifting his gaze, Gu Qingfeng replied, find me the largest private room. The maiden's smile grew more alluring, and she purposefully accentuated her figure. Very well, sir. She then turned to a nearby attendant, instructing, take these esteemed guests to the Waiyuan Yinyun room. Gu Qingfeng and his companions followed the attendant inside, during which Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi frequently glanced back, reluctant to leave the maiden behind. However, upon entering the main hall, they soon forgot her. The main hall of Tianxiang Tower was enormous, filled to capacity with guests, among whom numerous heavily made-up women moved about, toasting and mingling. The sounds of clinking glasses, lively conversation, and the laughter of maidens filled the air. At the center of the hall was a stage adorned with red cloth, where musicians played and dancers performed, while guests below cheered in unison, creating a festive atmosphere. Esteemed guests, your room is on the second floor, the attendant announced, but Gu Qingfeng and his party were too captivated to hear him. It was only due to Gu Qingfeng's experience in the Demon-Suppression Department, having endured the trials of the little corpse charm, that he quickly regained his composure and chided the group. Look at you all, lacking any ambition. Up the stairs now. Only then did the group snap back to reality. Their faces flushed as they followed the attendant upstairs. However, by the staircase, the attendant suddenly halted. What is the matter? Gu Qingfeng inquired. The attendant smiled and pointed to a nearby platform adorned with red-painted wooden plaques. Curious, Gu Qingfeng leaned in to examine the plaques, each inscribed with names: Wearer, Munin, Hongxiu, Xiaocui Ruhua. Esteemed guests, please flip a plaque, the attendant explained. Gu Qingfeng was intrigued and mused to himself about the cleverness of Tianxiang Tower. How does one go about flipping these plaques? Esteemed guest, please observe, the red plaques are arranged in 3 rows. The top row features courtesans. The middle row contains flower maidens, and the bottom row includes flower girls. This indicates the 3 tiers of our Tianxiang Tower maidens, with quality and price decreasing from top to bottom. If you favor someone, simply flip her plaque, and others will see it has been chosen, thus preventing further selection. Gu Qingfeng noted with interest that indeed a significant number of plaques had already been flipped. Furthermore, the front of each plaque bore a name, while the back displayed a blooming flower. The attendant continued, the flower on the reverse signifies that the maiden is already chosen. You may select from those that remain unflipped. Quite the clever game, Gu Qingfeng thought, his interest piqued. Without hesitation, he extended his hand to the top row, the courtesans, and flipped over the plaque for Ruhua. His hand did not stop there. He flipped the plaque for Suyue as well. Esteemed guest, you have a discerning eye. Ruhua and Suyue are among the rare sister courtesans of our Tianxiang Tower. Is that all? When will they arrive? Please ascend to your private room and wait a moment. They shall be with you shortly. Gu Qingfeng nodded and then addressed his companions. Stop dawdling. You should choose as well. In truth, his companions had been eager to select, but they hesitated to proceed until Gu Qingfeng made his choices. With his encouragement, they stepped forward to flip plaques. Though they were cautious not to mirror Gu Qingfeng's audacity in flipping 2 at once, all choosing from the flower girls instead. Only Wang Pengzi dared to select a flower maiden. Gu Qingfeng cast a silent glance at Wang Pengzi before proceeding upstairs. They arrived at the private room, where the characters Wei Yinyun were inscribed. Gu Qingfeng mused that the name was aptly chosen, then boldly opened the door and stepped inside, followed by the others. The room was spacious, arranged with small tables in a rectangular formation, leaving an open space in the center for dancing. Gu Qingfeng unreservedly took the main seat, and the others settled in as well. Soon after, attendants began to bring forth an array of dishes and drinks, filling the table with a delightful spread. After a short while, the maidens arrived, over a dozen of them, filling the room with laughter and fragrance. The atmosphere was jubilant as they reveled in merriment, exchanging cups and enjoying the company of the exquisitely dressed dancers who graced them with enchanting performances, their movements fluid and graceful. Meanwhile, in a hidden location deep underground in the northwest, a grand subterranean palace loomed. The chamber was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by eerie green flames. Within the main hall, a man cloaked in black conversed with a stunning woman clad in red. The mirrored demon has perished. The man's raspy voice emerged from beneath his hood. The beautiful woman in red raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before responding with a smirk. That fool is dead? Good riddance. He was an incessant nuisance, always vying for second place. His death is inconsequential. What matters is that the blood god seed is missing. The man in black spoke gravely. Indeed, it is absent. The woman's expression shifted. Missing? How is that possible? The blood god seeds can sense one another. Can you not feel its presence? The man shook his head. It may have been obscured by some means, which is why I require you to investigate. Who killed the mirror demon? According to reports from our followers, the individual is named Qingfeng, an extermination envoy from the Demon-Suppression Department in Wudong County, with a cultivation level of merely the 4th stage of Qi gathering. 4th stage of Qi gathering? The woman chuckled lightly. How interesting. You possess countless incarnations. If my memory serves me right, there should be one of your avatars in the Qingfeng Tower of Wudong County. Go and investigate its essence. Very well. I too wish to express my gratitude in person for vanquishing the mirror demon and alleviating my troubles. The woman smiled radiantly, akin to a blossoming flower. Let us set off at once. Before its demise, the mirror demon left a mark on Qingfeng, indicating that he is currently within the Qingfeng Tower. Chapter 70. The Red Carp Maiden has emerged. Where is she? Indeed, it is the Red Carp Maiden. Behold her beauty. While Qingfeng was preoccupied with reading the palm of the enchanting woman beside him, he suddenly heard an uproar from the hall below, prompting a flicker of curiosity in his demeanor. The Red Carp Maiden? Who is she? Ah, she is our esteemed courtesan at Qingfeng Tower. The enchanting Hua explained in a soft voice. The esteemed courtesan? Qingfeng's curiosity was piqued. After all, men are often tempted by the allure of the unknown. He hastily withdrew his hands from his pockets and approached the window to gaze down. Hua huffed discontentedly. Young master, did you not say she bore ominous signs, and that you would assist her in averting misfortune? Why have you left? Indeed, chimed in the other woman. See you? In a similar tone, she welcomes you with such fervor, yet you turn your gaze elsewhere. Just a moment, Qingfeng replied dismissively, not looking back, which frustrated the two women to the point of stamping their feet. Not only Qingfeng, but his companions also rushed to the window to catch a glimpse of the red carp. They beheld a crimson silk ribbon cascading down from the 2nd floor, resembling a vibrant slide. Amidst the gasps of the guests, a woman clad in red, barefoot and ethereal, seemingly descended from the heavens, gracefully leaping from the 2nd floor and gliding down the red silk to the center of the hall's stage. Veiled and obscured, her features remained hidden. However, her graceful figure and eyes reminiscent of autumn waters were enough to captivate all. Upon her landing, the woman playing the zither nearby began to pluck the strings, releasing a melody that was soft and enchanting. The woman in red began to dance in harmony with the music. Her movements were a blend of elegance and grace, akin to a butterfly in flight, a willowy branch swaying in the breeze, or a swallow settling into its nest, rivaling the startled nightingale. At times, she would extend her arms like clouds, and at others, take delicate steps, casting enchanting glances that conveyed hidden emotions. Delicate silver anklets adorned her slender ankles, chiming melodiously with her dance, captivating the hearts of all present, as if their very souls were entwined with her movements. Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue, silently vowing to teach the little corpse demon this dance upon his return, for watching her dance would cost him nothing. As her dance progressed, she suddenly altered her movements, flinging her red sleeves wide, and as they swirled, countless petals cascaded from the air, transforming the Qingfeng Tower into a veritable rain of blossoms. The petals drifted down, perfumed with a lingering fragrance, enticing many to reach out and capture them in their hands, savoring their scent as if they carried the essence of the maiden herself. Observing the petals before him, Qingfeng furrowed his brow. An illusion? With a soul force comparable to a preternatural master. He discerned that the dancing woman was indeed weaving illusions, and not merely any illusions, but those intertwined with seductive arts. Yet, despite the skillful execution, the realm of this illusion was rather rudimentary. A person of even slight resolve could easily dispel it. Ha! They are all mine. The boisterous voice of Wang Fatty interrupted Qingfeng's musings. He was joyfully scrambling to collect the falling petals, cupping a handful and burying his face within them to relish their fragrance. Qingfeng's lips twitched, and he discreetly stepped back a couple of paces from him. Just as he intended to mock Wang Fatty alongside the bewildered Su Daisy, He turned and was surprised to find the latter, too, with a flushed face, clutching a petal. His eyes wide as he murmured poetic verses. Gu Qingfeng listened for a moment and realized he was composing poetry. He too stepped back a couple of paces, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Why did I choose these two fools as my subordinates? Wang Fatty, Gu Qingfeng called out, pulling him from his reverie. Wang Fatty, as if awakening from a deep slumber, looked at Gu Qingfeng with confusion. What is it, Lord Gu? Wipe your drool, do not disgrace me. Wang Fatty chuckled sheepishly and wiped his mouth. Lord Gu, why are you not indulging in the splendor? I indulge in nothing, Gu Qingfeng retorted. How could you fall prey to such a simple illusion? Wang Fatty looked at him incredulously. My lord, you are unaware. The Red Carp Maiden is renowned in Wudong County for her dual mastery of illusion and allure. Many come seeking the experience of her enchantments. We are here for enjoyment. Are we not? Besides, her arts are harmless, merely for entertainment. Why resist when you could revel in it? Is that so? Gu Qingfeng pondered, scanning the guests who, despite their martial prowess, wore expressions of rapture, clearly enraptured by the enchantment. Indeed, my lord, how could I deceive you? Everyone knows illusions are but illusions. Yet, do not forget that only the illusory can provide satisfaction unattainable in reality. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng began to grasp why such a seemingly simple illusion ensnared so many. It was akin to watching a film. One knows it to be fictitious, performed by actors, yet one's emotions are still stirred by the unfolding narrative. After all, one does not spend money on a film just to declare it false. That would be madness. Perhaps I shall give it a try? Gu Qingfeng mused, somewhat skeptical. 2 breaths later, they are all mine. Wang Fatty, do not snatch them. Chapter 71. Setting Wang Fatty up after a fragrant incense stick had burned down. The guests regained their clarity, yet their gazes remained fervent, revealing the undeniable allure of the red carp. However, as they turned their eyes back to the stage, they found the crimson-clad figure had vanished. Where is the red carp maiden? Do not depart. I have ridden for 5 days and nights from Dongwu County just to catch a glimpse of her. Red carp maiden, I shall redeem you. Amidst the calls of the crowd, a woman in her 30s, resembling a ripe peach, held a fan and swayed her way onto the stage. Esteemed guests, our red carp maiden has completed her dance and has gone to rest, she said with a charming smile. The guests erupted in discontent, prompting the mature woman to quickly add, do not fret. There will be another opportunity to meet the red carp maiden. What opportunity? Shouted a voice from the crowd. The red carp maiden has posed a question. Those who can answer shall have the privilege of visiting her in the back courtyard for wine and candlelit conversations. Excitement swept through the audience, clamoring for the woman to present the question. She instructed a nearby servant to fetch it, and shortly after, the servant approached the stage, reverently bearing a wooden tray upon which rested a scroll. Gu Qingfeng's eyes brightened at the sight of the scroll. Could it be that yet another opportunity to showcase his talents had arrived? Having traversed countless online narratives, he was well aware of such tropes. The protagonist visiting a brothel, reciting verses from the Tang and Song dynasties, dazzling the onlookers, and garnering the admiration of the courtesan, all while enjoying the fruits of his labor for free. To think such fortune would fall upon him as well. The 300 Tang poems, I am well versed in. As long as one is not a neglected gem of compulsory education, one can randomly pluck a person from the vast expanse of Huaxia, and they would be able to recite several exquisite verses, each a masterpiece deserving of admiration. Let the challenges commence, be it the romantic musings of nature, reflections on the vicissitudes of life, or the melancholic nostalgia of autumn. Any theme is welcome. With 5 millennia of cultural heritage, no matter how obscure the prompt, one can surely unearth corresponding poetry. Prompted by the crowd, a mature woman unfurled a scroll. To everyone's astonishment, the scroll revealed a painting teeming with flowers in myriad forms, each vying for attention. Peonies, roses, plum blossoms, peach blossoms, and hawthorn, to name but a few, numbering well over 100. Gu Qingfeng's spirits lifted. A theme centered on flowers? This was undeniably simple. With a mere flicker of thought, he could conjure at least 10 poems. Which one to choose? Tears splash upon flowers in the moment of sorrow, lamenting the heart's parting, or perhaps, where's the face I seek? The peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze. A tad melancholic, indeed. The spring colors fill the garden. Yet one branch of red apricot ventures beyond the wall. Yes, this one resonates perfectly. Just as Gu Qingfeng pondered, the mature woman suddenly shook the scroll vigorously, and in an instant, a magical occurrence unfolded. The flowers depicted in the scroll sprang to life, cascading forth in a vibrant torrent that soon adorned the entire stage, transforming it into a splendid garden. In that moment, The stage was a riot of colors, with butterflies dancing and bees buzzing, and the fragrant aroma of blossoms wafting through the air. Was this an illusion? Qingfeng found himself momentarily stunned. Was composing poetry now accompanied by such theatrics? Ladies and gentlemen, the mature woman proclaimed, this is the exquisite flower competition painted by Miss Hongli herself. Though it is an illusion, among these flowers, 3 are genuine. The task is to identify these true blooms amidst the throng. Each person may select but one, thereby allowing 3 individuals the privilege to visit Miss Hongli in the backyard. Let the quest begin. Qingfeng was taken aback. Was this not a poetry challenge? How had it morphed into a test of discernment? However, upon reflection, he acknowledged the setting, a realm of mystical martial arts, far removed from the classical world of ancient Huaxia. Here, warriors reigned supreme, and literary pursuits bore little relevance. Thus, it was only fitting that the challenge be aligned with martial disciplines. How misleading this was. Having witnessed numerous protagonists in his previous life, Qingfeng had marveled at those who could compose poetry in the fantastical realms, drawing gasps of admiration. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, how could that be plausible? In a society that favored strength over intellect, who would heed the verses of a poet? Surely, it was more enticing to hear a powerful warrior expound on the path of cultivation. Nevertheless, Qingfeng was undaunted by this illusion challenge. With his soul power rivaling that of a grandmaster, he would not be intimidated by mere trickery. Wang Pengzi, Su Daisy, come, let us descend and partake in this endeavor. Qingfeng called to his companions, eager to join the fray. Just then, Su Daisy interjected, Lord Gu, Wang Pengzi has already ventured down. Curse it, Wang Pengzi. Qingfeng felt a vain throb on his forehead as he peered toward the stage, spotting a hefty figure of over 300 pounds jostling through the crowd in search of flowers. With a resolute step, Qingfeng descended the stairs. By now, many had selected their flowers, only to have them dissipate into illusions as they approached the mature woman for verification. Those who realized they had chosen false blooms lamented their missed opportunities. Qingfeng, undeterred by others' misfortunes, gently scanned with his soul power and swiftly pinpointed the genuine flowers. Without hesitation, he approached and plucked one, presenting it to the mature woman. Upon witnessing Qingfeng's prompt discovery, a glimmer of surprise danced in her enchanting eyes, and she graciously extended her congratulations. Let us all applaud this young gentleman, the first to uncover a true flower. The declaration drew gasps from the guests. All eyes now fixated on Qingfeng. Some formidable warriors discerned his cultivation level, only at the 4th stage of Qi gathering, and were taken aback. They had not anticipated his speed. However, their astonishment was fleeting as they resumed their search. With 1 flower claimed, only 2 remained. This young gentleman, please proceed to the backyard, a maidservant said respectfully. Approaching Qingfeng, nodding in acknowledgement, he prepared to step into the backyard amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, only to be halted by Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi, drenched in sweat, squeezed through the throng to Qingfeng's side, his face a mask of sycophancy. Lord Gu, you truly possess remarkable skill to have found it first. Might I trouble you to assist me in my search? Qingfeng smiled slightly. You seek my help? Certainly, but it will cost 100 taels. Wang Pengzi's face blanched. 100 taels? Lord Gu, I do not possess such wealth. No money? Yet you dare to summon a flower mistress? Are you aware the price for a flower mistress is precisely 100 taels? Prepare to be ejected from Qingfeng Tower shortly. Wang Pengzi's complexion morphed dramatically, and he quickly resorted to flattery. My lord, do not jest with me. Did you not say today was your treat? Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. Knowing it is my treat, yet you still dare to summon a flower mistress? You have only compounded your offenses. Consider yourself warned. Chapter 72. Do you not disregard life? Qingfeng followed the maidservant to the backyard, leaving behind a pale-faced Wang Pengzi, who stood bewildered in place. At that moment, Wang Pengzi glanced at Su Daisy beside him and spoke. Su, I am always up for a drink, but borrowing money is off the table. Wang Pengzi, the backyard of Qingfeng Tower. Here, one found pavilions and waterside pavilions, exquisite rockeries, and verdant bamboos, as well as shaded pathways and fish ponds, where a school of red koi swam gracefully. It was evident that the owner possessed refined taste. Upon entering, Qingfeng immediately felt a stark contrast in atmosphere. The front hall buzzed with noise and excitement, whereas this place exuded tranquility and elegance. The maidservant led him along the shaded path, past the shimmering pond, and finally halted before a residence. Young master, please rest in room 1 for a moment. Once the remaining 2 esteemed guests find their true flowers, my lady will come to greet you. Qingfeng nodded, surveying the surroundings. He noted 2 additional rooms adjacent to his, positioned slightly further back. Each bore a sign indicating their sequence, 1, 2, and 3. After bidding farewell to the maidservant, Qingfeng entered room 1. The decor was refreshingly simple, yet exuded charm. He settled onto the bed, awaiting the arrival of others. Before long, he heard commotion outside the door, indicating the maidservant was leading others in. Gentlemen, please take your rest in rooms 2 and 3 while I fetch my lady. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Why the numbering? A haughty male voice interjected. In response to your inquiry, these rooms are arranged according to the order in which you identified the true flowers. When my lady arrives, she will pose another question, selecting one of you to be her honored guest, and the room numbers will dictate the order of answering. Room 1 first, followed by room 2, and finally room 3. My lady has established 3 challenges in total. The flower finding was merely the first, with 2 more to follow. Therefore, gentlemen, please rest for the time being. Understood. Qingfeng listened attentively, yet dissatisfaction brewed within him. What nonsense is this? 3 challenges? There are still 2 more to go? By the time we finish, dawn will break. Just as Qingfeng grumbled in discontent, suddenly, bang, the door was forcefully kicked open. A figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, stood at the threshold with an air of haughty superiority. The man coldly scrutinized Qingfeng, brazenly appraising him from head to toe, with disdain evident in his gaze. A mere 4th-stage Qi-gathering warrior has managed to find a true flower first. Your luck is indeed remarkable. However, if you wish to occupy room 1 exclusively, I must ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to do so. As soon as the words fell, the man did not wait for Qingfeng's response and directly struck. With a single hand shaped into a palm, he unleashed a blow akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. Infused with a vigorous energy unique to the pinnacle of the inner Qi realm, landing forcefully on Qingfeng's chest. Bang! A muffled sound resonated. A layer of golden, semi-transparent barrier sprang forth from Qingfeng, intercepting the man's strike. Retracting his hand, the man's eyes flickered with surprise. Quickly replaced by a cold sneer, the golden bell shield? It seems you've cultivated external techniques as well. You possess some skill, just barely qualifying to be here. But that is all. You think you can contend for a spot as a guest of honor? You're still lacking. With that, the man turned to leave. At that moment, Qingfeng's expression darkened. Initially in good spirits, he had not anticipated the abrupt intrusion of such an arrogant fool, barging in unannounced, speaking without regard, and attempting to depart after striking him. Such blatant disregard for others was astonishing. Stop, Qingfeng said coldly. Oh, the arrogant man halted, furrowing his brow as he regarded Qingfeng with icy disdain. What is it? You struck me without provocation and now wish to leave. The arrogant man laughed derisively. I merely tested whether you, a mere 4th-layer Qi gatherer, deserve to sit in room 1. Qingfeng's countenance darkened further. A test? If I were an ordinary 4th-layer Qi gatherer without external techniques, do you know the consequence of your strike? Death. So, you would resort to deadly force for a mere test against a stranger? The arrogant man's smile turned mocking. The weak ought to hide away and cultivate in corners, not prance about in places like this. Lacking the awareness of one's own weakness, death is but death. At this, Qingfeng's fury erupted. It was the first time he felt such murderous intent towards another. He held no objection to revenge or grudges, yet such blatant disregard for life was utterly loathsome. What a fine statement about the awareness of the weak. Since that is your belief, let me suggest you embrace death as a weakling. Suddenly, Qingfeng rose calmly from the bed, walking step by step towards the arrogant man. The latter leaned against the door frame. Observing Qingfeng with interest, you think you can take me on? Indeed, I can, Qingfeng replied, his tone as tranquil as a still pond, stating a simple fact. As he approached, the arrogant man moved, unsheathing his sword with a swift motion aimed at Qingfeng's neck. Then die. Clang. The sword met Qingfeng's pale neck, producing a metallic clash. He remained unscathed. The sword, however, shattered. For the first time, shock transformed the arrogant man's expression into disbelief. How is this possible? In a fit of panic, he discarded his sword and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Yet, before it could reach Qingfeng, he swiftly seized the man's wrist, applying slight pressure, and a cracking sound echoed as the man's energy dissipated. Ah, my hand. The arrogant man's face twisted in agony as he struggled desperately, kicking out. Qingfeng anticipated the move, countering with a swift kick that landed on the man's leg. Another crack resounded, accompanied by anguished cries. The arrogant man lost his balance, collapsing to the ground, yet Qingfeng still held onto his wrist. With a gentle twist, The man's arm contorted grotesquely, skin pierced by protruding bone shards, blood oozing into the air. Ah! A horrifying scream escaped the arrogant man's lips. How noisy! Qingfeng's gaze turned icy as he grasped the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly. The man's eyes bulged, terror flooding his features as he struggled futilely, breath slipping away. In that instant, he was engulfed by an unprecedented fear, especially upon meeting Qingfeng's calm gaze, which enveloped him in dread. Please, don't kill me. The arrogant man gasped, his voice strained. Qingfeng lowered his hand, aligning their eyes. In that moment, the arrogant man glimpsed a hint of doubt within Qingfeng's calm eyes. Are you not indifferent to life? Why then do you not disregard your own? Qingfeng inquired evenly. Chapter 73. Please value peace, please. The arrogant man pleaded in a strained whisper. Qingfeng's grip remained steadfast, his hold tightening around the man's throat, whose face had turned from red to a deep purple. You said the weak should hide in corners and not prance about, lacking the self-awareness of their weakness, that death is merely death. Is this not your own assertion? Now that the roles have reversed, you refuse to accept it? Qingfeng spoke calmly. At that moment, the arrogant man's eyes began to roll back, words failing him. Qingfeng suddenly released him, and the man collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, lungs filling with oxygen, accompanied by violent coughing. Rest assured, I will not kill you. If I were to do so, I would merely become like you. Your twisted worldview will not change with your death, thus I require you to live. To spend your life correcting your errors. What do you intend to do? The arrogant man asked, his expression now one of terror as he sought to intimidate Qingfeng with his background. Yet Qingfeng interrupted, placing a hand gently on the man's dantian, stating softly, I will cripple your dantian, sever your meridians, rendering you a lifelong weakling, forcing you to endure endless pain and regret. Each night as you sleep, you will remember today, recalling your mistakes. This memory will become your lifelong nightmare. At first, you may feel resentment and anger, but years later, as you lie on your deathbed, you will reflect on your life and be overwhelmed with regret for having such distorted thoughts in your youth, for provoking me. Thus, strive to repent. Suddenly, Qingfeng exerted force, but at that moment, a female voice called from a distance, Stop! The maid of Hongli, who had previously guided them, rushed over, seemingly intent on halting the impending tragedy. Qingfeng appeared oblivious, his right hand striking forcefully at the arrogant man's dantian. No! The arrogant man screamed frantically. Bang! A palm descended, shattering the dantian and severing the meridians, silencing the man's cries instantly. His eyes bulged. Blood mixed with shattered internal organs erupted from his mouth, and his head tilted, falling unconscious. At that moment, the maid arrived, witnessing the man's grievous state. Glaring at Qingfeng with fury, why did you strike him so severely? Qingfeng met her gaze with calmness, replying, he struck first. Naturally, he must face the consequences. But you were unscathed. Why did you leave him in such a state? Oh, Qingfeng feigned surprise, a familiar feeling washing over him. Could it be that you are the version of a saintly maiden in this world? I was unscathed due to my own prowess. His injuries stem from his inadequacy. Should I refrain from retaliating simply because I was unharmed? What do you suggest I should do? Certainly, harmony is of utmost importance. Since he has acknowledged your prowess and has no intention of seizing the position of Room 1, there is no need for you to take action. A mutual retreat would indeed bring joy to all parties involved. Qingfeng, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly regarded the maid. Are you aware that he struck me without provocation? Had it not been for my own capabilities, I would have perished. The maid rolled her eyes dismissively. Your argument is flawed. The truth is, you emerged unscathed while that young master has become incapacitated. Observing the maid's indignant demeanor, Qingfeng suddenly burst into laughter. He grasped a fundamental truth. Some arguments are simply intractable. The reason self-righteous individuals are often despised is that they adopt a perspective of misguided compassion, unprincipled in their support for the weak. They attempt to stir their own emotions with their perceived goodness, oblivious to the concept of empathy or perspective-taking, and continuously urge others to be magnanimous, believing that the weak are inherently justified. Little do they know, one cannot counsel others to be magnanimous without having endured their suffering. Oh, so I am to accept the slap without retaliation in the spirit of harmony? If that is the case, smack. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a vivid red imprint on the maid's delicate face. Stunned, she stared incredulously at the smiling Qingfeng, struggling to comprehend the situation. You struck me, she exclaimed, her voice warped with anger. How dare you hit me? As a man, you dare to strike a woman? Do you realize I am the most favored maid of our young mistress, well acquainted with the esteemed figures of Wudong County? You, Shu, Gu Qingfeng interjected with a smile. Please, let us prioritize harmony. The maid was instantly infuriated by his demeanor. You slap me and expect me to embrace harmony? Just wait. I will inform my young mistress. And you shall face dire consequences. Her furious tirade was abruptly cut short as a pair of powerful hands seized her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. The maid's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as she struggled, attempting to cry out, yet only incoherent sounds escaped her lips. Gu Qingfeng gazed at her with a serene smile, speaking slowly. Do you harbor a misunderstanding towards me? I approached you with civility, yet you presume me to be agreeable. Have I granted you too much leniency? He gently patted her cheek, his smile widening. Did you not advocate for harmony? Why do you panic when you find yourself in the role of the victim? The maid's eyes, filled with dread, stared at the grinning Gu Qingfeng as though he were a demon in human guise. She fought desperately against his grip, but his hands were like iron pincers, firmly clutching her neck, threatening to snap it. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. You are akin to that young master. Your worldview is skewed. And this is an affliction that requires remedy. Fortunately, I excel in curing such ailments. Today, I am in a generous mood and shall waive your medical fees. With that, Gu Qingfeng's eyes glimmered with a bloodlust, and he activated his illusionary technique. As their gazes met, the maid's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Gu Qingfeng released her, and she crumpled to the ground like a lifeless doll. Enjoy this illusion, Gu Qingfeng thought, having prepared a scenario to cure her affliction. Within this illusion, the maid would endure various humiliations, and whenever she reached her breaking point and attempted to resist, someone would appear to counsel her on the virtues of magnanimity. Should she disregard their counsel, she would invoke the wrath of the masses and face retribution. Thus, the cycle of humiliation, resistance, and punishment would continue endlessly. This illusion was not a mere one-time occurrence. It was imprinted upon her being, ensuring that each time she slumbered, she would enter this realm. Only when her worldview was irrevocably altered would the illusion dissipate. Chapter 74. Vacuum packaging. A series of crisp applause echoed from a distance. Gu Qingfeng turned to see a woman clad in red approaching gracefully. Your illusionary arts are truly remarkable, allowing Hong Li to witness such a spectacle. The newcomer was indeed Hong Li. She elegantly approached Gu Qingfeng, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Your compliments are undeserved, Gu Qingfeng replied. Hong Li shook her head. I do not speak out of mere formality, but with genuine admiration. While many believe me to possess dual talents in illusion and charm, they fail to recognize that my modest skills pale in comparison to true masters like yourself. My maid has greatly benefited from your exquisite technique, and for that, I must extend my gratitude. Oh, fascinating, Gu Qingfeng mused, intrigued by Hong Li's eloquence. You do not hold me accountable. Rather, you wish to thank me? My maid has been surrounded by excessive flattery from men, and such insincere praise clouds her judgment, leading her to impose her absurd notions upon others. It is only right that you assist her in correcting this misconception, and thus I extend my thanks. It appeared that Hong Li possessed a keen understanding of matters, and Gu Qingfeng commended her for it. Hong Li replied, I abide by a simple truth. The law of the jungle prevails, and the strong must not be disrespected. They have provoked those they ought not to offend, and facing consequences is only fair. Now, let us set aside these unpleasant topics. It is a long night, and you surely do not intend to stand and converse with me all evening? I have prepared wine and delicacies in my chamber. I implore you to join me. Wait, are there not 2 more challenges? Gu Qingfeng interjected. Hong Li chuckled softly. You have rendered the young master of room 2 unconscious and scared away the one from room 3. Now, you are the sole contender. If you continue to be tested and fail, how shall I pass the night in solitude? With that, Hong Li did not await Gu Qingfeng's response and gracefully walked away with a playful laugh. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the empty room 3 and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head before following Hong Li. In the chamber, Gu Qingfeng sat at the table, where exquisite dishes and a fine wine awaited him. Hong Li stood before him, slightly bowing. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Gu Qingfeng. Ah, so it is young Master Gu. I am honored. Please, young master feels overly formal. Just call me brother. Taken aback, Hong Li then burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she unabashedly called out, Brother. Ah, sister. Gu Qingfeng responded. I apologize for the earlier offense caused by my maid. Allow me to present a dance as an apology. I hope you will not take offense. Certainly, but I prefer dances that are a bit cooler in essence. Is that agreeable? You tease me, brother, Hong Li laughed, turning to change behind a screen into lighter attire. The candlelight danced upon the screen, casting a silhouette that captivated Gu Qingfeng. After a moment, Hong Li emerged, her alluring gaze fixed upon Gu Qingfeng as she began to dance. Her movements were bold and unrestricted, embodying the feminine grace with exquisite finesse. As the dance concluded, Hong Li settled beside Gu Qingfeng, the scent of her presence enveloping him. Was my dance sufficiently refreshing, dear brother? Quite refreshing, though the night is cool. Be wary of catching a chill. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit cold. Perhaps we should share a drink to warm ourselves? With that, Hong Li poured wine for Gu Qingfeng, the fragrant aroma wafting into the air as the purple liquid filled the cup. Such exquisite wine, Gu Qingfeng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he beheld the delicate hue. Goodness, why is this wine a pale purple? It can't be poisonous, can it? Gu Qingfeng cast a skeptical glance at Hong Li. This wine is called Xiang wine, a rare delicacy. In the far eastern region of the Dynasty, there exists a grove of purple bamboo, which absorbs the eastern purple qi daily, imbued with spiritual essence. This Xiang wine is brewed using purple bamboo as its vessel. Thus it takes on a pale purple hue. A flask of Xiang wine is worth 1,000 taels of silver. Even if one is wealthy, it may not be obtainable. How could you possibly suspect it of being poisoned? Who would dare to taint such fine wine? 1,000 taels for a flask of wine, Gu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Then this small cup must be worth dozens of taels. Indeed, it is so. Now, dear sister, pour your brother a drink, Hong Li replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Gu Qingfeng took the cup, inspecting the Xiang wine closely. He wasn't truly afraid of poison. He had simply never encountered such an expensive drink and pondered how to consume it with sophistication. Should he sip it or down it in one go? Noticing Gu Qingfeng staring at the cup without drinking, Hong Li's heart skipped a beat. Surely not. Blood linglong is a rare and potent poison, impervious even to masters. Colorless and tasteless, impossible to detect. Have I inadvertently revealed a flaw? Yet, she quickly reassured herself that she had shown no signs of weakness. For Gu Qingfeng's expressions remained lively throughout. If he were feigning, then his depth of character was remarkable indeed. Why aren't you drinking, dear brother? Could it be that you truly believe your sister has poisoned it? Hong Li teased, her laughter enchanting. Even if the beauty pours the wine, one must drink. With that, Gu Qingfeng resolved to drink without hesitation, reasoning that downing it in one go was the highest form of etiquette at the table. He tilted his head back, allowing the Xiang wine to flow down his throat. His eyes lit up. What a fine wine. It begins cool, and then warms as it enters the stomach, enveloping me in warmth. Indeed, it is soft on the tongue, gliding down the throat, cold in the body, yet warm in the heart. Seeing Gu Qingfeng finally drink, Hong Li's smile widened, yet she held her cup to her lips, hesitating to drink herself. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Ding! The host is under attack by a shadow demon. Poison resistance, 1,000. Congratulations, the host has acquired the innate ability of immunity to all poisons. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, staring at the cup in his hand, and exclaimed, Goodness, it truly is poisonous. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Hong Li's eyes, though her face feigned alarm. Oh dear brother, please do not frighten me. Before she could finish, Gu Qingfeng's next action left her utterly dumbfounded. He snatched the Xiang wine from Hong Li's hands and declared, This wine is poisoned. Do not drink it. He then tilted his head back and gulped it down once more. Hong Li was left speechless, her mind momentarily short-circuited with the consumption of the toxic wine. The delightful notification chimed again. Ding! The host is under attack by a shadow demon. Poison resistance, 1,000. The resistance has reached its limit. Congratulations. The host has acquired the innate ability of invulnerability to poisons. Has it advanced? Gu Qingfeng exclaimed with growing delight, finding Hong Li increasingly appealing. After all, who could resist the warmth of a beautiful fairy? At that moment, Hong Li regained her senses, staring in disbelief as Gu Qingfeng continued to down cup after cup. An absurd thought crossed her mind. Could I have misremembered? Did I not actually place blood linglong in the wine? Curiosity piqued. She wanted to try a cup herself to test for poison. However, Gu Qingfeng had already begun to showcase his drinking prowess. One cup is not enough. Let me demonstrate a dragon sucks water for you. He lifted the wine jug to his lips, tilting his head and swirling the liquid inside before sucking it in. Ding! The host is under attack by a shadow demon. Poison resistance, 1,000. Poison resistance has reached its limit. Congratulations. The host has acquired the innate ability of invulnerability to all poisons. With a powerful chug, Gu Qingfeng finished the jug, mimicking the bravado of a ruffian, and smashed the jug to the ground, where it shattered, the remaining liquid sizzling upon contact. Hong Li's eyes widened in shock. She had indeed not been mistaken. The wine was poisoned, Yet this man showed no signs of harm. Such a lethal toxin could fell even a master warrior. Is there more, sister? Gu Qingfeng inquired. Still unsated. Yes, there is, Hong Li replied hesitantly, nodding. Then why not fetch it? Gu Qingfeng insisted, his gaze piercing. Under his unwavering stare, Hong Li found herself compelled to comply, retrieving another bottle of Xiang wine. Gu Qingfeng downed another cup and frowned. Why is this wine not poisoned? Oh, it's all that remains. The poison has been used up, she replied. With a resounding clap, Gu Qingfeng slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, having wine without poison is no different than cooking without salt. Hurry and add another dose of poison to the wine. I expect you to understand the importance. Hong Li was flabbergasted. She had poisoned many, but never encountered someone like Gu Qingfeng. Though she had poisoned before, either panicked and perished or were too cautious to drink. Some believed they possessed antidotes, only to find themselves without hope. Yet none had ever expressed a desire for more after drinking. This was the fabled bloodling long. A poison capable of incapacitating even masters. How could a mere fourth-tier gatherer withstand it? Hey, I'm speaking to you. Hurry with the poison. Hong Li's patience wore thin as she stared at him incredulously. Why have you not succumbed to the poison? I'm teetering on the edge. I need just a little more. Gu Qingfeng plotted to coax another vial of poison from her. There is none left. You drank it all, she replied, just as a violent explosion echoed through the air. With a single punch, Gu Qingfeng unleashed a force that pierced the atmosphere, striking Hong Li squarely on the head. In an instant, her head exploded, leaving only her delicate body, seemingly unaware of what had transpired, still seated upright. What a disappointment. Not only do you fail to welcome me properly, but you also deny me the pleasure of drinking. Gu Qingfeng lamented, as he stored the remaining Xiang wine in a spatial pocket. 1,000 taels per flask. Though he was wealthy now, he could not afford to waste it. After all, even the landlord's family has its limits. As he stowed the wine, an eerie scene unfolded. From the severed neck of Hong Li, a thick, inky black mist began to surge forth, swirling and coalescing until, in an instant, her exquisite head reappeared upon her neck. Her expression was frigid, her autumn-like eyes glinting with an icy fury as they fixed upon Gu Qingfeng. In that moment, Hong Li was consumed by rage. It was the first time in her life that she had been caught off guard. In those bygone days, her capriciousness was her defining trait, and she was known as the siren who could slay with a mere smile. Yet now, she could hardly fathom that the man before her was even more unpredictable than herself. In one moment, he sweetly called her sister, and in the next, he obliterated his own head. Hong Li possessed a peculiar characteristic. The angrier she became, the more vibrant her smile appeared. Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Reminiscent of a blooming poppy, beautiful, enchanting, yet perilously lethal. Such a good brother truly lacks compassion. Boom. Another powerful punch accompanied by a sonic boom. Before Hong Li could finish her words, her exquisitely beautiful head was once again shattered. Without poison, you dare to call me good brother? Do you deserve it? Gu Qingfeng scoffed disdainfully. In the next instant, the inky black mist coalesced into Hong Li's head once more, but this time, she wore no smile. She began to screech fiercely, "You uncouth man! How dare you do this twice?" Boom. Hong Li's head exploded again. Gu Qingfeng gently retracted his fist and calmly stated, 3 times. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. This time, Hong Li finally learned her lesson. She swiftly maneuvered her headless body away to a safe distance from Gu Qingfeng, and the black mist gathered, restoring her to her former state. This time, her eyes blazed with fury, yet she remained silent, instead waving her delicate hands. Instantly, a dense, rich black mist began to surge forth from her petite figure. Within moments, the mist enveloped the surroundings, plunging the world into darkness. Chapter 76. The Eerie Shadow Demon. Gu Qingfeng glanced around in astonishment, realizing that the room remained unchanged, though it appeared shrouded in a faint shadow. The subtle detachment of space led him to conclude that he was in the shadow domain. Was the exceedingly rare shadow domain deemed worthless by the 7 demon generals? As soon as the system alerted him to the attack from the shadow demon, Gu Qingfeng understood Hong Li's true identity. She was indeed the shadow demon, one of the 7 demon generals who had long sought to eliminate the second-in-command. The mirror demon's replication ability was already exceptionally formidable, yet it ranked 3rd. One could only imagine the prowess of the shadow demon. The prospect of facing an adversary even stronger heightened Gu Qingfeng's excitement. His previous expedition to Blackwater Village had yielded the most significant gains since his arrival in this realm, and he eagerly anticipated what rewards awaited him now against the shadow demon. As Gu Qingfeng pondered, the shadow demon, Hong Li, made her move. Without uttering a single word, She vanished from sight as if teleporting. Gu Qingfeng's pupils constricted in surprise, realizing the astonishing speed at which she moved, undetectable to the naked eye. Where could she be? Gu Qingfeng scanned his surroundings, unable to locate the shadow demon. Suddenly, his instincts screamed a warning. A faint killing intent emerged from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his blade, the Yinling knife slicing through the air toward his rear. The sensation of blade meeting flesh did not arrive. Instead, it felt as though he had pierced through empty air. Just as he contemplated changing tactics, a tremendous force struck him from behind. Bang! Gu Qingfeng took the hit squarely. Yet under the protection of his indestructible body, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, leaving him unscathed. At that moment, the system's cold notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host has been attacked by the shadow demon. Shadow attribute 100. Shadow attribute. Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, perplexed by its meaning. In the next instant, he swiftly turned to counterattack, but Hong Li grinned ominously, lightly tapping her toes against the ground. Her figure floated back several steps like willow catkins, narrowly evading his lethal strike aimed at her neck. Gu Qingfeng was not one to relent after a missed opportunity. He swiftly adjusted the angle of his Yinling knife, delivering a powerful downward slash. With a surge of force beneath him, he leaped forward like a springing leopard, his streamlined muscles tensing as he lunged toward Hong Li. Faced with the imminent threat of being cleaved in two, Hong Li maintained her composure. With a flick of her toes, she seemed to glide backward as if on wheels. Evading Gu Qingfeng's attack, one pursued, the other retreated, yet Hong Li's speed proved slightly superior. The blade brushed past her, forever maintaining that perilous centimeter of distance, preventing contact. Just as it seemed she would narrowly escape, Gu Qingfeng unexpectedly extended his unarmed left hand, forcefully striking the hilt of his right-hand blade. This single strike propelled the knife forward, extending its reach by yet another inch. Hong Li was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Gu Qingfeng to possess such a maneuver. She watched the lengthening blade, her pupils nearly narrowing to pinpricks. She exerted all her strength to retreat once more, but at that moment, she was caught in the limbo between expiring energy and the birth of new force, rendering her unable to move even an inch. Swish! The blade descended like a flash of lightning. In an instant, Hong Li's nose was cleaved in two down the middle, forming two nostrils while a deep gash, visible to the bone, marred her face. Yet, the gash bled not a drop. Instead, it swirled with an endless cascade of black shadows. Gu Qingfeng frowned. Could it be that you attained the position of second-in-command through some underhanded means? You seem inferior even to the mirror demon. Hong Li chuckled. Though her smile now appeared ghastly, her nose grotesquely bisected. Oh dear, it seems I've fallen short in my brother's eyes. Very well, let me reveal my true capabilities. With that, she extended her delicate hands before her face, grasping each half of her severed nose, and with a swift motion, she tore it apart like unzipping a zipper. What emerged was a visage cloaked in shadows, its features vaguely discernible yet obscured in critical areas. The sight of Hong Li in this form triggered Gu Qingfeng's childhood fears, reminiscent of the shadowy figure of a murderer in the anime Death Note. Prior to the case being solved, well, my dear brother, do you fancy my new appearance? The shadow demon cooed, though her voice had morphed into a twisted cacophony. A grotesque duet of a man and woman howling in tandem. Gu Qingfeng's face contorted in disgust, akin to having swallowed a fly. What are you, male or female? My dear brother, do you believe shadows have gender? Gu Qingfeng felt a wave of nausea, recalling the beautiful moments they had shared, beneath the flowers, under the moonlight. Toasting with wine, and dancing in the cool air, his stomach churned violently. You're finished, shadow demon. He was so revolted that he could hardly muster the desire to check his attributes, only wishing to slay the shadow demon with a single strike. Now he comprehended why the mirror demon had referred to the shadow demon as a fool. Had the shadow demon truly been a female spirit, the mirror demon would have undoubtedly called her a harlot, not a fool. One word: burning sun sword. Gu Qingfeng, fueled by rage, unleashed his most formidable technique. Wielding the upgraded wooden king's sword, and struck fiercely, the pale white line sliced through the air toward the shadow demon. To his astonishment, the shadow demon did not flinch or evade, instead waiting quietly for the sword's energy to reach her. In an instant, swish, the shadow demon was cleaved in half. Yet a shocking phenomenon occurred. The black mist coalesced around her waist, swiftly mending her form. Gu Qingfeng stared in disbelief, astonished that his most powerful strike had failed to inflict any harm on the shadow demon. Not only did the sword energy fail to wound her, but even the highly concentrated bone demon fire atop it could not scorch her. Chapter 77. Elementalization and infinite teleportation. Futile efforts. A sword cannot harm a shadow. Elementalization? The term suddenly erupted in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Unwilling to be defeated, he pointed his sword at the shadow demon and bellowed, "Greenwood prison dragon." Countless tendrils of black glossed vines surged forth, ensnaring the shadow demon. However, those vines all fell short, passing straight through the shadow demon as if traversing through mere shadows. Do you not understand? The shadow demon felt a resurgence of confidence, intoxicated by the certainty of its victory. I am but a shadow. Do you think there exists anything in this world that can harm a shadow? Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed deeper. Could it truly be, as the shadow demon claimed, that it was merely a mass of shadow, impervious to all physical and magical attacks? After all, shadows lack substance. How does one strike something that has no form? Neither spiritual weapons nor flames would suffice. If this were indeed the case, then the shadow demon's powers were exceedingly monstrous, able to completely disregard all assaults, surpassing even the copycat abilities of the mirror demon. Gu Qingfeng suddenly comprehended why the mirror demon could not defeat the shadow demon. It was immune to all forms of attack. Even if you replicated another shadow, what would it matter? The shadow demon could stand still and allow you to strike. For it knew that you could not kill it. It would simply wait for your shadow realm to collapse. After all, maintaining the shadow realm consumes energy. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng found himself curious about the ultimate abilities of the 7 demon generals. The mirror demon could replicate, while the shadow demon could elementalize and ignore attacks. These two were already formidable, yet they were overseen by a leader. The mirror demon's audacious nature only dared to vie for second place, not the top position, indicating a clear understanding within its heart of its own unworthiness. Thus, there lay above the 7 demon generals a singular, unified leader, the blood demon. What kind of monstrosity could this master possess? Of course, the most astonishing aspect was that such a congregation of aberrations had never triumphed over the righteous coalition led by the Demon-Suppression Division. Hence, humanity was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. Dear brother, I advise you to surrender. In this world, no one has yet been born who can slay me. Perhaps you could tell your sister how you can remain immune to my exquisite poison blood, and who knows? She might just leave you with a complete corpse. The shadow demon teased with a laugh. Gu Qingfeng chuckled in response. Isn't it a coincidence? There is yet to be a demon or monster born that can slay me. Oh, still boasting even when death is imminent? The shadow demon replied with a chilling smile. In the next moment, an eerie occurrence transpired. Gu Qingfeng suddenly sensed a murderous intent emanating from behind him. Yet, the shadow demon was still before his eyes. With audacity born from skill, he turned to investigate. To his astonishment, the source of the murderous intent was his own shadow. It appeared as if his shadow had come to life, wielding a shadow-crafted wooden sword that plunged fiercely into his chest. Ding! Host has been attacked by the shadow demon. Shadow attribute, 100. Is that all? Gu Qingfeng scoffed derisively, allowing his shadow to stab at him repeatedly, the notification ringing incessantly. A flicker of surprise crossed the shadow demon's eyes. Such formidable flesh. Is this your confidence? Then allow me to unleash this attack. Like before, the shadow demon's figure vanished in an instant, and even Gu Qingfeng's keen eyesight could not discern a trace. It was as if it had teleported. Shadow Blade. The shadow demon's sinister voice echoed from behind Gu Qingfeng. Clang. A dagger forged from shadow struck fiercely at his back, producing a metallic clash. Ding. Host has been attacked by the shadow demon. Shadow attribute, 1000. Congratulations, Host shadow attribute has surpassed its limit, gaining the ability Shadow Shift. With the notification sound, a torrent of information surged into Gu Qingfeng's mind, and upon comprehending it, he was filled with elation. Shadow Shift allows instantaneous movement between connected shadows. Upon obtaining this ability, Gu Qingfeng immediately understood how the shadow demon could appear behind him so swiftly. It utilized Shadow Shift. Since Gu Qingfeng possessed a shadow, the shadow demon could traverse to his position in an instant. This was the essence of Shadow Shift, akin to teleportation within shadows. But it bore a crucial condition. The shadows must be connected. For instance, if two individuals stood far apart with their shadows beneath their feet, disconnected, then Shadow Shift could not be executed. However, once the shadows were linked, one could instantly reach the other shadow through Shadow Shift. Realizing this, Gu Qingfeng suddenly paused. Wait, that's not right. Just moments ago, I was not close to the shadow demon, and my shadow could not have possibly connected with its own. How then did it appear behind me in an instant? Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng surveyed the shadows enveloping the room and instantly understood. This was the rule of the shadow demon's realm. The entire shadow realm was shrouded in darkness. This implied that the shadow demon could teleport infinitely within its own domain. No wonder it activated the shadow realm before striking. Unlike the mirror demon's realm, which was filled with intricacies, it merely cloaked everything with a layer of shadow. All of this was merely preparation for shadow shift. However, was it not a tad too overpowered for the shadow demon to disregard attacks and possess the ability to teleport infinitely within its own domain? Moreover, it seemed that shadows were merely darkness produced by objects obstructing light, correct? Would that not mean that all darkness is shadow? Infinite teleportation during the night? Qingfeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How did the Righteous League manage to win against such an overpowering opponent back in the day? After pondering for a moment, Qingfeng felt at ease. Infinite teleportation? I can do that too. Your flesh can withstand a blow from my shadow blade, which is comparable to a master-level strike. The shadow demon exclaimed in astonishment. For one whose escape attributes were maxed out, its greatest weakness lay in its insufficient attack power. The shadow blade was already its strongest attack, and due to its lack of offensive might, the shadow demon had developed a good habit of employing poison rather than engaging in direct confrontation. Yet now, its mightiest strike could not harm Qingfeng, causing it to feel a surge of retreat. Maintaining the shadow realm required energy, and it could not confine Qingfeng within its shadow realm indefinitely. Furthermore, they were in Wudong County, not far from the Demon-Suppression Division. The fluctuations of the shadow realm could easily attract attention from masters. Even though it was night, it could utilize shadow elementalization and shadow shift to escape, both of which held a fatal weakness, though 2 centuries had passed. It was possible that some knowledge of this weakness lingered. Having faced defeat once before, it had no desire to be ensnared again. As it contemplated, a strong urge to retreat surged within it. Qingfeng, sensing its intent to flee through his spiritual awareness, was immediately filled with indignation. It had just unveiled a shadow shift, and now sought to escape? Absolutely not. It seemed the time had come to test his acting skills. Suddenly, Qingfeng clutched his heart, feigning pain as he half-kneeled on the ground, his complexion pale and cold sweat streaming down his face. What a swift blade. Chapter 78. I, Qingfeng, shall call you the strongest. Qingfeng's sudden display of theatrics left the shadow demon momentarily stunned. It regarded him with a complex expression, as though to say, "Are you insulting my intelligence?" It thought, "That strike barely grazed your skin. Do I not know my own strength? We have no enmity. Why treat me as a fool?" Truly, the second-ranking being among the 7 demon generals, such prowess left me feeling inferior. Today, I, Qingfeng, shall proclaim you the strongest. As Qingfeng continued his charade, the shadow demon inexplicably felt a wave of embarrassment. Without a word, it turned and fled, utilizing shadow shift to vanish from Qingfeng's sight in an instant. The shadow realm dissipated, and the shadows within the room faded, colors returning to their vividness. Upon seeing the demon escape, Qingfeng erupted with fury. It was not the fact that the opponent had fled that angered him, but rather that the opponent had disregarded his masterful performance. Do you not understand the art of acting? If I allow you to escape today, I shall no longer bear the surname Gu. Qingfeng's face contorted into a grimace as he abruptly leapt through the window, his figure swiftly merging into the surrounding darkness. In the shadows, Qingfeng adeptly utilized his masterful soul force and spiritual awareness to lock onto the shifting position of the shadow demon, then activated his shadow step to pursue relentlessly. The shadow demon, employing its own technique, flitted seamlessly through the shadows of Wudong County, using the eve's darkness, the shadows of nearby trees, and the silhouettes of passers-by as its platforms. Within mere moments, the shadow demon had escaped Wudong County and ventured into the wilderness. In this open expanse, it thrived amidst the abundant trees, where the moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick foliage, allowing the shadows to coalesce into an unbroken tapestry. It darted through the forest, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Feeling secure at this distance, the shadow demon paused to rest. After all, this was merely a shadow clone. Its shadow energy significantly depleted from repeated uses of shadow step, which consumed not only shadow energy, but also soul force. The technique required soul force for precise positioning, much like running necessitates sight. Thus, the distance of 1's teleportation through shadow step was limited not only by the range of available shadows, but also by 1's soul force. If 1's soul force could only extend 500 meters, then one could only teleport that far. Just as the shadow demon rested, it suddenly sensed a disturbance in the fluctuations of shadow energy around it. How could this be? The shadow demon's kind was nearly extinct. Could there still be others of its kind in this world? It turned to the source of the disturbance and beheld a shadow materialize out of thin air. which then receded like a tide, revealing Gu Qingfeng's sinister grin. The shadow demon's expression shifted in disbelief. How could it be Gu Qingfeng? Who are you? Why can you also use Shadow Step? Are you of the Shadow Clan? The demon queried, panic lacing its voice. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you severely injured me moments ago. Why did you not finish the job, but instead chose to flee? The shadow demon, realizing the conversation was futile, turned to vanish into the darkness, attempting to teleport away once more. Gu Qingfeng's anger flared. He detested two types of individuals, those who chatter incessantly and those who dismiss his words. What does it mean when I speak and you turn your back in silence? Do you hold me in contempt? With a swift activation of Shadow Step, Gu Qingfeng, relying on his master-level soul force, teleported ahead of the shadow demon, blocking its path. The shadow demon, not to be outdone, moved deftly within the forest's shadows, changing direction over 100 times in a single second to shake off Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng strained to track the demon's position, but the rapid changes made it difficult to lock onto it. He felt as though he were swatting at a mosquito, waiting for it to land only to watch it dance in the air, eluding him effortlessly. Ultimately, Shadow Step was the shadow demon's forte, after centuries of mastery. It far surpassed Gu Qingfeng, a mere novice. Was he truly destined to forfeit his name today? Gu Qingfeng's frustration deepened. The fluctuations in shadow energy had dissipated, indicating that the shadow demon was hidden within the woods, seamlessly blending into the shadows, making it challenging to detect. Shadows were inherently adept at concealment. The shadow demon, aware of Gu Qingfeng's superior soul force, understood that if it relied solely on teleportation to escape, it would inevitably be caught. Additionally, the energy fluctuations from Shadow Step could be sensed by Gu Qingfeng, making it virtually impossible to evade him. Thus, the demon continually altered its direction to shake off Gu Qingfeng's tracking, knowing that in darkness, it reigned supreme in stealth. Gu Qingfeng was resolute in retaining his name. He tirelessly teleported through the woods in search of the shadow demon. After a prolonged period of fruitless searching, he found himself laughing in rage, standing amidst the trees. A sinister smile graced his face. Do you enjoy playing hide and seek? My dear sister, I hope you are well concealed, lest I find you. Ha ha ha. His eerie laughter echoed through the night forest, adding an unsettling aura to the surroundings. The shadow demon, concealed within the nearby shadows, felt an inexplicable surge of fear as it beheld the monstrous visage of Gu Qingfeng. It silently prayed not to be discovered, although it was merely a shadow clone. The original had infused considerable essence into it to test Gu Qingfeng. Should this clone perish, the original would also suffer grievous harm. Initially, the demon was unconcerned about Gu Qingfeng's ability to inflict damage, but upon realizing that he too possessed shadow energy, it was struck by panic, as powers of the same origin could harm each other. Years ago, when contending with the mirror demon for supremacy, its clone was capable of wounding it. If it had not activated its shadow domain and employed infinite teleportation to exhaust the mirror domain until it collapsed, it would have been the one to lose. Although both could teleport infinitely, their constant movements rendered them unable to harm each other, relying instead on who could maintain their shadow domain longer. Victory over the mirror demon was achieved solely through the advantages of the shadow domain, which, due to its peculiar rules, consumed less energy and lasted longer than the mirror domain. This was also the reason the mirror demon had never acknowledged its superiority, as the defeat was deeply frustrating. Could it be here? Gu Qingfeng suddenly rustled through a patch of grass. Yet, there was no one hidden within. Not here, he muttered as he turned to search elsewhere. Come out. He called again, but only met with emptiness. The shadow demon, observing Gu Qingfeng's approach, felt its heart racing, nearly leaping into its throat, despite lacking a heart. Finally, Gu Qingfeng arrived at the very shadows where the demon lay concealed. It was a grove of trees. A mere lift of the branches would reveal the pitch-black form beneath. At that moment, the shadow demon was on edge. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to part the branches, a faint rustle echoed nearby. Instantly, Gu Qingfeng activated Shadow Step, darting towards the sound. The shadow demon breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising its own cunning. The sound had been a trap it had set while fleeing. Manipulating the shadow of a wild rabbit to create a distraction, Gu Qingfeng had taken the bait. To ensure Gu Qingfeng did not return prematurely, the shadow demon lingered in place for a considerable time. Once it confirmed that Gu Qingfeng had not returned, it felt secure, knowing he was searching another area. The woods were expansive, and it was improbable for him to focus solely on one spot. Suddenly, the shadow demon made its move. Like a whisper of shadow, it glided silently away, sensing that the time was right for its escape. It feared that, Given Gu Qingfeng's peculiar nature, he might resort to setting the forest ablaze. However, just as it began to retreat, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Found you." The shadow demon froze in terror, turning abruptly to see Gu Qingfeng's pale face, obscured by mottled shadows, grinning at it from the depths of the dark forest. In that instant, the shadow demon felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, its mind blank and heart nearly stopping. Gazing at Gu Qingfeng's sinister smile, a horrifying thought surged through its mind. "I'm done for. I'm going to be devoured by a monster." No, wait, am I not the monster here? Help! Someone's going to eat the demon. Gu Qingfeng regarded the terrified shadow demon with an inward smirk, thinking to himself, "You thought your little schemes could deceive me? With over a decade of experience in film and television, I have encountered similar plot lines countless times. Whenever the antagonist is about to discover the protagonist, a small creature nearby invariably makes a noise, diverting the antagonist's attention. Do you think I would fall for such a ruse? Wait a moment, that's not right. Why do I seem to resemble a villain? It must be the work of that shadow demon. Surely it has given me some counterfeit liquor." The shadow demon paused momentarily, then hastily activated its ability to shift forms and began to flee. However, this time, Gu Qingfeng had gained experience and relentlessly pursued the shadow demon, providing it no opportunity to escape. The two engaged in a relentless chase, neither able to outmaneuver the other. Whenever Gu Qingfeng closed in on the shadow demon to strike, his attack speed could not compete with its teleportation, and often, by the time he raised his hand, the adversary had already vanished into thin air. They remained in a stalemate for quite some time, even engaging in conversation. Gu Qingfeng, continuing this pursuit is futile. We both possess the ability to shift forms. You should know that as long as I do not stop, you cannot capture me. It would be better to cease this chase. Gu Qingfeng understood that the shadow demon spoke the truth, and that prolonging this deadlock would ultimately be disadvantageous to him. For his power over shadows was indeed inferior to that of the shadow demon, and he was nearing depletion. Yet, how could Gu Qingfeng concede? He had previously declared that if he could not capture the shadow demon, he would not bear the surname Gu. A man of honor must fulfill his words. Today, he must vanquish the shadow demon. Thus, Gu Qingfeng pondered as he teleported, contemplating how to restrict the shadow demon's ability to shift forms. In that moment, he recalled the lessons from his 9 years of compulsory education regarding shadows. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. To counter the shifting ability, one must first dispel the shadow. Without shadows, the ability cannot be activated. But how to dispel shadows? Naturally, with light. Just as the sun casts no shadow, light is the greatest nemesis of darkness. With this realization, Gu Qingfeng gazed at the shadow demon and inquired, "Do you believe in light?" The shadow demon was taken aback, not comprehending his meaning. However, as Gu Qingfeng began to act, the shadow demon soon understood. Gu Qingfeng summoned the bone demon fire within him, which instantly enveloped his entire being. In that moment, he transformed into a figure radiating a ghastly white light. The white light swiftly dispelled a swath of darkness. Yet, this was not the end. Light alone was insufficient. Gu Qingfeng simultaneously activated his indestructible body, and a dazzling golden light erupted from him. The golden rays intertwined with the white fire, merging their hues into a magnificent golden flame, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng appeared as if he were a divine being descending to earth, ablaze with golden flames, akin to the sun casting away all shadows. The radiant golden light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the shadow demon, whose inky silhouette was rendered visible. And its shifting ability failed instantly. Note, the shadow demon is an independent entity, a living being, and cannot be dispersed by light. The shadow demon, alarmed, quickly darted towards the shadows cast by nearby trees. While the golden light dispelled much of the darkness, one must remember that light travels in straight lines, and shadows still lurked behind some trees. That was the shadow demon's lifeline. However, Gu Qingfeng, having finally disrupted the demon's ability to shift forms, would not permit it to slip back into the shadows. With a swift motion, he hurled a cluster of bone demon fire onto the escape route of the shadow demon, igniting the surrounding forest. The shadows were instantly consumed by flames. The shadow demon, realizing its predicament, quickly attempted to change direction, but Gu Qingfeng was quicker, launching multiple clusters of bone demon fire in all directions, setting the forest ablaze. Now, the shadow demon found itself with no avenue of escape. It glared at Gu Qingfeng with a grim expression. "Even if you block my retreat, what of it? As a shadow, I am immortal. You cannot slay me. Even with your own shadow power, it is of no consequence. I can sense that your shadow energy is nearly depleted. You lack the strength to kill me. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. I believe you have misunderstood. My intent in confining you is not to kill you. The shadow demon scoffed. Not to kill me? Then you seek information about the blood demon sect from me? Dream on. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. I have no interest in the blood demon sect. The shadow demon paused, seemingly contemplating something, and then angrily exclaimed, Then what do you want? I already informed you. There is but one vial of poison, and it is gone. A dark line appeared on Gu Qingfeng's forehead. Damn it. I know it's gone. I don't want the poison. What do you truly desire? To hit me. What? The shadow demon felt as if it had misheard. Hit me hard. As long as you give me a satisfying beating, I will let you go. What do you say? The shadow demon stared at Gu Qingfeng in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Why are you either chasing me for poison or begging me to hit you? Enough with the chatter. Will you hit me or not? Gu Qingfeng said impatiently. I will not hit you. What can you do about it? After all, you cannot kill me. The shadow demon declared smugly. Though it was unaware of Gu Qingfeng's unusual penchant for masochism, it was certain that satisfying the enemy's demands was out of the question. At this moment, it felt fortunate for the earlier chase had drained much of Gu Qingfeng's shadow energy, leaving him with insufficient power to threaten it. Gu Qingfeng, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. You truly are presumptuous, aren't you? Do you think my dwindling shadow energy means I cannot defeat you? The shadow demon confidently responded with a haughty sound. Gu Qingfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Do you know how much I relish seeing that confident look on your face? Just thinking about crushing that confidence beneath my heel fills me with delight. The shadow demon's heart sank. Gu Qingfeng's laughter sent a shiver down its spine. It recognized that laughter all too well. Many of their 7 fiends had laughed in such a manner while slaughtering humanity. Yet, the roles had now reversed. And this human's methods seemed far more ruthless than their own. It felt as if it, the true demon, was now akin to a human girl on the brink of being devoured. Stop putting on airs. Aside from the shadow energy that is shared with me, nothing in this world can harm me, the shadow demon attempted to assert. Gu Qingfeng's smile grew increasingly sinister. Oh? Is that so? Then why do you seem so anxious? I have always been curious. If you are truly just a shadow, then why does that shadow possess consciousness? Moreover, the ability to shift forms requires soul energy for positioning. Your use of this technique indicates you possess a soul. Wouldn't you agree with me, my dear sister? The shadow demon was instantly struck with shock. It had never anticipated that its weakness would be discovered by Gu Qingfeng. He was entirely correct. Rather than being merely a shadow, it was a life form with a form similar to that of a shadow, and all sentient beings possess a soul. The soul and light were its 2 greatest vulnerabilities. Though it trembled internally, the shadow demon maintained a calm facade, for it was, after all, merely a shadow, and its appearance mattered little. And what if I have a soul? Everything in this world that possesses intelligence has a soul. And do you know what that means? Having a soul means you can be killed. A confrontation of souls is far more perilous than one of flesh. A single misstep could lead to your annihilation. Do you dare to claim you have me at your mercy? Gu Qingfeng paid no heed to the shadow demon's justifications, instead embarking on his own analysis. First and foremost, your ability to shift shadows does not extend as far as mine, which sufficiently indicates that your soul is weaker than mine. Furthermore, your avatar, the red carp, is reputed for its dual illusionary charms, and although your techniques in illusion are commendable, their quality leaves much to be desired. This again highlights that your soul is your Achilles heel, prompting you to continuously hone your craft during your transformations. The shadow demon, indeed, exemplified a creature adept at evasion, and upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's analysis, realized that its vulnerabilities had been laid bare. Without further ado, it turned on its heels to flee. However, devoid of the protection of shadows and unable to utilize its shifting abilities, the shadow demon was not particularly swift. Observing this, Gu Qingfeng summoned all his strength, the wind beneath his feet surging forth with newfound velocity. In the blink of an eye, Gu Qingfeng's figure appeared directly before the fleeing shadow demon. The shadow demon cast a glance at Gu Qingfeng and felt a surge of dread. It attempted to retreat, but alas, it was too late. The moment of illusion commenced. With a soul force comparable to that of a master, Gu Qingfeng unleashed his illusion, and capitalizing on the shadow demon's momentary lapse of focus, he struck decisively. The shadow demon's south body froze in place, entrapped in a phantasmagorical realm. Within this illusion, Gu Qingfeng stood suspended in midair, conjuring myriad swords with his soul force. With a sweeping motion, a torrent of swords cascaded from the heavens, all aimed squarely at the shadow demon. The shadow demon flailed desperately to evade, but the sword rain enveloped the entire expanse, and countless ethereal blades pierced its form. With each strike, The shadow demon's ebony body grew increasingly translucent, its color waning. Qingfeng employed this method to annihilate the essence of the shadow demon. After the deluge of swords subsided, the shadow demon found itself grotesquely pinned to the ground by an array of blades, its form nearing transparency, and its life force dwindling. Qingfeng loomed above like a deity, surveying the pitiful creature that resembled a crawling insect. Strike me, or be struck down, your choice. The shadow demon, in a woeful manner, smiled faintly. Qingfeng, I concede this round. However, I must confess, this body is but a mere shadow of my true self. Your soul force may surpass that of my avatar, but it cannot overcome my true form. Ever since my defeat 2 centuries ago, do you know how I have spent these years? I have tirelessly refined my soul, rendering it no longer a weakness. Await my true self, for it shall seek vengeance upon you. Ah, so you have chosen the latter, Qingfeng interjected, raising his right hand and bellowing, come forth, swords. The multitude of swords on the ground, as if drawn by an unseen force, soared skyward, converging around Qingfeng's outstretched hand. Ultimately, the thousands of swords amalgamated into a colossal sword. With a single sweep of his hand, the titanic blade descended, obliterating the shadow demon into mere fragments. Thus, the illusion shattered. Outside the illusion, as the soul of the shadow demon's avatar was extinguished, the dark shadow that constituted its form began to dissipate, vanishing without a trace. Qingfeng gazed at the vanishing shadow in silence for a prolonged moment, then sighed, alas, you would rather perish than confront me. One might think you were a noble demon. Shaking his head, he executed the shifting technique and returned to the Tianxiang Tower. Upon his return, the Tianxiang Tower remained vibrant and lively, bustling with activity. As their battle unfolded within the Shadow Realm, no one outside had perceived it, aside from Qingfeng. None were aware that the second-ranked shadow demon among the 7 fiends was none other than the Red Carp. The revelers continued their merriment, while Wang Fatty and the others had vacated their private room to seek another. Yet, the hero who had vanquished the demon, Qingfeng, felt a touch of melancholy, for he had just slain what was meant to be a companion for the night. The most disheartening aspect was that he had spent money in the process. The more Qingfeng pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. In a fit of frustration, he kicked open the door to Wang Fatty's room. Wang Fatty, taken aback, trembled in shock, his ample flesh quivering. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he caught sight of Qingfeng's grave expression, which caused his heart to lurch. Lord Gu, what has transpired? Why do you bear such a somber demeanor? Wang Fatty hurriedly inquired. Get dressed immediately, Qingfeng commanded. The famed courtesan of the Tianxiang Tower, the Red Carp, is a manifestation of the shadow demon. I have exposed its true identity and vanquished it. I now suspect that remnants of the blood demon sect linger within the Tianxiang Tower. Inform everyone to seal off the entire establishment. What? Exclaimed Wang Fatty. Chapter 81. No loss in this encounter. Ultimately, all of Qingfeng's colleagues were roused, initiating the lockdown of the Tianxiang Tower. Chaos erupted within the establishment. What are you Town Demon Division hounds doing? I am the legitimate heir of the Leaf family. Release me at once. How could the gentle and lovely Red Carp possibly be a demon? Nonsense. Who is in charge here? Bring them forth. How dare you seal the Tianxiang Tower? Do you know who owns this place? Numerous guests clamored in discontent. Qingfeng turned to Wang Fatty and instructed, go to the Town Demon Division and notify Lord Li. Inform him that the Red Carp, the head courtesan of the Tianxiang Tower, is a manifestation of the shadow demon and request he bring personnel to investigate the remnants of the blood demon sect. Understood, Lord Gu, Wang Fatty replied, departing promptly. Qingfeng regarded the tumultuous crowd with a cold snort and stepped forward, commanding, silence. As he spoke, his masterful soul force radiated outward like ripples in water, enveloping the entire assembly with an overwhelming pressure akin to the sky itself collapsing. The crowd experienced an inexplicable sense of dread, struggling to breathe. In an instant, the Tianxiang Tower fell into silence. All eyes turned in reverence towards Qingfeng, their hearts trembling with fear. I am Qingfeng, an exorcist of the Town Demon Division. I received intelligence indicating that the head courtesan, the Red Carp, is suspected to be a demon. Thus, I have come incognito to investigate, and indeed, the Red Carp is not only a demon but also a manifestation of the shadow demon, one of the 7 fiends. Its true form has been unveiled and vanquished. I now suspect that remnants of the blood demon sect may still be hiding within the Tianxiang Tower. Do not act recklessly. Cooperate with the Town Demon Division's efforts. Anyone who dares to move otherwise will be deemed a partner of the demon and will be executed without mercy. Gu Qingfeng proclaimed with righteous authority. The assembly gasped in astonishment at Gu Qingfeng's declaration, murmuring among themselves. The seven fiends. They are still alive? The red carp is a manifestation of the shadow demon? How can this be? I believe it must be true. Did you not hear Lord Gu mention receiving intelligence early on? He came prepared to investigate, another guest remarked. If that is the case, then the Tianxiang Tower may indeed harbor remnants of the blood demon sect. Upon hearing this, many guests discreetly loosened their grips on the courtesans they had been embracing. Retreating a few steps back, Gu Qingfeng was quite pleased with the current reaction. His suspicions were not unfounded. Given that the head courtesan was a demon, it was plausible that there existed subordinates nearby to relay intelligence. The Tianxiang Tower, being a place rife with disorder, was undoubtedly an opportune locale for the blood demon sect to gather information. Thus, his actions were not driven by personal grievances or an intent to disrupt Wang Fatty and his companions' enjoyment. Rather, they were grounded in reason and duty, fulfilling the responsibilities of an exorcist. Before long, Li Qianren arrived with his team. Given the gravity of the situation involving the seven fiends, he naturally took the matter into his own hands. Gu Qingfeng recounted the events to Li Qianren in detail. Li Qianren concurred with Gu Qingfeng's assessment and commenced a thorough search of the entire Tianxiang Tower. During this process, they indeed uncovered 2 blood demon sect agents concealed within, serving as the shadow demoness subordinates and typically tasked with relaying information. In the presence of the masterful Li Qianren, these 2 agents posed no threat whatsoever and were swiftly apprehended for interrogation. With that, the Tianxiang Tower incident drew to a close. Gu Qingfeng departed without spending a single coin. As for why he incurred no costs, it was simply absurd. The diligent Gu Qingfeng was not present for revelry, but rather on official duty to hunt demons. Having refrained from charging the Tianxiang Tower with harboring demons and concealing illicit activities, it would be an affront to even consider demanding payment. Upon returning to the Demon-Suppression Division, Gu Qingfeng was rewarded with 10,000 merit points by Li Qianduan for his accomplishment in uncovering the demon threat and safeguarding the populace. Gu Qingfeng felt that today was not in vain. Although he did not wield a weapon in battle or gallop into the fray, he nonetheless indulged in a sumptuous feast and earned a significant reward. His only regret was that the Tianxiang Pavilion was closed for rectification due to the demon incident, leaving him to await another opportunity for free indulgence. While Gu Qingfeng felt no sense of loss, Wang Pengzi lamented his misfortune. Who could comprehend the agony of being abruptly interrupted by one's superior just as one was about to engage in a meaningful exchange? It was a shadow that would haunt him, requiring remedy to heal. Upon returning to his quarters, Gu Qingfeng found himself restless, unable to sleep despite several gulps of cold water that did little to quell his agitation. Ultimately, he resolved to forego sleep and instead divert his attention through cultivation. After all, there were no phones or games in this realm. Moreover, there were still numerous techniques he had yet to master, and procrastination was not an option. He had yet to practice the pure yang infinite skill, awaken his bloodline, or cultivate the vital essence needed for blood rebirth. The thought of these unfinished tasks ignited within him a sense of urgency akin to that of uncompleted summer homework. Sighing, he pondered when he last practiced. Gu Qingfeng scratched his head, unable to recall. He then retrieved the pure yang infinite skill and began to study it. With his remarkable memory, he committed the skill to memory in the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Thanks to the clarity of his mind and a surge of comprehension from his formidable soul power, he quickly grasped the intricacies of the pure yang infinite skill. It was worth noting that since the pure yang infinite skill was an advanced version of the pure yang skill, Gu Qingfeng already possessed a foundation, making it easier to learn. After comprehending the technique, he proceeded to the medicinal phase. Gu Qingfeng extracted a vial of Peiyuan pills from a different dimension, examined it disdainfully, and promptly discarded it, opting instead for a superior Jinyuan pill. As the Jinyuan pill entered his stomach, a wave of extraordinary warmth surged within him, invigorating his spirit. Undeniably, the Jinyuan pill was far more potent than the Peiyuan pill. The latter's efficacy was akin to a dam breaking, releasing its power all at once, while the Jinyuan pill, though stronger, was gentle and flowing like a meandering stream, nourishing his being continuously and subtly, spreading throughout his limbs. As the soothing medicinal energy permeated his muscles, Gu Qingfeng felt as if countless cells within were rejoicing, awakening a surge of vibrant energy. With the aid of his inner vision, he could distinctly observe the medicinal energy flowing like water, and he quickly began to circulate the pure yang infinite skill, guiding the energy to transform it gradually into infinite vital energy. Chapter 82. Awakening of the bloodline. Time flowed like water, and 3 days swiftly passed. This marked the longest period of cultivation Gu Qingfeng had ever undertaken. After 3 days of diligent practice, he finally reached the 5th level of Qi gathering. Moreover, it was not merely an ordinary 5th level. Having transitioned to the pure yang infinite skill, all his pure yang energy was transformed into infinite energy, significantly enhancing its quality. He had been on the cusp of achieving the 5th level, but this time, rather than recklessly breaking through, he solidified his foundation, revisiting the 1st through 4th levels of Qi gathering, effectively reinforcing his base. If his previous foundation was the pure yang skill, it had now been entirely replaced by the pure yang infinite skill. In terms of raw power, even without accounting for the abilities granted by the system, Gu Qingfeng, at the 5th level of Qi gathering, could easily challenge 6th level warriors, marking a substantial qualitative leap. It is noteworthy that during these 3 days, Gu Qingfeng was not solely engaged in cultivation. A small twist of fate occurred. An imperial edict arrived, bestowing upon him a hereditary baron title along with a chest of gold and jewels. In the Dynasty, titles ranged from duke to marquis, count, viscount, and baron. Although baron was the lowest title, it nonetheless firmly placed him within the ranks of nobility, and being hereditary meant that his sons could inherit his title. With the arrival of the edict, Gu Qingfeng's deeds became the talk of the entire Wudong County. His unprecedented achievement of vanquishing 7 demon generals at the 4th level of body refinement spreading like wildfire. His renowned sword, and tales of his exploits echoed through the streets, brothels, and taverns alike. However, the legends circulating within Wudong County were merely simplified versions of what Li Qianduan had originally recounted. The essence was that the mirror demon's weakness lay in external martial arts, and since Gu Qingfeng excelled in such techniques, he triumphed over the demon. The aspect of his soul talent, whether intentionally concealed by Li Qianduan or not, remained largely unknown, with only a select few privy to this information. Thus, the public believed that Gu Qingfeng had defeated the mirror demon purely through external martial prowess, provoking envy and resentment among many who thought to themselves that they could achieve the same. Amidst the swirling rumors, Gu Qingfeng remained unfazed, continuing his seclusion. However, he was not engaged in cultivation, but rather in the awakening of his bloodline. Gu Qingfeng was intensely curious about the extraordinary figures that may have graced his ancestry and what bloodline he might awaken. In this life, he was an orphan, thus unable to glean any insights from the memories of his predecessor regarding his ancestor's glory or the hidden bloodline within him. He would only discover these truths upon awakening. To this end, Gu Qingfeng devoted an entire hour to concocting a medicinal bath specifically designed to stimulate the power of his bloodline. Awakening a bloodline was no trivial matter. First, the concentration of one's bloodline had to reach a level sufficient for awakening, followed by external stimulation to facilitate the process. Fortunately, with the support of the blood god and his ample merit points, Gu Qingfeng easily acquired ancient texts detailing the awakening of bloodlines, along with the necessary materials. Following the prescribed methods, he prepared a tub of the medicinal bath. The bathwater took on a faint crimson hue, resembling a pool of blood, yet, upon closer inspection, it bore no trace of a bloody odor, only a rich and fragrant herbal scent wafting through the air. Understanding the task at hand, he swiftly disrobed and immersed himself in the medicinal bath. As the blood-colored liquid enveloped him, Gu Qingfeng immediately felt waves of heat radiating from his skin. He promptly followed the ancient text instructions, intertwining his hands to form a peculiar seal, closing his eyes and breathing rhythmically as he endeavored to absorb the medicinal energy to stimulate his bloodline. Time flowed like water, gently drifting by. Gu Qingfeng's chest rose and fell with a unique rhythm in his breathing, and with each inhale and exhale, the blood-colored liquid in the basin gradually released a faint stream of energy. This energy, tinged with crimson, rose like steam and ultimately entered his body with each breath. As the energy flowed into him, Gu Qingfeng's handsome visage seemed illuminated, radiating a luster akin to warm jade. Under the influence of the medicinal power, his bloodline began to seethe like boiling water, intensifying as time passed. Gradually, the bloodline reached a critical point. Gu Qingfeng understood that success or failure hinged upon this moment. He concentrated his spirit and energy, fully absorbing the medicinal liquid. The blood-colored liquid coursed through his skin, seeping into his pores, flowing within him, and merging with his bloodline, hastening its boiling. The blood-red liquid visibly lightened in color as its medicinal power was consumed. When it completely faded, transforming into a basin of clear water, Gu Qingfeng's bloodline finally reached its boiling point. Boom! A deep, majestic dragon roar resonated within him. At that moment, It felt as though Gu Qingfeng's entire bloodline had ignited, erupting violently as countless life forces coalesced into the form of a two-clawed black dragon within his body. Gu Qingfeng abruptly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light erupted from his dark pupils. As he moved, the black dragon within him also stirred, its eyes wide open. After the black dragon opened its eyes, it began to roam within Gu Qingfeng's body like a sentinel surveying its territory, traversing through the meridians. Wherever it went, the meridians widened, muscles tightened, and blood surged fervently. Empowered by this force, Gu Qingfeng distinctly felt his strength, physique, and even his cultivation aptitude growing. However, the growth was minimal due to his already formidable indestructible body, which had a high ceiling. It was in the aspects of strength and cultivation aptitude that he experienced rapid enhancement. Although he felt as if he possessed the might of 1,000 oxen and tigers, it still felt rather rudimentary. After a stick of incense burned down, the black dragon seemed to exhaust its energy, dissipating within Gu Qingfeng's body with a resounding crash. With a beaming expression, Gu Qingfeng rose from the wooden basin, reveling in his remarkable transformation and the immense surge in strength, quietly rejoicing that this experience was indeed profitable, even a windfall. My bloodline is that of such an imposing black dragon. Could it be that my identity as a descendant of the dragon is applicable even in this other world? Gu Qingfeng muttered excitedly to himself. However, he soon pondered, but why does this black dragon have only 2 claws? Shouldn't it have 4? Feeling perplexed, Gu Qingfeng inquired with the system. The bloodline awakened is that of a flood dragon, not a true dragon, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng felt instantly deflated. Darn, it's a whole tier below. No wonder it has only 2 claws and appears less imposing. True dragons possess 4 claws. He lamented for a while, feeling that even his identity had depreciated after crossing over. Yet, moments later, Gu Qingfeng suddenly contemplated a grave question. System, does the flood dragon count as a demon? Indeed, the system coldly responded. Chapter 83. Demon Bloodline. Gu Qingfeng was instantly elated. If the flood dragon counts as a demon, does that mean I, with the flood dragon bloodline, am no longer considered human? Am I also a demon? Does that imply I can strengthen myself by battling my own kind? Host, you are merely a human possessing a partial flood dragon bloodline. Humans are inherently frail. Thus your bloodline is also weak. However, weakness has its advantages. It signifies a lack of aggression, greater compatibility, and enhanced plasticity, allowing for the fusion and absorption of other bloodlines, effectively compensating for shortcomings. The flood dragon bloodline within you likely stems from an ancestor who once consumed the blood of a flood dragon and survived, thus inheriting its bloodline. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Gu Qingfeng felt as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. I was hoping to escape humanity. Alas, what use is this flood dragon bloodline? Beyond enhancing my aptitude and strength, it seems to hold no further mystical qualities. Host, your flood dragon bloodline has only partially awakened. Consequently, you currently possess only the power of the flood dragon. As the concentration of your bloodline increases, you will gain additional abilities. With this, Gu Qingfeng understood that his bloodline could undergo multiple awakenings. However, the concentration of his bloodline relied entirely on the friendship sponsorship of the blood god child, implying that future enhancements would necessitate the continued collection of blood god children. It seemed he had irrevocably clashed with the blood demon sect. In his musings, Gu Qingfeng recalled another matter. The so-called awakening of the bloodline was, in fact, the awakening of a demon bloodline. He had initially thought it was the bloodline of humanity. This added an intriguing twist. First, the bloodline was inherited from ancestors, indicating that he was not the sole possessor of a demon bloodline. Moreover, the existence of ancient texts recording bloodline awakenings in the Demon-Suppression Division suggested that such awakenings had been known for a long time. This meant that within the Great Yin Dynasty, there were likely others with awakened demon bloodlines, and these individuals were presumably permitted to exist. Otherwise, the text would have been banned long ago. These individuals, endowed with demon bloodlines, would undoubtedly possess extraordinary innate talents, far surpassing their peers in strength. Utilizing such abilities, they might occupy high positions within the Great Yin Dynasty, perhaps even within the royal family. Contemplating this, Gu Qingfeng suddenly understood why the blood demon had been so powerful, and why the 7 demon generals were exceptionally formidable, yet could still be defeated by the righteous alliance led by the Demon-Suppression Division. The answer likely lay with these bloodline awakeners. It truly exemplified the saying, teaching demons their own skills to subdue them. As Gu Qingfeng's mind raced with thoughts, concurrently, in the Great Yin Dynasty, within the ancestral hall of the Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families, An elderly man on the brink of death suddenly opened his murky eyes. He flipped his palm, revealing a blood-red orb. With his withered, bark-like hand, he meticulously rubbed the crimson orb, which immediately emitted a beam of blood light, soaring into the sky, pointing eastward. The old man squinted through his murky eyes, carefully discerning the blood light for a moment before waving his hand to disperse it. "Fetch the clan leader," he commanded in a low, hoarse voice. "Yes, ancestor," a voice echoed from the seemingly empty room. Moments later, a stern-faced middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, appeared before the elder. "Ancestor, you summon me?" "Indeed." The elder nodded slightly, tossing the blood-red orb into the hands of the middle-aged man. "The blood orb has reacted. The source of the disturbance lies 5,000 miles eastward. It appears that a descendant of our family has awakened the dragon god bloodline. Although the awakening level is low, the dragon god bloodline must not roam free. Send someone to bring him back." "Yes, ancestor," the middle-aged man replied respectfully. 5,000 miles eastward, likely within the boundaries of Wudong County. It seems to be a remnant of the Sin blood lineage. I never expected that after all this time, they still exist, and that someone has awakened their bloodline independently without the family's assistance. They must possess some talent, albeit at a low level. If this individual were born into the family, they might have awakened to a medium level. There's nothing to lament, as a remnant of the Sin blood lineage. Having the opportunity to return to the family now is a tremendous blessing. "Very well, you may go." "Yes, ancestor." Having awakened his bloodline, Qingfeng donned his clothes and began his final task, to cultivate his primordial essence blood, preparing for his rebirth through blood. Once he successfully cultivated the primordial essence blood, it would be akin to gaining an additional life, an irresistible temptation for anyone. Moreover, Qingfeng had already decided where to hide it most securely, in the otherworldly space. A realm uniquely belonging to him, undeniably the safest place, free from the fear of discovery. Should he truly perish, he could revive in that space, enduring the period of weakness and peace. With determination, Qingfeng commenced the gathering of his blood energy to refine the primordial essence blood. The process was excruciatingly painful. Continuously extracting the essence of his vitality, only a significant amount of this essence could yield a single drop of primordial essence blood. It felt as though someone were incessantly siphoning his blood. As time passed, Qingfeng's complexion grew increasingly pale, the color of blood draining from his face. As most of his vitality was devoted to refining the primordial essence blood, fortunately, his robust physique enabled him to withstand the strain. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have succumbed to excessive blood loss by now. Primordial essence blood was not something typically achievable at the body refinement stage. Only Qingfeng, as an anomaly, could forcefully condense it at the outset of his cultivation. After an hour, he finally completed the refinement of his primordial essence blood and stored it in the otherworldly space. Having accomplished all this, Qingfeng appeared ghostly pale, as if he had been deprived of life for 3 days and nights. He hastily retrieved some blood-replenishing elixirs and swallowed them, feeling a slight restoration of color on his face moments later. "Damn it, just one drop of primordial essence blood almost cost me half my life. That blood demon actually has 36 drops. What a beast." At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Gu Darren. It was the voice of Wang Pengzi. "Come in," Qingfeng replied weakly. Wang Pengzi pushed the door open and, upon seeing Qingfeng's pale complexion, was immediately alarmed, quickly asking, "Gu Darren, didn't you say you were in seclusion for cultivation? Why do you look like this?" Exhausted from cultivation, Qingfeng replied wearily. Qingfeng, weary of exerting himself to speak, casually fabricated a reason. Wang Pengzi was no fool. He had practiced cultivation and understood that it was impossible to be exhausted to such an extent. The pallor of Qingfeng's face did not appear to stem from cultivation fatigue, but rather from indulgence. Suddenly, Wang Pengzi recalled the reason. After their visit to Tianxiang Tower, everyone had returned with a fire in their hearts, necessitating some form of release. He himself had indulged several times. But what of Qingfeng, who had locked himself away for 3 days? How many times had he indulged? Was he perpetually in a state of indulgence? Truly, he was remarkable. Wang Pengzi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Qingfeng's formidable combat prowess. "Hey, Wang Pengzi, what on earth are you doing here?" Qingfeng inquired, noticing Wang Pengzi's odd expression and prolonged silence. "Oh, Lord Gu, I am here to inform you that you are to report to Yinxian County. Lord, he is quite displeased with your prolonged absence from duty and has requested your immediate presence," Wang Pengzi replied. "Displeased, is he?" Qingfeng scoffed with derision. "That old fool must be upset for not receiving any credit." Indeed, The merit for slaying the mirror demon had not been shared with He Fenghua, as when Gu Qingfeng and his companions reported their findings to Li Qianduan, they had not mentioned He Fenghua at all. The entire credit for the mirror demon fell to Gu Qingfeng and his two companions, with Gu Qingfeng reaping the lion's share, while Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi also earned several thousand merit points, originally at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Both had advanced to the 9th level after exchanging merit points for cultivation pills over the past 3 days. Chapter 84. A month's salary penalty. Wang Pengzi offered a sheepish smile, refraining from joining Gu Qingfeng in his complaints, as he felt insignificant amidst the affairs of two high-ranking demon slayers. Lord Gu, when shall we set off? Set off? Let him wait. I intend to sleep, Gu Qingfeng declared, reclining on his bed with no intention of rising. Wang Pengzi, caught in a dilemma, urged, Lord Gu, this is quite serious. You should hurry and get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. If there's anything, let that old fool come find me, Gu Qingfeng retorted, shutting his eyes to rest. The following day, warm sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, casting delicate specks of light upon Gu Qingfeng's handsome face. Feeling a tickle in his nose, he sneezed and gradually awakened from his slumber. Ah, what a delightful sleep. He sprang up from bed, his previously pale complexion now restored to its rosy hue. This rapid recovery was attributed to both his formidable physique and the efficacy of the elixirs he had exchanged for with his accumulated merit points. With his extensive collection of potions rivaling that of a small sect, he was indeed a walking pharmacy. Should anyone manage to rob him, they would undoubtedly become wealthy overnight. As he prepared to open the door for fresh air, a knock resonated once more. Without needing to open the door, he could sense who awaited him outside. Wang Pengzi, what brings you here so early? Gu Qingfeng asked, his tone less than cordial. Wang Pengzi hurriedly entered, panic etched on his face. Lord Gu, it's terrible news. Lord, he has reported you to the Law Enforcement Hall for your extended absence from duty. The Law Enforcement Hall. Gu Qingfeng paused, then erupted in anger. Damn it. That old dog. At his age, he still resorts to petty reporting? Despite his anger, Gu Qingfeng remained unperturbed, knowing that Li Qianduan had ulterior motives. Before the matter of the Jade Dragon secret realm was resolved, Li Qianduan would undoubtedly protect him, ensuring the Law Enforcement Hall would not dare to act against him. What did the Law Enforcement Hall say? They haven't come to arrest me, have they? Wang Pengzi cautiously glanced at Gu Qingfeng, seemingly apprehensive. And no, they haven't come. It's just what? Don't stammer. Gu Qingfeng glared at him. Wang Pengzi, startled, quickly revealed, they've only penalized you a month's salary. What? Gu Qingfeng's expression changed dramatically, rage boiling within him. A month's salary? There are 12 months in a year, and just like that, I've lost 1/12 of my earnings? That old dog I'll never forgive him. Come on, Wang Pengzi. To Inxian County. With a sudden leap from his bed, Gu Qingfeng dressed hastily and dragged Wang Pengzi along. Wang Pengzi, observing Gu Qingfeng's fury, thought to himself, I knew I shouldn't have mentioned money to Lord Gu. After all, the 7 demons of Heishui village were annihilated over just a couple of coins, and during the banquet at Tianxiang Tower, Lord Gu didn't spend a single penny, even while taking down a 7-demon-s avatar. Now, because of Lord he's lost a month's salary. Poor Lord has no idea how dire his situation will be. Accompanied by Wang Pengzi, Gu Qingfeng also summoned Su Daizi, and the trio hastened toward Inxian County. Upon arriving at the local branch of the Demon-Suppression Bureau, Gu Qingfeng entered to find He Fenghua seated at the head of the hall, flanked by 4 yellow-ranked demon slayers, including Wang Shu and Cui Zimo, evidently in a meeting. Gu Qingfeng's initially furious demeanor transformed into one of levity and ease as he entered the hall. Those familiar with Zhuan knew that one must never display anger. To do so would leave one vulnerable. Even if one's inner thoughts were tumultuous, one must maintain a cheerful exterior. Gu Qingfeng strode confidently into the hall, accompanied by Wang Pengzi and Su Daizi. The warriors present, having noticed their arrival, watched with complex expressions. They had never expected that Gu Qingfeng, the one with the lowest cultivation level, would ascend to become a yellow-ranked demon slayer in just a few days. Now their superior. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and admiration. He Fenghua remained silent, glaring at Gu Qingfeng with an air of authority, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. However, Gu Qingfeng, undeterred by their scrutinizing gazes, broke the ice with a casual remark that nearly left He Fenghua speechless. Ah, old holding a meeting, are we? Gu Qingfeng greeted with a smile, as if encountering an old friend. Old the words hung in the air, causing the yellow-ranked demon slayers to exchange bewildered glances at the now darkened face of He Fenghua. He Fenghua felt a rush of blood to his head at the term old and bellowed, preposterous. You ought to address me as Lord He. Lord? What lord? Gu Qingfeng feigned indifference, digging into his ear before blowing lightly into his palm. We're of equal rank. If I were to call you Lord He, then you should call me Lord Gu in return. You. He Fenghua nearly cursed but restrained himself, aware of the many subordinates present. He could only suppress his fury, stating, I am the commander of the Inxian County Demon-Suppression Bureau, and you are merely my deputy. By all accounts, you should refer to me as such. Upon hearing He Fenghua invoke rank to demean him, Gu Qingfeng scoffed dismissively, spare me. You only became a yellow-ranked demon slayer in your 40s, while I am yet to reach 20 and already stand at your level. Who knows, in a few years, I may even reach earth or heaven levels. By then, even if you call me Lord, I may not deign to respond. Wouldn't you agree, old He? If you do not treat me with respect today, you won't be able to keep up tomorrow. You. He Fenghua struggled to find words, his heart filled with indignation, yet powerless to counter. The truth stung. He had indeed only become a yellow-ranked demon slayer in his 40s, while Gu Qingfeng had achieved so much at a young age. Seeing He Fenghua at a loss for words, Gu Qingfeng seized the moment, relishing his position. What is the matter, old He? At your age? You still stoop to reporting behind my back to get the law enforcement hall to impose a month's salary penalty? Do you think I am someone who cares about such trifles? To be frank, I initially cared about this matter. However, fortune smiled upon me a few days ago, and I unexpectedly found over 20,000 taels of silver. With such wealth, what does a mere monthly salary amount to? Alas, tell me, old He, which fool is so inept as to lose over 20,000 taels of silver? Upon hearing the sum, He Fenghua's composure shattered instantly. That represented the most significant hurdle in his life, one he had painstakingly overcome, only to have it resurrected by Gu Qingfeng. Ah, that silver was mine. It was all mine. He screamed internally, yet dared not voice his thoughts in public, for he understood Gu Qingfeng's character. Should he utter a word, Gu Qingfeng would not hesitate to expose his past misdeeds. Poor He Fenghua, who had finally managed to bury the memories of his past, now found the scars reopened by Gu Qingfeng. That wealth constituted his entire fortune. After much effort, he had ascended to the position of an exorcist of the profound tier, and much of that silver had been gifted to him as flattery, while some had come as tribute from Inshur County. He had yet to fully grasp it, and now it was all taken away by Gu Qingfeng. An all too familiar sensation washed over him, causing his vision to darken and his throat to taste of blood. Thanks to his previous experiences, He Fenghua quickly channeled his internal energy, relying on his formidable cultivation to suppress the surge of blood in his throat. Today, all the official exorcists of Inshur County were present, and He Fenghua was a man of pride. If he were to spit blood in such a public setting, where would his dignity reside thereafter? Once his emotions stabilized, he realized that Gu Qingfeng was sharp-tongued and quick-witted. He could no longer afford to engage him directly and would need to devise another strategy. As thoughts swirled in his mind, He Fenghua deftly shifted the topic. Enough of this. Today marks the formal assembly to discuss the exorcism tasks of Inshur County. Let us not speak of anything else. Please take your seats promptly. Having spoken, He Fenghua hurriedly turned to the matter at hand, fearing Gu Qingfeng would interject. As your newly appointed official in Inshur County, I acknowledge that while the region enjoys stability, the lurking demons are cunning, and we must remain vigilant. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to delineate specific responsibilities and strategize our defenses. On the side, Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of disappointment when He Fenghua did not succumb to his provocation. Following that, a monotonous stream of official jargon ensued, reminiscent of long, tedious speeches. After a lengthy discourse, He Fenghua finally reached the crux of the matter. Gu Qingfeng, you have now been promoted to exorcist of the profound tier, and as the village of Heishui has been eradicated, your responsibilities will shift accordingly. Gu Qingfeng's spirit soared. The last time He Fenghua assigned duties, he had received a lavish package concerning the 7 demon generals of Heishui village. What surprises awaited him this time? He Fenghua continued, with greater rank comes greater responsibility. After careful consideration, I have decided to appoint you as the overseer of all exorcism matters in Inshur County. What an astonishing turn of events. The entire exorcism duties of Inshur County? Had He Fenghua truly lost his mind and begun to relinquish power? Old He, if I am in charge of all exorcism matters in Inshur County, what will you be doing? He Fenghua disregarded Gu Qingfeng's informal address, maintaining a serious demeanor. I will naturally be responsible for coordination, planning, and strategic deployment. Ah, Gu Qingfeng realized, so you will do nothing at all. He Fenghua glared at him, nearly cursing aloud. Clearing his throat tactically, He Fenghua pressed on. Do you think that coordination, planning, and strategy imply inaction? Let me ask you, What will you do when confronted with formidable demons? Is it not necessary to deploy troops, devise strategies, and ensure that each exorcist is adequately supported with the required resources, such as the evil-slaying sword and vermilion talismans? What if? Enough. When faced with demons, one simply charges forth. No need for such complexity. Qingfeng interjected. Charge forth? Do you think slaying demons is child's play? Demons are vicious and cunning. What will you do when you encounter one that is immensely powerful? Impulsive recklessness will only lead to disaster. Qingfeng countered. I recall that when facing the 7 demon generals, I did not find it so challenging. I charged in and defeated them without hesitation. Are you suggesting that the demons you speak of are stronger than the 7 demon generals? Qingfeng fell silent. Realizing a fundamental truth, engaging in lengthy discussions with Qingfeng was futile unless one possessed a robust heart. Turning away from Qingfeng's infuriating visage, he addressed the others. Do you all understand my arrangements? From now on, all incidents involving demons in your respective areas must be reported to Qingfeng, who will assume full responsibility. Yes, Lord He, the others replied in unison. Very well, this concludes our meeting for today. You may disperse. Qingfeng concluded, leaving no room for Qingfeng to utter another word before swiftly departing. The others followed suit, scattering in various directions. Qingfeng observed their retreating figures, deep in thought. He comprehended Qingfeng's intent. On the surface, it appeared that he had granted him authority, but in reality, it was a hot potato. Full responsibility not only entailed power, but also significant accountability. Should any issues arise, the burden of responsibility would rest solely on him. Managing all of Inshur County's demons posed a daunting challenge. If he encountered insurmountable difficulties or multiple incidents occurred simultaneously, he would inevitably face the fallout. In such a scenario, Qingfeng would merely need to step in and capitalize on the situation, allowing their abilities to be measured against one another in the eyes of outsiders. What a cunning scheme, particularly since Qingfeng had also calculated the psychology of the 4 yellow-tier exorcists, entrusting them to Qingfeng. However, the question remained, would these individuals heed the orders of a mere gathering chi practitioner, especially one who had fortuitously ascended to the rank of exorcist of the profound tier alongside them? Human nature is unpredictable and often ungrateful. Qingfeng could easily surmise that these individuals would likely feign compliance while secretly undermining him. Power is not derived from authority alone, but from the willingness of others to follow. The more individuals who heed your commands, the greater your power becomes. When everyone is aligned with you, you become the sovereign. If the 4 yellow-tier exorcists do not heed his authority, it signifies a lack of power, whilst he bears the full weight of responsibility for Inshur County. This predicament reminded Qingfeng of a story he had heard in his previous life. In a certain company, 3 interns, A, B, and C, were under the supervision of a manager who sought to dismiss A for various reasons, but could not find just cause due to A's diligent work ethic. Thus, the manager devised a subtle scheme. He initially expressed admiration for A and verbally appointed him as the group leader among the 3 interns to oversee B and C. As new interns, B and C naturally resented A's unearned authority. The manager then assigned a multitude of tasks to the group leader, tasks that one individual could not possibly complete alone. Consequently, A had to instruct B and C, who felt justified in resisting their leader's commands, leading to a lack of task completion. The manager would then criticize A, who would inevitably blame B and C. However, the manager would retort, "You are the group leader. This task is assigned to your group. If your group fails to deliver, you must bear the primary responsibility." After enduring such reprimands, A's relationship with B and C soured, and as the manager continued to issue tasks, the situation only worsened. Over time, A could no longer tolerate the hostility and resigned. The manager, having incurred no blame, effortlessly eliminated A from the team. This little tale bears a striking resemblance to Qingfeng's current maneuvers. Yet, regrettably, Qingfeng is not A. He was rather eager for the area under his responsibility to be as vast as possible, for that would mean an abundance of demons. Additionally, he did not wish for the other yellow-ranked exorcists to assist him, as he relished the opportunity to endure the demon's blows alone, fearing the negative impression it might cast upon him if others witnessed his struggles. Although Qingfeng's well-intentioned meddling had inadvertently aided Qingfeng significantly, Qingfeng was a man of gratitude, and such kindness must be repaid. Old he just you wait. Chapter 86. My friend's skin wasn't this pale even after 3 days of death. Fat Wong, Su Daisy. You two are tasked with retrieving the recent demon case files from Inxian County for me. Qingfeng commanded his 2 subordinates. Lord Gu, what are you planning to do? Fat Wong scratched his head in confusion. I am preparing a surprise for old he. Enough chatter, hurry along. Before long, the two returned with a hefty volume of files. Lord Gu, this is the demon case file for this year, detailing all the anomalies and demon-related incidents in Inxian County. Very well, set it aside. You two may resume your duties and do not disturb me, Gu Qingfeng instructed, immersing himself in the documents. He began to sift through the records, specifically searching for unresolved demon incidents with clear leads. To him, confronting demons was not a source of fear. Rather, he dreaded the ones that concealed themselves and eluded discovery. Thus, he prioritized those that were easier to locate. Gu Qingfeng flipped through the files with remarkable speed, his keen senses and photographic memory allowing him to process information at an astonishing rate, akin to a camera capturing an image. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, he had perused the entire volume. At last, he had a clearer understanding. The eligible demon incidents were scarce. This did not imply a lack of demons, but rather that those easily found were few. There were only a handful. For instance, in the northern outskirts of Inxian County, an ancient mansion of considerable size was frequently reported in desolate areas. The architecture appeared to be from a century ago, and there were accounts of passers-by who wandered inside, never to emerge again. Their families searched in vain, unable to locate the mansion, which seemed to vanish from existence, appearing sporadically. Additionally, in the southern part of Inxian County, during the witching hour, one could occasionally hear the sounds of joyous wedding celebrations. Even the bold dared to sneak a peek, only to witness a procession of bearers carrying a red bridal sedan chair, accompanied by a matchmaker. The peculiar aspect was that no sane person would choose to conduct a wedding at such a late hour. Furthermore, in Qingshi Town, a subordinate of Inxian County, there lay a deep, frigid pond, the depths of which were unfathomable. It was rumored that many years ago, a woman of ill repute drowned there after being caught in an affair. Since that time, the water had grown increasingly cold, and any child who ventured to play nearby would be seized by a water ghost. Exorcists had previously ventured to investigate, but returned empty-handed due to the pond's depth. Gu Qingfeng mentally organized these cases that met his criteria and ultimately settled on one, the water ghost in Qingshi Town. This was the easiest demon to locate, as it did not appear intermittently like the mansion, nor did it have a fixed position like the ghostly wedding. The pond's location was certain, and it was clear that something was amiss within. However, due to the pond's depth, exorcists had given up, with some suggesting that to confront the water ghost, one must first drain the pond, a daunting task that was nearly impossible. Yet for Gu Qingfeng, this was a trifling matter. Possessing exceptional spiritual awareness and mastery-level soul power, finding the water ghost would be effortlessly simple. His urgency in pursuing the demon was, of course, to surprise He Fenghua. You wish to play tricks on me? Then I shall turn the tables and let the demons serve you. Having chosen his target, Gu Qingfeng wasted no time. Calling his companions as they made their way to the deep pond in Qingshi Town, the trio galloped swiftly, taking several hours to reach their destination. By the time they arrived, darkness had descended, and the setting sun marked the prime hour for demons to emerge. Fat Wong gazed at the stagnant, murky pond before him and swallowed hard. Lord Gu, what will we do if the water ghost does not surface? We can't simply dive in. The depths are unfathomable. And if we descend, we may not be able to exert even half our strength, while the water ghost thrives in the water. If a scuffle ensues, we cannot hold our breath for too long. Su Daisy chimed in. Moreover, with the water obstructing us, even talismans and protective artifacts would be rendered ineffective. Lord Gu, in my humble opinion, we should devise a method to lure it to the shore. Before Su Daisy could finish, he inadvertently turned to look at Gu Qingfeng. His words caught in his throat. Lord Gu, what are you doing? Su Daisy gaped in astonishment at Gu Qingfeng, who had already shed his shirt and pants. What does it look like? I'm going in to find the water ghost. Did you think I was going for a swim? Now step aside. I'm jumping in. With that, Gu Qingfeng pushed past the two, plunging into the water before their astonished eyes. Splash! A wave surged skyward, and Gu Qingfeng vanished beneath the surface. Only Su Daisy and Fat Wong remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Underwater, the frigid depths were bone-chilling and impenetrably dark. The pond seemed like a black hole, absorbing all light. Initially, Gu Qingfeng could discern faint glimmers, but as he descended further, visibility diminished until he could not see his own hand before him. The sound of bubbling currents echoed around him, and he occasionally brushed against slippery entities, whether fish or aquatic plants he could not tell. The icy, slick sensation would send shivers down anyone's spine, especially for those with a fear of deep water. Such an environment could induce sheer terror. However, Gu Qingfeng felt no discomfort. His exceptional abilities rendered the icy pond akin to warm water. As for the absence of light, it mattered not. With his spiritual awareness and soul power, he perceived his surroundings more clearly than if he were on the shore. The slippery entities brushing against his skin were not fish or plants, but rather strands of inky black hair, resembling serpents gliding through the water. There were numerous strands, and based on the quantity, it was evident that the water ghost was likely bald. With his extraordinary perception, Qingfeng swiftly pinpointed the water ghost's location. At the very center of the pond's depths swirled a mass of cold, obscure energy. Upon identifying the position, Qingfeng prepared to swim towards the bottom when, unexpectedly, the chilling essence surged forth towards him. Although they were still at a distance, the water ghost seemed to have sensed his presence in advance. Qingfeng realized that the hair must be alive, drifting through the water like fish, aiding the water ghost in detecting any living beings that entered the pond. Just as he pondered this, suddenly, the water churned violently. A profoundly pale, swollen face of a woman emerged before him, and they found themselves face to face, staring into each other's eyes. The suddenness startled Qingfeng, not because of the water ghost's abrupt appearance, but due to her complexion. It was unnaturally white. The kind of white that had been submerged for too long. My friend was dead for 3 days and was not this pale. Chapter 87. Who is the water ghost? Confronted with the ghastly white visage, Qingfeng's mind raced with questions. Why had she lost so much hair, and why was she not bald? What a predicament for those poor bald souls. Qingfeng gazed at the countless, densely packed strands of hair swirling around her like twisted black serpents, encircling her face as if weaving a vast net of dark threads, reminiscent of a deep, shadowy abyss. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to comment. How I envy your voluminous hair. It could easily knit a sweater. However, adhering to the professional decorum of an actress, Qingfeng refrained from voicing her thoughts and feigned a look of panic as she swam upwards. Having faced numerous demons before, she had learned that one must not appear too assertive at the onset, lest they fail to accumulate substantial attributes. The previous encounter with the shadow demon served as a poignant lesson. Had she not been greedy and adopted a cowardly demeanor from the start, she would not have lost the trust of her audience, nor would she have been limited to acquiring merely a shadow-shifting skill. Reflecting on that moment, she felt her exceptional acting skills had been squandered. Thus, this time, Qingfeng resolved to act from the very beginning. She portrayed herself as a drowning traveler, struggling desperately for survival. The water ghost indeed fell for her ruse. One strand of hair seemed to come alive, elongating suddenly like a water snake, swiftly lunging towards Qingfeng. Upon witnessing this, she felt a surge of joy and struggled even more vigorously. Yet, if the water ghost had observed closely, it would have realized that the more violently this person thrashed, the slower she swam. In the next moment, a strand of hair rapidly coiled around Qingfeng's ankle, the skin at her ankle feeling the cold, slippery sensation akin to that of a serpent. Ding. The host is under attack by the water ghost. Water attribute, 1. Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. 1. How can there be such a weak attack? She hastily moderated her struggles, fearing that she might inadvertently sever the hair and frighten the water ghost away. Seeing Qingfeng unable to escape, the water ghost remained patient, playfully toying with her like a kite, seemingly intent on slowly drowning her. As time passed, even though Qingfeng possessed a robust constitution, she still required oxygen and began to feel a sense of suffocation. Just as this feeling emerged, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. The host is under attack by the water ghost. Water attribute, 1. With this added water attribute, Qingfeng felt her sense of suffocation dissipate. Thus, after another incense stick's worth of time, she finally began to feel oxygen deprived again. Ding. The host is under attack by the water ghost. Water attribute, 1 this time. Qingfeng felt revitalized. However, the water ghost grew increasingly perplexed. Why had this person not drowned yet? A flicker of human-like confusion crossed her bloated visage. After a brief moment of contemplation, the water ghost appeared impatient and aggressively manipulated her hair, thrashing Qingfeng in the water like a windmill, seemingly attempting to accelerate her demise. Ding. You are under attack by the water ghost. Water attribute, 5. Congratulations, host. Water attribute has reached its limit, granting you the ability to breathe underwater. With the notification sound, Qingfeng no longer felt any sensation of breathlessness. Normally, one must hold their breath when submerged. Yet now she felt as if she could breathe freely underwater, akin to being on land. Moreover, Qingfeng could distinctly sense the changes within her body, a subtle transformation coursing through her. It felt as though a peculiar warmth enveloped her, rendering her body remarkably smooth in the water, as if the resistance and pressure of the water had all but vanished. It was an exhilarating sensation, akin to a fish returning to its natural habitat. This newfound feeling filled Qingfeng with delight. In contrast to her elation, the water ghost became increasingly confused and even irate. Why had she not drowned yet? The water ghost ceased her thrashing and directed her snake-like strands of hair forcefully towards Qingfeng's neck, attempting to strangle her. Yet, as Qingfeng felt the hair wrap around her neck, she found it merely ticklish, prompting her body to instinctively move. Like a slippery fish, she slipped free from the strands. Qingfeng was stunned. She had not anticipated that the underwater breathing technique would not only allow her to breathe freely, but also grant her such fluidity, enabling her to disregard the lake's resistance and utilize the water as a lubricant. The female water ghost was equally taken aback, staring at Qingfeng as if she could not comprehend what had just transpired. Observing the water ghost, Qingfeng thought, now that I have acquired a skill, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Thus, she pretended as if nothing had happened, subtly extending her foot back into the water ghost's hair. With a gentle stir, she created the illusion of being ensnared once more. Simultaneously, she feigned nonchalance, allowing the strands to wrap around her neck again, encouraging the ghost to tighten her grip. Imagining a man and woman entwined as before, the water ghost remained silent, watching Qingfeng's every move. Staring, Qingfeng sensed the water ghost's gaze upon her and felt a twinge of awkwardness. She acknowledged that her acting skills today were somewhat lacking. Yet for the sake of acquiring attributes, she persisted in maintaining her ruse of being captured. The water ghost scrutinized Qingfeng intently. Although she was a water ghost, she was not foolish. In an instant, countless strands of hair, resembling black serpents, recoiled at once, and the ghost turned to flee. Qingfeng was momentarily stunned and then filled with rage. The shadow demon had disregarded her acting skills, and now this mere water ghost dared to do the same? Today, she would not allow this creature to escape without depleting all its water attributes. With that, Qingfeng exerted her strength, propelling herself like a swift arrow towards the water ghost. The ghost was taken aback. She never expected that this individual could swim faster than herself. Who was truly the water ghost here? Instinctively, the water ghost attempted to accelerate her escape, but before she could react, she felt a sudden tightness around her waist. Looking down, she saw Qingfeng clinging to her like an octopus, arms wrapped around her waist, legs entwined. Chapter 88. Talent Ability Water Manipulation. The water ghost's face contorted in indignation, as if insulted. Her bloated visage twisted, and she opened her mouth wide, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. The surrounding lake water, as if receiving a command, began to coalesce into a volley of water arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen water arrows, propelled by a powerful current, shot towards Qingfeng's back. Qingfeng, having sensed the abnormal shift in the water, did not even glance back. Instead, she gripped the water ghost tighter. In the next moment, the water arrows struck fiercely against her back. Ding, 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 ding. A cacophony of notifications resounded. You are under attack by the water ghost. Water attribute, 5555. Congratulations, host. Water attribute has reached its limit, granting you the innate ability, water manipulation. Water manipulation? The ability to command water. Qingfeng suddenly realized her affinity with the surrounding water had intensified. She felt an innate sense that with a mere thought, she could control these water currents. At that moment, the water ghost launched her second wave of assault, conjuring over 50 water arrows. With a thought, Qingfeng made the 50 arrows vanish without a trace. A wave of joy washed over her. This ability was indeed intriguing, rendering her invincible in a water fight. Naturally, her gaze towards the water ghost grew increasingly excited, as if she had discovered a treasure in the form of a ghost. Despite her apparent weakness, she had bestowed upon Qingfeng 2 abilities in quick succession. Remarkable. She hoped for yet another gift. However, the water ghost regarded Qingfeng with an expression akin to seeing a specter. Even with her limited intelligence, she could grasp that the man before her was no ordinary individual. Her instinct for self-preservation compelled her to struggle frantically, seeking to escape. However, Qingfeng exerted great strength with both his legs and hands, making it impossible for the female water ghost to escape from his embrace. Instead, she was held even tighter. Her swollen body pressed against him. The immense force caused her discomfort, prompting a series of sharp shrieks. Annoyed by the noise, Qingfeng scolded, "Stop screaming. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no ghost will come to save you." Suddenly taken aback, Gu Qingfeng realized he could speak underwater. It seemed to be the effect of his water manipulation ability, which was quite convenient for communication and taming the water ghost. He continued, "As long as you cooperate and behave, I promise not to harm you." The female water ghost appeared to comprehend his words, ceasing her screams and struggling as if resigned to her fate. "Good. Now continue attacking me with your water arrows. Give it your all. Do you understand? As long as I am satisfied, I shall release you." Nodding in compliance, the water ghost let out a piercing wail and began to gather water arrows. With a swift motion, Gu Qingfeng slapped the female water ghost's face, furiously exclaiming, "Did I not tell you to stop yelling?" Confused, she recalled his earlier words, "As long as you cooperate, I promise not to harm you." Yet, she had just received a slap. Feeling wronged, she opened her swollen mouth, emitting faint cries as if trying to convey something to Gu Qingfeng. Taken aback, he asked, "What? Are you saying that in order to shoot water arrows, you must first scream? If you don't scream, you can't shoot?" The water ghost nodded in agreement. "All right, it seems I misjudged you. Then go ahead and scream," Gu Qingfeng said unapologetically. Upon hearing this, the female water ghost began to scream, sending out an invisible wave. Thanks to his water manipulation ability, Gu Qingfeng could clearly sense the surrounding water gathering into sharp arrows. He even felt that forming water arrows seemed simple, as if he could do it with just a thought. Soon, more than 50 water arrows materialized around him. Displeased with the quantity, Gu Qingfeng frowned. Observing his expression, the water ghost trembled, her hair resembling a dark serpent flaring wildly as she summoned her strength to conjure over 10 more arrows. "Is this all for such a grand display?" Gu Qingfeng thought to reprimand her. But upon seeing her pale face, so white it resembled that of a friend who had been dead for 3 days, he held back his anger. Clearly, she had reached her limit, and he could feel her body growing weaker. With a whoosh, over 60 water arrows struck him, yet he felt nothing, as if merely bothered by the bites of mosquitoes. After enduring the onslaught, he awaited new abilities from the system, but after several seconds of silence, there was no new ability or even the anticipated notification sound. "Is this it?" Gu Qingfeng erupted in anger. He realized that his high water affinity likely prevented the water ghost from providing even a fraction of her power. But this did not quell his frustration. "Useless. What good are you?" He abruptly released his grip on her and seized her slick, cold hair, spinning her around. After several revolutions, he stopped, not out of pity for the dizzy water ghost, but because her hair had broken off. Dazed, she lay at the bottom of the pool, motionless, with a bald patch resembling a Mediterranean haircut. "Hey, wake up," Gu Qingfeng said, slapping her face twice to revive her. "Now you have 2 choices. Submit to me or be spun to death. Choose." The water ghost, lacking any spirit, shrieked wildly, indicating her choice to submit. Seeing his goal achieved, Gu Qingfeng pulled her up, patting her swollen shoulder. "From now on, you are my ghost." The water ghost nodded eagerly, indicating her submission. "Though you are a female ghost, you are quite tough," enduring several hundred spins before agreeing to submit. The water ghost, bewildered, thought, "You didn't even mention submission until after the spinning." Chapter 89. The face of a human underwater having dealt with the female water ghost. Gu Qingfeng stored her in a different dimension and then emerged onto the shore. On the bank, the anxious Wang Fatty and Su Daisy suddenly saw ripples in the center of the pool. They quickly looked over, just in time to witness the water surface explode. And a figure leapt out, performing 6 backflips in midair before landing gracefully. As night had fallen, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy could not clearly see the figure's face. But through the flamboyant entrance, they were certain it was their master. With expressions of delight, they rushed towards Gu Qingfeng. "My lord, are you all right? What about the water ghost?" Wang Fatty asked urgently. With a flick of his head, Gu Qingfeng tossed his wet hair back, revealing a handsome visage. He ran his fingers through his hair to style it before replying, "I handled it personally. It was a piece of cake. Now, let us head to the biggest tavern in Yinshan County to celebrate." Upon hearing they were going to the largest tavern for drinks, Wang Fatty and Su Daisy had differing reactions. Su Daisy was excited, while Wang Fatty felt a pang of anxiety as he mentally calculated how much silver he had left. After spending time with Gu Qingfeng, he had come to recognize his master's stingy nature. He had never witnessed him spend a single coin. The one time he did spend money, it was a meager 2 copper coins, which was better left unmentioned. The memory of the last time they dined out was still fresh in his mind. Wang Fatty's 6th sense warned him to prevent Gu Qingfeng from paying, as every time he did, something unpleasant followed. The 3 of them, each with their own thoughts, made their way to the largest tavern in Yinshan County. Why did they harbor different thoughts? Su Daisy was eager to savor the local delicacies, while Wang Fatty worried about the bill and whether he had enough money. As for Gu Qifeng, he was focused on how to surprise Fenghua. Dining at the largest tavern was merely the first step in his plan, creating an alibi. The largest tavern in Yinshan County was named Zui Xianlu, and it was bustling with business. Even at this late hour, numerous guests were still enjoying drinks and merriment. Upon entering Zui Xianlu, the lively atmosphere abruptly fell silent, creating an eerie vacuum. Countless gazes, both overt and covert, fixated on Gu Qingfeng and his companions. To be precise, the attention was directed at the black official uniform he wore. In those days, anyone who could afford to dine in a tavern was certainly not from the impoverished class, especially in the largest tavern, indicating that they possessed some wealth. Such individuals were often somewhat knowledgeable. Thus, most patrons in Zui Xianlu recognized Gu Qingfeng's official attire, the uniform of a Xian-level demon slayer. A Xian-level demon slayer was a figure of considerable stature in Yinshan County. As the esteemed figures graced the establishment, the patrons naturally refrained from idle chatter, their minds swirling with conjectures about the visitors' intentions. Could it be that the drunken immortal pavilion was haunted by malevolent spirits? It was only when Gu Qingfeng spoke, requesting a window-side table and several signature dishes, along with 10 pounds of Huaiyao wine, that the atmosphere shifted. The attendant, momentarily taken aback, soon realized he was in the presence of greatness, and hastened to offer a smile tenfold more enthusiastic than usual, ushering the 3 distinguished guests to their seats. With a cloth draped over his shoulder, the attendant prepared to wipe down the chairs, but upon noticing the cloth's unsightly state from excessive use, he quickly opted to use his relatively clean sleeve to ensure a proper cleaning. Once satisfied with his efforts, he bowed deeply, inviting Gu Qingfeng and his companions to sit. As they settled in, the ambience of the tavern gradually returned, the low murmur of conversation resuming, albeit in hushed tones. Some inebriated souls, caught up in their revelry, suddenly sobered at the sight of Gu Qingfeng, hastily settling their tabs and departing, fearful of being mistaken for possessed beings. Within the span of a single incense stick, the dishes and wine Gu Qingfeng had ordered arrived, a splendid array adorning the table. The trio began to indulge heartily, and amidst their feasting, Gu Qingfeng excused himself to the restroom, where he activated his mirror clone technique. With his recent breakthrough in cultivation and a robust foundation in pure yang practices, the duration of his mirror clone's manifestation had now extended to 2 incense sticks. Once the clone emerged, it nodded at Gu Qingfeng before employing a shadowy technique to seamlessly vanish into the restroom's dim corners. Meanwhile, in the Yinshan County, at the branch of the Demon-Suppression Division, Fenghua had just finished his own visit to the lavatory. Upon exiting, he summoned a servant to prepare hot water for a bath. This peculiar habit had developed ever since Gu Qingfeng ascended to the rank of yellow-tier demon slayer. Each time he visited the restroom, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, akin to a compulsive need for cleanliness, compelling him to bathe. Once the water was ready, Fenghua shed his garments and submerged himself in the wooden tub. The warm water, rising in steamy tendrils, brought forth a sigh of relief, alleviating his discomfort. Though his resentment towards Gu Qingfeng only intensified, it could be said that every bathing ritual reignited memories of Gu Qingfeng's irksome visage. However, as he pondered these thoughts, a smile unwittingly crept across his face, for he deemed his scheme exceedingly clever. Surely, Gu Qingfeng remained blissfully unaware, ensnared in the euphoria of newfound power, oblivious to the elaborate trap he was stumbling into. Lost in his own revelry, Fenghua failed to notice a pair of eyes watching him intently from the shadows of the room, none other than the mirror clone. Through the clone's perspective, Gu Qingfeng observed Fenghua, blissfully bathing and chuckling to himself, unable to suppress his own discomfort at the sight. It became evident that he would need to seek out a remedy to cleanse his eyes after today's encounter, ensuring that both the black and white aspects of his vision were restored. As the mirror clone could not remain for long, Gu Qingfeng wasted no time in surreptitiously opening a portal to an alternate dimension, preparing to release the female water ghost. The entrance to this otherworldly space was strategically placed within Fenghua's bathwater. There was no need for a large opening. A mere crack would suffice for the ghost to slip in and out. With the location set, Gu Qingfeng instructed the mirror clone to create a minuscule rift within the bathwater. Fenghua, singing merrily as he bathed, was blissfully unaware of the impending disturbance. However, as he continued, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation beneath him, as if something cold and slippery had entered the water. Startled, he reached down, only to pull forth a shockingly dark mass of hair. His complexion paled as he quickly glanced towards the water, and his heart nearly ceased as he beheld a visage staring back at him. a pale, swollen face reminiscent of a woman, crowned with a Mediterranean hairstyle, floating ominously in the depths.